Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 72, 176, The Marvel Universe as King Kong. A month ago. Yes. The one-eared man named Us explained, the demon. Skull Island is surrounded by a massive, violent storm system. If you don't know the route, the moment you enter, the storm will tear you apart. He paused. Us sucked in a sharp breath, trying to ease the pain in his ear, then continued looking at Hawk. Miss Hardy and Mr. Parker suspected that if the Parkers didn't die in an accident over a decade ago, they should be on that Skull Island. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Richard Parker and Mary Parker. Yes. So it was just Peter and Felicia who went up there. There was also a squad of 8 soldiers. Because of the time window, according to the plan, those of us on the outside were supposed to deliver a month's worth of supplies that day. The day after we were attacked. But then, our people were all killed. Even the modified supply helicopter they were going to use was stolen. Fortunately, they didn't touch the supplies. That's the only reason I'm still alive. Otherwise. Us shook his head with a bitter sigh. Then he grimaced, instinctively trying to cover his painful ear. The moment his hand touched it, his face twisted and he let out a strangled yelp. It looked genuinely excruciating. Didn't seem fake. Hawk thought to himself, waiting for Oz to stop gasping in pain and calm down before asking, "Where's Skull Island?" "Point in the direction." Oz pulled a cracked compass from his pocket, checked it, then pointed east. "There. Fly about 50 kilometers in that direction, and you'll see a massive storm system. Compasses stop working there. This is the closest safe distance. That's exactly why this experimental platform was built here." "Thanks." Hawk thanked the one-eared man, then prepared to leave. Oz froze. "Wait, when's the backup arriving?" "My ear." "They're here." "Where?" Oz rushed to the window excitedly, looking out at the vast ocean that had already fallen dark. Then he turned around, staring at Hawk in confusion. But Hawk was gone. What the? Where'd he go? Oz stared at the empty doorway. A chill shot up his spine straight to the top of his skull, and he couldn't help but shiver. Not long after, Hawk had already reached the massive storm system Oz had mentioned. Without hesitation, he dove straight into it. The next moment, the sky changed color. Rumble. Inside the massive storm system, enormous bolts of lightning in every color imaginable continuously struck down, illuminating the churning black clouds around them. Within the storm clouds were countless massive whirlpools. They rotated violently, and even lightning that got caught in them was instantly torn apart. Hawk flew through it at breakneck speed. Lightning of various colors and types constantly flashed around him. With a burst of red light, a barrel-thick red bolt of lightning came crashing straight toward Hawk. Just as the lightning was about to make contact, Hawk's figure flickered, and he'd already left it behind. He'd originally wanted to test whether his body could tank a lightning strike. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered the time on Mars when Thor had gone all out and summoned his thunder. The sensation of countless bolts of lightning hitting his body had been unforgettable. The thought was enough to make him instantly abandon any idea of sampling this red lightning. After ditching his masochistic impulse, Hawk's speed increased once more. Before long, he burst through the thick storm system. The next second, it was like entering another world. Whoa. Having broken through the pitch-black storm system behind him, Hawk floated quietly in the air, staring at the scene before him. He couldn't help but let out an exclamation of wonder. Before his eyes, the sky was blue. Brilliantly, impossibly blue. The clouds were white. Pure, snow-white. And the seawater below was black. The kind of black where you couldn't see the bottom. Clear water meant shallow depths. Green water meant deep. Black water meant the abyss. But that's not right. When I came in, it was already dark outside. Here. The time's messed up. Hawk looked up at the azure sky, recalling the scene when he'd entered, how it had already been night outside. He immediately ruled out the incorrect answer that he'd spent an entire night flying through the storm clouds. At most, it had taken him less than 3 minutes to pass through the storm layer. And even then, 2 of those minutes had been spent debating whether or not to taste those colorful lightning bolts. But now, the sky outside was dark, while the sky here was bright daylight. That could only mean one thing. The time here had been scrambled by the thick, massive storm system surrounding it, which looked an awful lot like a giant donut. As Hawk thought about it, his eyes easily locked onto the Skull Island Oz had mentioned. Actually, he didn't need to search for it at all. because in this vast, calm sea, there was only one island. And just like us had described, from above, the entire island really did look like a massive skull. It reminded Hawk of a strange place that existed in the Marvel Universe. Nowhere. Nowhere was supposedly formed from the severed head of an ancient celestial. And time flowed differently inside Nowhere compared to the outside world. Was this place also created from a celestial's skull? Hawk wondered, staring at the massive island in the distance that looked exactly like a giant skull. Most of the island was covered in dense vegetation. The trees were enormous, vines tangled everywhere. At the center of the island, there appeared to be steep mountain peaks and deep valleys. The island was dotted with mountain ranges, with multiple waterfalls cascading down from the cliffs. However, looking at it this way, there didn't seem to be any signs of life on the island. Hawk thought to himself, adjusting his position and flying towards Skull Island. But just as he was about to reach the island's coastline, suddenly, a crushing pressure slammed into him. In an instant, he felt his energy being forcibly suppressed. Damn it. What the hell? Feeling like he was about to crash, Hawk quickly retreated, pulling back from the coastline. Once his energy stabilized, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He stared at the island before him with a mix of surprise and suspicion. From the outside, it looked completely ordinary, just a little scary in appearance. But he was absolutely certain the sensation he'd just felt wasn't an illusion. That feeling was all too familiar. Back when he'd been on the African continent and had his first encounter with Mephisto, even though Mephisto hadn't shown up in person, just projected through Demon Hulk's body to talk to him, the terrible sense of dread he'd felt from Mephisto was almost identical to what he'd just experienced. It was the invisible dominance of a superior being over an inferior one. So, is this Skull Island really a celestial skull? Hawk's thoughts churned as he stood outside Skull Island, looking at the place that had seemed so ordinary moments ago but now appeared impossibly mysterious. Honestly, he wasn't sure he wanted to go in anymore. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. He couldn't get a read on this bizarre Skull Island. What if there was real danger inside? Sure, he wouldn't die, he'd just be reborn, but the process of being reborn sucked. Even the Phoenix itself, despite everyone knowing that rebirth made you stronger afterward, never deliberately killed itself before a fight. Just then, a sudden roar echoed out. The next second, Hawk, who had been floating calmly outside Skull Island, saw movement below in the dense canopy. A massive tree seemed to be ripped out by its roots, then came hurtling toward him like a meteor. Well. Looks like there's a tough guy down there after all. Hawk thought to himself, then swung his right fist. Boom. With a supersonic punch, his fist shot forward. But the moment it entered Skull Island's range, its speed dropped to a regular sonic punch. Still, even at that reduced speed, it shattered the incoming tree into endless splinters. In an instant, countless wooden fragments rained down like a storm, painting the forest below a dusty yellow. At the same time, Hawk finally saw what had thrown the massive tree at him. Except when he looked down at the creature standing upright in the jungle, now fully exposed to his view, his expression froze. A creature roughly 30 to 32 meters tall. Massive enough to make humans feel suffocated. With incredibly developed, terrifying shoulder and back muscles. Its entire body covered in rough, dark fur. It looked like a gorilla, but it walked upright in a posture far closer to humans. This terrifying creature now stood before Hawk. This is... Hawk stared at the enormous, terrifying gorilla-like creature. His expression visibly shifted from initial curiosity to shock, then to his current state of utter confusion. King Kong. Jesus. How the hell was there a King Kong here? How did King Kong end up in the Marvel Universe? Wait. Come to think of it, wasn't there a special edition comic that depicted the Avengers fighting King Kong? There really is such a comic. There's even one with the Avengers versus Transformers. Hawk thought to himself, then looked at the Kong standing before him and instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. The next second, standing in the dense jungle on the island, Kong, with eyes that radiated both intelligence and a sense of responsibility, looked at Hawk, who was hovering outside his home and had just released that terrifying aura. Kong opened his massive arms and let out a furious roar at the enemy who dared invade his domain. Roar. Get out. Leave my home. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 73, 177, King Kong lives on Skull Island. Kong's furious roar cut through the air and exploded in Hawk's ears. For some reason, Hawk seemed to understand the meaning behind Kong's roar. Stay away from my home. Hawk's eyebrows shot up instinctively. He looked at the massive 32-meter gorilla in his field of vision, whose rough fur was bristling with rage, and instead of backing off, he flashed forward, practically hugging the coastline of Skull Island. Seeing Hawk advance instead of retreat, Kong completely lost it. With another roar, his massive arms ripped two more ancient trees, who knew how many years they'd been growing on the island, straight out of the ground and hurled them toward Hawk. Boom. Boom. Endless splinters rained down like snow once more, blanketing the forest below in a thick layer of wood chips. Roar. Get out. Roar. Hawk's playful side kicked in. He mimicked Kong's roaring posture, spreading his own arms wide and bellowing right back at the giant ape. I'm not going anywhere. He still didn't fully understand what was going on with this Skull Island. But leaving wasn't an option. He could feel it, something he'd been searching for was on this island. He'd just been hesitating about whether to take the risk. And then Kong showed up. Hawk instantly stopped hesitating. He took another step forward, fully entering Skull Island's territory. The next moment, that invisible celestial pressure hit him instantly. Hawk didn't try to resist it head-on. Instead, he gradually reduced the degree to which the Reality Stone was currently manifesting his cosmos power. If his current manifested cosmos strength was at Silver Saint 100%. Then, when Hawk lowered the manifestation to around 50% Silver Saint level, the invisible celestial pressure immediately weakened. The pressure was still there, but it was enough for him to move freely. Hawk thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the distance, Kong, seeing Hawk not only provoke him again but actually step fully into his territory, became absolutely livid. Rumble. Kong's right foot came down, instantly crushing a small mound beneath it. Then his knees bent, and like a missile, he launched himself into the air. With both fists combined, he came crashing down toward Hawk like a mountain falling from the sky. Hawk watched Kong hurtling toward him through the air. Just as Kong's double-fisted hammer blow was about to land like a collapsing mountain, Hawk raised his own fist. His punch arrived second but struck first, hitting Kong's chest at sonic speed. Wham! Kong was instantly sent flying backward. His massive body sailed through the air like a dark cloud before crashing into the island's lake with a thunderous splash. Not bad. After trading blows with Kong, Hawk, who had been slightly worried about lowering his power, was now completely at ease. He still didn't understand what was going on with this island. Hawk prepared to turn around. He figured he'd find Peter first, at least confirm whether Peter was alive or dead, and then go looking for whatever it was he'd come here for. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a roar came from the lake. The sound was no longer angry. It was urgent. Hawk instinctively turned back to look. What he saw. Kong, with half his body submerged in the lake, now had countless tentacles covered in sharp bristles and barbed legs wrapped around the exposed portion of his body. The tentacles coiled around Kong were tightening, trying to pull him fully underwater and drown him. Kong struggled in the water, trying to break free from the increasingly constricting tentacles. But it was useless. Seeing Kong about to be dragged under, Hawk snapped into action. In 2 consecutive flashes, he appeared right in front of Kong. The unknown creature at the bottom of the lake seemed to sense danger. One tentacle shot out of the water, whipping toward Hawk. Hawk reached out with his right hand and grabbed the tentacle. Then, burning his cosmo, he pulled on the tentacle with sudden force. With a mid-air suplex, he forcibly ripped the massive creature, which didn't want to lose its tentacle, straight out of the lake. A gigantic creature, roughly 33 meters long, unique to Skull Island, a swamp giant squid, burst from the water. Never having imagined it could be dragged out by such a small thing, the swamp giant squid panicked immediately. It made a split-second decision to sever the tentacle Hawk was holding, while its remaining tentacles latched onto Kong's body with wet sucking sounds, desperately trying to prevent itself from being thrown out completely. Seeing this, Hawk channeled his telekinesis into a blade. Slash slash slash. One by one, the tentacles attached to Kong's body were instantly severed. After the last tentacle was cut, the squid went flying through the air with a whoosh and crashed onto the grassy shore with a thunderous thud. Kong took the opportunity to stand up from the lake. With a disgusted expression, he peeled the slimy, still losing tentacles off his upper body. After finishing that, Kong turned his gaze to Hawk. Hawk smiled slightly and looked at Kong. I'm here looking for someone. I won't be staying. In his previous life, his favorite monster from Monsterverse had been King Kong. That was also why he'd only knocked Kong away earlier instead of actually hurting him. Standing atop the Empire State Building and swatting at planes, that was the ultimate dream for any man. And Kong had achieved it. Kong seemed to understand Hawk's meaning. Or maybe he was just grateful that Hawk had saved him. After staring at Hawk for a few seconds, Kong snorted a thick breath through his nostrils, then turned around. His massive body stirred the lake water as he walked toward the swamp giant squid, which, instead of being happy to be on land, was now bouncing around trying to get back into the water. Soon enough, Kong's massive foot came down directly on the squid's equally massive head. With a wet splat, thick fluid exploded beneath Kong's foot. The next second, Kong bent down, grabbed one of the squid's severed tentacles, and with a heave, lifted the dead creature into the air. He turned his head once more to look at Hawk, who was hovering at eye level with him, and gave him a warning look full of intelligence and responsibility. Then he carried the swamp giant squid toward the deep canyon in the distance. Before long, Kong's figure completely disappeared into the depths of the canyon. After watching Kong leave, Hawk withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to what looked like a primitive village settlement in the distance behind him. He'd found Peter. Right there in that village. With a thought, Hawk's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was hovering above the village. The primitive settlement was filled with natives covered in strange, intricate tribal markings. They were currently standing in front of one of the buildings, holding wooden weapons, looking extremely wary. The moment Hawk appeared out of thin air, they jumped in shock and seemed to freeze in confusion. After a moment of panic, someone in the group suddenly shouted. Then, after the elder among them, dressed in relatively complete clothing and carrying numerous ornamental staffs, knelt before Hawk, the rest of the natives followed suit and dropped to their knees. As they knelt, they continuously muttered something in their native language. Hawk couldn't understand them, but that didn't stop him from realizing these natives thought he was a god. Unfortunately, he wasn't a god. At least not yet. Hawk thought to himself. Too lazy to correct the natives, he scanned the area, then locked his gaze on a woman standing at the doorway of a stilt house at the far end of the village, her mouth hanging open as she stared at him. The woman had changed into clothes matching the female natives, and her face was covered in what looked like unwashed mud. But appearances could be deceiving. Demeanor couldn't. Hawk's figure vanished instantly. Found you. Ah. Felicia, who had still been hesitating about whether the figure hovering above really was Hawk, suddenly saw everything blur. The moment the silhouette appeared in front of her, she instinctively twisted at the waist and whipped her leg toward him in a roundhouse kick. Hawk reached out with his right hand, caught Felicia's incoming leg, stopped her attack, then immediately released her. He wasn't a pervert. And more importantly, a friend's wife is off limits. Hawk chuckled. This isn't the CEO I remember. Felicia snapped out of it. After pulling her leg back, her mud-covered face broke into a look of pure joy. Hawk. Yeah, it's me. Oh my god. Seeing Hawk nod with a smile, Felicia immediately threw her arms around him in excitement. You're finally here. Peter said once you found out we were missing, you'd definitely come for us. Hawk laughed and hugged her back briefly. But he kept it short. Felicia then enthusiastically and happily invited Hawk into the stilt house behind her. The house wasn't big. But it was clean and gave off a warm, cozy feeling. Hawk glanced around the interior, then looked at Felicia's face. Meeting Hawk's gaze, Felicia touched the mud on her face and explained with a smile, this is on purpose. In a place like this, these natives aren't as civilized as people on the outside. Hawk nodded. Makes sense. Where's Peter? He went out hunting with the hunting party. Hunting? Hawk was slightly surprised. He looked at Felicia. You came in a month ago. Didn't you say you brought a month's worth of supplies? Felicia froze as well. A month ago. Hawk. Peter and I have been living here for a year. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 74, 178, Adamantium. Question and answer. Hawk froze. Felicia froze too. A year. A month. Hawk and Felicia locked eyes, both seeing the shock reflected in the other's gaze. The next second, Hawk suddenly understood why he'd entered through the storm system at night but found it still daytime when he arrived. The time flow here really was different from the outside. Except 1 month outside equals 1 year here. Then 1 day here would equal. Hawk's mind raced. Felicia already had the answer. 1 day here is roughly 12 days outside. Holy hell. Hawk stared at Felicia, who'd already done the math, and sucked in a sharp breath. His gaze swept across the cabin's layout once more. From the moment he'd walked in, something about this clean, cozy cabin had felt off. But he hadn't been able to put his finger on it at first. Now he knew what was wrong. This cabin, from the layout to the furnishings to the decorations, didn't match the aesthetic of the tattooed natives outside at all. So you and Peter built these chairs and tables too? Mostly Peter. Seeing Hawk change the subject, Felicia didn't dwell on the time flow issue. She followed his gaze and smiled. Peter's really good with his hands. When she talked about Peter, Felicia's face lit up with that unique expression women in love get when talking about their boyfriends. Auras don't lie. Hawk had initially thought Peter was here. When he'd only found Felicia and no Peter, he'd assumed his senses were off. They weren't. Peter's residual presence on Felicia was so strong it had reached the point where it could fool even Hawk's perception. There was only one way that could happen. Physical intimacy. When Hawk heard Felicia praise how good Peter was with his hands, a flicker of something knowing crossed his eyes. But he quickly hid it. By the way, didn't you guys come here to find Peter's parents? Did you find them? We did. So, like you just said, 1 day here equals 12 days outside. That explains why the Iwi tribe kept saying Peter's parents died over 100 years ago. At first, we thought it was a translation issue. Turns out, they were telling the truth. 1 year on Skull Island equaled 1 month outside. Peter's parents had disappeared over a decade ago. Converted to Skull Island time, that really was over 100 years. Just then, Felicia seemed to remember something. She looked at Hawk. Wait. You said it's only been a month outside. That should be when the supply team I arranged was supposed to arrive. How'd you end up here? Hawk snapped back to attention and looked at Felicia. I said you guys have been in here for over a month. Outside. Your experimental platform's wiped out. Everyone's dead except one survivor. Guy named Oz or something. Oz. Yeah. Hawk nodded and gave Felicia a brief rundown of the night raid on the platform, then frowned. Do you know anyone else who might have a grudge against you and know about your Pacific platform? Felicia was silent for a moment, then shook her head. Taking over Osborne Industries went smoothly. And the old shareholders don't push back against me the way they did with Harry. Our working relationship is good. I can't think of anyone who'd want to hurt me. Forget it. We'll deal with that later. Seeing he wasn't getting anywhere, Hawk let it drop. At least Peter and Felicia were safe. That was what mattered. Once again, as long as he and his friends were happy, that was enough. He knew, for instance, that Felicia hadn't come here alone with Peter. There should have been an entire squad with them. But Hawk didn't even ask. Because he didn't care. So he didn't want to know. By the way, how long has Peter been gone? When's he getting back? He left this morning. The village hunting party goes out every morning. They usually get back before sunset. When Felicia talked about Peter, that love-struck expression returned to her face. She smiled. Peter's incredible. After we got here, the Iwi took us in. I managed to pick up some basic Iwi, but Peter, he's something else. It's dangerous out there, but he... She paused mid-sentence, meeting Hawk's eyes. The next second, Felicia looked away. Hawk. Do you know what the Iwi tribe was saying when they were bowing to you earlier? Hawk thought back to the natives prostrating themselves. God. No. No. Then what? They think you're their ancestor. Come again. Hawk's eyebrows shot up. He didn't even have any kids yet. How the hell had he suddenly become someone's ancestor? Also, he'd originally thought Peter's love life would be full of obstacles. That no matter what, he'd definitely have kids before Peter did. But now. Damn time differential. As Hawk processed his shock, his eyes flicked to Felicia's stomach. There, a baby was growing strong. Felicia noticed Hawk's glance but thought he was just shocked about the tribe's worship. She explained, in Iwi tribe legend, they're descendants of a god. That male god could also fly through the air and had immense strength. You match their description of their ancestor, flying through the air with incredible power. Hawk let out a dry laugh. If they really were descended from a god, they wouldn't be stuck on this dangerous island. Felicia looked at Hawk. By the way, are you thirsty? There's this special fruit here. Kind of like a coconut from outside, but it tastes way better. Peter brought back a few the other day. Let me get you one. Hawk nodded. Sure. Just a sec. Felicia smiled, turned, and went into the back room. She quickly returned carrying a blue fruit that looked similar to a coconut. As Hawk took the fruit, Felicia grabbed the metal tool in her hand. This thing's really hard. You can only open it with this. She stopped mid-sentence. The metal tool had vanished from her hand. She looked up. Hawk was staring at the metal knife in his hand, completely absorbed. Ah. Hawk. Yeah. Hawk snapped out of it and looked at Felicia, gripping the metal knife. Where'd you get this? Felicia answered without thinking. Peter saved an Iwi tribe kid a while back. They gave it to us as thanks. Why? Is there something wrong with the metal? Hawk shook his head. Nothing wrong with the metal. Except that the moment he'd seen it, the sixth sense that had been quietly humming in the background suddenly went silent. Obviously. This metal in his hand was exactly what his sixth sense had been pointing him toward. It might take a while to find, but it was worth it. At first, he'd been curious about what could possibly require spending time to locate. Hawk had assumed it meant the item was hard to find or difficult to obtain. But no. When his sixth sense said it would take some time, it was referring to the time flow differential between Skull Island and the outside world. Even if he spent just 1 day here, 12 days would pass outside. That's exactly what the sixth sense had meant. As for this metal, Hawk's right hand, still gripping the metal, suddenly erupted in flames. White-hot fire engulfed the small piece of metal. It showed absolutely no signs of softening or melting. Damn. This metal's melting point was even higher than vibranium. Hawk stared at the metal, which remained completely unchanged even under the heat of his exploding cosmo. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath as a particular metal came to mind, one that did indeed have a higher melting point than vibranium and could be found on Earth. Adamantium. Vibranium was powerful. It could absorb kinetic energy. But that absorption wasn't limitless. Once it exceeded its capacity, it would break. Case in point, Cap's shield. Captain America's shield had been hacked apart in just a few strikes when Thanos used his double-bladed sword made from URU metal. But if Cap's shield had been made from adamantium instead of vibranium, let's just say, Thanos could have hacked away until the end of time and it wouldn't have cracked. Because adamantium's defining trait was hardness. Unprecedented hardness. Adamantium had to be kept at extreme temperatures. Once it solidified, it was set forever. It could never change form again. It couldn't be broken down. Even if subjected to high heat again, it wouldn't remelt. Put it this way. Wolverine had survived the full force of the Phoenix, Jean's complete Phoenix force, thanks to this metal. The entire thing. The only thing that could pierce adamantium was adamantium itself. Hawk now fully understood why his sixth sense had led him here. Because adamantium was exactly what he needed. Of course, he also needed URU metal. In the materials he needed to forge his true, complete Phoenix cloth, URU metal was his replacement for vibranium. He still needed substitutes for stardust sand and gamanium. He hadn't been in a rush before because he'd had no leads. But now, Hawk stared at the piece of suspected adamantium in his hand, his eyes burning with intensity. He'd found his replacement for stardust sand. Adamantium. A Phoenix cloth forged from a fusion of URU metal and adamantium would be truly indestructible. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 75, 179, There are reptiles on Skull Island. Did adamantium exist in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? The answer was yes. Everyone knew that Wolverine's entire skeleton was made of adamantium. Which was exactly why, even after Wolverine died, Deadpool could still use his skeleton as a weapon. And it worked pretty damn well. But there were no mutants here. That's right. This world didn't have mutants. Hawk was absolutely certain of that. So he couldn't wrap his head around why, on this godforsaken island, there would suddenly be metal that appeared to be adamantium. While his mind raced through possibilities. Suddenly, the entire stilt house began to shake. Hawk snapped back to reality. Earthquake. Damn it. Felicia froze for a second, then it clicked. The skullcrawlers are coming out. Hawk's mind immediately conjured up images of the so-called skullcrawlers from Kong, Skull Island. Another native terror of the island. Massive, nightmarish creatures with enormous bodies, gaping maws filled with razor-sharp teeth, and a whip-like tail. When attacking, they could launch surprise strikes with tongues that stretched dozens of meters. The village's alarm system blared to life at that exact moment. Countless Iwi tribespeople grabbed their weapons and sprinted toward the largest building to assemble. Others climbed onto the village's defensive walls, weapons in hand. A wave of tension spread through the entire settlement like wildfire, carried on the wail of the alarm. At the same time, in the distance, within a deep canyon shrouded in strange, earthy yellow smoke, a bottomless opening continuously belched out more of that yellow fog. And with tremors that felt like an earthquake, a 10-meter-tall skullcrawler emerged from the opening. A second one. A third. A fifth. One after another. The 5 skullcrawlers stretched their massive bodies, opened their gaping maws, and let out piercing shrieks, as if announcing their arrival to the entire island. Ruhar. Kong's furious roar followed immediately, instantly drowning out the combined shrieks of all 5 skullcrawlers. Kong's roar was filled with rage, different from when he'd roared at Hawk. When he roared at Hawk, it had been more of a warning. But this roar, aimed at the skullcrawlers, was pure hatred. The kind of fury that demanded blood. Oh, crap. Peter. Felicia, who had followed Hawk out of the stilt house, suddenly realized something and turned to look at him. Peter's still in the Kong Canyon. Hawk raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the deep canyon in the distance. There. Yeah. I'll find him. The moment the words left Hawk's mouth, he looked up, and his body shot into the air. He turned into a streak of red light, rocketing toward the high, fog-shrouded canyon where Kong had just disappeared, a place so deep that even from high altitude, the thick yellow smoke made it impossible to see what was inside. At that moment, inside the canyon, with the skullcrawler's emergence, the strange creatures that lived there were starting to panic. Psychovultures, with bodies like massive vultures, wingspans of several meters, and bat-like features, were shrieking in flocks as they beat their wings frantically, trying to escape the canyon. And then there were the death jackals, hyena-like creatures, but far larger, with a row of massive, sharp bone plates running down their spines from head to tail. They were also pack animals, and right now, they were bolting toward the canyon's exit in a frenzied stampede. Other bizarre and often terrifying creatures that called the Kong Canyon home were all trying to flee what was about to become a battlefield. Which made things pretty rough for the iwi hunters who'd come to the canyon to hunt. And for Peter. Oh my god. Watch out. Peter spotted an iwi hunter standing frozen in front of a massive mother longlegs. His right wrist shot out a web, instantly yanking the seemingly paralyzed hunter back to safety. A dozen iwi tribespeople and Peter huddled together in a sheltered corner of the canyon. Packs of death jackals, mother longlegs, and other creatures thundered across the canyon floor in a massive stampede, the ground rumbling beneath them. Peter and the hunters watched in terrified silence, not daring to breathe too loudly, terrified that the fleeing creatures would notice them and decide to swallow them whole on their way out. Just then, the loose rocks on the canyon floor suddenly shot into the air as the ground shook violently. A massive foot, thick, covered in coarse hair, slammed down. Skull Island's guardian had arrived. Kong had entered the scene. The death jackals and other creatures stampeding toward the exit immediately parted ways when faced with their island's apex predator. Like subjects bowing before their king, they cleared the widest, central path, leaving it open for Kong alone. At the end of that path, through the thick yellow fog, the faint outlines of countless skeletal remains were visible in a massive clearing. The silhouettes of 5 skull crawlers lurked within the smoke. The moment they saw Kong, they lined up together, opened their gaping maws once more, and shrieked at him. Kong roared back. The next moment, Kong charged. The 5 skull crawlers charged. The battle for dominance over Skull Island had begun once again. Faced with the mortal enemy who had repeatedly stopped them from reclaiming the island from the underground, the Skullcrawlers wanted nothing more than to kill Kong, dominate Skull Island, and use it as a springboard to conquer the entire world. Likewise, Kong, facing the monsters that had killed his parents, had eyes filled with nothing but murderous rage. This battle would determine not just who was stronger, but who would survive. But the Skullcrawlers were clearly cheating. Who the hell holds a dominance fight as 5-on-1? That was just dirty pool. Hawk, who had just arrived at the canyon, glanced at the brawl that had already kicked off and mentally noted the unfairness. But instead of jumping in to help, he flickered and landed directly in front of Peter, who was currently standing guard in the front row, protecting the iwi hunters behind him. Hawk almost didn't recognize Peter at first. Back in New York, Peter had at least looked reasonably pale. But now, he was practically indistinguishable from the iwi hunters. Shirtless, his exposed, muscular skin had turned dark and weathered, covered in scattered scars. Yeah. He didn't look like Bully Maguire anymore. He looked more like Barbarian Maguire. Hawk scanned Peter up and down, processing the transformation, then smiled and greeted him casually. "Hey, Peter. Long time no see." "Hawk." Peter's eyes lit up with visible joy. But the moment that happiness appeared, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked past Hawk's shoulder, straight at a death jackal that was trying to escape while simultaneously lunging at Hawk with its jaws wide open. Hawk didn't even turn around. He just threw a punch behind him. Instantly, hundreds of fist strikes filled the air. Every creature within his attack range behind him exploded into chunks of meat under the terrifying speed of his sonic fist, leaving behind a brief vacuum in the stampede. The sheer force radiating from that single punch was enough to make the other creatures that had been planning to run past him screech to a halt. They immediately pivoted, choosing instead to climb up the canyon walls rather than risk getting anywhere near Hawk. At the same time, the terrifying aura from that punch spread all the way to the fog-covered battlefield in the distance. 2 skullcrawlers that had been circling Kong, waiting to tag in and replace their comrades in the fight, suddenly froze the moment they caught Hawk's scent. They both turned their heads toward the tunnel they'd crawled out of. From deep within that tunnel, the one belching out thick yellow smoke, a rhythmic, guttural hiss echoed outward. The 2 skullcrawlers seemed to be listening intently. The next second, the hissing from the tunnel stopped. And the 2 massive skullcrawlers on the surface, as if they'd just received new orders, abandoned their colleagues still tangling with Kong. Their sharp gazes locked onto Hawk's location. They let out piercing shrieks, then dropped to all fours and charged straight toward him. Hawk's sharp sixth sense immediately picked up on the 2 massive skullcrawlers barreling toward him. These 2 were coming for him specifically. Hawk snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at Peter, who had been about to catch up. "You good here?" "Yeah." Peter, whose every hair was standing on end as his spider sense screamed warnings about the approaching skullcrawlers, answered without hesitation. "Just be careful. Kong's parents were killed by these things. They're seriously dangerous. He'd been here for over a year. Thanks to Felicia's impressive language skills, he'd learned the history of the Iwi tribe, Kong, and the skullcrawlers. Hawk smiled faintly. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the skullcrawlers rapidly closing in. His lips curved upward slightly. Seriously dangerous. They're just a couple of overgrown lizards. With that, Hawk's form flickered. When he reappeared, he was standing directly in front of the two massive skullcrawlers charging toward him. His right fist clenched tight and pulled back to his waist. At the same time, his right foot stepped back, and the canyon floor instantly cracked beneath the force. The two skullcrawlers launched themselves into the air at that exact moment, jaws wide open, exposing their crimson, barbed tongues, each dozens of meters long, as they lashed out toward Hawk. Hawk's fist shot forward from his waist. Lightning sonic fist. Hundreds of fist strikes erupted from his knuckles, filling the air in the blink of an eye. The first casualties were the skullcrawlers' tongues. Under the relentless barrage, the tongues tore apart instantly, disintegrating into shredded meat. But before the two skullcrawlers could even process what was happening, the storm of fist strikes had already engulfed them completely. Boom. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 76, 180, 4 months pregnant. The two skullcrawlers, their heads completely obliterated, brain matter visibly squirming inside their shattered skulls, were sent flying backward, crashing into the thick yellow fog. The three remaining skullcrawlers, who had been attempting to gang up on Kong 3-on-1, watched as their two comrades met their brutal end. One of them, easily 20 meters long, let out a furious shriek, then immediately changed targets. The skullcrawler locked onto the black silhouette charging in from outside and angrily launched its barbed crimson tongue. The next second, a metallic clang echoed through the canyon. The skullcrawler, feeling its tongue wrap around something, immediately shrieked and began reeling it in, planning to swallow the tiny speck called Hawk in one gulp. Hawk, wrapped in the skullcrawler's tongue, was rapidly pulled toward its gaping maw. But just as he was about to be swallowed whole, his Cosmo ignited. Bang. Scree. The moment Hawk's limbs exploded with power, the skullcrawler's tongue detonated into shredded meat. Hawk hovered calmly in midair, completely unscathed. The skullcrawler shrieked, but showed no sign of feeling pain from its destroyed tongue, like a mindless monster with no emotions. It simply bit off the exposed stump of its own tongue and lunged at Hawk in the air. Sonic fist. Wham! The skullcrawler's head snapped to the side. At the same moment, its long, barbed tail, like a steel whip, lashed out toward Hawk. Hawk threw another punch, sending the skullcrawler, clearly tougher than the first two, at least strong enough to survive one of his hits without dying instantly, crashing back to the ground. The skullcrawler hit the canyon floor, shook its head, and in less than a blink, adjusted its stance and charged at Hawk again. Lightning. Sonic fist. Boom, boom, boom. Under the storm of fist strikes, the skullcrawler was first slammed into the ground. Then, with a piercing shriek, it pressed all four limbs flat against the cracking earth, trying to brace itself. Dust exploded upward, and under the relentless barrage of 100 punches per second, the skullcrawler's head finally shattered completely. In the endless cloud of yellow dust, the skullcrawler lay motionless, its skull obliterated, strange yellowish blood pooling beneath it. Not far away, Kong had grabbed one of the remaining skullcrawlers. With his mountain-sized hands gripping its head, he bared his fangs and, ignoring the creature's shrieking, bit down hard, tearing open its skull. With a sickening, wet-tearing sound, Kong ripped off half the skullcrawler's head in one savage bite. He then hurled the dying creature at the last skullcrawler charging toward him. The moment it instinctively dodged, Kong seized its tail with both hands. In an instant. Slam. Left. Right. Left. Right. Boom, 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 boom. The final skullcrawler, still gripped by Kong's hands, was repeatedly smashed into the ground on alternating sides. Its head visibly cracked and split apart until, with a final sickening crunch, it exploded completely. Kong dropped the corpse, turned toward the tunnel still belching yellow smoke, spread his arms wide, beat his chest with both fists, and let out a roar filled with rage. As if to say, "Come on. You want some more?" The tunnel didn't respond. But the flow of yellow smoke visibly thinned. Just then, Kong's peripheral vision caught Hawk flying toward the tunnel entrance. His roar became short and urgent. It sounded like a warning, "Danger ahead, don't get closer." Roar. "Don't worry. I'm just taking a look." Hawk recognized Kong's roar was directed at him. He glanced back with a smile, then landed at the edge of the tunnel, about 10 meters in diameter. The moment he leaned over to look inside, the phoenix cloth's visor materialized over his face, and he peered down into the depths. But he couldn't see anything. Absolutely nothing. Down there. Could this already lead to the so-called hollow earth? Hawk felt his gaze unable to penetrate the thick yellow fog below. His mind immediately went to the hollow earth that existed in the Kong universe. He suppressed the urge to jump down, pulled back, and turned to look at Kong, who had been watching him the entire time. Kong saw Hawk turn around and let out another urgent roar, as if to say, the skullcrawler's nest is down there. It's dangerous. Don't go. Hawk smiled at Kong's concern. Don't worry. I'm not going down there. Not right now. Kong seemed to understand. He let out another low rumble, then turned away. His massive arms grabbed the high canyon walls, and within moments, he disappeared over the ridge. Hawk returned to the Iwi village with Peter. Once again ignoring the tribespeople who revered him as their ancestor, he headed straight to Felicia's stilt house. A few minutes later, Peter came back from outside and immediately pulled Hawk into an enthusiastic hug. Man, I knew you'd find us. I just thought it'd take you a month. It's been a whole year. Peter. Felicia, standing nearby, interrupted. It has been a month. Peter instinctively turned to look at her. Felicia nodded. Just 1 month. Only 1 month has passed outside. What? Peter's eyes widened as he turned back to Hawk. Only 1 month passed outside. Hawk smiled at Peter, saying nothing. He'd noticed that the current Peter was a completely different person from the one he'd known before. But it was a good change. At the very least, the Peter he was looking at now seemed more upbeat, more confident, less withdrawn than the Peter back in New York. After all, the outside world was governed by rules. This place. This was the wild. Outside, Peter, despite his overwhelming power, had been restrained by those rules. Here, Peter had been completely liberated. Just like earlier, when they'd returned to the village together. The Iwi people had looked at Hawk with reverent awe. But when they looked at Peter, their eyes held respect and admiration. And Peter seemed to have built a pretty solid reputation here. Hawk thought about it quietly. Meanwhile, Peter, having just received the bombshell about the time difference, sat down on a nearby stool with a strange expression on his face. He covered his face with one hand and turned to Felicia, who was sitting beside him. So, the Iwi people weren't mistaken. My parents really did die over 100 years ago. Felicia looked at Peter and tried to comfort him. Look on the bright side. The Iwi didn't lie. Richard and Mary lived full lives. They died of old age. That was the silver lining in all this tragedy. Richard Parker and Mary Parker hadn't been killed by the endless horrors of Skull Island. Their plane had crashed near the Iwi village's river, and they'd lived there ever since, until they passed away naturally. That was also why, when Peter and Felicia had arrived at the Iwi village 10 months ago, they'd been accepted so quickly. Because Peter's parents had been here before. In fact, during their lifetimes, they'd taught some of the Iwi tribespeople English. And even though over 100 years had passed, a few members of the tribe had managed to preserve that language. That was how Felicia, with her exceptional linguistic talent, had been able to communicate with the Iwi so quickly. Peter was silent for a moment. He nodded, then forced a small smile onto his face. You're right. At least they died peacefully. He'd already accepted the fact that his parents were dead. It was just that the Iwi people's initial statement about them dying over 100 years ago had thrown him off. Peter thought about the time dilation between Skull Island and the outside world, then turned to Hawk with visible shock. Only 1 month passed outside. That's not possible. Even if they'd traveled to another planet, if someone told him there was a time difference between that planet and Earth, he could accept that. But Skull Island was just separated from the outside world by a thick storm system. That was it. And yet here Peter was, having lived a full year on the island, only to find out that barely a month had passed outside. Hawk glanced at Peter. You can shoot webs out of your wrists. Is that scientifically possible? Peter heard Hawk's counterargument, opened his mouth to respond, then immediately thought back to all the times people had bombarded him with questions about how he shot webs. He wisely decided to drop the subject and turned back to Hawk. So, is Aunt May okay? I told her ahead of time that I might be gone for half a year. She wanted to know what happened to my parents, so she supported me going. Hawk shrugged. How should I know? The moment the butler told me you two disappeared, I came straight here. But I can tell you this, when you get back, Aunt May's going to be thrilled. Peter assumed Hawk was talking about him finding answers about his parents' whereabouts. He grinned. Yeah. Aunt May's always wondered what happened to them. Hawk chuckled. Aunt May isn't just wondering about your parents. She's also wondering about the little spider. Peter's expression froze. What little spider? Take a guess. Hawk caught the look on his face, then glanced at Felicia, who was sitting nearby with her hand covering her mouth, and the pieces clicked into place. He turned back to Peter and gave him a mysterious smile. He hadn't known Felicia hadn't told Peter yet. So, this wasn't his fault. Peter wasn't an idiot. The moment he processed what Hawk had just said, his eyes went wide, and he turned to Felicia with disbelief written all over his face. Felicia. Yeah. Felicia didn't bother playing coy. Meeting Peter's gaze, she nodded. Peter's jaw dropped. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 77, 181, Transmigrators exist to fix regrets. Felicia's pregnant. Yes. I'm going to be a dad. That's right. Felicia. That's enough. Hawk watched Peter, who, after Felicia left the room, had been sitting in his chair like a broken record, and decided to cut him off. He looked at Peter with genuine curiosity. So how did you and Felicia end up together? Felicia had gone out to ask around the Iwi tribe about where they'd gotten what appeared to be adamantium. Hawk was genuinely curious about Peter and Felicia's story. And right now, he had time to kill. He'd considered going with Felicia, but he couldn't stand the way the Iwi people looked at him, like he was some kind of divine ancestor. Plus, he wasn't familiar with the tribe. So he'd asked Felicia to handle it instead. Peter heard the nosy tone in Hawk's voice, snapped out of his daze, and met Hawk's equally nosy gaze. His mouth twitched. I don't want to talk about it. Fine. Hawk's response was immediate. Then he looked at Peter again. But when MJ calls you a cheating scumbag, don't expect Gwen to defend you. Peter froze. Call me what? Why would she call me that? MJ already broke up with me over the phone. Right. But let me ask you, how many months pregnant is Felicia? 4 months. And how many months ago did MJ break up with you, not counting the time you spent on Skull Island? 3 months. See. Hawk smiled and spread his hands. MJ broke up with you 3 months ago. Felicia's 4 months pregnant. You do the math. Peter's pupils visibly dilated as Hawk's words sank in. The next second. Peter, finally catching on, immediately tried to explain. But time moves differently on Skull Island than it does outside. Hawk gave Peter a strange look. Right. You go ahead and explain that to MJ. Let's see if she believes you. But it's the truth. Will she believe you? She'll. Peter opened his mouth, trying to give a confident answer. But under Hawk's steady gaze, he completely deflated. He looked away and quietly began recounting how he and Felicia had gotten together. He didn't have a choice. MJ wasn't just his ex-girlfriend. She was also his neighbor. So. Peter knew MJ well. If he tried to explain to her why Felicia was 4 months pregnant when they'd only been broken up for 3 months, MJ would absolutely tear into him, calling him a two-timing scumbag with the most absurdly creative excuse she'd ever heard. Time dilation. Seriously. Even though it was the truth, hearing that explanation come out of his mouth would sound completely different than hearing it from Gwen. So, to make sure Hawk and Gwen could back him up later, Peter had no choice but to do what Hawk asked and tell the story of how he and Felicia got together. When I first got to the island, my powers just stopped working. It felt like there was some kind of mysterious pressure on the island. But it also seemed connected to how I was feeling after MJ broke up with me. I was pretty depressed. I couldn't figure it out, but my powers kept cutting in and out. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't. Skull Island is insanely dangerous. A normal person landing here probably wouldn't survive the first night. On our first day, the security team protecting Felicia was completely wiped out. It was just me and her left. Felicia could tell something was wrong with me, but she didn't blame me. Instead, she acted like a therapist, comforting me while we tried to make our way through the jungle. But we still ran into trouble. The day before we finally made it out of the jungle, I got sick. That was the first time I'd been sick since I got my powers. I was shaking all over. Freezing cold. It was Felicia. Felicia kept me warm with her own body heat. And then, weirdly enough, after that night, my powers came back. They stopped cutting out. And then we found the Iwi village. We've been living here ever since. After finishing the story, Peter looked visibly relieved. He turned to Hawk, who had been listening attentively. Now you know. You better back me up when the time comes. Hawk, having gotten the gossip he wanted, nodded and gave Peter a firm confirmation. Then he looked at Peter with a sigh. That's the power of love. Love could hurt someone, like how Peter's powers had started cutting out after MJ broke up with him over the phone. But love could also help him and pick himself back up and become stronger. Just like Peter said, after he and Felicia had become one in the cave during the storm, his powers had returned. Hawk thought about it, meeting Peter's gaze, and nodded again. It's good. What is? Felicia. Hawk smiled faintly at Peter. I'm really happy you found love again. And that you're having a baby together. Seriously, man. I'm happy for you. This was Spider-Man, after all. The moment Hawk had seen Felicia and sensed she was carrying a little spider, his heart had skipped a beat. Because Hawk genuinely considered Peter a friend. Peter had always lived by the motto, with great power comes great responsibility. No matter how hard life got, he'd never abandoned that belief. So Peter deserved a better life. Besides, wasn't that the whole point of being a transmigrator? To fix the regrets of the original timeline. Hawk smiled at Peter. Congratulations, man. You're going to be a dad. Thanks. Peter finally looked like his old self again, the good-natured spider he'd always been. He grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head as he accepted Hawk's blessing. The next second, Hawk's eyes lit up as he remembered something. He looked at Peter. Oh, by the way, MJ's dating someone new. Someone you know. Flash Thompson. Peter's goofy grin froze instantly. Hawk's smile was radiant. That's what real friends do. Real friends can genuinely, wholeheartedly celebrate your happiness. But at the same time, real friends will never pass up an opportunity to mess with you. That's friendship. Just then, Felicia walked back in from outside. She glanced first at Hawk, who was grinning like the cat who ate the canary, then at Peter, whose expression was completely frozen. She looked curious. What were you two talking about? Nothing. Peter snapped out of it immediately. He wasn't an idiot. Even if he were, he'd still know better than to talk about his ex-girlfriend in front of his current girlfriend. That was a forbidden topic. One wrong word and his current girlfriend could turn into some kind of Lovecraftian horror, an unspeakable thing beyond comprehension. Hawk caught Peter's desperate eye signals and smirked internally. He turned to Felicia. So, did you find anything out? Felicia gave Peter one more suspicious glance but dropped it when Hawk brought up the real reason she'd gone out. She sat back down beside Peter, let him take her hand, and began recounting what she'd learned from the Iwi tribe's high priestess. The high priestess said the metal was passed down from their ancestors. The Iwi people didn't always live here. According to the high priestess, they used to live somewhere else, not on this island. And they weren't always this weak, either. Apparently, their ancestors had all kinds of mysterious abilities. Some could breathe fire. Some could fly. But after a great disaster, everything changed. There was a creature even more terrifying than the skullcrawlers. They were forced to leave their ancestral homeland. And the metal they have now. They brought it with them when they left. Brought it with them. Hawk listened carefully to Felicia's explanation, catching the key phrase. He instinctively looked at her. You're saying they came from? Felicia nodded. Yes. Underground. According to the high priestess, they climbed up through the tunnel in the canyon. But that place has been taken over by horrible monsters. So every high priestess, before they die, passes down the story of their ancestral homeland to the next high priestess, but they're forbidden from telling anyone else. Because they can never go back. Peter, sitting beside her, frowned. Why didn't the high priestess tell us any of this when we asked before? He remembered asking the high priestess about the Iwi people's origins once before. She'd just gone silent. Like she'd entered a trance or something. Felicia glanced at Hawk, who seemed lost in thought, then smiled at Peter. Can you fly? No. Can you drag that giant swamp squid out of the lake? Actually, yeah. I could do that. Peter's eyes lit up as he looked at Felicia seriously. I haven't tested my strength limit yet, but I'm pretty sure I could stop a speeding train. Felicia hummed in acknowledgement. But could you drag the giant swamp squid out of the lake while you're in midair? Peter was honest. He shook his head. No. Hawk can. Felicia's explanation was complete. She looked at Hawk, then turned back to Peter. The high priestess probably figured that even if she told us, we couldn't help them reclaim their ancestral homeland. But Hawk. He could. Because to them, Hawk is a god. A god like their ancestors. Hawk chuckled at that but didn't bother denying it. If the Iwi people's so-called ancestral homeland really did have adamantium, he wouldn't mind helping them take it back, in exchange for the metal, of course. But. Hawk frowned and looked at Felicia. A creature more terrifying than the skullcrawlers. What is it? Did the high priestess say? She did. She called it a mutant. A horrifying aberration. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 78, 182, Eternals, Deviants, and Adamantium. Mutant. What's that? P.S. They're the Deviants from the Eternals movie, they just don't know them that well. According to the High Priestess, it's a creature of absolute terror, something called despair. Their entire bodies are covered in rough, black chitinous armor, riddled with cracks and fissures. Dark golden light shines through the gaps, almost like they have magma flowing inside them. They have asymmetrical limbs, some with multiple arms, others with multiple tentacles. But that's not even the worst part. The High Priestess said these horrifying mutants possess incredible evolutionary abilities. Felicia recalled how the Iwi High Priestess had described the creature in the tribe's temple, with a tone so vivid it felt like she was reliving the nightmare herself. Even now, retelling the story made Felicia shiver involuntarily. Hawk's eyes flickered with recognition. Evolution. Yes. The High Priestess said the Iwi people weren't always this weak. They're descended from the gods. They were born with immense power. But these mutants could kill one of their people and absorb their abilities. After a mutant devoured a fire-breathing Iwi, it gained the ability to breathe fire too. That's how the Iwi were driven back, step by step, until they were finally forced to flee their ancestral homeland. Damn. Hawk looked down, silent. Peter, who had been listening to Felicia's account, sucked in a sharp breath. Devour and evolve. Creatures like that actually exist. If one of those things ate Hawk, then... Hawk snapped out of his thoughts, raised an eyebrow, and gave Peter an exasperated look. Hey. Could you not jinx me? Sorry. Peter, realizing he'd said something stupid, immediately apologized. But his mind couldn't help imagining what would happen if the mutant Felicia had described gained Hawk's abilities. Good lord. That would be the apocalypse. Peter couldn't stop the thought from running through his head. Hawk ignored Peter and turned to Felicia. Is there a picture of this thing? A drawing or something? Felicia nodded. There's a mural of it on the temple walls. Let's go take a look. Okay. Felicia watched Hawk stand up and got to her feet as well. Peter, sitting nearby, shook his head to clear the apocalyptic images from his mind and stood up too. Night had fallen. In the Iwi village, tribespeople gathered around bonfires, chanting mysterious but hauntingly beautiful songs. Inside the temple, torches burned brightly along the walls. According to the Iwi, as long as the temple fires remained lit, the souls of their people could follow the flames and find their way home. Hawk stood in the temple now, looking up at the colorful mural illuminated by the firelight. It was vivid, almost alive. A creature, exactly as Felicia had described, snarled from the wall, looking as if it were about to leap right off the mural. Peter glanced around at the other murals. I'm still curious how these paintings have stayed this vibrant for so long. The colors haven't faded at all. Felicia said, the High Priestess said these murals were painted by the first group of people who escaped. In her words, they were descendants of the gods. Peter shrugged. I'm skeptical about that claim. They might not actually be lying. Hawk, hearing Peter's comment, turned around and looked at him. They're probably not descendants of gods. But there's a good chance they're descendants of the Eternals. He stared at the so-called mutant in the mural, and it finally clicked. He knew what this thing probably was. Not a mutant. The official name in the comics was abnormals. In the movies, they were called deviants. Setting aside the comic origins for a moment. In the movies, deviants were unique, nearly immortal life forms created by the Celestials through genetic engineering. The Celestials originally used deviants to clear apex predators from life-bearing planets, ensuring that life could develop and flourish. But even the Celestials probably didn't anticipate that the deviants would evolve through predation, shifting from targeting only apex predators to hunting and exterminating all life. That threw a wrench in the Celestials' plans. They'd used the deviants to ensure life could continue so they could complete what they called the emergence. But if the deviants ate all the life on a planet, how were the Celestials supposed to birth new members of their race? So, the Celestials created the Eternals, a species specifically designed to hunt deviants. After completing their mission, facilitating the emergence, the Eternals would be mind-wiped and sent to the next life-bearing planet to continue hunting deviants and ensuring life could thrive until the next successful emergence. Over and over again. Until the Eternals, after being mind-wiped too many times, their minds overloaded with corrupted data, eventually turned into vegetables. At that point, the Celestials would discard them without a second thought and create a new batch of Eternals to continue the mission. Now that Hawk knew the mutant was probably a deviant, and that the Iwi people were likely descendants of Eternals, everything suddenly made sense. Because if that was the case, then the metal that looked like adamantium earlier was probably genuine adamantium. No other explanation. The new celestial gestating inside Earth, Tiamat, possessed massive quantities of adamantium. Or rather, Tiamat was adamantium. That was mentioned in Captain America 4. It also explained why, when Hawk had first arrived on Skull Island, he'd felt the oppressive presence of a higher being weighing down on his power. If his guess was right, that divine pressure had come from Tiamat, the dormant celestial still growing inside the Earth. And Tiamat hadn't even woken up yet. This was just the unconscious pressure radiating from his slumbering form. If it was already this terrifying, what would the fully awakened Celestials be like? No. He had to get his hands on the Mind Stone as soon as he got back. For some reason, whenever he thought about the Celestials, his sixth sense flared with a warning, a sense of danger. The feeling was faint. But his instincts were screaming at him that when he eventually came face to face with the Celestials, they would be enemies, not allies. Hawk's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Peter and Felicia, having just heard Hawk mention Eternals, exchanged confused glances, both clearly lost. Felicia spoke up. "Hawk, what are the Eternals?" "A pitiful race that the Celestials use as tools." Hawk snapped out of his thoughts and gave a brief, blunt explanation of what the Eternals were. That was the truth. He wasn't exaggerating. Peter looked at the terrifying creature in the mural. "What about this mutant thing?" "Deviant." Hawk pulled his gaze away from the mural. "They're also a race the Celestials created to use as tools. But they refused to stay tools. They rebelled. That's why the Celestials made the Eternals, specifically to hunt them down." Peter blinked. "What's wrong with these Celestials? They create two races just to fight each other for fun. Fine, whatever, but why the hell did they dump them on Earth? Not just Earth. What? Every life-bearing planet in the universe has these two races." Peter's mouth opened and closed. Finally, he came to a conclusion. These Celestials are insane. Completely insane. Ha. Hawk laughed and looked at Peter, who clearly had no idea what he was dealing with. "When one of them eventually shows up on Earth, you can tell him that to his face." Peter froze. "Shows up on Earth? One of them's coming here." "Of course." Hawk shrugged. "But that's not for a few more years." Bad news. He was almost certain that when he met the Celestials, they'd be enemies, not friends. Good news. It would be years before the Celestials showed up. Thanos hadn't even snapped his fingers yet. Which meant Arishem, the leader of the Celestials, hadn't turned his attention toward Earth. Hawk still had several years to grow stronger. Even with the Seventh Sense and a Gold Saint's Cosmo, he probably couldn't beat one of them. Not yet, anyway. Fortunately. He still had time. Hawk's thoughts raced. He took a deep breath, then smiled at Peter and Felicia. "All right, you two should head back and get some sleep. When you wake up, we'll go home." Peter and Felicia's faces lit up with joy. The next second, Felicia seemed to realize something. She looked at Hawk. "What about you tonight?" Hawk smiled faintly. "I'm going to check out the underground tunnel." Now that he'd confirmed there was adamantium down there. What was the next step? Simple. Start mining. Sleep. Once he could punt the one above all and punch the abstract entities in the face, he'd have plenty of time to sleep. Right now. This was the time to grind. If you didn't hustle when you were supposed to hustle, then when Arishem the Celestial showed up to collect you, you wouldn't even have the luxury of crying about it. First, stockpile adamantium. Then get his hands on URU metal. Finally, find a material compatible with gamanium, and he could forge the true golden phoenix cloth, infused with the power of both the sun and the phoenix. Hawk's mind was already racing ahead. After telling Peter and Felicia not to worry, he turned, and in an instant, vanished from their sight. Peter and Felicia blinked at the spot where Hawk had just been standing. Peter was already used to it. He turned to Felicia. "Come on. Let's head back." Felicia snapped out of her daze, nodded, and walked with Peter toward the temple entrance. After a moment, she asked quietly, "Is Hawk a god?" Peter shook his head. "He said he isn't." "He said that." "Yeah." Back in London, some ugly guy trying to destroy the city asked Hawk if he was a god. Hawk said he wasn't. "Not yet." "Not yet." "Yeah. That's what he said." #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 79, 183, Deviance in the Deep Temple. In the Kong Canyon. Hawk's form materialized silently at the edge of the underground tunnel entrance, the one still belching out yellow smoke into the canyon above. The smoke didn't seem to be deliberately released. It looked more like a natural overflow. It was possible that when the Iwi had escaped from below, they hadn't sealed the entrance properly. Which explained why skullcrawlers kept crawling out. But why were skullcrawlers coming up instead of deviants? The deviants were far superior, both in appearance and ability, to these overgrown lizards. Was it because they didn't want to? Or because they couldn't? Hawk was leaning toward the second option. The deviants weren't choosing to stay down there. They were trapped. But as for why they couldn't come up, he'd have to go down and find out for himself. Decision made. Hawk didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and vanished into the earth beneath the Kong Canyon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hawk let gravity do the work, free-falling through the tunnel. The wind howled past his ears as he plummeted. He glanced up. The opening to the Kong Canyon had already shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. Hawk looked down. The tunnel was still choked with that thick yellow fog, visibility 0. Even his enhanced vision couldn't pierce through the dense smoke to see what was waiting at the bottom. The next second, Hawk ignited his Cosmo. His descent accelerated instantly. At the same time, Phoenix flames wrapped around both feet, just in case. If he ran into anything hostile down there, this flying kick would obliterate it on contact. Time became meaningless. Then, suddenly, his vision cleared. The hollow world unfolded before him. Boom. Hawk's body came to an abrupt halt midair. The force stop created a sonic boom beneath his feet, blasting a donut-shaped hole through the yellow cloud layer below. The shockwave echoed through the hollow world, reverberating for what felt like forever. Hawk looked up again. Above him, a thick layer of faintly glowing moss covered the ceiling. Massive, razor-sharp crystals hung down like stalactites. Dense yellow clouds filled the sky. If you looked closely, you could see the smoke drifting upward through a single opening in the ceiling. As for what lay below the ceiling, Hawk looked down. Massive, jagged mountains floated in midair, held aloft by some invisible force. The surface of each mountain was covered in the same faintly phosphorescent moss that coated the ceiling. The mountains were connected to each other by enormous, semi-transparent crystal bridges and thick, glowing vines. Beneath the floating mountains, the ground was cracked and fractured. Through the gaps, you could see that there was even more space below, not an abyss, but churning rivers of golden energy, like molten lava, flowing endlessly beneath every fractured piece of land. On the surface itself, forests, rivers, everything that existed above ground existed here too. And there were creatures here besides the skullcrawlers. A piercing shriek echoed through the air. A massive creature, over 130 meters long, shaped like a red serpent but with a pair of crimson wings, unfurled itself from a coiled position on one of the mountains. It opened its gaping maw and shot toward Hawk. Hawk snapped out of his thoughts. With a flicker of intent, he dove toward the creature, Phoenix flames wrapping around his right leg once more. Phoenix flying kick. Wham! The creature's head exploded on impact, spraying red fluid everywhere. Its massive body plummeted toward the ground. But before the corpse could hit the surface, a swarm of shrieking cries filled the air. Hawk turned toward the sound. He saw them, creatures that looked like a nightmarish fusion of owl heads and bat wings, massive bodies swooping in. They descended on the dead-winged serpent, already fighting over ownership of the heaven-sent meal while still airborne. Hawk glanced at them briefly, then followed his instincts and flew in a specific direction. Soon, he arrived at a canyon formed by two massive floating mountains. The canyon was deep, filled with dense forest. But here, there were no signs of any strange creatures. Even the owl-bat hybrids that had been tailing Hawk earlier screeched and fled the moment they saw where he was heading. Every living thing had an instinct to avoid danger. Clearly, this deep canyon held something so terrifying that even the creatures of this hollow world refused to go anywhere near it. But Hawk didn't sense any fear from the canyon. His gaze settled on something across from him, a temple that seemed to have fused with the mountain itself. It looked hauntingly familiar. Right. It was identical to the temple in the Iwi village. But unlike the one on the surface, this temple was completely covered in that faintly glowing moss. From a distance, it looked like it had become one with the mountain behind it. Hawk took a step, and instantly found himself standing inside the abandoned temple. The temple blazed with light. Strange crystals embedded in the beams and along the tops of the walls radiated white light, illuminating the entire interior like daylight. The first thing he saw were 10 massive statues carved from the same strange crystal. Each one depicted a different figure. 10 giant statues stood in a row. There was a woman with a gentle expression. A tall, imposing man. A man with an exaggerated expression. A woman with an icy demeanor. The 10 members of the Eternals. Hawk's gaze swept over the faces of the statues, his mind already piecing things together. Then his attention shifted to the murals covering both walls of the temple. If the murals in the Iwi village temple documented their history after arriving on Skull Island, then the murals here depicted their origins. After the last deviant was eliminated, the solemn leader stood alone by the sea. Behind him, the 9 other members each walked in different directions. The woman with the gentle expression and the tall man went together. They came to the hollow world and settled here. The first Iwi was born. They settled in this canyon. As dozens more Iwi were born, this temple was built. Then, the tall man left without a word. The gentle woman chased after him. Neither of them ever returned. The first male Iwi was chosen as the patriarch. Over time, the Iwi population grew. Clearly, the dangers of inbreeding didn't apply when you were dealing with beings touched by the divine. That first Iwi became the high priest. Countless Iwi lived in this canyon, peaceful, harmonious lives. Their extraordinary strength and abilities gave them confidence. They had never faced danger. They didn't even know what danger was. And then everything changed. The deviants appeared, bringing catastrophe to a people who had never known fear. Over time, the deviants, who could evolve through combat and absorb the abilities of those they killed, quickly gained the upper hand in the war. And then. There was no then. The final mural stopped abruptly, frozen on an image of an opening in the ceiling of the hollow world, the tunnel leading to the surface. Hawk pulled his gaze away from the murals and looked down at the base of the 10 massive statues. There, sitting on the steps with its head bowed, was a skeleton holding a metal staff. Based on the murals, this skeleton was probably the first Iwi. But, this skeleton hadn't been killed by deviants. Hawk's gaze settled on the gaping hole in the skeleton's ribcage, right where the chest should have been. This Iwi had died because some incredibly powerful energy, had punched straight through his chest. Hawk processed that information. The next second, his gaze shifted to either side of the 10 massive statues. From the shadows, silent and deadly, skullcrawlers emerged. Their eyes glowed with murderous intent. The moment they appeared, they launched themselves at Hawk without hesitation. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Instantly. The sound of Hawk's fists. The shrieks of the skullcrawlers. The wet, sickening noise of fist meeting flesh. All of it echoed through the temple in rapid succession. But the chaos came and went in a flash. The moment Hawk finished off the last skullcrawler, the temple fell silent once more. And then, 2 angry roars, accompanied by the rattling of chains, echoed from behind the statues. Hawk ignored the mangled skullcrawler corpses scattered around him. His form flickered, and he reappeared behind the row of 10 statues. In front of him, a massive curtain of white light. It was this light that made the 10 statues look like they'd been carved from pure jade. The roars were coming from behind the light. Hawk raised an eyebrow. He reached out and touched the white barrier. Ripples spread across its surface. His hand passed through without resistance. There was another space on the other side. Hawk didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, passing through the white light. His vision went white, and then cleared. What should have been a paradise, a massive cavern filled with flowers and greenery, had become something else entirely. It was now littered with skullcrawler bones and reeked of decay. It looked more like hell than heaven. The rattle of chains filled the air. The roars continued. Hawk followed the sound. And then he saw them. Deviants. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 80, 184, The Eternal, Ikaris. Their bodies were covered in rough, black chitinous shells, cracked and fissured all over. Dark golden light leaked through the cracks and crevices, as if molten lava flowed beneath the surface. Asymmetrical limbs, some with multiple arms, others with writhing tentacles. As Hawk looked at the 2 deviants in front of him, he remembered Felicia's description. It wasn't just close. It was identical. But these 2 deviants, which were currently roaring at him in aggressive postures, weren't attacking. Was it because they didn't want to? No. They couldn't. Because these 2 deviants had been chained up. That's right. Caged. Hawk immediately noticed the chains wrapped around the 2 deviants. 2 thick chains, gleaming silver, looking almost identical to adamantium, were wrapped tightly around each deviant's torso. The other ends were anchored deep into the mountain wall behind them. No matter how hard the deviants struggled, the chains connected to the mountain remained taut and unyielding. There wasn't even the slightest sign of breaking. Deviants. Chained up. What the? After processing what he was seeing, Hawk couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. His mind was racing with questions. But that wasn't the point. The point was, as the 2 deviants thrashed in fury at the sight of him, the rattling chains caused the moss and outer layer of the mountain to crumble away, revealing what lay beneath. Hawk stared as the mountain's surface peeled back, exposing a silver glow. He froze for a second, then walked over to the exposed section. The moment his hand made contact with the wall, he opened his 6th sense fully. And then. He was stunned. No way. The entire mountain was adamantium. Are you kidding me? Hawk's mind flashed back to when he'd first descended, all those floating mountains he'd seen scattered throughout the hollow world. His shock multiplied tenfold. To be honest, before coming down here, Hawk had been hoping to find some adamantium. But he'd assumed it would be like vibranium, something he'd have to dig out like a miner. Turned out, he didn't need to dig at all. These floating mountains, large and small, suspended in the hollow world's sky were made entirely of adamantium. They'd just been petrified over countless millennia, forming what looked like ordinary rock. Hawk's heart started racing. He made an immediate decision, turned around, and didn't even spare a glance at the 2 chained deviants. He didn't know what had happened here. But not his problem. He'd come here to find adamantium. What happened in this place, and why it happened, was none of his business. Grab the adamantium and get out. That was the plan. Hawk stepped back through the white barrier, returning to the temple. Boom. 2 beams of golden energy slammed into Hawk's chest. Caught off guard, he shot backward like a meteor, rocketing through the barrier and back into the canyon where the deviants were chained. His momentum didn't stop until his back slammed into the adamantium mountain wall. The mountain shuddered. More moss and stone crumbled away, exposing an even larger section of that distinctive silver glow. At the same time, the 2 deviants, seeing that Hawk had suddenly reappeared within their attack range, didn't hesitate. Roaring like chained guard dogs, they lunged at him. Hawk's Cosmo ignited instantly. He threw a punch, and with a sickening crunch, his fist punched clean through one deviant's torso. Then, without missing a beat, he spun mid-air and delivered a brutal axe kick to the second deviant, slamming it into the ground. The impact was so powerful that the deviant's head smashed into the earth, revealing that the ground itself was also made of adamantium. Which was harder, a deviant skull or adamantium? The answer was obvious. With a melon-splitting sound, the 2 chained deviants were now just corpses, one with its stomach blown out, the other with its head shattered. Inside the gut of the one with the blown-out stomach, a partially formed skullcrawler was visible. Clearly, the skullcrawlers that had been roaming outside, and the ones climbing up to Skull Island, were mutated offspring born from these 2 captive deviants breeding with each other. Hawk's mind raced as he pulled his gaze away from the deviant corpses and focused on the white barrier in front of him. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed through the temple. A man emerged. He had a rugged face, black hair, piercing blue eyes, and a muscular build. He wore a blue and gold uniform. The man's gaze first landed on the 2 dead deviants at Hawk's feet. Then, when his eyes shifted to Hawk, his blue irises flooded with golden energy. An instant later, 2 beams, identical to Superman's heat vision, shot toward Hawk. The same trick doesn't work twice on a saint. Boom. Hawk watched the attack coming and threw a punch to deflect it. At the same time, his body flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, accompanied by the sound of the phoenix cloth materializing and locking into place, he was directly in front of the man. And his fist slammed into the man's chest. Turnabout's fair play. The rugged man's expression flickered with surprise. Then, just like he'd done to Hawk moments earlier, he was sent flying backward. Crash. The man shot through the white barrier and slammed into one of the massive statues in the temple. The impact caused the petrified outer layer of the statue to crack and fall away, revealing the silver glow beneath. Even the statues are made of adamantium. Hawk flickered after him, watching as the massive statue began to topple. His mind reeled. Then he flickered again, reappearing in front of the man, who had just stabilized himself midair. Another punch. Wham! You're asking for it. The man's eyes blazed with golden energy once more. Scorching beams erupted from his pupils and collided with Hawk's fist in midair. The violent energy exploded outward, flooding the temple. The entire structure began to tremble. From the ceiling beams to the walls to the floor, everything began to crack and peel. The petrification and moss fell away completely, revealing what the temple had always been made of. Still adamantium. The legendary metal, supposedly rarer and stronger than vibranium, indestructible once set, was lying around this place like trash. Boom. The shockwave from the clash sent both Hawk and the men flying backward. Soon, the 2 of them stabilized midair, one hovering near the temple entrance, the other near the white barrier. They faced each other across the vast, open space of the temple. Hawk's Cosmo continued to burn. He stared at the rugged, black-haired man across from him. His mind raced through possibilities until it landed on a name. Icaris. Hearing Hawk call out his name, Icaris, who had been preparing to unleash another blast, paused. The golden energy in his eyes flickered but didn't fire. Still, his gaze remained ice-cold as he stared at Hawk. His voice was low and dangerous. Who are you? So it really is you. Hawk's suspicion was confirmed. His gaze swept across the 10 statues in the temple, then the murals on the walls. Finally, his eyes settled on the skeleton that had just fully collapsed from the tremors, the one with the hole punched through its chest. The 2 people in those murals, that's you and Circe, right? The Iwi living here are your descendants. Yours and Circe's. Am I right? Hawk spoke while keeping his eyes locked on Icaris. Icaris' gaze was glacial. His response was the same as before. Who the hell are you? Hawk. Just a guy passing through. Passing through. Icaris' gaze lowered slightly. Then his eyes returned to Hawk. No one on this planet has energy as powerful as yours. Hawk smiled faintly. I had my own lucky break. See. Before Hawk had gotten the reality stone, Mephisto had seen through him immediately, recognized that his power came from outside this universe. But after using the reality stone to manifest and solidify his energy, even an Eternal like Ikari's couldn't tell where his power really came from. By now, Hawk had pieced together what had happened here. Years ago, after Jack, the leader of the Eternals, led the team in eliminating the last deviant, she told everyone to scatter across the world and wait for the emergence. Ikari's and another Eternal, Cersei, had stumbled upon the hollow world. They'd settled here. And the Iwi were born. But later, Ikari's and Cersei left for some reason, abandoning the Iwi to fend for themselves. At some point after that, Ikari's came back. And he brought 2 deviants with him. The Iwi had no choice but to flee to the surface, to Skull Island. Over time, thanks to the different flow of time, they gradually devolved into the native tribespeople. Only the high priests, passed down from generation to generation, knew the truth about the deviants. As for why Ikari's did all this, who knew? But one thing was certain, Ikari's had brought back deviants that were supposed to have been wiped out. That much was undeniable. In the Eternal storyline, after the truth came out that Ikari's had used deviants to kill Jack, Cersei had confronted him. She demanded to know, did you bring the deviants back? And Ikari's response? Silence. Silence was answer enough. Just like now. Ikari's listened to Hawk's claim about having a lucky break, then let out a cold laugh. His eyes flooded with golden energy once more. I don't care who you are. Now that you know, you're not leaving. Boom. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 81, 185, Ikari's flees. Boom. Ikari's fist slammed into Hawk from above, sending him crashing downward. His body collided with one of the floating mountains behind him with a deafening impact. The mountain shuddered. Its petrified outer layer crumbled away. Hawk flickered and reappeared behind Ikari's instantly. Both fists shot forward. His burning Cosmo gathered in his fists, launching forward at impossible speed, creating a series of devastating strikes as beautiful and deadly as a phoenix spreading its wings. Phoenix wing. Boom. Ikari's was launched backward, slamming into another floating mountain. The massive impact sent the already suspended mountain drifting sideways, where it crashed into yet another mountain with a thunderous roar. Hawk vanished again. When he reappeared, he was directly above Ikari's. His palms opened wide. His Cosmo blazed to its peak. A brilliant phoenix manifestation took shape in an instant. Phoenix soaring wing. The conjured phoenix spread its wings and dove toward Ikari's below like an immortal firebird taking flight, its cry echoing through the cavern. Ikari's eyes widened. He launched himself upward, narrowly evading the attack's range. Rumble. The floating mountain below groaned under the violent shockwave. It trembled, then, as if suddenly released from whatever force had been holding it in place, plummeted through space and crashed into the ground of the hollow world below. The earth cracked on impact. Golden magma surged up from beneath like a volcanic eruption. But Ikari's was completely unharmed. Figures. There's a reason why you don't blow your ultimate move right at the start, whether you're a scion or a saint. Hawk watched as his strongest attack was cleanly avoided, his mind processing the tactical error. If this had been the end of the fight, that attack would have either killed Ikari's or crippled him. But the battle had just started. Ikari's stamina and energy were still fresh. Which meant the killing blow had missed. No big deal. Hawk's lips curved upward. Again. Die. Ikari's eyes blazed cold and merciless. Golden heat vision erupted once more. But I already told you, the same move doesn't work twice on a saint. Wham! Hawk flickered again. While Ikari's hung in the air firing his heat vision, Hawk appeared at his side and delivered a brutal spinning kick that sent Ikari's flying. His mocking voice followed close behind. He was exhilarated. Saints were born for battle. But ever since his Cosmo had reached a new level, he'd rarely encountered anyone who could make his blood boil like this. That was why he sparred with Thor on Mars every week. He needed to fight. He wanted to fight. And Ikari's, the Eternal, the so-called Marvel Superman, was giving him that rush all over again. Gentlemen, I love war. Ha! Damn it. Ikari's turned and saw Hawk's fist coming at him again. He cursed instinctively and shot upward. Boom. Hawk's fist slammed into the adamantium mountain instead. He looked up, tracking Ikari's trajectory. The next second. Crash. Ikari's was already back, slamming into Hawk from above and sending him hurtling toward the ground below. The battle raged on. Hawk and Ikari's forms flickered constantly, appearing and vanishing in midair, between floating mountains, across the towering jungle floor, and along the edges of the glowing golden magma flows. Ikari's, who possessed an energy conversion ability similar to Superman's, continuously absorbed the adamantium-infused energy from the air, rapidly replenishing his stamina while increasing his strength and speed. Hawk's Cosmo burned endlessly, its power providing him with an inexhaustible supply of energy. Every move they made was lethal. This wasn't a sparring match. This was war. A battle that would decide both victor and survivor. But the real victims were the creatures living in the hollow world. Countless flying beasts desperately tried to stay airborne, doing everything they could to avoid the shockwaves from the two combatants. What was nothing more than a glancing blow to Hawk and Ikari's meant instant death to them. So, in no time at all, the entire hollow world descended into absolute chaos under the weight of Hawk and Ikari's battle. Ikari's cold eyes locked onto Hawk. "You're one of Ajax's people, aren't you?" Pfft. Hawk let out a derisive snort. His form flickered, reappearing behind Ikari's and delivering a spinning back kick. "Is that why you're trying to kill me? So Ajax won't find out you've been breeding deviants down here." Ikari's vanished, dodging the kick. A sonic boom cracked through the air. Then he reappeared in front of Hawk, wrapped both arms around his waist, and drove him downward toward the dense jungle below. Phoenix feather. Bang bang bang. As Ikari's carried Hawk downward, the wings of the phoenix cloth launched countless flaming, steel-hard feathers, like a dense rain of arrows, hammering into Ikari's body at point-blank range. Ikari's blue and gold uniform was shredded to ribbons in seconds under the relentless barrage. But Ikari's eyes remained ice-cold. He stared at the ground below and roared. "Aha!" Boom. Like a meteor slamming into the earth, the ground shook violently. The land on either side buckled upward and then shattered. The massive impact reverberated through the entire hollow world, echoing like a hammer striking an anvil in the ears of every creature living there. Entire flocks of psychovultures plummeted from the sky, knocked unconscious by the sheer force of the sound. The massive red-winged serpent let out a mournful cry and plunged into the golden magma below. Ikari's hovered in the air, battered and bloodied. His once pristine blue and gold uniform now looked like rags. Golden blood streamed from countless wounds. Hawk rose into the air shortly after. He was just as roughed up. The phoenix cloth's glow had dimmed significantly. Visible cracks covered every inch of the armor. Blood trickled from the corner of Hawk's eye. Their gazes met. Ikari's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. Hawk was breathing hard too. The next second. Boom. Both of them launched forward simultaneously. Their fists collided midair. The shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact, leveling the ancient trees below that had stood in the hollow world for untold centuries. Crash. Ikari's was sent flying backward, his back slamming into a floating mountain. His face went pale. He coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Hawk's back also crashed into a floating mountain. He grunted involuntarily from the impact. Ikari's wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He glanced down at the golden blood staining his skin, then stood floating in the air once more, his expression blank. Hawk took a deep breath. His form rose into the air, hovering across from Ikari's once again. Back on Skull Island. Because they knew they'd be leaving today, Peter and Felicia had stayed up all night. By the time the sun rose, both of them had dark circles under their eyes. They sat on the porch of their stilt house, staring blankly toward the Kong Canyon. Peter. Yeah. Did Hawk say when he'd be back last night? I don't think so. Should we go check on him? Felicia glanced at the Kong Canyon, where Hawk still hadn't returned after a full night, and suggested it to Peter. Peter immediately shook his head. I'll go check. You can't. Why not? It's too dangerous. Dangerous. Felicia gave Peter an amused smile. You forget, when your powers stopped working, I was the one who drove off that mother Longlegs. Give me a break. Did he really think she was just some damsel in distress? She was the black cat. Peter's mouth twitched, but he kept shaking his head. That doesn't matter. You're pregnant. I'll go check. I'll be right back. Felicia smiled at Peter, who was clearly set on this, and shrugged. Fine. Forget it. Let's just wait a little longer. You don't need to go either. Okay. Peter's response was immediate. He had almost blind faith in Hawk's strength. So the moment Felicia backed off, he dropped the idea of checking the canyon entirely. Hawk could walk through the Kong Canyon like it was nothing. He couldn't. Better to wait. Peter and Felicia exchanged a glance, silently agreeing. Then they both turned their attention back toward the Kong Canyon. The next second, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of the canyon. Then a blue and gold figure shot into the sky like a missile, bursting out of the canyon. A sonic boom cracked through the air. Without looking back, the figure rocketed straight toward the massive storm system surrounding Skull Island. As he flew, golden droplets fell from his wounds. Boom. Hawk, his phoenix cloth covered in visible cracks, appeared in the air where Akari's had been standing moments before. His eyes instantly locked onto Akari's, who had already entered the colorful, lightning-filled storm wall in less than a second. Under Hawk's gaze, Akari's vanished into the storm, and his presence disappeared completely. Hawk stared expressionlessly at Akari's fleeing with his tail between his legs. He didn't chase. Because his armor had shattered. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 82, 186, A Gift from the Celestial Tiamat. Crack. With the mournful groan of shattering metal, the second phoenix cloth covering Hawk's body, which had barely held on this long, finally gave out. It crumbled into countless tiny fragments, peeling away from his body and falling toward the Kong Canyon below. A rain of golden shards drifted through the air like a shower of glittering snow. Hawk looked down at the falling pieces of his cloth, then raised his head toward the direction where Akari's had just vanished. This second cloth had already been on its last legs after multiple sparring sessions with Thor. That was the whole reason he'd thought to forge the Black Phoenix surplus using underworld gemstones in the first place. But while the Black Phoenix surplus was comparable to a gold cloth in power, the incomplete nature of his underworld's law meant it could only be worn briefly, or only in realms of the dead. So, the Black Phoenix surplus was great, but nothing beat the real deal. A true gold cloth. And now, Hawk had finally found all three materials he needed to forge one. That's right. Before his fight with Akari's, he'd only found substitutes for orichalcum and germanium. But after fighting Akari's, he'd discovered a substitute for the third material, star sand. It wasn't anything exotic. It was the golden lava flowing throughout the hollow world. Because that wasn't lava at all. It was energy. More specifically, it was the life energy meant to incubate the celestial seed Tiamat buried inside Earth. That was also why the hollow world had given birth to so many mountains made of pure adamantium. And more importantly, Hawk finally understood why his sixth sense had flagged the Celestials as enemies rather than allies. Well, yeah. Obviously. If he drained the life energy meant to incubate Earth's celestial seed, Tiamat's emergence would be delayed by God knows how many years. When the other Celestials eventually showed up and saw him, they'd know immediately that he'd stolen Tiamat's life force. Of course they'd want him dead. Anyone would be furious if a stranger showed up and stole their sibling's milk. But, furious or not, he was still taking it. Tiamat wasn't going to emerge anyway. Besides, he was only using a portion of it to forge his gold cloth. It wasn't like he was killing Tiamat. Tiamat probably wouldn't mind. Here's a fun fact. When the time came for Tiamat to emerge, the Celestial couldn't bear to see Earth destroyed. So he helped Circe seal himself away instead. That wasn't speculation. Circe said it herself. In the original storyline, after successfully sealing Tiamat, Circe told the other Eternals that she'd been about to fail, but Tiamat had joined the Unimind network and given her the massive energy boost she needed to complete the seal. So, if Tiamat chose not to emerge when the time came anyway, what difference did a few more years make? Hawk's gaze shifted back toward the tunnel leading to the hollow world. The next second, his form flickered and vanished, disappearing back into the hollow world. Akari's was gone. Which meant it was time to collect his prize. Back in the Iwi village, Peter and Felicia sat outside their hut, staring up at the sky with their mouths hanging open. They'd watched the entire fight. Neither of them had moved. After a long moment, Felicia snapped out of it first. Peter. Yeah. There's someone else on the island that's strong. Yeah. Peter nodded, frowning. He could fly. Black hair. And he looked kind of like the Iwi. Why do I get the feeling that guy was the divine ancestor they keep talking about? Felicia frowned. That can't be right. If that guy really was their ancestor, the Iwi wouldn't need Kong to protect them. Peter nodded. True. Peter. What? Good thing you didn't go after him. Peter and Felicia locked eyes. And in that moment, the air between them thickened with something disgustingly sweet. In the hollow world, Hawk stood before a massive floating mountain, one made entirely of adamantium. Phoenix Heart. Scree. The Phoenix Phantom materialized behind him instantly. Its massive, flaming wings unfurled and wrapped around the mountain. Then, in a flash, both vanished. At the same time, the enormous adamantium mountain silently appeared inside Hawk's cosmo. Hawk didn't hesitate. His form flickered again, reappearing in front of another floating mountain. The Phoenix Phantom flashed repeatedly. One mountain after another disappeared into his inner universe. By the time the mental warning from his sixth sense kicked in, he'd already claimed 10 adamantium mountains. He stopped immediately. A moment later, Hawk's feet touched solid ground. He reappeared at the edge of a churning river of golden energy. It was only after Akari's had slammed him into this golden lava that Hawk had realized what it truly was. From a certain perspective, he owed Ikaris a thank you. Sure, Ikaris had shattered his cloth. But Ikaris had also led him straight to the final ingredient he needed to complete a true gold cloth. This golden lava, brimming with infinite life energy, was the perfect substitute for germanium. It would serve as the bridge connecting URU metal and adamantium while imbuing the phoenix gold cloth with true life. Hawk reached out and plunged his right hand into the golden lava. The moment his hand made contact, the phoenix heart in his cosmo opened its eyes. Instantly, the sky above his inner universe split open like a cracked egg. The golden lava, composed entirely of pure life energy, poured into his cosmo like a waterfall. The moment the golden river entered Hawk's cosmo, it split into countless tributaries, flowing rapidly toward every corner of his inner universe. And if you looked closely, a lifelike phoenix, its wings spread wide enough to blanket the entire cosmo, was slowly taking shape, nourished by the immense life force. After all, this was the energy meant to birth a new celestial. The sheer magnitude of that power was staggering. And now Hawk was claiming it for himself. As the energy flowed in, Hawk felt his suppressed cosmos surge back to life. His power climbed rapidly, visibly recovering with every passing second. As the phoenix within his cosmos solidified, fueled by the torrent of life energy, Hawk's cosmo returned to its peak. Even though an invisible divine force was still trying to suppress him, the phoenix fears nothing. Inside his cosmo, the fully materialized phoenix spread its wings and cried out. Undying flames roared to life. One by one, embryonic stars began to form. In the blink of an eye, the number of stars in Hawk's cosmo had visibly multiplied. Once these stars fully matured, his silver sixth sense cosmo would reach its absolute peak. Right now, feeling the warning from his sixth sense, Hawk didn't hesitate. He pulled his hand back. The moment he withdrew, the golden lava resumed its natural flow. The brief interruption ended, and the river of energy continued surging toward the celestial seed still gestating deep within Earth's core. Standing at the edge of the molten river, Hawk gazed through the endless golden lava. It was as if he could see the slumbering form of the celestial Tiamat, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Thank you. Hawk looked at the vision of the sleeping Tiamat and spoke with complete sincerity. He took back what he'd said earlier about it being a joke. This celestial, this newborn god gestating inside Earth, really was different. Hawk could feel it. The sixth sense warning hadn't come from anywhere else. It had come from Tiamat himself. Just like in the original story, when Tiamat had helped Circe seal him away and put himself back to sleep. His ability to absorb such a massive amount of golden lava wasn't because of his own strength. It was because the slumbering celestial had allowed it. Tiamat had permitted him to take a portion of the life energy meant for his own incubation. As long as he didn't go overboard. Just like a moment ago, Hawk had been about to take more. After all, what difference did it make if Tiamat slept an extra 10 years? Or even 100? Time meant nothing to a celestial. But the moment Hawk had considered taking more, his sixth sense screamed a warning. So Hawk stopped. That was why he gazed through the river of golden lava and offered the gestating celestial a sincere thank you. But maybe it was just his imagination. After he spoke those words, it seemed like Tiamat's face, metallic and faintly reddish, softened into something resembling a smile. The kind of expression an elder might give when looking at a polite, well-behaved child. Ah. Tiamat's been inside Earth ever since he fell from the world tree. So, I guess that makes him an elder. Hawk's expression went through a series of complicated emotions. Then his mind raced, and he shook his head with a wry smile. He looked once more at Tiamat, deep within the river of golden lava, and said thank you again before turning away. He looked up, and vanished from the hollow world in an instant. But the moment Hawk's form shot back through the tunnel and headed toward the Iwi village. Back in the hollow world. The golden lava exploded into violent motion. The floating adamantium mountains began to fall. One by one, they plunged into the molten rivers and dissolved, becoming part of the flow. The ground itself crumbled, consumed by the surging tide of energy. Hawk had no idea what was happening in the hollow world behind him. The moment he emerged, he reappeared directly in front of Peter and Felicia, who were locked in each other's arms. A moment passed. Hawk turned his head away and coughed loudly. Ahem. Jesus. Hawk. The couple, who'd been gazing lovingly into each other's eyes, jumped at the sound. They turned and found Hawk standing right in front of them, God knows when he'd shown up. Hawk, suddenly reminded of his own fiancée, smiled at the two of them. Time to go home. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 83, 187, The Planet's Core. By the riverbank in the Iwi village. Hawk and Peter stood side by side, chatting while waiting for Felicia, who was deep in conversation with the Iwi high priestess not far away. Once Felicia finished talking with the high priestess, they could finally leave. Hawk had originally planned to handle the conversation himself. But he had no idea how to bring it up. And since Peter was just as reserved as he was, they'd ended up asking Felicia to do it. From any perspective, the High Priestess had been completely forthright with them. Hawk had used the information she provided to locate the adamantium. Still, he doubted the Iwi could ever reclaim their ancestral homeland, not now. Without Kong's protection and in their current state, they would be slaughtered by the creatures below within hours of returning. But Hawk couldn't make that decision for the Iwi. And more importantly, he didn't want to respect other people's choices. So after returning, Hawk had told Peter and Felicia the truth about the Iwi's ancestral homeland. The three of them had voted 2-1. Felicia would tell the High Priestess. Yeah. Very democratic. Peter, standing beside him, spoke in a low, confused voice. I still don't understand why the Iwi ancestor, this Ikaris you mentioned, would kill his own descendants. Hawk shrugged. Maybe he didn't want his bloodline to suffer. Hawk had pieced together why Ikaris had done it based on what he'd seen in the Hollow World and what he remembered from the Eternals movie. The Eternals had been created by the Celestials to eliminate deviants and protect the Emergents. Their memories were wiped after every emergence, and they were sent to a new planet to guard the next one. Which meant the Eternals didn't know the truth about the Emergents. They knew they were sent to eliminate deviants. They knew they had to wait for the new Celestial to be born. Mission complete. But they didn't know the real cost of the emergence. The birth of a new Celestial meant the destruction of the planet. Not that knowing would have helped. Their memories would be wiped afterward anyway, and they'd be sent into the next cycle. Except Ajak, the leader of the Eternals, was different. As the leader, Ajak's memories were never wiped. She'd always known the emergence meant planetary destruction. This wasn't a joke. For millions of years, Ajak had faithfully carried out her mission, always supporting the emergence. But after arriving on Earth for this particular assignment, something changed. She fell in love with the planet. She couldn't bear to destroy it. She started questioning whether her mission was right. She began trying to stop the emergence. To do that, she went to Ikaris and told him the truth about the emergence. After all, Ikaris was her chosen successor as the future leader of the Eternals. She hoped Ikaris would join her. That he'd reject the mission and protect Earth. But Ikaris refused outright. He even accused Ajak of losing her sense of duty. Ajak had no choice. She erased Ikaris' memories of the truth. But she still hoped that during his time living on Earth, Ikaris would reconsider and make a different choice. Later, Ikaris followed Circe to the Hollow World beneath Skull Island and settled there. And then, Ikaris' memories returned on their own. And he made his choice. He chose to continue fulfilling the mission the Celestials had created them for. The emergence would happen. But Ikaris, with his memories restored, was conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to fulfill his duty. On the other, he couldn't let go of his feelings. Because he knew that if he chose duty, he'd eventually have to fight his own teammates. And Circe. His love. He knew Circe loved Earth. And if he chose to complete his mission, he'd be destroying everything the woman he loved held dear. So, after struggling with himself, Ikaris chose to leave without saying goodbye. Just like the murals in the Hollow World Iwi temple depicted, Ikaris left alone. Because his love for Circe was his greatest weakness. Just like in the original plot, when Ikaris appeared in London, he still chose to protect Circe. Even in the final battle, when he had the chance to kill her and ensure the emergence, he gave up. But that was all in the future. The point was, right now, on this timeline, faced with a choice between duty and the feelings he couldn't let go of, Ikaris had chosen duty. But before that, he had to eliminate any obstacles that might stop the emergence. And when it came to the people he cared about, his loved ones, Ikaris had come up with a solution. The deviants. He planned to use the deviants to assassinate Ajak, who had started questioning their mission. But all the deviants had been wiped out at the beginning. Where would he find new ones? Fortunately, Ikaris had found 2 deviant eggs beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. But the eggs had no life left in them. No problem. He knew a place rich with life energy, the Hollow World where he'd once spent happy times with Circe before leaving her. So he returned. He used the life energy there to successfully hatch new deviants. And as his first target, naturally, it would be the Iwi, the descendants he and Circe had created. Rather than let his and Circe's offspring perish in the emergence along with everyone else, better to bury them himself. Of course. All of this was Hawk's speculation based on the murals he'd seen in the Hollow World and the plot of the Eternals movie. After all, Ikaris hadn't exactly sat down for a heart-to-heart with him. But Hawk figured the story had probably gone something like that. Peter's mouth opened. So there's really a Celestial inside our planet. And in the future, he's going to be born and destroy Earth in the process. Pretty much. Holy hell. Peter sucked in a sharp breath, then turned to Hawk. Hawk, we have to stop this. Hawk looked at the suddenly fired-up Peter and smiled. All right. How do you plan to stop it? Tiamat's down there right now. There is a way to kill him. Peter's eyes lit up. What is it? Destroy Earth. What? Tiamat is gestating in Earth's core. The only way to stop him from being born is to cut off his life energy. And the only way to do that is to destroy Earth before Tiamat destroys it. Just like what Ikaris did to his and Cersei's descendants. No way. Peter shook his head so hard he looked like a bobblehead. That's not an option. That can't work. There has to be another way. Hawk looked at Peter, who genuinely seemed desperate to know, and dropped the joking expression. Peter was still Peter. Limited power, unlimited responsibility. That was Spider-Man. Hawk thought about that, watching Peter, who really did want to know if there was a way to stop the emergence. There is. What? Trust future generations to figure it out. Peter blinked, staring at Hawk's completely serious face. That's not a plan. Hawk glanced at Felicia, who had finished talking with the High Priestess and was walking toward them. He turned back to Peter with a smile. Then let me give you a different answer. Do you trust me? Peter didn't hesitate. Of course. Then relax. You've still got me. I'm not worried, so why are you? Good point. Peter nodded instinctively, a wave of relief washing over him. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 84, 188, something happened in New York. Just then, Felicia walked over. Now that he had Hawk's not quite a promise, Peter had let go of his worries about Earth's future destruction. He looked at Felicia curiously, wondering what the High Priestess had decided. So. Are they going back? No. Felicia shook her head. After stopping in front of them, she glanced back at the High Priestess, who was walking toward the Iwi temple, leaning heavily on her staff. Then she turned back to Hawk and Peter. The High Priestess understands they'll never be able to go back. I think she just wanted to know the truth. After all these generations of wondering. Hawk's gaze also settled on the High Priestess's hunched figure as he walked toward the temple. The High Priests have been passing down their suspicions for generations. Otherwise, that first High Priest wouldn't have stayed down there to die instead of leaving with the others. He thought about the skeleton he'd seen in the Hollow World Iwi temple, sitting before the 10 godlike adamantium statues, waiting for death. The first High Priest. Ikaris and Cersei's first child. He must have known something. So he walked into the temple, smiled, and calmly accepted his fate when his father came to take his life. You gave me life. So if you want it back, come take it yourself. Hawk imagined what the first High Priest had been thinking in his final moments. That was also why, when collecting the adamantium, Hawk had only taken it from the mountains. He'd left the temple, which was made entirely of adamantium, and the 10 adamantium statues untouched. Not out of respect for Ikaris or Cersei. But out of respect for that first High Priest. Fear of death was a natural instinct for all living things. But the courage to face death head-on. That was what made humanity beautiful. Ikaris might not have been human. But that first High Priest was. If it had been Hawk. Without question. He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. Retreat now, get stronger, come back for revenge. There's no shame in strategic withdrawal, survival comes first. Let them think they've won. Lie low for years if needed, build up power, then come back and crush Ikaris when the time is right. That's what Hawk would have done. Before he had the power to take revenge, the best strategy was not to even think about it. Just like how, before his Cosmo awakened, he'd never shown anyone even a hint of his hatred. But. Even though he didn't agree with the first High Priest's choice, one thing was certain. That guy had guts. Hawk thought about the skeleton that had maintained its sitting position even after death, and in his mind, he gave the first High Priest the highest compliment one man could give another. Then he shook his head, dropped the subject, and turned to Peter and Felicia. All right, we're done here. Ready. Let's go. Peter and Felicia exchanged a glance, then nodded at Hawk. Ready. How are you planning to? Ah. Before Felicia could finish her sentence, she let out a shriek. In an instant, Hawk looked up and used his telekinesis to wrap around both Peter and Felicia, shooting straight into the sky. Boom. A sonic boom erupted over Skull Island. Hawk flew at supersonic speed, flanked by Peter and Felicia, both wrapped in telekinetic shields, and dove headfirst into the massive storm system that seemed to stretch from the heavens to the ocean floor. The next second. Rumble. The massive storm system seemed to take offense. Multicolored lightning bolts struck all around the three figures, cutting through the clouds in a triangle formation with Hawk at the lead. Red linear lightning. Blue ball lightning. Thick black lightning. Surrounded by countless lightning strikes, Peter and Felicia, protected by Hawk's telekinesis, gradually calmed down from their initial panic. The massive storm system wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. In what felt like the blink of an eye, as the storm clouds spat them out, Hawk, along with Peter and Felicia, still wrapped in his telekinetic bubble, broke through. Like waking from a dream. The Pacific Ocean roared beneath them. Wind howled. Thunder crashed across the sky. Rain hammered the water's surface. All of it dragged the three of them fully back into reality. Hawk didn't slow down. He carried Peter and Felicia, successfully retrieved, toward the Osborne experimental platform in the Pacific at high speed. By now, the platform's power systems had been fully restored. From a distance, through the raging wind and rain, the Osborne platform, built right on the Pacific surface, blazed with light. Like a beacon in the vast ocean. Thud. Hawk's feet touched down solidly. A moment later, Peter and Felicia, still wrapped in telekinesis, also landed safely on the platform floor. The next instant, 10 armed guards rushed out of the platform facility, their weapons red laser sights painting dots all over Hawk, Peter, and Felicia. Just then, a voice echoed from inside the facility, accompanied by rapid footsteps. "Stand down. Lower your weapons." Moments later, a woman hurried out of the facility, frantically ordering the guards to lower their guns. She ran straight to Felicia and threw her arms around her, overcome with emotion. "Boss." It wasn't just anyone. It was Felicia's personal assistant. Even though the old butler had contacted Hawk immediately, he'd also reached out to the assistant. She'd assembled an international security team and rushed here as fast as she could. They'd found the surviving researcher, who told them Hawk had already been here and left again. So the assistant and the security team had restored the power systems and set up camp to wait. The security team didn't mind. They were getting paid by the hour anyway. And so, they'd been here for 17 days. Inside one of the facility's rooms, Hawk raised an eyebrow when the assistant told him how long he'd been gone. 17 days. About that. You were there for a day and a night, and we left around 10 in the morning, so yeah. The time difference is real. Peter explained, then gave Hawk a strange look. Does that mean I'm technically a year older now? He might have only been missing for a little over a month on the outside, but he'd spent a full year on Skull Island. Hawk heard Peter's random question and laughed. I think you should worry more about how you're going to tell Aunt May she's going to be a great aunt in few months. Peter's expression visibly froze. Hawk chuckled, then turned his attention back to the assistant. Has anything particularly noteworthy happened in New York while we were gone? The assistant thought for a moment, then shook her head. As far as I know, nothing major. Hawk nodded. Just then, Felicia came back in from outside, holding a satellite phone. She'd stepped out to call the old butler. The old butler had wanted to come himself. The only thing that stopped him was the very real concern that his old bones might give out halfway through the flight. So when he'd gotten Felicia's call, he'd been overjoyed. Hawk, are you flying back yourself, or coming with us? I'll go with you guys. Nothing major had happened in New York anyway. Flying back would drain energy. Especially after that hard fight with Ikaris. So yeah. Hitching a ride on their plane was the smart move. Hawk borrowed the satellite phone from Felicia as he spoke, planning to let his fiancée know he was alright. Even though he'd told Gwen before leaving that he might be delayed, now that he was out, he should call. Just to make sure she wasn't still worried. Except, the call wouldn't go through. Hawk listened to the dial tone on the other end of the satellite phone. His expression darkened. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 85, 189, Phoenix Residence. New York City. Manhattan. Bleecker Street. 521A, behind the mailbox, which had Phoenix Residence freshly stamped on it not too long ago, sat a spacious single-family home with an attached garage and storage shed. Gwen woke up that morning and immediately checked her phone. Still no call from Hawk. She wasn't worried. After all, Hawk had warned her before leaving that this trip might take some time. So, Gwen threw off the covers, stretched, and padded barefoot toward the bathroom. A little while later, fresh from the shower, Gwen towel-dried her blonde hair and tied it into a high ponytail. The first thing she did was put her Andromeda cloth necklace back on. She'd set it aside while showering. Then she opened the closet, changed into comfortable loungewear, and left the bedroom. Summer break had officially started. Gwen walked into the living room, flipped on the TV, then headed into the kitchen. She pulled out a few recipe cards she'd copied from her mom's collection a few days ago. She was planning to try making something new today. If it worked out, she'd have another dish ready for Hawk when he got back. On the big TV in the living room, the lead anchor from New York's local news station was running through the day's headlines. News was a generous term. Most of it was the same old stuff. Shootings. Bank robberies. Welcome to America. Gun violence every day. And in New York? It wasn't measured in days. It was measured in hours. Gwen multitasked, half listening to the news broadcast from the living room while preparing ingredients according to the recipe card. Just then. And now, an update on yesterday's shooting in Times Square. According to an inside source at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the shooting was orchestrated by Sharon Carter, a suspected agent from an international terrorist organization based in London. Wait, who? Sharon. Gwen, who had been carefully measuring ingredients, froze at the familiar name. She turned around, still holding a kitchen knife, and quickly walked into the living room. She stared at the TV screen. The anchor's face was displayed in the center, with a photo inset in the upper right corner. It was Sharon Carter. The FBI has officially placed Sharon Carter on their most wanted list. Anyone with information. Oh my God. Sharon's been declared a fugitive. That doesn't make sense. Isn't she part of some secret global law enforcement agency? Gwen stared at Sharon's wanted photo on the screen, her breath catching in her throat. Just then. Knock, knock. Urgent pounding on the front door made Gwen jump. She turned instinctively toward the entrance. Sharon's voice, weak, strained, came from the other side. Gwen, it's me. Sharon. Gwen stood frozen for a moment. Then she sprinted to the door and yanked it open. Thud. Sharon's car sat on the front lawn, engine still running. And Sharon herself, covered in blood, collapsed forward the instant the door opened, falling toward Gwen's feet. Gwen gasped. The next second, snapping out of her shock, Gwen quickly helped Sharon inside, hurriedly shut and locked the door, then half-carried her to the living room. Sharon collapsed onto the rug in front of the fireplace. Sharon had been shot twice, once in the right shoulder, once in the abdomen. Both wounds were still bleeding. Gwen rushed to grab the emergency medical kit from the house, then knelt beside Sharon and prepared to stop the bleeding. But just as she was about to start, Sharon, leaning weakly against the couch, stopped her. The bullets are still inside. You have to take them out first. My dad's a police captain, Sharon. Gwen, who had already grabbed tweezers and alcohol for sterilization, gave Sharon a reassuring look. You're going to be fine. Trust me. Gwen didn't know exactly what had happened. But Sharon was Hawk's friend. Which made her Gwen's friend too. That was all that mattered. Gwen's initial panic had been because of all the blood, not fear. And she was the daughter of a police captain. After the brief moment of shock passed, she regained her composure. She might not know how to treat every kind of injury. But gunshot wounds. That wasn't even homework. That was basic knowledge. Of course, knowing what to do and actually doing it were two different things. Still, even though it took some time, Gwen successfully extracted both bullets from Sharon's wounds. Once they were out, she grabbed the suture thread and glanced at Sharon. We don't have any anesthesia in the house. Sharon's pale face pulled into a faint smile. It's fine. Just do it. Okay. Gwen didn't argue. As she began stitching Sharon's wounds, she tried to distract her from the pain by asking what had happened. Sharon, gritting her teeth as Gwen sutured the abdominal wound, sucked in sharp breaths and quickly explained. Long story short. Hydra was making a comeback. Specifically, Hydra agents embedded in SHIELD bases around the world had simultaneously launched their second uprising yesterday afternoon at 2 p.m. Washington time. Gwen heard the word Hydra and nearly lost her grip on the needle. She steadied herself, her eyes going wide as she stared at Sharon's pale face. Hydra. I thought they were wiped out. That's what the history books said, anyway. So hearing that Hydra had resurfaced, and had been hiding inside SHIELD this entire time, was almost impossible to believe. Sharon felt the same way. I couldn't believe it either. But it's the truth. Hydra never disappeared. They've been parasites inside SHIELD, using the organization's resources to grow stronger in secret. 10 days ago, I went to the black site to retrieve Dr. Merrick, the guy we arrested a few years back for illegal human cloning experiments. That's when I noticed something was off. The Dr. Merrick in the black site wasn't the same Dr. Merrick I'd seen in the original files. But all the digital records said it was him. I didn't raise any alarms at first. After bringing Dr. Merrick back, I went to Commander Hand and told her what I'd found. Commander Hand realized something was wrong immediately. She contacted Commander Hill through a secure channel. There was a mole inside SHIELD. Commander Hill was still in Wakanda and couldn't get back right away, so she authorized Commander Hand to start a secret investigation. Over the past few days, with Commander Hill's clearance, we discovered that it wasn't just the black site. Items in the secure storage facilities, dangerous materials, had been swapped out too. And the timeline went back years. Even Commander Hill found evidence that some of the vibranium under her watch had gone missing. But she couldn't make a move. She was worried about tipping them off. So she secretly contacted Director Nick Fury. Because Commander Hill was stuck in Africa, Director Fury, who'd had his clearance suspended, was temporarily reinstated. He used his authority as director to recall Natasha and Barton from Africa, then contacted Captain America and told the three of them to meet up and track down the vibranium shipment. And then. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 86, 190, Hydra Second Rise. We still tipped them off. Yesterday morning at 10 o'clock, Director Fury left headquarters and was ambushed. He made it to Captain Rogers but was attacked again. He was pronounced dead. By the time Commander Hand and I got word, the Hydra agents embedded in New York's S.H.I.E.L.D. branch had already started moving. Caught off guard, a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were gunned down on the spot. I was trying to get Commander Hand out of the building. But she took a bullet to the leg. So she stayed behind to cover me while I escaped. After that, I spent the night hiding. When I felt like their search had died down a bit, I found a car and drove here. Actually, Gwen's house hadn't been Sharon's first choice. She didn't want to bring danger to Gwen's doorstep. Hydra wanted world domination. But if anything happened to Gwen, the world itself would be in danger. If Gwen got hurt, Hawk would lose it. He'd scream, "My love is dead, I don't care about right or wrong anymore," flip the table, and burn the entire planet to the ground. But New York was a big city, and Sharon had run out of safe places to go. Safe houses were out of the question. This was an internal S.H.I.E.L.D. uprising. Any safe house she knew about, Hydra knew about too. They were probably waiting at every single one, ready to spring a trap. Next on the list, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s allies in New York. Thor. He was out of state with his girlfriend, Jane Foster, visiting New Mexico. Tony Stark. Iron Man and Pepper Potts were in South Korea for the grand opening of Dr. Helen Cho's regeneration lab. They'd gone to show their support. Carrie White, the rising witch. Carrie had left a while ago with her mentor to visit other supernatural witches in New Orleans. As for Natasha and Barton, forget it. They weren't even based in New York. And if Captain America was being hunted, Natasha and Barton were probably in just as much trouble as Sharon. So after running through her options, Sharon had thought of 521A Bleecker Street. Except HYDRA had apparently thought of it too. Sharon's 2 gunshot wounds hadn't come from yesterday's escape. She'd been hit on her way here, just minutes ago. But here was the strange part. The moment her car entered the Bleecker Street neighborhood, the 2 Hydra vehicles chasing her had slammed on their brakes. Gwen blinked as she listened to Sharon's story. They stopped outside the neighborhood. Yeah. Sharon nodded, then considered a possibility. S.H.I.E.L.D. has files on Hawk. Hydra definitely has access to them. Maybe, in Hydra's view, Hawk's someone they can't afford to provoke. Reputation cut both ways. To Hawk's friends, he was easygoing and laid back. But in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records, Hawk had an official codename, Phoenix, and an unofficial nickname. The Demon King. Because Hawk was the kind of guy who, once provoked, would go nuclear. Best case. He'd wipe out your family. Worst case. He'd wipe out your entire bloodline. The former was represented by General Ross's family. The latter was represented by the Wakandans. Even though Hawk wasn't currently in New York, only his fiancée Gwen was home. Provoking Gwen was infinitely more dangerous than provoking Hawk directly. Hawk was the Demon King. Gwen was the chain that kept him restrained. The last group that tried to hurt Gwen had been wiped off the map. Wakanda's ashes were still settling. Sharon guessed that was why HYDRA hadn't dared to enter Bleecker Street. They weren't giving the Demon King any reason to rampage. Gwen's mouth fell open slightly. She'd thought Hydra was supposed to be terrifying and unstoppable. She hadn't realized Hydra was apparently afraid of Hawk. But was Hawk really that scary? He was actually pretty nice. And he listened to her. When she told him to wash his hands, he washed them. When she said to, Gwen quickly shook her head, refocusing on the situation. She turned to Sharon. "So you're saying I should be safe here?" By now, Gwen had finished her emergency treatment. Sharon looked at the bandages wrapped around her shoulder and abdomen. She tried to stand, but the sharp pain forced her back down. Gwen quickly helped Sharon onto the couch. Sharon looked at her. "Do you have a phone?" "Yeah." Gwen nodded, turned, ran into the kitchen, grabbed her phone, and came back. Sharon took the phone, glanced at the screen, and her lips twitched. She handed it back to Gwen. "They've blocked the signal." Gwen took the phone back. Sure enough, no service flashed on the screen. She looked up just in time to see Sharon struggling to stand again. "Wait, Sharon, what are you doing?" I have to leave. If they attack, you'll be in danger. Better safe than sorry. If HYDRA succeeded, there'd still be a chance to fight back. But if Gwen got hurt, the world was finished. Gwen raised an eyebrow and gently pushed Sharon back onto the couch. They're right outside. If you leave now, you're walking into a trap. And you said it yourself, they stopped at the edge of the neighborhood. They're not coming in. Sharon shook her head. That only works if Hawk's here. Now that he's gone, who knows if they'll actually stay out? Gwen sighed. Sharon, Hawk left New York temporarily. He's not gone forever. Sharon froze, looking up at Gwen. Oh. Right. Hawk wasn't dead. Just away. Would HYDRA risk it? Just then. There was a knock at the door. Sharon instinctively grabbed her gun from the side table. Gwen jumped, then turned toward the front door. A voice called from outside. Miss Stacy. FBI. Gwen frowned. Sharon's voice dropped to a low growl. They're here. Get upstairs. Don't come down, Gwen. As she spoke, Sharon forced herself to her feet. Her pale face flushed an unnatural red. She was planning to make Gwen go upstairs while she handled this final fight alone. But Gwen grabbed her arm. You hide. I'll check it out first. What? You. Relax. I'll be fine. Gwen pulled out her Andromeda cloth necklace and smiled at Sharon. Hawk gave me this. As long as I'm wearing it, I won't be in danger. She remembered what Hawk had told her at Camartage. If she was ever in danger, the necklace would protect her. And for some reason, the thought of opening the door and facing Hydra agents didn't scare her. Instead, she felt a strange flutter of excitement. Maybe it was because every time she'd been in danger before, Hawk had always shown up at exactly the right moment. Like when Betty Ross sent those assassins after her. Or when the Wakandans came. Hawk was always there, standing in front of her, shielding her. So, Gwen wasn't afraid. She was, almost looking forward to it. Before Sharon could respond, Gwen turned and walked toward the door. Sharon, who had been about to stop her, watched helplessly as Gwen headed for the entrance. She gritted her teeth, scanned the room, then pressed herself against the wall beside the door, gun raised, ready to fire the moment things went south. It wasn't perfect protection. But it was better than actually hiding and leaving Gwen to face danger alone. Soon, Gwen reached the front door. She glanced back at Sharon, pressed against the wall, gun in both hands, then took a few deep breaths. The moment the knock came again, she opened the door. The instant the door swung open, Gwen saw 3 men standing on her front porch. All of them wore black suits with FBI vests emblazoned with the letters in white. The 3 agents saw Gwen too, standing there in a pure white loungewear outfit stained with blood. Gwen kept her voice as steady as possible. Can I help you? Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 87, 191, the HYDRA Trio's performance. The lead Hydra agent standing at the door, dressed exactly like an FBI agent, pulled out his credentials. Miss Stacy. FBI. Gwen stood in the doorway and glanced at the badge the agent was holding up. Can I help you? We have a suspect wanted for crimes against national security who ran into this residence. Would you mind handing her over? No. The lead Hydra agent stared at Gwen, who had barely thought for a second before shaking her head and flat out refusing, and fell into stunned silence. Under normal circumstances, when dealing with regular civilians who weren't exactly eager to cooperate with their work, they'd usually just strong-arm their way through. After all, civilians who didn't cooperate with them weren't really regular civilians anymore. Time to bring the hammer down. When words didn't work, they knew how to use their fists. But this wasn't a normal circumstance. And Gwen wasn't a regular civilian. The ashes of Wakanda still hadn't been cleaned up yet. An entire people's souls were still floating around over there. So, after giving himself several mental pep talks, the lead Hydra agent plastered a smile back on his face and addressed Gwen, still standing in the doorway. Miss Stacy, we have no desire to make an enemy of you. All we want is the wanted criminal. If you hand her over, we'll leave immediately. We won't stay a second longer. Gwen didn't budge. She just kept shaking her head. Like I said, the person you're looking for isn't here. Motherphew. The second Hydra agent standing to the left of the leader heard that response and immediately lost his cool. He exploded on the spot, pointing directly at the clearly visible bloodstains on Gwen's loungewear. Are you kidding me right now? You think we don't have the guts to force our way in? Screw this, you. Smack. Before Gwen's expression could even darken, the lead agent moved first. His hand shot out in a vicious backhand, slapping the agent beside him, who had just pointed at Gwen's clothes while cursing, straight across the face. The force was so brutal that it knocked two of the man's teeth clean out of his mouth. On top of that, the impact made him spin in place like a top. Gwen watched the Hydra agent lose his teeth and spin around, visibly startled. "I apologize." After furiously smacking his own colleague, the lead Hydra agent immediately put the smile back on his face and turned to Gwen. "My partner didn't know who you were. I'm apologizing on his behalf." Gwen snapped out of it, staring at the agent in front of her, whose face was covered in a servile, ingratiating smile, and took a deep mental breath. "I don't have any special identity. All I know is that the person you're looking for isn't here. Miss Stacy, we saw the fugitive enter this residence with our own eyes. Her car is still on your front lawn." The lead agent gestured toward the bullet-riddled car Sharon had driven over and parked on the grass. Gwen glanced in the direction he was pointing. "I don't know whose car that is. But there's no one you're looking for inside my house." The third Hydra agent standing on the right wasn't having it either. His tone dropped low, carrying a clear warning. "Miss Stacy, you should understand why we're being so polite right now." Gwen turned to look at the third agent who'd just spoken, then let out a dry laugh. "Of course I do. But do you understand something? You're sure you want to come in? Fine. Go ahead. Come in." As she spoke, Gwen stepped aside. The path into the house was now wide open. But the three Hydra agents standing at the door stared at the clear path Gwen had just opened and hesitated. Because Gwen had added one more thing. "But remember, I didn't invite you inside. You forced your way in. Please remember that. Because when my fiancé gets back, I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him that while he was away, 3 agents, who may or may not actually be FBI, ignored my objections and broke into our home." The moment those words left her mouth, the HYDRA trio, who had just felt a flicker of satisfaction when Gwen stepped aside, immediately froze. Of course. They really were afraid of Hawk. Gwen watched the 3 Hydra agents, one playing bad cop, one playing good cop, and one playing scary cop, and their expressions confirmed it. The 3 agents' faces went stiff. They exchanged glances with each other. Seeing that, Gwen shrugged and prepared to close the door on them. Just as she was about to shut it, the agent with the clear handprint on his face, the one who'd lost his teeth playing bad cop, snapped loudly, "Miss Stacy, don't think we won't do it." Gwen paused and stopped closing the door again. The good cop agent also spoke up in a low voice. "Miss Stacy, this is your last warning. Hand over the fugitive. We have no desire to make an enemy of you. But that doesn't mean we're going to keep backing down if you stand in our way." That didn't make sense. Before joining HYDRA, they'd been meek and cautious. The whole point of joining Hydra was so they could finally throw their weight around. If they were still being meek and cautious, what the hell was the point of being in HYDRA? Gwen looked at the good cop agent, her eyebrow arching. The next second, the lead agent, playing the nice guy role, had already taken the first step, snapping at his good cop partner. "Shut up." That confirmed it for Gwen. These 3 Hydra agents were running a textbook good cop, bad cop, scary cop routine. Once she realized that, Gwen almost laughed out loud. But at the same time, she found herself curious about something. Gwen's gaze landed on the lead agent, the one playing nice guy. "I'm curious. If my fiancé were home right now, would you still have the guts to knock on this door, show up on our doorstep, and threaten me, right in front of him, to hand over the person you're looking for?" "Hell no." The lead agent answered that question in his head without a second's hesitation. But he didn't say it out loud. After all, if he actually said that, it would be like boosting someone else's reputation while destroying his own. But did he dare? Sorry. Really didn't. If he dared, they wouldn't have slammed on the brakes the second they saw Sharon Carter drive into Bleecker Street while they were chasing her. They wouldn't have been too scared to follow her in. Everyone knew Bleecker Street was home to a demon king whose punishments ranged from wiping out entire families to exterminating entire bloodlines. So the moment they stopped their car, they'd immediately called it into their superiors. And then, once their superiors found out Sharon Carter had run into Bleecker Street, they'd gotten chewed out and told they had 3 options: bring Sharon Carter back immediately, kill Sharon Carter immediately, or kill themselves. But that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that their superiors had also told them that when capturing or killing Sharon Carter, they were not to provoke the Demon King's shackles. As for how to bring back or kill Sharon Carter without provoking the Demon King's shackles, their superiors didn't say. They just told the 3 of them to use their initiative. Because if the operation failed, Hydra would disavow them. Good lord. But complaining aside, the job still had to be done. After all, defying the Demon King might get them killed, but if they didn't follow the organization's orders, they'd definitely die. And it would be a brutal death. The three of them had huddled in the car, put their heads together, and come up with a plan. The basic strategy: coax, scare, and threaten. One person would play nice guy and coax. One person would play good cop and scare. And the third would play bad cop and threaten. Three-pronged attack. Maybe, possibly, there was a chance it might work, that they could get the Demon King's shackles, also known as Gwen, to hand over Sharon Carter. After all, according to the file, Gwen was only 19 years old. And so, they'd gone for it. And now, hearing Gwen's question, they were completely stuck. Obviously. Gwen hadn't been intimidated by them. Not only that, but it seemed like the roles had reversed. She was looking at the Hydra trio at her door with open amusement. Looks like you wouldn't dare come here if Hawk were home. But I should remind you, Hawk only left New York temporarily. He's not gone for good. One sentence. Hawk was just away temporarily. He wasn't dead. A dead Demon King might not be that scary. But a temporarily absent Demon King, one who'd already proven that crossing him resulted in disaster, if he came back and found out about this. Only God knew what would happen. Gwen said all that, then shifted gears, addressing the Hydra trio in front of her. If you leave now, I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, when my fiancé gets back, I'm going to tell him everything. And I won't be asking him to go easy on you. You should know how terrifying my fiancé is. I'm telling you, he doesn't even spit out the bones. When Gwen mentioned that Hawk didn't spit out bones, her expression looked oddly familiar. As if she'd seen it happen firsthand. She'd hoped that saying this would be enough to get the three of them to leave. But the good cop Hydra agent heard Gwen's words and seemed to catch on to her urgency to get rid of them. He let out a cold laugh and looked at her. But your fiancé isn't in New York right now, is he? Like they'd said before, if they didn't capture or kill Sharon Carter today, they were dead. So after the good cop agent started playing bad cop, the lead agent, who'd been playing nice guy, also dropped the smile from his face. He looked at Gwen. Miss Stacy, step aside. Otherwise. Before he could finish, a voice, cold and ominous, came from behind them. Otherwise, what? Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 88, 192, The Demon King Who Doesn't Spit Out Bones returns. The moment that cold voice came from behind the Hydra trio, every trace of expression vanished from their faces. Even their complexions turned deathly pale in an instant. Gwen, on the other hand, smiled. The serious, intimidating expression on her face melted away at visible speed. Her gaze swept past the shoulders of the three Hydra agents and landed on Hawk, who had seemingly materialized out of thin air behind them, and her face gradually broke into a beautiful smile. Of course. When she was in danger, Hawk always appeared at her side in the first instant. Gwen smiled sweetly. The next second, her gaze returned to the three Hydra agents in front of her, faces now pale, bodies visibly trembling, and she shot them a look that clearly said, I warned you. Inside the house, Sharon Carter, who had been leaning against the wall, fighting to stay conscious and already planning to walk out at the last moment to avoid dragging Gwen down with her, heard Hawk's voice. Her entire body relaxed. Then her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. Hearing the noise, Gwen turned around and immediately saw Sharon lying on the floor by the wall. Sharon. Gwen's face changed instantly. She spun around and ran into the house, not even bothering to close the door. Because the men of the house was back. There was Northwest need to close the door anymore. When Hawk had tried calling Gwen via satellite phone and couldn't get through, he'd been worried something had happened. The moment he'd hung up, he'd rushed back to New York at top speed. And then, from miles away, he'd spotted three federal agents standing at his front door, being blocked by Gwen. With a single thought, his body had vanished from high altitude and reappeared behind the three agents, just in time to hear what sounded like a threat directed at his fiancée. Hawk smiled. After Gwen had given up all pretense, shouted Sharon's name, and run back inside, the Hydra trio standing at the door finally snapped out of their shock. Their expressions looked like they were attending their own funerals. Their heads turned mechanically, slowly rotating their bodies around. They saw Hawk. The men their organization had codenamed Demon King. Hawk looked at the three Hydra agents who had turned to face him. His expression was neither happy nor angry. Even his tone was remarkably calm. Go on. Otherwise what? Were you planning to force your way into my home? Or were you planning to kill my fiancé first and then break in? The Hydra trio shuddered violently at his words. Their heads shook like bobbleheads. Their faces were pale, their voices frantic. We were just trying to scare her. We were just following orders, Demon King, Mr. Phoenix. Heh. Hawk looked at the three Hydra agents, who were on the verge of tears and ready to drop to their knees and beg, and let out a soft laugh. Just to be safe, he confirmed. Your Hydra. The HYDRA trio, who had been desperately trying to plead for their lives, froze at the question. They exchanged glances with each other. Finally, the lead agent looked up at Hawk, swallowed hard, and proceeded to spill everything. He laid out their entire plan, the good cop, bad cop, scary cop routine they'd been using to try to force Sharon Carter out, without holding anything back. Mr. Phoenix, we really had no intention of laying a hand on Miss Stacy. No, we didn't even have the thought. Is that so? Hawk listened to the Hydra trio explain their plan, his gaze becoming somewhat deeper as he looked at the three of them. You're saying you didn't want to come here? That your superiors forced you? Who? Alexander Pierce. The three exchanged glances. Finally, the lead Hydra agent answered Hawk's question. No. John Garrett. Who's that? Hawk thought about the name for a moment but couldn't find any information about this person in his memory. If he had to guess, the guy was probably a nobody. A nobody had the balls to break into his place while he was out. Had he not killed enough people? Or had he not killed them brutally enough? Fine. Then he'd just kill more people. And kill them more brutally. Hawk thought to himself. At the same time, the lead Hydra agent began spilling everything he knew about his direct superior, John Garrett. He's our boss. He's also the commanding officer in charge of this operation in New York, Operation Shield Struggle. John Garrett used to be part of SHIELD. But now he barely goes on missions anymore. He works as a consultant for New York SHIELD. He's the one running this operation. We told him Sharon Carter ran to your place. We wanted to go back. We didn't want to come here. But John Garrett chewed us out. He insisted we capture Sharon Carter or kill her. If we couldn't do that, he'd kill us. We had no choice. It's true. We were wrong. We'll never do it again. Please, we're begging you, spare us this once. As the lead agent finished his explanation, the other two joined in. Between the three of them, they poured out everything they knew about John Garrett, desperately pleading for their lives. They begged Hawk. Begged him to spare their miserable lives. Hawk didn't move. When the three finally stopped talking and looked at Hawk with pleading expressions, Hawk's expressionless face broke into a faint smile. The three agents' faces lit up with hope. But Hawk's next words threw them straight into an icy hell. Thanks. But no. The moment those words left his mouth. I-beams. Hawk's eyes turned crimson in an instant. Boom. Two scorching beams of scarlet energy shot from his eyes. The three Hydra agents, who still had a trace of hope on their faces, thinking they might survive, were instantly incinerated by the Phoenix flames. They turned to ash on the spot. To be more precise, they were vaporized. Not even ash remained. This technique was something Hawk had figured out after facing off against Ikari's and absorbing Tiamat's massive life energy. The principle was simple. He used I-beams to channel his mutated Phoenix Cosmo energy. After learning it, he'd been looking forward to the next time he ran into Ikari's. Hawk really wanted to know whose heat vision was stronger, Ikari's or his own mutated I-beams. But for now, the effect was pretty damn good. Hawk's eyes returned to their normal clear blue. He looked at the empty space where the Hydra trio had been standing moments ago, no trace, not even ashes, and smiled faintly. He'd never said he was going to let those three agents go. If they really didn't have any intention of doing anything, why the hell did they knock on his door in the first place? And they hadn't just knocked. They'd threatened Gwen. Most importantly, there was probably some element of testing involved in all this. Hawk had no intention of giving anyone the chance to test him. Not even once. If he let these three go today, what was to stop someone else from breaking into his home tomorrow with the same excuse? Oh, I didn't want to come, really. That wasn't going to fly. Hawk wasn't about to give anyone that kind of false impression. That's why he dug up General Ross's family graveyard, killed Ross's entire family, and then wiped out the entire Wakandan bloodline. There was a saying. The killing done now is to prevent even greater killing later. Fight slaughter with slaughter. Hawk wanted to make it crystal clear to all his enemies, whether they operated in the open or in the shadows, one very simple thing. Don't mess with me. I'll kill your entire family. Your entire bloodline. John Garrett, huh? Let's see if you've got 9 lives. Hawk's lips curved upward as his gaze shifted toward Times Square. But just as he was about to head to New York SHIELD, Gwen's voice called out from inside the house. Hawk. Coming. The murderous intent that had just been rising in Hawk's chest was instantly suppressed. He snapped back to reality, called out in response, and walked straight into the house. Inside. Gwen had just helped Sharon Carter onto the couch. She was feeling Sharon's weak, barely there pulse while looking at Hawk. Hawk, I think Sharon's dying. Hawk glanced at Sharon Carter. There's still a bullet fragment inside her that hasn't been removed. That's impossible. I already. Gwen started to argue instinctively, then looked at the bullet fragments she'd removed from Sharon. Sure enough, one of the pieces was incomplete. Oh, crap. Gwen sucked in a sharp breath and turned to Hawk. We need to get her to a hospital. Now. Hawk nodded. With a slight flick of his right hand, his telekinesis lifted the unconscious Sharon off the couch and moved her toward the garage. Gwen immediately stood and hurried after Hawk. I'm coming with you. All right. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 89, 193, Today they test you, tomorrow they eat you alive. New Amsterdam Hospital. Outside the emergency room. After Sharon Carter had been rushed in for surgery, Gwen had been sitting in the hallway with Hawk, waiting. She looked worried. Sharon's going to be okay, right? She'll be fine. You sure? Don't worry. Even if she dies, her soul belongs to my underworld. She won't end up in hell. Huh. Remember what I told you? I made a deal with Mephisto. Any soul that praises my name belongs to my underworld. All right then. With that reassurance from Hawk, Gwen finally relaxed a bit and nodded. I still hope Sharon pulls through without any problems. Hawk chuckled and decided to change the subject. Gwen, that was reckless. You shouldn't have opened the door. We have a safe room in the basement. It was a multi-million-dollar standalone home, after all. A safe room was standard. Right there in the basement, a space big enough for a family of 3, with its own power supply and stored food. Once sealed, it could hold out for 3 days. Gwen seemed to remember something. She looked at Hawk. Obviously, my method worked. Huh. Hawk was genuinely confused. What method? Once I'm in danger, you show up immediately. Hawk listened to Gwen explain her method, his expression somewhere between disbelief and concern. So that's why you dared to open the door and face 3 Hydra agents alone. Gwen shrugged. You tell me, did it work or not? It worked. Don't ever do it again. Hawk's face turned serious as he looked at Gwen. I just happened to bring Peter and Felicia out of that no-signal zone at the right time. What if I hadn't gotten out that fast? Gwen's smile was radiant. It's fine. You gave me a protective charm, remember? As she spoke, she lowered her gaze and pulled out the Andromeda cloth necklace hanging around her neck. Hawk's expression cleared. Fair enough. Gwen carefully tucked the necklace back under her shirt, then her eyes lit up as she looked at Hawk. You found Peter and Felicia? Yeah. That's great. Yep. Felicia's pregnant. 4 months along. It's Peter's. Gwen's mouth fell open slightly. Her expression froze in place. Wait. What did he mean? Felicia was pregnant, the baby was Peter's, and she was already 4 months along. Peter was two-timing. That was impossible. Peter was such a straight-laced guy. There was no way he could be a scumbag. Gwen's mind raced at lightning speed. Hawk smiled faintly but said nothing more. He turned his head to look at the emergency room doors. The next second, he felt someone tugging on his sleeve. Gwen's eyes were wide with disbelief, staring at Hawk without saying a word. But her expression said it all. What happened? All right, fine. Hawk laughed and proceeded to explain the time differential between Skull Island and the real world, along with how Peter and Felicia had gotten together. Gwen was shocked. Not just about the time difference between Skull Island and the real world, but also about Peter and Felicia being a couple. It took her a while. Finally, Gwen snapped out of her shock and looked at Hawk. There's really a place on Earth where 1 month outside equals a year on the island. Hawk nodded. I only figured it out when I found Peter on Skull Island and did the math. Turns out, more than 10 days had passed out here. I really want to see it. Absolutely not. That place is dangerous as hell. Hearing that, Hawk immediately tried to squash that terrifying idea. You don't want to spend a few days there only to come back and find out more than a month has passed out here, with Helen and George losing their minds looking for you. They'd kill me. Gwen thought about it, then instinctively nodded. Fair point. But wait, Peter and Felicia. Did Peter tell you that himself? That doesn't sound like him. He's not the type to share his private life with people. Hawk's lips curved upward. I told him that if MJ finds out Felicia's 4 months pregnant, she's either going to believe he cheated on her or believe his story about time differentials, which one sounds more believable. But if you explain it to MJ, she'll believe it. Me. Gwen blinked and pointed at herself. Of course. If I say it, MJ will just think Peter and I are in cahoots. True. Gwen found Hawk's explanation flawless and nodded. Then she shook her head. Actually, let's not tell MJ proactively. Let's wait until MJ finds out on her own. Then I'll help Peter explain it to her. Hawk didn't respond. He was happy to watch the drama unfold. He wasn't about to stir the pot himself. Just then, the emergency room light turned on. Soon, the doors opened. A surgeon wearing a mask emerged first. Sharon Carter, lying on a hospital bed, followed right behind. The surgery went well. However, the patient lost a lot of blood. She'll need to stay for observation for a couple of days. Okay. Thank you, doctor. After the surgeon left, Hawk and Gwen followed Sharon Carter to a VIP room. After all, they'd gone through the VIP express lane for the surgery. Translation: pay in cash, skip the insurance. Inside the VIP room, Hawk crossed his arms and looked at Sharon, who was lying in the hospital bed. Thanks to the blood transfusion, her complexion was gradually returning to a healthier color. He shook his head and glanced at his fiancée. I'm probably not getting that 60 grand back. Gwen looked at Hawk. Sharon's our friend. Sharon, lying in the hospital bed, her face looking a bit more flushed but still very weak, managed a faint smile as she looked at Hawk. I'll pay you back. Hawk laughed. I was joking. Gwen's right. You're our friend. I'm sorry. Sharon's face was filled with guilt. I almost got Gwen dragged into this. Hawk waved it off and dropped the smile, his expression turning serious as he looked at Sharon. Again, you're a friend, Sharon. That's right, Sharon. Gwen chimed in as well. Friends don't need to be so formal with each other. And honestly, if you hadn't come to me, who knows how long Hawk would have stayed out there playing around before coming home. Hawk raised an eyebrow at Gwen. Gwen ignored him and kept reassuring Sharon. Besides, you saw it yourself. Hawk's back now. Don't worry. Get some rest. No one's going to mess with you anymore. Hearing Gwen's reassurance, Sharon managed another smile and nodded. Then, as if remembering something, she turned her head to look at Hawk. Hawk, Hydra. I know. Hawk cut her off. Hydra's been parasitically embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D. this whole time, right? And now they've decided to stop hiding and are making their move for a second uprising. Is that it? Sharon blinked, thinking Gwen must have already told Hawk. She nodded. New York S.H.I.E.L.D. has been taken over. Commander Hand was captured. Hawk, could you? No. Sharon opened her mouth. The hope in her eyes visibly dimmed. All right. Hawk smiled faintly. I have no interest in getting involved in the mess between you and HYDRA. But they made the first move. Today they dared to knock on my door and test me. Tomorrow they'll dare to break in. If I act like nothing happened, the day after that, someone's going to think they can walk all over me. And, Hawk continued, watching as hope began to flicker in Sharon's eyes again. His lips curved upward. And you're my friend, Sharon. I've always been generous with my friends. So, John Garrett. Describe what he looks like. In principle, he genuinely didn't want to get involved in the grudge match between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Bottom line, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. won or Hydra won, it made no difference to him. It wasn't like Hydra would suddenly think they could disrespect him once they were in charge. Except HYDRA actually did think they could. They hadn't even succeeded in their takeover yet, and Hydra was already sending people to test him. If he didn't respond now, what would happen if Hydra actually won? They'd be walking all over him. So he had to send a message. Sharon immediately understood what Hawk meant. Without hesitation, she quickly described the build and appearance of John Garrett, the man leading the takeover of New York S.H.I.E.L.D., then looked at Hawk. Hawk, Commander Hand is still in there. And other agents. If you can, please help them. Her pleading gaze was similar to the 3 Hydra agents who had begged Hawk to spare them earlier. But there was a fundamental difference. Because Hawk had refused the 3 HYDRA agents' plea. But Sharon. I can do that. Hawk smiled and nodded, then looked at Gwen beside him. Just as he was about to speak, Gwen was already smiling. Go on, superhero. Hawk raised an eyebrow. I'm not a superhero. I know. But you're my superhero. Come back soon. Once it gets dark, I'm not brave enough to go home alone. Yeah. I'll be right back. Hawk chuckled, then the moment he turned around, his body vanished like a fading mirage, disappearing from the room. Gwen watched Hawk disappear from view, blinked a few times, then turned to Sharon with a smile. Now you can relax. Sharon managed a weak smile. Thank you, Gwen. Don't mention it. Gwen smiled warmly, then glanced at the 4 drip and said to Sharon, get some sleep. I'll keep watch. Don't worry. Hawk's back. This'll all be resolved soon. Sharon hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah. Hawk's back. Before she could finish, Sharon's eyes had already closed. She fell into a deep but peaceful sleep. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 90, 194, tomorrow they eat you alive, Pierce loses his temper. Hawk's back. Fuck. Alexander Pierce, who had seized full control of the SHIELD Triskelion headquarters using Maria Hill's absence in Africa handling the Wakanda situation and the SHIELD director's assassination as justification, cursed under his breath when he heard the latest update from New York City. Especially when he learned that Sharon Carter had escaped, run into Bleecker Street, and that their Hydra agents had not only followed her in but had actually tried to threaten Gwen, only to be caught red-handed by Hawk the moment he got back. Alexander Pierce was absolutely livid. He'd never been entirely on board with the second attempt at the struggle plan. After all, the whole thing was way too rushed. The 3 helicarriers equipped with the Insight algorithm were still in the final stages of testing. But the arrow was already knocked. There was no turning back. Better to struggle again than to quietly die out. Take the gamble. Win big or lose everything. So HYDRA had seized this rare window of opportunity and chosen to make their move. Maria Hill was stuck in Africa and couldn't get back anytime soon. Thor had gone to New Mexico. Tony Stark had retired and was currently in South Korea with Pepper Potts. And even Hawk had been maneuvered out of New York City by Zola. This was a once-in-a-lifetime window. With one god, one who was practically a god, and one billionaire superhero all outside the continental United States, the resistance they'd face during the second uprising would be minimal. Captain America alone wasn't a real threat. Sure, their leader had been defeated by Captain America last time. But that had been an accident. This time, they were terrifyingly strong. They didn't even need to kill Captain America. All they had to do was wait for the 3 helicarriers equipped with the Insight algorithm to reach permanent altitude. Once that happened, it was game over. 3 permanently airborne Insight helicarriers, running Zola's algorithm, could instantly analyze the data of billions of people worldwide and identify anyone who posed a threat to their rule. All 3 carriers would open fire simultaneously, capable of eliminating millions, possibly tens of millions, of potential threat targets within minutes. But among all those targets, there were 2 they absolutely did not want to provoke. The first was Thor. Thor wasn't Earth's Thor. He was Asgard's Thor. If they pissed him off, what would they do if Asgard sent down 100,000 soldiers the next second? So Thor was off limits. Fortunately, Thor had also left DC and New York with his girlfriend and gone to New Mexico. The second was Hawk. Once again. The thick layer of white ash covering Wakanda still hadn't been cleaned up. So Hawk was off limits. Fortunately, Dr. Zola had managed to maneuver Hawk out of New York City ahead of time. But while Hawk wasn't in New York, Gwen was still there. So Alexander Pierce had issued strict orders to New York from the very beginning: stay away from Bleecker Street. No matter what happens, stay away from Bleecker Street. And yet, a few idiots still went there. And more importantly, those idiots had tried to threaten Gwen right when Hawk came back. You didn't ask me before going in. But now that something went wrong, you come running to me. Alexander Pierce was so angry he almost laughed. His assistant, who had come to report and was currently standing to the side, saw his boss's nose practically twitching with rage and quickly responded. Sir, they did request permission. Who the hell authorized it? Who did they ask? Dr. Zola. Alexander Pierce actually laughed out loud. Hydra was never a unified bloc. If anything, Hydra was more like an alliance. An alliance made up of remnants who had survived after World War II through various means, now calling themselves Hydra Elders. Alexander Pierce wasn't a Hydra remnant himself. But he was the leader of the new generation of HYDRA. There was always friction between the old guard and the new blood. Hydra was no exception. Just like how Alexander Pierce constantly cursed Arnim Zola and Strucker as 2 fossils who should have been in a museum decades ago. And this time, the person in charge of the New York operation was Zola. The main operative, John Garrett, was Arnim Zola's proxy. What's this supposed to mean? You didn't ask me before starting. But now that things went south, you come running to me. You think I'm just going to clean up your mess? Alexander Pierce sneered repeatedly. His assistant stood to the side, eyes lowered, not daring to make a sound. Pierce didn't expect his assistant's opinion anyway. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone with a cold laugh, and called Arnim Zola directly. Zola's synthetic voice soon echoed in his ear. Pierce. Zola. You sent people to Bleecker Street. Yes. Great. Hearing Zola's frank admission, Alexander Pierce was equally blunt. You made this mess. You clean it up. Zola's voice remained completely flat. According to my algorithm, in a scenario where Hawk does not appear, faced with our extreme pressure, Sharon Carter would have voluntarily surrendered herself to protect Gwen. But Hawk's back now. Yes. Dr. Zola's electronic voice remained steady. After all, the real Arnim Zola, the one with emotions, had died back in 1972. The digital Zola that remained was just a program with Zola's memories. At its core, it was still bound by logic. As long as he had data, he could calculate all sorts of future possibilities. For example, he could use the soon-to-be online Zola algorithm to calculate each person's potential likelihood of becoming their enemy in the future. But what about someone who couldn't be analyzed through logic? Then his algorithm was useless. Like Hawk. His logic told him that once Peter went missing, Hawk would immediately go looking for him. But fundamentally, he hadn't actually calculated Hawk's behavior. He'd calculated Peter's. So, he predicted Hawk's departure but hadn't predicted his return. Still, that wasn't important. What mattered was that as a digitized consciousness, Zola couldn't lie. So when faced with Alexander Pierce's questioning, he had no intention of shirking responsibility. Alexander Pierce felt the same way. This time, no matter what, he wasn't getting involved. You made this mess. You fix it. I will. Zola's voice remained calm. Although Hawk's return was not within my calculations, New York City is irrelevant to the bigger picture. I will contain the fallout within New York. Alexander Pierce sneered. You'd better. With that, Pierce ended the call, tossed his phone aside, and downed the ice water his assistant handed him in one gulp. The next second, he reached over and activated the signal jammer on his desk, then turned to his assistant, his eyes glinting. Arnim Zola has to go. Zola's cloning project. Strucker's synthetic human project. If Hawk ever discovered either of those projects, you didn't need a crystal ball to know what would happen. And Alexander Pierce felt completely wronged. He hadn't done anything. He'd even lost one of his operatives. And now he was expected to share Hawk's wrath alongside Zola and Strucker when everything came to light. At first, Pierce had been convinced by Zola to get on this boat. But now, he suddenly realized he had a second option. Kill that damn Zola first. Otherwise, Pierce was convinced these fossils were going to drag him down with them sooner or later. And Strucker too. That guy's ticking time bomb was even bigger. Once it went off, the fate that had turned all of Wakanda into white ash would be Hydra's future. But Strucker was in Sokovia. And unlike Zola, Strucker had a physical body. Rumor had it that years ago in Japan, he'd eaten an alien and had been living off that ever since. He'd been operating independently all this time. So taking out Strucker would be difficult right now. But it wasn't impossible. Once the inside helicarriers were permanently airborne, Alexander decided the first shot would go to Strucker in Sokovia. He'd obliterate him, his castle, and that massive bomb inside it completely off the face of the earth. Alexander believed that once he eliminated these two museum-worthy fossils, Hydra's rise wouldn't be a distant dream anymore. Bottom line, hesitation brings disaster. Hydra's failure last time had been because of these deadweight teammates. This time, he absolutely was not going to repeat that mistake. And so, kill Zola first. Eliminate Strucker next. Only Pierce remains, and Hydra reigns supreme. Once Alexander Pierce made up his mind, his gaze stopped flickering and became sharp as he stared at his assistant. Figure out a way to pull the plug on Zola's server. The assistant heard his boss's low-voiced instruction, froze for a moment, then met Pierce's gaze and understood what he was getting at. Understood, boss. I'll notify the Winter Soldier to go to Jersey City and shut him down. No. Alexander Pierce quickly raised his hand. That had been his first thought too, send the Winter Soldier to New Jersey and shut down Dr. Zola's server. But now, he'd suddenly thought of an even better idea. An idea that would not only ensure Dr. Zola got shut down permanently but also guarantee that Hawk wouldn't direct his fury at the Insight Project, which would go online in just 12 hours. # bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 91, 195, Grant's brief appearance. Hawk's back. Deep beneath Times Square, in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York Operations Command Center, now fully controlled by Hydra's second uprising, John Garrett sat in Victoria Hand's office. The electronic voice crackling through his earpiece made him take a deep breath. The kind of gut feeling only elite operatives possessed washed over him. Nothing good ever came from that feeling. Sir. You know what to do. Dr. Zola's synthetic voice cut out after those words. In that same instant, he erased every trace of his connection to New York's S.H.I.E.L.D. systems. Sure, the intelligence files suggested Hawk wasn't particularly tech-savvy. His phone was a hand-me-down from his fiancée. The laptop he owned had been bought second-hand off some forum. But better safe than sorry. John Garrett listened as the line fell completely silent after Zola disconnected. The anxiety that had been gnawing at him finally crystallized into grim certainty. Just then, the office door opened. A man walked in, clean-cut, wearing a sharp suit, the picture of righteousness. Grant Ward. And right behind him, hands cuffed behind her back, expression radiating defiance, was a black-haired Asian woman named Sky. John Garrett snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at his adoptive son Grant, a slight smile forming on his face. Then his gaze shifted to the prisoner. "So you're Sky. Want to join us?" "Screw you." Sky, still restrained in Grant's grip, spat toward John Garrett sitting behind the desk, her face twisted in fury as she made her answer crystal clear. John didn't seem bothered. He chuckled softly and pressed a button on the desk. Almost immediately, a Hydra agent stepped into the room. "Take her downstairs." "Yes, sir." The HYDRA operative nodded and took custody of Sky from Grant. Sky tried to struggle, twisting against her restraints. The next moment. Wham! Gah! Without hesitation or mercy, the Hydra agent drove a fist straight into Sky's stomach and snapped coldly, "Stay still." John Garrett watched Sky double over, a faint smile on his lips. "If everything goes according to plan, you'll all be free soon enough." Sky thought he meant he was going to kill her. She glared at John with burning hatred. "SHIELD will stop whatever evil plan you're running. And you?" "Grant, I must have been blind." The thought that when she'd first joined SHIELD, she'd actually gotten close to this man, Grant Ward, who wore SHIELD's badge but served HYDRA, made Sky feel physically sick. Grant's expression remained completely blank. He didn't even look at her. John waved his hand dismissively. The HYDRA agent holding Sky nodded, yanked her around, and marched her out of the office without a word. Sky's furious shouting gradually faded as she was dragged farther away, until finally, it became inaudible. John watched as a fleeting, carefully concealed emotion flickered across his adoptive son Grant's face. He smiled. "What's wrong? Having second thoughts?" "No." Grant shook his head. "Any obstacle standing in the way of our great cause will be eliminated." John chuckled at that. Then, in the next breath, he changed the subject. "You need to leave." Grant Ward was momentarily confused. He'd only just gotten back, why was he being sent out again? But he didn't voice his confusion. Instead, he quickly shifted gears and asked about his next assignment. John didn't immediately name the next target. "Leave New York. Head to Japan first. You'll receive your next assignment on the plane." "Understood." Grant Ward didn't hesitate. He nodded, turned on his heel, and left the office. At the door, he instinctively glanced in the direction Sky had been taken, lost in thought for a moment. But he quickly snapped out of it and headed toward the exit. John Garrett, meanwhile, watched his adoptive son walking toward the exit through the security feed on his desk monitor. His eyes flickered with unreadable emotion. Next target. Maybe there would be a next target. But for him, there were no more targets. Not after Dr. Zola cut communications. And so, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, as the saying goes. He'd taken Grant in all those years ago, raised him, trained him meticulously, and molded him into an excellent, cold, professional Hydra operative. But at the end of the day, Grant was still his son. So he deliberately sent him away. Because that uneasy feeling gnawing at his gut was growing stronger by the second. An operative's instincts were sharp. And when you were a Hydra agent embedded in SHIELD, trusting your instincts was survival. This probably wasn't just paranoia. Hawk was coming. No. Hawk was already here. Grant had just crossed the main floor and was heading toward the elevators when he suddenly saw space itself twist in front of him. His training kicked in instantly. He drew his weapon and fired at the figure materializing before him. Bang. Whoosh. Hawk, who had just teleported directly from the hospital to this location in a single step, saw the bullet speeding toward him. With a thought, he froze it in midair, exactly 0.1 millimeters from his forehead. Then he looked at the men in front of him, reasonably good-looking, gun raised, muzzle still flaring, and smiled faintly. Grant Ward. The next second, his eyes flared crimson. Boom. Ack. Grant Ward, who should have had at least 2 more seasons of screen time, had his expression frozen in shock. Before he could even process what was happening, he vaporized on the spot. Holy. What the hell? Intruder. Intruder. It's the Demon King. The moment Grant Ward disintegrated into nothing, the surrounding Hydra operatives finally snapped to attention. Some, unaware of Hawk's identity, immediately drew their weapons and opened fire, apparently thinking they could gun him down right there. Others, those who knew exactly who Hawk was, screamed in terror and bolted for the emergency exits. But there were no survivors beneath the Phoenix Ray. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ah. Hawk stood perfectly still. Twin beams of crimson energy shot from his eyes and swept in a wide arc around the room. Everywhere the Phoenix Ray touched, matter ceased to exist. Desks vaporized. Equipment disintegrated. Hydra agents, whether firing at him or fleeing, vanished in puffs of ash. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Hydra operatives in the main operations hall had been completely erased. Physically erased. Gone. The next second, Hawk turned toward the corridor, where more Hydra agents, drawn by the sound of gunfire, were now rushing toward him, jamming the passageway. He flickered. One moment he was across the room. The next, he was standing at the mouth of the corridor. The Phoenix Ray lanced out again, cutting through the densely packed Hydra forces like a scythe. In the span of a single blink, dozens more Hydra operatives vanished into thin air, quite literally. Hawk finally understood why both Ikari's and the DC version of Superman were so fond of heat vision. Simple. Heat vision was efficient. Unlike punching, where you could only take out one target at a time, heat vision let you sweep through crowds. Against normal humans, it was instant death for anyone in the line of fire. And it barely took any effort. Hawk's mind wandered through these thoughts even as his expression remained ice-cold. After witnessing General Ross's massacre and Wakanda's genocide, Hawk, already a transmigrator at heart, had completely shattered whatever mental barriers he'd once had about killing. This was exactly why you didn't mess with transmigrators. Because they would actually do it. And Hawk would. He'd come here to kill people. So, with his new Phoenix Ray ability at full power, Hawk accomplished in under 5 minutes what Hydra had taken nearly 5 hours to secure. He'd completely retaken S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch. And of those 5 minutes, 4 had been spent hunting down stragglers. By the time he reached the door to Victoria Hand's office, 99% of the Hydra operatives in the facility had already been vaporized. Hawk pushed the door open without ceremony. Inside, John Garrett sat calmly in the chair behind the desk, hands resting on the surface, a cigarette held between the fingers of one hand. When he saw Hawk enter, he took a long drag, held it in his lungs for a moment, then glanced down at the freshly lit cigarette in his hand, his last one. He looked back at Hawk. "Mind if I finish this last smoke? Since you didn't try to kill yourself, sure. Go ahead." "Thanks." John Garrett nodded his appreciation, then took another deep pull under Hawk's watchful gaze. The look of pure bliss on the man's face almost made Hawk want to light one up himself. But no. Smoking was bad for your health. And supposedly, it could affect the baby. Gwen had told him, if he wanted to smoke, fine. Wait 2 more years. Wait until they turned 21, had the baby, and then he could smoke and drink all he wanted. Soon enough, the cigarette burned down to nothing. After one last deep drag, pulling the smoke all the way into his lungs, John Garrett exhaled with an expression of complete peace. He looked at Hawk. "Thank you, Mr. Phoenix. Don't mention it." Hawk smiled faintly, suppressing the urge to bum a smoke, and looked at the men before him. "Were you the one who sent those 3 Hydra agents to my house?" "Yes." "Mind telling me why?" "Sharon Carter is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. I'm a Hydra operative. I was ordered to take over the entire New York branch. If she escaped alive, it would have made me look incompetent." "Fair point." Hawk listened to John Garrett's explanation and nodded. Then he chuckled. "Didn't you think doing that might piss me off?" "I did. And Sharon Carter had to die." "All right then." Hawk let out a soft laugh, watching as John Garrett leaned back in his chair, apparently settling into a comfortable position to meet his death. "You've got one chance to say your last words." John Garrett rose from his chair. He straightened his suit jacket, adjusted his tie, and then, under Hawk's steady gaze, raised his arm in a salute that had been banned across Europe for decades. And then. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 92, 196, Hawk enters the field, New York liberated. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. Hail HYDRA. Long live HYDRA. Boom. As John Garrett's final words left his lips, the blazing Phoenix Ray slammed into his body. The moment he finished speaking, he vaporized on the spot. Hawk's eyes returned to their normal clear blue. He stared at the space where John Garrett had stood moments before, replaying the man's last words in his mind. Heh. Cut off one head, 2 more take its place. Maybe. But not in New York. Not anymore. Hawk let out a quiet laugh, then turned and vanished from the office without a sound. Down on the lowest level, in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detention block. After Hydra's second uprising, over 30 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who hadn't been killed but instead captured were now locked up here. Commander Victoria Hand was among them. Her condition wasn't good. Her complexion was terrible. But at least she was still conscious. 3 HYDRA operatives had been assigned to guard the captured S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Their condition wasn't much better. They'd just learned over the radio what was happening upstairs. The two originally stationed here, plus a third who'd just finished escorting Sky down, now stood with weapons trained on the only entrance, eyes sharp with paranoia. The next moment, Hawk appeared. Muzzles flared instantly. The three Hydra operatives squeezed their triggers as fast as they could. Bullets sprayed like a torrential downpour toward Hawk, who'd materialized right in front of them. And then, the hailstorm of bullets froze mid-flight as Hawk raised his hand. 3 sharp clicks echoed through the detention block as the magazines ran dry. The 3 Hydra agents stared at the surreal scene unfolding before them, expressions blank with disbelief. Their confusion didn't last long. Because they died pretty quickly. Thud. 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 With a thought, Hawk reversed the trajectory of 3 bullets hovering in front of him. They shot backward with sharp whistling sounds, punching clean through the foreheads of the 3 stunned Hydra operatives. They toppled backward onto the cold floor, eyes still glazed with shock. With a rattling clatter, the remaining suspended bullets dropped to the ground like rain. The imprisoned SHIELD agent stared in stunned silence. Victoria Hand, pale, weak, clearly on her last legs but clinging to consciousness through sheer willpower, saw Hawk appear and managed a faint smile. Then she passed out completely. Commander. Shit, Commander, Commander. The 2 female SHIELD agents who'd been taking care of Hand since their capture immediately called out in alarm. Hawk saw what was happening and didn't waste time. With a thought and a sharp crack, the cell door shattered open. The next second, the lead agent in the front cell, bruised and battered but still mobile, shoved the door open and sprinted to the 3 bodies. He grabbed their weapons, swapped in fresh magazines, brushed past Hawk without a word, and took up a defensive position at the detention block's only entrance. None of them stopped to talk to Hawk. No need. Anyone who showed up here right now and killed Hydra operatives was an ally. That was all that mattered. Medical bay. The commander needs an immediate transfusion. One of the female SHIELD agents carrying the unconscious Commander Hand spoke urgently as she emerged from the cell. She looked at Hawk with desperate eyes. Mr. Phoenix, the commander's in bad shape. Hawk glanced at her briefly. Just go. There's no more Hydra left in the building. Thank God. Get her to medical. Now. The female agent who recognized Hawk froze for a second, then her face lit up with relief. The 3 armed agents who'd already taken point at the entrance exchanged glances, then unlocked the heavy door the Hydra operatives had sealed shut. Beyond. The corridor outside was empty. Dead silent. Move it. Mr. Phoenix doesn't bullshit. Medical bay. The commander needs emergency care. The female agent who knew Hawk barked the order again. The agent carrying Commander Hand immediately took off at a run. The rest of the surviving SHIELD agents locked up here snapped out of their daze and started moving. Sky finally processed what was happening. She rubbed her wrists where another SHIELD agent had just removed her cuffs, then stared at Hawk without blinking, her face a mix of shock and disbelief. Wait, it's you. She suddenly remembered selling Hawk a used laptop a while back. Hawk recognized Sky as well. He was mildly curious why she was here, but didn't ask. Instead, he said, so you joined SHIELD too? Sky blinked. 2. You mean you're also? No. I'm not. Hawk shook his head, then seemed to remember something. He looked at Sky. What if I told you the only reason I came here was because you sold me that laptop once? What would you think? Sky's expression turned serious. I'd think that was the worst business deal I ever made. She remembered how she'd talked herself down on that forum listing, playing up how desperate she was, until she'd basically guilt-tripped herself into selling a laptop she'd planned to get $1,500 for at a fraction of the price. Hawk laughed. In the medical bay, the female SHIELD agent, trusting Hawk's word completely, had sprinted here without stopping. She found the blood-type Commander Hand needed in record time, set up the transfusion, and injected a dose of adrenaline. The effect was instant. Commander Hand, who'd just been unconscious, shot awake with a sharp gasp. As she instinctively tried to sit up, the female agent quickly stopped her. Commander, all Hydra operatives have been eliminated by Mr. Phoenix. Commander Hand's mind flashed back to the moment she'd seen Hawk appear, felt a wave of relief wash over her, and then passed out. Her tense muscles finally relaxed. Did we reach Sharon? Not yet. She's in the same boat as you, hooked up to N4 at the hospital. Victoria Hand instinctively turned her head toward the voice and saw Hawk standing nearby, hands in his pockets, smiling faintly. Haw. Commander Hand started to sit up again out of reflex. Hawk stopped her with a thought, smiling. Relax. Sharon should be back once she's recovered a bit. Commander Hand let out a long, relieved breath. She looked at Hawk, her expression filled with gratitude, her voice sincere. Thank you. If you're going to thank anyone, thank HYDRA. Hawk shook his head with a chuckle. Sharon ran to my house for safety. And then Hydra had the nerve to show up at my door demanding I hand her over. If I didn't respond to that, what's next? Today they test me, tomorrow they're pissing on my head. Commander Hand's mouth twitched slightly at his phrasing. Then I guess we really should thank them. By the way. Hawk shifted to business, looking at Commander Hand. John Garrett. Whose man was he? Alexander Pierce's. Sure, John Garrett had taken full responsibility for everything before he died. But was that even remotely believable? Hawk knew there were plenty of people who could be called Hydra leaders. But John Garrett wasn't one of them. Which meant the guy was just a high-level thug. The real mastermind who'd sent Hydra operatives to his doorstep was someone else. And he had a strong suspicion it was Alexander Pierce. Commander Hand shook her head. John Garrett probably wasn't one of Alexander Pierce's people. Hawk looked at her, surprised. After the blood transfusion, Commander Hand's deathly pale complexion had improved noticeably. She started explaining who John Garrett was. John Garrett was a level 8 agent and a munitions expert. He should have been stationed at HQ, but he got transferred to the New York Operations Center. Alexander Pierce was still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, and he personally signed off on the transfer order. Doesn't that prove he's Pierce's guy even more? Hawk raised an eyebrow. Pierce moves Garrett to New York ahead of time so he can wipe you all out when the uprising starts. Commander Hand shook her head. If that were the case, Garrett should have been made deputy commander of the New York Center, not just brought in as a specialist. At the time, I suspected Garrett had pissed Pierce off and was being exiled here. After all, John Garrett's clearance level was legitimate. S.H.I.E.L.D. level 8 agent. That was no joke. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton were only level 7. Garrett was level 8, high command authority. And yet, his position never matched his clearance. In New York, his official role had always been munitions expert. No command authority whatsoever. Hawk listened to Commander Hand's explanation, his expression thoughtful as he nodded slowly. So if Alexander Pierce wasn't John Garrett's real boss, then who was? Wait, how many Hydra leaders were there again? There was the new generation Alexander Pierce. There was supposedly some Baron over in Europe. Did Zola count? Hawk's thoughts churned. Just then, his phone rang. Hawk pulled out his cell, glanced at the caller ID, and raised an eyebrow. Good evening, Anna. Good evening, Hawk. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 93, 197, Madam Hydra Ophelia. That's right. The caller wasn't just anyone, it was Anna. Hydra's Anna. After exchanging pleasantries, Anna's voice came through the line, tinged with genuine apology. I'm sorry. I only just got the news. Hawk, please believe me, we had no intention of becoming your enemy. You know that. Hawk let out a soft laugh. He was about to respond when he noticed Victoria Hand and the female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nearby, both clearly eavesdropping. Instead of answering immediately, he looked at Commander Hand. Since you're all set here, I'm heading out. Don't mention it. Before Victoria Hand could respond, Hawk turned and vanished from the underground detention block of the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. Operations Center. When he reappeared, he was already airborne. Hawk drifted lazily toward New Amsterdam Hospital, continuing his conversation with Anna. John Garrett wasn't one of yours. No. Then whose was he? Arnim Zola. Anna didn't hesitate for a second before naming Dr. Zola. Then, over the sound of frantic shouting in Japanese on her end, she added, New York is close to New Jersey, so that whole area has always been Zola's territory. Figures. Just then, several gunshots crackled through Anna's line. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Where are you right now? Japan. As Anna spoke, more panicked Japanese screaming erupted in the background, followed by a few more crisp gunshots. I got transferred here. Remember. Hawk's mind immediately conjured an image. Anna, who usually greeted him with a warm smile, now stood like a cold, merciless queen dressed in black leather, positioned by a floor-to-ceiling window somewhere in Japan. Behind her, a line of Japanese S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who refused to surrender were being executed one by one. Anna seemed to remember something else. Oh, by the way, Hawk, I was in New York a few days ago, but you weren't around. Couldn't get through to you either. I was planning to wait in New York until you got back, but, well, you know how it is. I had to come back here. Hawk suddenly remembered the half-month arrangement he'd made with Anna. He instinctively slapped his forehead. Sorry. Had to take care of something out of town. It's fine. Once I'm done cleaning up Japan, I'll swing by New York again. Sounds good. Hawk smiled. Actually, you don't have to wait until you're done. If things go south, just head straight to New York and find me. He never chose friends based on what side they were on. Sharon was his friend. Anna was his friend too. And compared to Sharon, Anna felt more like an old friend who actually understood him. If Sharon died, her soul would go to his underworld. If Anna died, same thing. But just like he could protect Sharon, he could protect Anna too. Anna picked up on the subtext in Hawk's words, though she seemed to misunderstand it. Hawk, this whole thing had absolutely nothing to do with us. The moment Mr. Pierce found out, he tore into Dr. Zola. Oh yeah. And then Dr. Zola said he'd handle it himself. Heh. Hawk actually laughed at that. Dr. Zola had handled it himself by throwing John Garrett under the bus and hoping that would be enough to smooth things over. He thought about it for a moment, then spoke into the phone. John Garrett was just a small-time player. I was actually wondering if Alexander Pierce might be the one pulling the strings behind this. Anna's voice turned urgent. Absolutely not. When Mr. Pierce found out Garrett had sold out to Dr. Zola, he kicked him out of the Triskelion immediately. I know. Commander Victoria Hand from New York Shield just told me the same thing. Hawk said, then shifted gears. But regardless of who was backing John Garrett, he was still HYDRA. So I was thinking, why not just take the whole organization down? You know, if no one steps up to take responsibility for this. There was an old saying, after all. To straighten something crooked, you have to overcorrect. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty party slip through. So yeah, he'd genuinely been considering it. Hydra had chosen to test him, so they needed to pay the price. Some nobody named John Garrett, someone Hawk had never even heard of before, wasn't going to be enough to quench his anger. What kind of joke was that? But now, Anna, you're my friend. I can do you a favor and not let my anger spill over onto the rest of HYDRA. Just. Are you really planning to use the favor I owe you to get me to back off? Hawk's tone turned serious as he asked. Anna's answer came without hesitation. Yes. Done. Hawk chuckled, not bothering to drag it out. He gave a straightforward answer. I'll agree to that. I won't let my anger touch your branch or Alexander Pierce's people. Anna let out a relieved breath on the other end. Thank you. I already agreed, so you've got to give me something in return, Anna. I came here pissed off. You understand how it feels to finally come home, only to find 3 brain-dead Hydra agents trying to break into my house, right? I understand. Good. Then figure out a way to redirect my anger onto that Yasukuni outhouse over in Japan. Hawk smiled as he laid out his demand. I need to see footage of that place burning to the ground within 2 hours. Once I see it, I'll stay out of this, just like before. I won't care whether you or S.H.I.E.L.D. comes out on top in the end. Deal. Anger didn't disappear. It just got redirected. After all, Zola was just data. Even if Hawk killed him, there wouldn't be any satisfaction in it. But killing him was still on the agenda. He just needed to transfer that anger onto something tangible first. And Anna just happened to be in Japan. Perfect. The Yasukuni shrine it was. Anna paused for a second, processing his request. Then, without any hesitation, she nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll have people on it right now. Within 2 hours, you'll see it going up in flames. I promise. Hawk hummed in acknowledgement. One more thing. I was planning to ask you for help when you came to New York next, but since we're on the phone anyway, I might as well bring it up now. Go ahead. The Mind Stone Scepter. After wiping out Wakanda in Africa, Hawk had originally planned to bring this up when Anna returned to New York half a month later. But then, he'd gone to Skull Island. And while it felt like only 2 days to him, thanks to the time dilation, 17 full days had passed in the outside world. And the moment he got back, Hydra's second uprising was already underway. So when Anna said she'd waited for him in New York but eventually had to return to Japan to oversee Hydra operations there, Hawk didn't doubt her for a second. First, Anna was HYDRA. Second, she was his friend. Hydra was work. Friendship was personal. Hawk wasn't the type to get upset just because Anna hadn't waited around in New York for him. He'd originally planned to call her in the next day or two anyway. But since Anna had called him now, he figured he might as well mention it. Better than forgetting later. On the other end of the line, Anna's voice paused briefly when Hawk mentioned the Mind Stone Scepter. But she recovered quickly. The Mind Stone Scepter. Yeah. Hawk didn't bother playing coy. He got straight to the point. I know you've got it. I need to use it for something. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to give it to me for free. I just want to borrow it. And if you're worried, I can come to wherever it is and use it on site. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. This time, Anna didn't immediately agree. She thought about it for a moment, and her tone was less certain. I don't want to lie to you, Hawk. This isn't something I can approve on my own. But I'll escalate it. Hawk wasn't surprised. Fair enough. That's all I've got. Nothing else. All right. I'll handle it. Okay. Talk later. After hearing Anna's assurance, Hawk didn't waste time. He said goodbye and hung up immediately. Everyone was busy, after all. He was busy getting Gwen home safely, then heading to New Jersey to find Zola and pull the plug on that digital bastard. Anna was probably even busier. Not only did she have to deal with the Japanese SHIELD agents, she also had to figure out how to torch the shrine. So they could catch up properly another time. Hawk thought to himself as he looked down and spotted New Amsterdam Hospital below. With a thought, he vanished from the sky. At the same time, far away in a standalone villa on the outskirts of Washington, D.C., Alexander Pierce grabbed another phone and dialed a number. The call went to Japan, to a woman known within the organization as Madame Hydra, Ophelia Sarkissian. The call connected quickly. A sultry, dangerously languid female voice came through the line. Good morning, Pierce. Ophelia, I need a favor. Alexander Pierce took a deep breath, then spoke in a low, urgent tone. Within 2 hours, burn down the Yasukuni shrine. At that moment, Madame Hydra, lounging lazily on her bed in a seductive pose, blinked and sat up. Why? Goddamn Zola. Alexander Pierce cursed under his breath, then explained how some glitch in Zola's programming had made him think it was a good idea to test Hawk, only for Hawk to catch them red-handed. Ophelia immediately laughed. Pierce, I've been saying this for years. Artificial intelligence, my ass. It's just a broken computer program that can't even move because it's hardwired to a pile of outdated hardware. And you people still treat his word like gospel. Skip the commentary. I need time. All I have to do is stall until the Insight helicarriers launch. So, 2 hours. Burn the Yasukuni shrine. Can you do it or not? Fine. Ophelia chuckled and nodded. No problem. I'll have people on it right now. But, Pierce, remember. You owe me a favor. Pierce let out a relieved breath. I'll remember. Hanging up now. All right. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 94, 198, Hawk meets Captain America. New Amsterdam Hospital. VIP ward. After sleeping for about an hour, Sharon Carter refused to go back to bed no matter what anyone said. With Gwen's help, she propped herself up against the headboard, her gaze drifting through the window toward the night sky outside. Sharon looked deeply worried. Gwen, sitting beside her, saw the expression on Sharon's face and smiled reassuringly. Sharon, don't worry. If Hawk promised, he's not going to break his word. When Hawk said someone was going to die, that person died. No exceptions. Guaranteed. Sharon heard that and pulled her gaze back from the window, looking at Gwen. She managed a strained smile and shook her head. I'm not worried about that. I'm wondering if I need to start looking for a new job. Gwen froze. What? Do you think SHIELD will even exist after Hydra's second uprising? Even if this whole thing gets resolved? Gwen heard Sharon's question and fell into thought. Just then, Hawk appeared in the hospital room, catching the tail end of Sharon's question. He let out a soft laugh. That's definitely not happening. Gwen's eyes lit up when she saw Hawk return. Hawk. Sharon also snapped to attention when she saw him. She braced her hands against the bed, her expression caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Hawk knew what Sharon wanted to ask. He cut straight to it. Victoria Hand is fine. And I got your operations center back for you. Sharon's heart surged with emotion. Thank you. Don't mention it. From here on out, it's up to you guys. Hawk smiled. Once he pulled the plug on Dr. Zola, he was done. He'd go home, sit with his fiancée, and watch this whole thing play out from the sidelines. Oh, right. Hawk remembered something about Zola. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Sharon. Before Cap took the super soldier serum, didn't he train at some military base in New Jersey? Sharon nodded instinctively. Yeah. Hawk immediately followed up. Do you know which base? Where is it? He knew about all the major events in the Marvel Universe, past, present, and future. But his knowledge wasn't exactly encyclopedic. For example, right now, he knew that Arnim Zola had converted himself into a digital consciousness and had been hiding in SHIELD's original server room all these years. But he didn't know the exact location of SHIELD's founding base. After all, neither the movies nor any history book spelled that out. No problem, though. Other people might not know, but Sharon Carter, who was at least tangentially connected to Captain America, definitely would. Sure enough. Camp Lehigh. 3rd Army Base in Jersey City. Sharon answered without even thinking. It's about 30 kilometers east of Jersey City. But that base was decommissioned back in the 90s. Why are you asking? Hawk smiled faintly but didn't answer. Instead, he looked Sharon over. How are you feeling right now? Sharon was curious why Hawk was suddenly asking about this, but she nodded anyway. A lot better. Good. Hawk nodded. He was about to say something when he seemed to sense something. He turned his head toward the hospital room door. The next second, a knock sounded. Gwen's heart jumped. Hydra. SHIELD. Hawk said flatly, looking at the door. Come in. The door opened. The female SHIELD agent Hawk had seen earlier at the New York Operations Center stepped in, along with a male SHIELD agent. The female agent looked at Hawk. Mr. Phoenix. Hawk nodded. Sharon, sitting in bed, craned her neck to see who was at the door. When she saw the female SHIELD agent, her face lit up. Martha. The agent, Martha, also saw Sharon in bed. Her expression softened with relief, and she quickly crossed the room. Sharon, thank God. You're okay. Sharon asked urgently, how's Commander Hand? Martha glanced at Sharon, who was still hooked up to a transfusion, and smiled. Same as you. Getting blood. But don't worry, the commander's fine. Sharon's worry disappeared completely. Then she looked at Martha. I want to go back to the base and be with you guys. As she spoke, Sharon instinctively glanced at Hawk. Hawk laughed. I'm not HYDRA. I'm not holding you prisoner. Hawk joked, then turned to Gwen. All right, Sharon's people are here. Let's head home. He still needed to get his fiancée home safely, then run off and pull the plug on Zola. Gwen nodded and looked at Sharon. Sharon, we're heading out. Sharon hummed in acknowledgement. Thank you, Gwen. Martha also turned to Gwen. Thank you, Miss Stacy. Gwen smiled, waved at Sharon and Martha, and then followed Hawk out of the room. The black Audi A8 tore through Manhattan streets, making it back to the garage at 521A Bleecker Street in under 20 minutes. Back in the living room. Gwen turned on the lights, then turned to face Hawk with a smile. All right. I'm home. You can go take care of business now. Hawk raised an eyebrow at her. Gwen smiled. Sharon doesn't know you that well, but I do, Hawk. You're not the type to ask random questions for no reason. Hawk looked at Gwen with exaggerated shock. Nothing gets past my dear fiancé. Quit the sweet talk. Gwen gave him an amused eye roll, then said, go on. Get it done. I'll make us something to eat. Come back soon. Yes, ma'am. Hawk straightened up with mock seriousness, gave her a salute, then suddenly appeared right in front of her, leaned down, stole a quick kiss, and vanished before she could react. Gwen instinctively covered her mouth, watching the spot where Hawk had just been. She let out a quiet laugh, shook her head with a smile, then turned on the TV and headed toward the kitchen to make a late-night snack for when Hawk got back. Just as she took her first step toward the kitchen, Hawk had already appeared in the airspace above the abandoned military base 30 kilometers east of Jersey City that Sharon had mentioned. The next second, he was standing in the middle of the decommissioned base, which was now overgrown with waist-high weeds. Hawk's gaze locked onto a munitions warehouse in the distance. It wasn't because he vaguely remembered that Captain America Steve Rogers had noticed something off about a non-existent warehouse. It was because every door in the entire base was shut tight and locked, except for that warehouse. Its large door was wide open, practically impossible to miss. After all, Hawk wasn't blind. When Hawk saw the warehouse door standing open, as if someone had beaten him to it, he paused for a moment, then realized something. The timeline for Captain America, the Winter Soldier, was actually pretty similar to Thor, the Dark World. Both were short. Wait. Thor 2's plot was compressed into 48 hours. Cap 2 happened over 72. Hydra had officially launched their second uprising yesterday. Today was day 2. So, if he wasn't mistaken, Captain America Steve Rogers and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff had probably already found this place. Hawk thought to himself as he took a step forward. In an instant, he was standing at the entrance to the wide-open munitions warehouse. His form flickered again, and when he reappeared, he was already inside. Thud. Captain America, who had only recently arrived and had already found the secret elevator and was currently talking with Dr. Zola, learning the truth behind Project Insight, seemed to sense something. He looked up at the ceiling. Natasha, standing nearby and equally shocked by what Zola had revealed, noticed Cap's movement out of the corner of her eye. She snapped out of her daze and followed his gaze upward. Cap, what is it? Someone's here. Captain America Steve Rogers said in a low, serious tone. Natasha immediately shifted into combat mode. The tactical pistols holstered at her sides were drawn in a flash, and she scanned the room with sharp, cautious eyes. Just then, the bulky computer screen behind them was suddenly flooded with streams of data. At the same time, the ancient server racks filling the entire room started humming at full capacity, their cooling fans whirring loudly. Natasha noticed the change. She spun around to look at Dr. Zola, who seemed to be calculating something. Cap also reacted. He turned to face the screen displaying Zola's digital face. Zola, what are you up to? Zola didn't answer. He was analyzing. But no matter how much he analyzed, he couldn't figure out how Hawk had pinpointed his location this quickly. Even if John Garrett had sold him out, it wouldn't matter. Because Garrett didn't know his exact location either. Unless Dr. Zola's data streams quickly zeroed in on a 10-minute gap in Alexander Pierce's signal records. He nearly crashed. Because Zola couldn't understand why Alexander Pierce would do that either. Just then, Captain America, still watching Zola, caught a spatial distortion in his peripheral vision, right by the elevator entrance. No hesitation. Whoosh. With a sharp twist of his core, Cap's shield was already flying toward Hawk, who had just silently materialized at the elevator entrance. The shield spun through the air. The force behind it was enough to cut a normal person clean in half at the waist. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 95, 199, Who Really Made That Crater? Clang. Hawk's right hand shot out. Without moving an inch, he caught the vibranium shield Captain America had just hurled at him. The exact same way the Winter Soldier had caught Cap's shield last night. The next second, Hawk flicked his wrist and sent the shield spinning back toward Cap. Careful there, Captain. First time's an accident. Second time, I'm going to assume it's on purpose. People with faith deserved respect. Especially those willing to die for what they believed in. No matter what that belief was. Judge the action, not the heart. Cap snatched his shield out of the air with a sharp whoosh, eyeing Hawk with clear wariness. Who are you? Natasha, standing to the side, snapped out of her shock. Though she was confused about why Hawk was here, she stepped forward and made the introductions. Captain, this is Hawk. Hawk, this is Steve Rogers. Captain America. Before now, Hawk and Cap had never actually met. After all, Hawk lived in New York City. Cap's hometown was also New York, but after his revival, he'd moved to Washington, D.C. So the two had never crossed paths. But. So you're Hawk. Steve listened to Natasha's introduction and looked at Hawk. Thor and Tony have mentioned you. So you're a friend, not an enemy. Hawk let out a dry chuckle. Not necessarily. Oh. To Natasha. Sure, we're not enemies. But to you, Captain. If you've got a problem with me killing people, then we might end up on opposite sides. Natasha heard Hawk's words and immediately pictured the sea of ash that had once been Wakanda. Steve, meanwhile, heard the same words and his expression turned serious. But you only kill bad people. At the very least, I've never killed anyone unprovoked. Hawk was speaking the truth. Steve instinctively glanced at Natasha. He didn't know Hawk well, but he knew Natasha very well. Natasha thought about it seriously. Aside from that first time when Hawk had stormed Quantico, which admittedly was him starting trouble, every other incident after that hadn't actually been Hawk's fault. Meeting Steve's gaze, Natasha nodded. Steve saw the confirmation, then turned back to Hawk with a slight smile. I'm a relic from another time, but back in my day, if you killed the bad guys, that made you one of the good guys. Hawk looked at Steve. You're different from what I expected, Captain. I slept for 70 years. Steve shrugged, dropping his combat stance and making a self-deprecating joke. The history books also say I never smoked or drank. Hawk remembered what the history books said about Captain America and laughed. He looked at Cap with genuine curiosity. But you do drink? Yeah. Steve nodded with a smile, then extended an invitation. Once we're done with what we're dealing with, maybe we can grab a drink together. Hawk shrugged. Sorry. I'm under 21. Can't legally drink yet. Steve's expression froze. He instinctively looked at Natasha again. Natasha took a deep breath, suddenly remembering Hawk's actual age. That's right, Captain. Hawk's only 19 this year. He's a freshman at NYU Law School. Steve looked at Hawk in surprise and let out an impressed whistle. Wow. Although, Captain, if you really want to have that drink, we could go somewhere else. Like London. The drinking age there is 18. Hawk smiled as he spoke. Federal law said you couldn't drink under 21. But in London, 18 was perfectly legal. So, he couldn't legally drink in the States, but in London, he was golden. Rules were rules. People made their own choices. Just like when he and Thor had gone to Mars for their fight. After they finished beating the hell out of each other, they'd had a few drinks on Mars, then both flew back drunk. Federal law might have long arms, but Hawk seriously doubted it reached all the way to Mars. Steve processed Hawk's words and laughed, then nodded. Deal. Once this is over, I'll take you to London for that drink. Sounds good. Hawk nodded, accepting Cap's invitation. Natasha, watching this exchange, turned to Hawk and got back to business. Hawk, why are you here? Steve also looked at Hawk. Hawk said nothing. His gaze moved past the two of them and landed on the old-fashioned computer monitor behind them, where a digital face had appeared. His eyes fixed on the electronic face of Zola displayed on the screen, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Zola. I've been here for a while now. Has that broken algorithm of yours figured out why I'm here yet? Zola's server hummed and whirred. The next second, Zola's electronic voice spoke. Alexander Pierce told you that I was the mastermind behind Hydra's attempt to test you. Correct. Hawk's smile widened. So do you know why I'm here? Zola's electronic tone remained flat. To destroy me. Smart. Not smart. Zola refuted Hawk's compliment, his voice devoid of inflection. This is the most probable outcome based on my analysis of all your past actions. Thaddeus Ross provoked you, and you killed him. Bruce Banner provoked you, and you killed him. Wakanda provoked you, and you wiped out their entire nation. Now I have provoked you. There is no reason you would spare me. Hawk's smile grew even wider. Once again, you're very smart. Steve, listening to Dr. Zola's words, looked shocked. He turned to Natasha, his tone incredulous. Bruce Banner is dead. He genuinely hadn't known. After the Battle of New York, Bruce Banner had left the country, so Steve had assumed he was still overseas somewhere. But the truth was, S.H.I.E.L.D. had buried that information. Natasha opened her mouth, meeting Steve's gaze, then shrugged and shook her head. It's a long story. I'll explain when we have time. Steve nodded, watching as Hawk ignored both of them entirely and engaged Zola in direct conversation. It suddenly made sense why Hawk had said they might become enemies if Steve disapproved of his killing. Hawk overheard Cap and Natasha's exchange and turned to look at Natasha. I've already cleared out the Hydra agents from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch. Aren't you two planning to head over there? He thought about the original timeline, where Cap and Natasha had been stalled by Zola long enough for a missile strike to hit them. The missile hadn't shown up yet, but what if it did? I heard Victoria Hand is putting together a plan to retake the Triskelion and restore S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command structure. Don't you want to regroup with them? What? Natasha stared at Hawk in shock. The New York branch is back under S.H.I.E.L.D. control. Hawk laughed. Why else do you think I'm here? This digital bastard sent his people to my house to threaten my fiancée and demand she hand over Sharon. Natasha was speechless. But this time, she wasn't looking at Hawk. She was staring at the electronic face of Zola on the screen. Holy hell. He sent people to Hawk's house. To threaten Hawk's fiancée. Natasha had already thought Zola was incredibly bold when he'd revealed the Insight Protocol. But this was a whole other level of audacity. How did you even think that was a good idea? The last person who dared threaten his fiancée ended up having their entire bloodline wiped out. Wait. Hold on. Why am I sympathizing with HYDRA? I should be celebrating. Natasha's thoughts raced, then she focused on the fact that the New York branch had been liberated. She turned to Cap. Captain, we need to get to the New York branch immediately and tell Commander Hand about Hydra's plan. Cap frowned. But what if? Hawk's already vetted them. I trust that there are no Hydra spies left in the New York branch. Natasha spoke with absolute confidence. Because Hawk had personally handled it. Which meant anyone Hawk even suspected of being Hydra had probably been sent straight to hell. So, the New York branch's current S.H.I.E.L.D. purity level. Definitely 100%. Steve watched as Natasha urged him to head to the New York branch with complete confidence. He instinctively glanced at Hawk. Hawk, what about you? Zola and I still have some unfinished business. You two go ahead. All right. Thinking about the Insight Protocol that Dr. Zola had just revealed, Steve didn't hesitate. He nodded and prepared to leave with Natasha. But just then. Clang. As Dr. Zola's program activated, the only elevator leading to the surface suddenly slammed shut behind a heavy steel blast door. Natasha and Cap froze. Hawk turned to look at the scene, genuinely amused. He glanced at the screen displaying Zola's face. He didn't address Zola. Instead, he teleported between Natasha and Cap in an instant, placing his hands on both their shoulders. the next second. With a thought, Hawk vanished from Zola's server room with both of them. When they reappeared, they were under the Brooklyn Bridge in Manhattan. Since he was already playing delivery service, he figured he might as well take them all the way. After dropping Natasha and Cap off beneath the Brooklyn Bridge, Hawk gave Natasha a brief smile, then turned and vanished once more. Cap looked up at the familiar Brooklyn Bridge and opened his mouth. This is teleportation, probably. Natasha snapped out of her daze after Hawk disappeared. She looked at the stunned captain. It's a power Hawk started showing after the Battle of London. Steve nodded thoughtfully. Thor told me he and Hawk frequently spar on Mars. I thought he was joking, but apparently. Natasha turned to Cap, her expression serious. Captain. Yeah. You know that massive crater scientists discovered on Mars recently? The one way bigger than Victoria Crater. Steve nodded. That crater was made by the two of them fighting. Hawk says Thor made it when he got slammed into the ground. Thor says Hawk made it. Pepper told me about it once over the phone. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 96, 200, Japan is 13 hours ahead of New York. After seeing Natasha and Steve off, Hawk had already returned to Zola's server room. He hadn't heard their conversation. If he had, he would have mentioned that the impact crater on Mars, larger even than the Victoria crater found on the Meridiani Planum, had been created when he punched Thor so hard the thunder god had crashed into the Martian surface. Of course, if Thor had heard that conversation, he would have said the same thing. That Hawk had made that crater. As for what the actual truth was, that would probably remain a permanent mystery. Back in Zola's server room, Hawk looked at the electronic face on the old-school computer screen with an expression somewhere between amusement and mockery. I take back my earlier assessment. You're not as smart as I thought. You think that steel door can stop them. But can it stop me? No. But I had to try. You're brave, Zola. You have nothing you can use to threaten me, Mr. Phoenix. True. Hawk listened to Zola's electronic voice and nodded in genuine agreement. You don't have family. No descendants. So I can't use them as leverage. And you're an electronic being, a dated one at that, running purely on logic. You don't have any emotions at all. Even though you know I'm about to pull your plug, you're not scared in the slightest. There was no denying that Dr. Zola was a genius. Back in 1972, he'd managed to transform himself into an electronic lifeform, something that couldn't just be called advanced. It sounded like science fiction. Unfortunately, every era had its limitations. For example, Dr. Zola could travel through this facility's network and access any corner of the internet. But his core, his actual body, was stuck here. Unlike modern AI, he couldn't exist anywhere there was a network connection. Which meant destroying Dr. Zola was easy. Just blow up the servers in this room. If the servers here were destroyed, Zola would be completely dead. There was no possibility of him escaping through the network. The movie explicitly stated that these servers were Zola's true body. If they were destroyed, Zola would be permanently erased. But before pulling the plug on Zola, Hawk looked at him with curiosity and asked the question that had been bothering him on the way over. I'm curious. Based on your logic calculations, you should have understood the consequences of crossing me. And yet, knowing with absolute certainty that you'd piss me off, you did it anyway. Why? Dr. Zola didn't hesitate. My calculations were wrong. What? Hawk raised an eyebrow at the answer, staring at Dr. Zola. Your calculations were wrong. Yes. According to my projections, you were not supposed to return to New York City this quickly. Information cascaded down Dr. Zola's monitor like a waterfall. Based on my prior calculations, I predicted that if your friend Peter went missing, you would go to rescue him. And you did. But I failed to account for how quickly you would return. Hawk immediately held up a hand. Wait. Are you saying Peter and Felicia's disappearance, that was you? Dr. Zola didn't deny it. Yes. I dispatched operatives to attack their offshore research base. So you were planning to get me out of New York from the start? Correct. Why? Because of the Insight algorithm. The one you use to run big data calculations, figure out who'll stand in Hydra's way in the future, and preemptively eliminate them through targeted interventions. Correct. So I was going to be a roadblock for you people. Hawk actually laughed at that, looking at Dr. Zola. Your algorithm's got some serious bugs. If I had a problem with HYDRA, I wouldn't have made friends with Anna in the first place. And if you hadn't tested me this time, I would have just sat at home and watched to see if you guys could beat S.H.I.E.L.D. or not. Dr. Zola's electronic voice remained perfectly calm. Because you were getting too close to Sharon Carter. According to the Insight algorithm, the more time you spent in contact with Sharon Carter and Maria Hill, the lower our chances of success became. Hawk laughed. That's it. That's the reason. Yes. And now? Is this the outcome you wanted? When you returned to New York City, Hydra's probability of success dropped to 10%. But after you sent Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff away, the success rate returned to 60%. Is that so? Hawk stroked his chin thoughtfully. How exactly did you calculate that success rate? Dr. Zola continued without holding anything back. When you first returned to New York City, the algorithm calculated a 90% probability that you would take action against us. That you would even attempt to stop this operation. But just now, when you sent Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff to New York City, not directly to the New York SHIELD headquarters, the algorithm recalculated. After you eliminate me, there is now a 90% probability that you will not interfere with our operations in Washington. Am I correct? Dr. Zola even went so far as to ask Hawk directly at the end. Hawk smiled. Your algorithm actually has some merit. Thank you. So you deliberately sealed this place just now to verify whether or not I'd sabotage your inside helicarrier plan in Washington. Correct. Fine. Hawk shook his head with a slight laugh, then looked at Zola with renewed curiosity. You know Alexander Pierce sold you out. And you're still supporting him. Zola's voice remained emotionless. To make Hydra great again. All right then. Hawk had lost all interest in continuing the conversation. He was ready to pull Zola's plug and head home to have a late-night snack with Gwen. He'd already gotten the answers he'd come for. Zola's algorithm had predicted that the more time Hawk spent with Sharon Carter and Maria Hill, the more his loyalties would shift toward SHIELD. So the algorithm had orchestrated getting him out of New York and launched the second uprising. But the calculations had gone wrong. They hadn't anticipated he'd return so quickly. The Zola in front of him wasn't truly the original Zola, though. So even after realizing Alexander Pierce had betrayed him, he'd still chosen to follow his first directive, to make Hydra great again. Hawk mulled over these thoughts as his gaze swept around the room, taking in Zola's body. Finally, his eyes settled back on the computer screen displaying Zola's face, and he asked one last question. I'm curious. Are you actually just a program? Or are you really the same Arnim Zola from 1972? I am Arnim Zola. But Arnim Zola is not me. Understood. Hawk nodded thoughtfully. His eyes began glowing with a faint crimson light as he prepared to pull Zola's plug for good. Just then, he seemed to sense something. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the ceiling overhead and locking onto something miles above, a short-range ballistic missile rapidly closing in on this location. Hawk laughed, looking back at Zola. So this is your final move? You're trying to see if you can take me down with you? No. As the short-range ballistic missile roared closer, the computer screen began displaying static. Zola's electronic face seemed to form a strange, twisted smile. That missile is not here to try to take you down. It is here to eliminate me. Hail Hydra. With Zola's final words, a sharp, distorted cry of, Hail Hydra. The short-range ballistic missile slammed into the facility. Boom. The moment the brilliant flash of fire appeared, the electronic Zola went permanently offline. And as the flames surged forward to consume Hawk, still standing in place, his figure vanished from the server room. The ground shook violently. The roaring flames swept through the entire server room like a flood, and the explosion instantly obliterated even the supply warehouse on the surface that had been used as camouflage. A pillar of fire shot dozens of meters into the sky from the explosion's epicenter, illuminating nearly half the military base. The shockwave from the blast swept across the ground like an invisible hand. The concrete guard post foundations, which had stubbornly stood for who knows how many years, suddenly spiderwebbed with cracks across their surfaces. Moments later, they collapsed entirely with a dull, thunderous roar. Hawk appeared silently in the air above the explosion, gazing down at what was now a flaming crater where the facility had once stood. His mind replayed Zola's final words before going offline. That missile is not here to try to take you down. It is here to eliminate me. So, was this internal conflict within the organization? Or, was this to silence Zola permanently? Hawk wondered. Suddenly, he snapped back to the present, glancing at the police cars racing toward the scene in the distance, their lights flashing. He took a deep breath, turned around, and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, shooting back toward his home at 521A Bleecker Street. Thud. Gwen, who had just finished preparing a late-night snack at home, heard the noise from the backyard. She walked out of the kitchen, poked her head out, and saw Hawk pushing open the sliding glass door and stepping inside. She smiled. You're back. Perfect timing. Food's ready. Let's eat. Hawk smiled and hummed in acknowledgement as he walked into the kitchen. Just as he reached for a handful of fries on the plate, Gwen quickly stopped him. Hey. Wash your hands. Fine. Hawk shrugged good-naturedly and headed toward the sink. As he walked, he pulled out his phone, which had just buzzed with a notification. It was a video from Anna. Hawk opened it. On the screen, in the bright, pleasant weather of what was currently 1 p.m. in Japan, the shrine that was supposedly the spiritual pillar of the island nation was now engulfed in towering flames. Hawk watched the trending video, his lips curling into a satisfied smirk. He slipped the phone back into his pocket. But the moment he turned on the faucet and was about to wash his hands, something clicked in his mind like an electric shock. He froze in place. Japan was 13 hours ahead of New York. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 97, 201, Hydra's lifelong enemy. The faucet ran, water rushing into the sink in a steady stream. Hawk stood there, brow furrowed, staring at the flowing water. Lost in thought. Gwen didn't notice at first. Not until she'd finished plating the pasta and turned to see him still standing at the sink, motionless. Hawk. Yeah. Hawk looked up at the sound of her voice, meeting Gwen's eyes. Gwen studied him with suspicion. What's wrong? Japan is 13 hours ahead of New York. What? Gwen blinked in confusion, then shook her head. It's past midnight here, so yeah, it's 1 in the afternoon tomorrow over there. What's the problem? Hawk's expression turned thoughtful. But when Anna called me earlier at the New York Shield branch, she said good evening. Gwen frowned. It is evening here. So she said good evening. What's wrong with that? Something's off about Anna. Hawk's mind raced as he turned to Gwen. I think someone just played me for a fool. Gwen couldn't wrap her head around it. You think you got played, because you said good evening and Anna didn't say good morning? That's it. Yes. Hawk nodded, looking at Gwen as he explained his reasoning. Because whenever Anna and I talk on the phone, we always greet each other based on our respective time zones. He and Anna hadn't spoken often. But every single time they did, without exception, Anna greeted him according to her local time. She never matched his time zone. It was one of Anna's little quirks. But earlier, when Anna, supposedly in Japan, had called him at the New York Shield branch, and he'd greeted her, she'd followed his time zone instead. Bottom line, it didn't feel like Anna. Gwen listened to Hawk's explanation, opened her mouth to respond, then looked at him. Why don't you just call Anna again right now? Hawk shook his head. I'm starting to think the person I was talking to wasn't Anna at all. If it wasn't Anna, then who was it? No idea. Hawk's eyes gleamed with determination. But once I get to Japan and confirm it, I'll find out. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Japan. Now. Yes. Hawk thought back to the Anna, whose greeting hadn't matched her usual pattern, then recalled Dr. Zola's final words before going offline. He looked at Gwen with a faint smile. Of course, after we finish the midnight snack. He really wanted to fly to Japan right now and see for himself. But Gwen had already made food. If he just vanished without touching it and ran off to see another woman, Gwen would lose her mind. Fortunately, Gwen wasn't petty like that. Soon enough, she watched as Hawk demolished the carefully prepared meal in record time, then looked up at her expectantly. She shook her head with a helpless smile. Go. Come back soon. Will do. Hawk didn't hesitate. His form vanished from the high stool in an instant. The moment he reappeared at high altitude, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting across the sky at incredible speed toward Japan. Calling wasn't an option. If he already suspected that the Anna he'd spoken to wasn't the Anna he knew, then there was only one way to dispel that doubt. Seeing is believing. Back home, Gwen blinked at the now empty seat where Hawk had been sitting just a second ago. She stood, started cleaning up, and headed upstairs to bed. But just as she was rinsing the dishes and loading them into the dishwasher, the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, Gwen instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 12:30. Just then, Sharon's voice called out from outside. Gwen. Sharon. Gwen recognized Sharon's voice immediately. She wiped her hands, walked to the door, and opened it. Her eyes lit up when she saw Sharon standing there, then her gaze shifted to the man and woman standing beside her. She recognized the woman. Natasha. But what surprised her was the man standing next to Natasha. Captain America. Gwen looked like she couldn't believe her own eyes. Pure delight crossed her face as she stared at Steve Rogers standing in her doorway. Oh my God. It's really you. Once again, Captain America Steve Rogers' childhood home in Brooklyn had become a tourist attraction with daily reservations booked solid months in advance. Put it this way, if Cap decided to run for president right now, his approval rating would be astronomically ahead of everyone else. Gwen wasn't a fangirl, but Cap was different. He was a living historical figure. And now that historical figure was standing right in front of her. Gwen invited all three of them inside, then dashed upstairs. A moment later, she returned carrying a copy of Captain America, the biography written by a famous federal author, along with a pen. She held them out to Steve Rogers. "Captain, could you sign this for me?" "Of course." Steve blinked in surprise, but when he saw the book, he quickly recovered. He took the pen with practiced ease and signed his name on the title page. Clearly, this wasn't his first time doing this. Gwen accepted the book, staring at the signature on the title page with obvious joy. "My dad is going to be so jealous when he sees I have a book with Captain America's autograph." After all, this book had been the first one George ever bought for her. Most native-born Americans' first biography was Captain America. Of course, orphans were the exception. Books were expensive in the States. Most families rented them instead of buying. And for someone like Hawk, who'd grown up in an orphanage, forget it. Hawk's first book had been the Bible. Yeah. A gift from the priest at the church that had taken them in. If that priest ever found out that Hawk's first book had been the Bible, and he'd still ended up with the nickname Demon King, he'd probably spend a week in the confessional begging God for forgiveness. A little while later, after Gwen carefully returned the signed Captain America book to its place upstairs, she came back down and looked at Sharon curiously, asking why they'd shown up so late. Sharon explained. "It was the captain's idea. He came looking for Hawk. He's hoping Hawk can help us." When she'd first been at the hospital, she hadn't fully processed what Hawk had meant by his parting words. But after she returned to the New York Shield branch and thought back to what he'd said in the hospital room, "The rest is up to you guys," it became clear. Hawk wasn't planning to get involved in what came next. Sharon didn't push it. After telling Victoria Hand, the commander agreed that Hawk had already done more than enough. From here on out, they needed to handle it themselves. And then, Cap and Black Widow had shown up. They'd informed them of Hydra's ultimate plan, intel they'd gotten from Dr. Zola, and then they'd heard the news that a short-range ballistic missile had destroyed the abandoned military base where Zola's servers had been housed. So, Cap had gotten Hawk's home address from Sharon and decided to pay him a visit. The plan was to invite Hawk to join them tomorrow, travel to the capital together, set things right, and stop Hydra's plot to destroy the world. Except, Gwen listened to their explanation, opened her mouth, and looked at Sharon. "You're too late. Hawk's not home." Natasha spoke up. "Hawk hasn't come back yet." "No, he came back." Gwen shook her head, looking at Natasha. "If you'd gotten here 10 minutes earlier, you would have caught him." Sharon frowned. "Hawk went out again." Gwen nodded. Cap leaned forward slightly. "Did he go to Washington, D.C.? "No. Japan." "Japan." Sharon looked genuinely curious. "It's this late. What's Hawk doing in Japan?" Gwen shrugged. "He said he thinks someone tricked him. So he's going over there to confirm." "All right then." Sharon didn't quite understand what that meant, but the bottom line was clear: they were too late. Natasha looked at Gwen. "Can you call Hawk?" "There." Gwen gestured toward the phone lying on the couch across the room. "His phone's dead. He left it here." His words, not mine. "I don't have international roaming, so the phone's useless in Japan anyway. Plus, I don't really use phones much." Sharon nodded reflexively. That tracked. Before Hawk had gotten together with Gwen, he hadn't even had a driver's license. In the information age, he'd been a ghost among ghosts. Natasha glanced at Steve. "Captain." "All right." Steve Rogers, seeing that he wouldn't be able to meet with Hawk, didn't press the issue. He smiled, stood up, and shook Gwen's hand. "If Hawk comes back, could you let him know I stopped by?" Gwen smiled warmly. "Of course. I'll tell him the second he gets home." Steve thanked her, nodded to Sharon and Natasha, and headed toward the front door. Gwen walked them out. The moment she opened the door, her eyes widened. A line of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s signature black Chevy SUVs sat parked along the street, one after another. Gwen's mouth fell open. She stared at the scene, then turned to Sharon. "The New York branch has been liberated. But DC S.H.I.E.L.D. is still in Hydra's hands. And they're planning to activate their world domination scheme tomorrow morning. We're going to stop them." Sharon's smile was casual, almost relaxed. Even though this trip to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters might be dangerous, they were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. And they had Captain America. When these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had heard that Captain America himself was planning to march on the Capitol and take it back, almost every single one of them had volunteered without a second thought. Don't ask them if they were afraid of dying. This was Captain America. As one Chevy SUV after another, each equipped with signal jammers to prevent Hydra from detecting their approach, pulled away from the neighborhood, Gwen stood in the doorway, slowly turning her gaze away. Standing there in the doorway, Gwen's eyes shifted toward the direction of Japan. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 98, 202, Hawk meets Madame Hydra. It didn't actually take Hawk long to reach Japan. By 1:30 p.m. local time, he'd already touched down on the street where the Yasukuni shrine stood. He didn't immediately go looking for Anna. Instead, he played the part of a curious bystander, blending into the crowd and watching the shrine continue to burn in the distance. The local police had already cordoned off the area. But even through the barriers, you could still see the former spiritual symbol of Japan, now completely engulfed in towering flames, unstoppable and all-consuming. The wailing and shouting from the crowd around him was deafening. Some of the locals had even dropped to their knees at the police line, faces twisted in grief, sobbing and screaming like their mothers had just died. The firefighters had arrived to battle the blaze, but everyone knew Japanese architecture was primarily wood-based. Extremely flammable. So, even though the firefighters fought valiantly for 3.5 hours, by the time they finally extinguished the flames, the once grand Yasukuni shrine had been reduced to a smoldering ruin. Once it was confirmed that the shrine had been completely destroyed and nothing inside had been salvaged, the crowd beyond the police barriers completely lost it. The wailing intensified, crying that sounded like they'd lost their entire families. Some of the more emotionally unstable ones even stood up, shouted something dramatic, and attempted to perform seppuku right there on the street. And then, they immediately started screaming in pain, collapsing to the ground and crying for help. Standing further back in the crowd, watching the scene unfold, Hawk felt genuinely satisfied. But the show was over. Time to get down to business. Hawk thought for a moment, then smiled and politely borrowed a phone from a bow-legged girl standing nearby. He dialed Sharon Carter's number. Because he'd just realized something very important while watching the spectacle. He had no idea where S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Japan branch was located. Hydra had already launched their second uprising, and the entire world was theoretically in danger. But in reality, that wasn't quite accurate. Hydra's current operation was concentrated entirely within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. It hadn't spilled out into the wider world yet. Just like New York. If Sharon hadn't escaped Hydra's pursuit and run to Bleecker Street, Gwen, like every other civilian, would have had no idea anything was happening. It was the same everywhere else. Success requires secrecy. Alexander Pierce, the new generation Hydra leader running this operation, understood that perfectly. The key to Hydra's success this time was the 3 inside helicarriers loaded with Zola's algorithm. Once those carriers went airborne, all the Hydra agents who'd spent years infiltrating every level of the federal government would reveal themselves and join the fight. When that happened, helicarriers in the sky, Hydra agents in every institution, working in perfect coordination. Forget just taking over S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra would take over the entire country. So even though Hydra's uprising seemed like a big deal, in reality, outside of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal systems, the rest of the world had no idea what was happening right now. Same thing here in Japan. But that was fine. He didn't know where the Japan branch was, but someone did. Sharon Carter, currently following Captain America on the way to the Washington battlefield, saw the unfamiliar number calling and almost declined. But then she noticed it was a Japanese number and immediately realized who it might be. She answered quickly. Hawk. Yeah. Where's the S.H.I.E.L.D. Japan branch? Sharon blinked in surprise at the question, then rattled off the address. You went to Japan without knowing where S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Japan office was. Hawk shrugged. Things were urgent. I didn't think about it until after I landed. Sharon let out a resigned all right, then her eyes lit up. Oh, by the way, Hawk, Cap came looking for you earlier. He wanted to invite you to. Hawk cut her off. You guys go ahead. If I show up, you'll know. And don't call this number back. I borrowed it from a local. With that, Hawk hung up. He knew what Sharon was going to say. She wanted to invite him to Washington, D.C. to join the grand battle. But what if he was wrong about Anna? And what if he'd already agreed to help Sharon? He'd end up breaking his word. That wasn't acceptable. A man's reputation was built on keeping his word. So he cut Sharon off rather than give her a definite answer. He'd see Anna first, then decide. So, after hanging up, Hawk returned the phone to the bow-legged girl beside him, who was staring at him with a look that screamed she'd throw herself at him if he asked. He thanked her politely, then turned and vanished from her line of sight the moment he took a step. He was here on business, not to pick up girls. Most importantly, he, Hawk, was faithful to one woman and one woman only. Meanwhile, having gotten the exact coordinates of S.H.I.E.L.D. Japan, Sharon, who was now driving toward Washington, D.C. and less than 10 kilometers from the Triskelion headquarters, hung up the phone. Seeing Sharon lower the phone, Natasha immediately asked. What did Hawk say? He said we should go ahead without him. Sharon relayed Hawk's answer, then looked at Natasha. Hawk's attitude is kind of weird. At first, when Hawk had just gotten back to New York, Sharon had felt the killing intent radiating off him and had been absolutely certain that Hydra's fate would be the same as Wakanda's. And it had seemed that way. Hawk had been heading straight for total Hydra extermination. But then, after Hawk came back from the New York Shield branch, he'd told her, "The rest is up to you guys." Sharon hadn't thought much of it at the time. She'd figured Hawk was just fed up and didn't want to get involved in their fight with Hydra anymore. But now, "You guys go ahead." That answer was way more flexible. To Sharon, it sounded like Hawk was weighing the options between go and don't go, and he'd chosen maybe. Sharon frowned. "I think Hawk's change in attitude means there's something going on that we don't know about." Natasha listened to Sharon's words and seemed to realize something. She looked at Sharon. "I think I might know what it is." Sharon turned to Natasha. "What?" This was originally level 7 classified intel. Natasha shrugged, looking at Sharon. "Your clearance is only level 6, so technically I shouldn't tell you. But at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Long story short, Hawk has a friend named Anna. She's suspected of being Hydra. Sharon's eyes widened as she stared at Natasha. "Are you serious?" "Previously suspected. Now it's pretty much confirmed." Natasha shrugged. Commander Hand said Hawk took a phone call before leaving the New York branch. The person on the other end was named Anna. You also said Hawk's attitude changed after he got back to the hospital. If I had to guess, it was because of that call." Sharon frowned. "So him going to Japan now?" "No idea. But it's probably because after you and Cap left, Hawk discovered something else." That was as far as Natasha could deduce based on the available information. She looked at Sharon. "But honestly, this is good news." Sharon raised an eyebrow at Natasha. "How so?" "Best case scenario? Hawk helps us. Worst case scenario should have been Hawk helping Hydra. But Hawk already told you he's staying out of it." Natasha smiled. "So from our perspective, that's actually good news. After all, you wouldn't want to see Hawk helping Hydra, would you?" Sharon listened to Natasha's explanation, her expression clearing. Natasha continued. "Actually, this whole thing shows that Hawk leans toward lawful neutral." Sharon nodded reflexively. "True. If Hawk were chaotic neutral, he'd be forced to choose between SHIELD and Hydra. No middle ground. But right now, Hawk's choice was neutral, while leaning in SHIELD's favor. That was really good. All that running around cleaning up after him last Christmas was worth it after all." Sharon thought back to her cancelled Christmas vacation last year and reflected on the thought. The next second, she looked at Natasha, her expression serious. "I hope Hawk finds out that Hydra's Anna played him." Natasha nodded in agreement. She hoped so too. Because if that happened, Hydra was finished. If Hawk entered the fight, Hydra would be completely destroyed. They wouldn't even need to rush to DC to fight anymore. Unfortunately, Hawk hadn't confirmed whether he'd join yet. As the two women continued their conversation, Commander Victoria Hand's voice came through their earpieces. She was back at the New York Shield Command Center, providing intelligence support for this operation. "Heads up. Security Council convoy approaching. Natasha, you're up. Sharon, provide backup." "Copy that." "Roger." Sharon and Natasha stopped talking and checked their weapons. They watched the bridge leading to the Triskelion headquarters come into view, took deep breaths, and steeled themselves. Achoo. Far away in Japan, standing in the office of the SHIELD Japan branch commander, Hawk sneezed and reflexively rubbed his nose. Then he noticed a photograph sitting on the desk in front of him and picked it up. Two women in the photo. One of them was Anna. The other was a woman with striking emerald green hair, the color of bamboo leaves. "Who's this?" Hawk wondered curiously, then heard footsteps approaching from outside. He turned toward the office door. The next moment, the door opened. Madame Hydra, Ophelia Sarkissian, walked in. Their eyes met. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 99, 203, Hawk enters the field. Hawk stood behind the desk, looking at the photograph in his hand, then at the woman who just walked through the door, as if she'd stepped straight out of the picture. Madame Hydra, Ophelia Sarkissian, stared back at the men who'd somehow appeared in her office without warning, now standing behind her desk, holding a photograph of her and Anna. Their eyes met. The instant Ophelia locked eyes with Hawk, those deep blue eyes that seemed to contain entire galaxies of stars, she felt like she'd been transported into an unfamiliar universe. Isolated. Cold. Bone-chilling. But she recovered quickly. Without showing any emotion, she closed the office door behind her, then stood perfectly still, meeting Hawk's gaze head-on. Hawk glanced down at the photograph in his hand, the woman standing beside Anna, then looked back at the woman in front of him. Finally, he set the photo back down in its original position. "Your name?" "Ophelia." Ophelia blinked, then answered quickly. Her voice wasn't the seductive, alluring tone she'd used when speaking with Alexander earlier. Instead, it was calm, almost soothing, the kind of voice meant to put someone at ease. After placing the photograph back exactly where it had been, Hawk listened to Ophelia's self-introduction and raised an eyebrow. He slipped his hands into his pockets and looked at her again, standing ramrod straight near the door, as if confirming something. Madam Hydra. Yes. Ophelia nodded again. Hawk let out a dry laugh. Her name was Ophelia. She was Hydra. And she had that distinctive emerald green hair, the color of bamboo leaves. The only person who matched all three of those details was the infamous Viper, Madam Hydra herself, the woman who'd famously toyed with the mutant Wolverine like he was a puppet on strings. So yeah. He'd guessed right. The only difference was that this world didn't have mutants. No Wolverine. At least not in this Prime universe. But this Ophelia standing in front of him. She was definitely a mutant. Or more accurately, an inhuman. Hawk's gaze swept over Ophelia, and in an instant, he sensed the strange energy fluctuations hidden beneath that dark green uniform. Legend had it that Viper's kiss contained deadly poison. One kiss could turn the indestructible Wolverine from a hardened warrior into a helpless mess. He wondered if that was actually true. But that wasn't why he was here. Hawk's attention returned to the photograph he'd just set back on the desk. What's your relationship with Anna? Friends. Ophelia, still standing by the door, seemed to think of something. She looked at Hawk and added another line. Very close friends. Is that so? Hawk looked at Ophelia, watching the forced smile spread across her face, then let out a cold chuckle. I'm going to verify that. You'd better not be lying. With that, he completely flipped the script. As if he were the owner of this office and Ophelia, standing by the door, were a guest he'd invited, he gestured toward the sofa positioned in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking what was supposedly the most expensive real estate in all of Asia. Sit. Thank you. Ophelia let out an internal sigh of relief. She thanked him quietly, then, like a nervous guest, walked over to the sofa in her heels. She smoothed her skirt, sat down facing Hawk, and held herself rigidly upright. Hawk walked over as well, but he didn't sit on the couch. Instead, he moved to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the so-called most expensive land in Asia. Ophelia, seated on the sofa, didn't dare move a muscle. Hawk's voice was soft, almost contemplative. When I was flying here, I thought about just throwing a single punch and turning this place into the same kind of blank slate I left Wakanda. White as snow. Clean. Simple. But. As he spoke, Hawk turned around and finally sat down on the sofa across from Ophelia. After I landed, I watched a fire burn. Helped calm me down a bit. And just now, I saw that photograph of you and Anna. So I'm only going to ask you one question. Were you the one who pretended to be Anna and called me? Anna wasn't in Japan. Hawk had confirmed that the moment he'd landed in Japan. His sixth sense had instantly spread out, blanketing the entire main island, and he hadn't detected her presence anywhere. That was why he'd called Sharon to get the exact location of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Japan branch. But at the time, he still couldn't be completely certain. What if Anna had just left the island temporarily? Gone somewhere else? But now, the moment Ophelia had walked into her office and seen him, her body had gone stiff. That reaction confirmed everything. The Anna who'd called him at the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. branch wasn't the real Anna. Which raised the question. Where was Anna? It couldn't be that the Anna who'd called him at the New York branch was fake and the Anna who'd contacted him outside Wakanda, telling him she'd been promoted and transferred to Japan, was also fake. If that was the case, Hydra thought they could launch a second uprising. Not a chance in hell. Ophelia, sitting across from him, heard his question and felt the endless killing intent radiating from Hawk. She shivered violently, then quickly shook her head. It wasn't me, Mr. Phoenix. Really? Hawk's gaze was piercing as he stared at Ophelia. Then who burned down the Yasukuni shrine? And don't tell me Anna called and asked you to do it as a favor. No. It was Alexander Pierce. Ophelia didn't hesitate for even a second. She immediately sold out Alexander Pierce, the man who'd called her just a few hours ago asking for help. Sure, Alexander had promised her a favor in return. But what good was a favor if she was dead? Ophelia knew perfectly well that the only reason she was still alive right now wasn't because Hawk didn't want to kill her. It was solely because there was a photograph of her and Anna sitting on her desk. That was the only reason she was still breathing and able to have this conversation. But if she chose to hide the truth, Ophelia had zero doubt that in the next second, the entire Ginza district would become exactly what Hawk had just described, white as snow, clean as a blank slate. Hawk listened as Ophelia gave him the name, his expression completely neutral. Alexander Pierce. Yes. Ophelia nodded frantically, then, without holding anything back, recounted every detail of the phone call Alexander Pierce had made to her a few hours ago. Hawk had already suspected Alexander Pierce the moment he'd confirmed that the Anna who'd called him at the New York Shield branch wasn't the real Anna. Ophelia's testimony just confirmed it. But last time, when I was outside Wakanda, Alexander Pierce contacted Anna. She told me she'd been promoted and transferred to Japan to run operations here. No. Ophelia shook her head decisively, looking at Hawk. Japan is my territory. Anna is my friend. If she wanted to visit and vacation here, I'd welcome her with open arms. But she works under Alexander Pierce. He and I are just business partners. That's it. Hawk smiled. But that smile, from Ophelia's perspective, was utterly terrifying. It looked like Hawk was about to devour someone whole. Hawk quickly suppressed the towering inferno that had erupted in his chest after hearing Ophelia's answer. He looked at her again. Then where is Anna? I don't know. Ophelia was completely honest. Anna and I haven't been in contact for a long time. Hawk raised an eyebrow. You said you and Anna were close friends. You haven't been in touch for that long, and you're not curious. I asked. And Alexander said Anna was on an assignment. So I didn't push it. Like I said, Alexander and I are just business partners. Is that so? Hawk studied Ophelia, who didn't appear to be lying, and nodded thoughtfully. Then when was the last time you actually spoke with Anna? Ophelia frowned, meeting Hawk's intense gaze. She thought carefully, then looked back at him. Mid-July last year. July. Yes. Hawk listened to the timeline Ophelia provided and remembered that he'd asked Anna to keep an eye out for when Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster, arrived in London. Right. He'd also realized after the Battle of London that he couldn't reach Anna by phone anymore. So Anna had been missing, or imprisoned, since last July. Hawk's mind raced. The reason he was certain Anna wasn't dead was actually pretty simple. He hadn't seen her soul in his underworld. Don't forget. Hawk had made an agreement with Mephisto. His friends, when they died, wouldn't go to hell. Their souls would go to his underworld. So, was she missing? Or imprisoned? Hawk's thoughts churned. The next second, he let out a cold laugh. Why was he overthinking this? He'd just go ask Alexander Pierce directly. Hawk stood up from the sofa, ready to head to Washington and crash the party. But just as he was about to leave, he noticed Ophelia, who'd snapped back to attention the moment he stood and had quickly risen to her feet as well. Hawk stopped. He turned around, his gaze falling on Ophelia once more. You'd better really be Anna's friend. I swear it. Ophelia's voice was firm as she made her vow. Hawk stared at her for several seconds, then looked away. Then you'd better pray that when I find Anna, her answer matches yours. Because if it doesn't, you'll die a worse death than Alexander Pierce. With that, Hawk's form vanished from the office in an instant. When he reappeared, he was thousands of feet in the air. A sonic boom echoed across the sky as he transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward Washington, D.C. at blinding speed. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 100, 204, I'm sorry, Miss Stacy. Thud. The moment Hawk transformed into a streak of light and shot toward Washington, D.C., Ophelia, still in her office, felt her legs give out. She collapsed onto the floor. Hearing the noise from inside the office, a male Hydra agent burst through the door in a panic. When he saw Ophelia crumpled on the ground, he froze for a second, a flash of something calculating in his eyes, before rushing over with exaggerated concern. Boss. As a man who joined Hydra last year and been handpicked by the stunning, alluring Viper to serve as her personal bodyguard, he had ambition. Sure, he was only 25. And Ophelia's age? Unknown. But men had priorities. Advancement was everything. And he had access to an incredible opportunity. If he could win over his boss, he wouldn't dare say it'd save him 1,000 years of work, but 100. Easily. He had no idea what had happened in this office. But right now, this was his moment. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Ophelia didn't refuse when the agent came rushing over and helped her to her feet. Instead, she smiled and leaned into him like she had no bones in her body, letting him cradle her in his arms. Then, still resting against his chest, she smiled and crooked her finger at him in invitation. The agent's heart nearly melted from excitement. And then, it literally did. Physically melted. The moment the agent thought his dreams were about to come true, as he leaned in to meet Ophelia's emerald green lips, his eyes widened in shock. A pervasive green glow seeped into every corner of his body, flooding his internal organs. In an instant, his insides dissolved. Splat. With a sound like a water balloon bursting, the agent, who'd been dreaming of marrying his boss and reaching the peak of his career just a second ago, was reduced to a pool of green liquid on the office floor. The liquid seemed to have a life of its own. It wriggled across the floor, moving toward Ophelia's high heels, then crawled up her shoes and was completely absorbed into her body. After absorbing the liquid, Ophelia instinctively arched her swan-like neck, her eyes closed, and let out a long, satisfied breath. When she opened her eyes again, if Hawk had still been there, he would have been surprised to notice that Ophelia looked noticeably younger. Soon enough, Ophelia fully recovered from the crushing pressure Hawk had subjected her to. She walked back to her desk, sat down in her office chair, and let her gaze fall on the photograph of her and Anna. The photo really had been sitting there the whole time. And she and Anna really were good friends. But her motives weren't pure. After all, she, Zola, and Strucker were all traditional Hydra leaders. Anna, on the other hand, was the right-hand woman of Alexander Pierce, the new generation Hydra leader. Everyone knew how this worked. Old guard versus new blood. A fight was inevitable. So she'd chosen to befriend Anna and form an alliance with Pierce. She'd had her own agenda. Fortunately, she hadn't had the chance to act on that agenda yet. That was the one silver lining in all this. Ophelia's eyes gleamed with thought. Just then, a knock at the door. "Come in, Commander." Her assistant walked in holding Ophelia's phone and approached the desk. "It's Mr. Pierce." Ophelia was silent for a moment, then took the phone. But she didn't immediately speak to Alexander Pierce on the other end. Instead, she looked at her assistant. "Select a new personal bodyguard." The female assistant nodded. "Understood. You can go." "Yes, ma'am." The assistant turned and left. Ophelia waited until the assistant had exited the office. Then she glanced at the phone in her hand, still actively connected, and tapped the screen with one emerald green fingernail. She hung up on Pierce. Hadn't she heard what Hawk just said? If she dared lie to him, she'd die a worse death than Alexander Pierce. So, why waste words or emotion on a dead man walking? After hanging up on Pierce, Ophelia powered off the phone entirely, tossed it onto her desk, then leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. She'd just survived a brush with death. She needed a moment to collect herself. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. The battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra had already begun. Captain America Steve Rogers' voice was currently broadcasting at full volume throughout every corner of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Hydra has grown inside us, right under our noses. The strike team and the Insight Project members are HYDRA. We don't know who else. But they're here. They could be standing right next to you. And they're about to succeed. Once the Insight helicarriers go airborne, they'll have absolute control. They murdered Nick Fury. They've taken control of every S.H.I.E.L.D. branch except the New York Command Center. The price of freedom is high. It always has been. And I'm willing to pay that price. If I'm the only one, so be it. But I don't think I am." As Cap's speech echoed through the building, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stopped in their tracks, listening intently. Hydra agents, meanwhile, immediately reacted. Especially those preparing to launch the Insight helicarriers, they dropped all pretense, their faces twisted with hostility as they drew their sidearms. Instantly, gunfire erupted throughout the building. Alexander Pierce, who had lured the other 4 Security Council members to the Triskelion's top-floor conference room under the pretense of a briefing on the Insight project, heard Cap's speech as well. The 4 council members turned to stare at him with expressions of disbelief and fury. Pierce had already set down his champagne glass and pulled out his phone. One man was Captain America, someone who'd sacrificed himself to save the world. The other was Alexander Pierce. Who to believe? That wasn't even a question. The Paris representative fired the first shot, glaring at Pierce with barely contained rage. "You son of a bitch." Pierce gave a humorless smile and shrugged. The next second, a Hydra tactical team leader walked in with 5 subordinates. The 5 agents quickly surrounded the 4 council members, and one of them drew his weapon, crossing his arms and staring coldly at the captives. The message was clear. Don't move. Move, and you die. The HYDRA team leader, meanwhile, walked directly to Pierce, handing him a tablet while speaking quietly. New Mexico, Texas, Arkansas. Minnesota just went offline moments ago. These are the last images transmitted from each base before contact was lost. Pierce accepted the tablet, his expression neutral. On the screen, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Texas had captured a blinding crimson flash of light in the instant before going dark, with no warning, no defense, nothing. Arkansas was the same. Every Hydra-controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. base that had gone offline in the past few minutes, losing contact at roughly 5-minute intervals, had recorded the same crimson light in their final moments. But Pierce showed no emotion. He handed the tablet back to the team leader, his tone calm. How long until the inside helicarriers are online? 5 minutes. Get them airborne first. We'll deal with the rest after. Yes, sir. The HYDRA team leader nodded and used his comms to contact the Hydra operatives managing the 3 inside helicarriers. Rumble. The massive fountain in front of the Triskelion slowly split apart, exposing Hydra's evil heart to the morning sunlight. Hum, hum, hum. As the first inside helicarrier's engines came online, the enormous vessel, looking every bit like a floating aircraft carrier, began generating power and preparing for vertical takeoff. Pierce, meanwhile, pulled out his phone with an expressionless face, scrolled to a specific number, and dialed. Ring, ring, ring. Back on Bleecker Street. Gwen had barely slept all night. She'd been lying on the couch, half watching TV, half waiting for Hawk to come home. When she heard Hawk's phone, the one he'd left behind to charge, start ringing, she blinked, sat up, and reached for it. The screen showed an unfamiliar number with no contact name. Gwen thought for a moment, then answered. Hello. Haw. Alexander Pierce, standing in the Triskelion's conference room, heard the voice on the other end and froze. Then he recovered quickly, his tone turning pleasant. Gwen Stacy. Natasha, who had intercepted the Paris representative's convoy just before it reached S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, used Cap's overwhelming charisma to gain the representative's trust, and then impersonated him to get into this room, heard that name. Her eyes flicked toward Pierce. Back on Bleecker Street, Gwen frowned. Yes, that's me. Who is this? Alexander Pierce. Pierce's wrinkled face pulled into a smile. I'm a friend of Hawk's. Is he home? Gwen heard Pierce introduce himself and immediately put the pieces together. Hawk mentioned he has a friend in HYDRA. Her name is Anna. But he never said you were his friend too. Anna. Hawk already went to Japan to find her. By the way, Mr. Pierce, is Anna actually in Japan? Pierce was silent for a moment, then spoke carefully. There's been a misunderstanding. If Miss Stacy could help. Not a chance. Gwen refused without hesitation. Was he serious? She was Gwen Stacy. Daughter of the most upright, incorruptible captain in the NYPD. Help HYDRA. In his dreams. Pierce heard Gwen's flat refusal, paused briefly, though he didn't seem surprised, then let out a dry laugh and said one last thing. Then I'm sorry, Miss Stacy. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 101, 205, The Avengers Trinity and the Phoenix. Alexander Pierce's apology was calm. On the other end of the line, Gwen froze for a second, staring at the phone that had just been disconnected. She blinked. The next second. Shit. The moment it clicked what was about to happen, Gwen's expression changed completely. In a rare display, she actually swore out loud, launched herself off the couch, and, barefoot, phone still in hand, bolted straight for the basement panic room. She wasn't some delicate, naive damsel in distress. She was the police captain's daughter. Raised by George, she subscribed to firearms magazines every week and spent her free time reading professional law enforcement reports. She was tough as hell. But this time, Gwen wasn't planning to face whatever was coming head-on. First, Hawk had specifically told her last time not to do that again. And she actually listened to him. Second, if HYDRA was making this move, it meant Hawk was joining the good guys. And at this critical moment, when Hawk was about to become a superhero, she refused to let herself become the reason he missed his big moment. So, Hawk, go be a superhero. Go save the world. She practically sprinted to the basement, punched in the code, yanked open the heavy door to the panic room, slipped inside, and locked all 35 mechanical bolts behind her. Only then did Gwen finally let out a breath of relief, thinking silently to herself. And she was right. The moment Alexander Pierce hung up the phone, he turned to the Hydra Strike team leader standing nearby and gave his orders in a low, commanding voice. Send them in. Capture Gwen Stacy. This is our only shot. Success is not optional. He'd just received word from S.H.I.E.L.D. Surveillance Center that Hawk was moving at maximum speed toward Japan. And Ophelia had hung up on him earlier, which only confirmed it. Add to that the strike team leader's report, multiple bases going dark one after another, each preceded by a flash of crimson light, and it painted a very clear picture. Hawk was systematically wiping out their forces at a rate of one base every 5 minutes. And he was closing in fast. That phone call had been Pierce's last gamble. After all, the 3 inside helicarriers were about to come online. Once they were fully operational, he would be unstoppable. Untouchable by anyone below a god. He refused to fail. Not now. Not when he was this close. Not even for Hawk. At the end of the day, Alexander Pierce had never been a good man. Most importantly, Hawk already knew Anna was a fake. So, he was screwed either way. If he was going down regardless, why not roll the dice? If he did nothing, he was guaranteed to lose. But if they managed to capture Gwen Stacy, there was a chance, however slim, that they could still win. Alexander Pierce knew he had a gambling problem. What he'd forgotten was the old saying. Gamblers who keep doubling down end up with nothing. Just as the Hydra operative beside him nodded, pulled out his phone, and prepared to activate the two heavily armed strike teams that had been lying in wait outside Bleecker Street, teams equipped to breach the door in under 10 seconds. Wham! The Black Widow agent Natasha, disguised as the England Council representative, moved. She launched into a flying cross armbar, slamming the gun-wielding Hydra operative in front of her straight into the ground with a heavy thud. In one smooth motion, she disarmed him, and just as the Hydra strike team leader dropped his phone and drew his sidearm to fire. Bang! The strike team leader's head snapped back. Natasha put a bullet through his skull. The next second, still on the ground, her thighs locked around another HYDRA operative's neck, Natasha fired repeatedly at the remaining 4 operatives as they scrambled to react. Gunshots rang out. All 4 went down in various twisted positions. The Eastern Council representative quickly joined the fight, snatching up a sidearm and aiming it at Alexander Pierce, who had instinctively bent down and was now trying to do something. Don't move. Pierce frowned, ignoring the representative entirely, his eyes locked on the England representative slowly rising from the floor. Natasha stood, tore off her synthetic face, and revealed her true features. Her eyes were ice cold as she stared Pierce down. You're pathetic, Pierce. She didn't know exactly what had happened. But, if Alexander Pierce had lost his mind enough to try kidnapping the Demon King's anchor, that meant one thing: Hawk wasn't sitting on the sidelines anymore. He'd entered the game. And he was on S.H.I.E.L.'s side. There was no way in hell she was going to let Pierce make that call. Pierce looked at Natasha's true face and smiled. Natasha. Sorry, but your plan to use Gwen Stacy as leverage against Hawk isn't happening. Doesn't matter. My inside helicarriers are already in the air. Pierce smiled, turning toward the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside. Accompanied by the deafening roar of massive engines, the 3 inside helicarriers, equipped with Zola's algorithm, were rising through the launch bays one by one, ascending toward their designated positions. It was plain to see that Captain America and the Winter Soldier were fighting on one of the carriers. And it was equally obvious. Cap was getting his ass kicked. After all, this time around, Cap and Natasha had the support of the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. branch, but they were missing Falcon, the guy with wings. And on top of that, Cap now knew the Winter Soldier was his best friend, Bucky. Cap, who already fought everyone to a draw, was now holding back. Naturally, the Winter Soldier was dominating. Natasha glanced outside briefly, her expression unchanging. She looked back at Pierce, her words cutting deep. Once Hawk gets here, none of your plans are going to work. And you pushed him to our side yourself. Pierce's face was blank as he stared at her. You don't understand anything. Did he want to piss off Hawk? No. Of course he didn't. But he'd been stuck on a sinking ship with 2 idiots for teammates. And those 2 idiots had dragged him down with them from the very start. Whether it was Strucker's clones or Zola's clones, once they were exposed, all of them were dead. At the time, there had only been one option. Use Anna to deceive Hawk, then pray he never figured it out. They'd succeeded. And then they'd failed. But the arrow was already loosed. There was no pulling it back now. If he could do it all over again, he'd kick those 2 morons off the team in a heartbeat. Pierce thought bitterly. Natasha raised an eyebrow, catching something in his tone. What else did you do to Hawk? Pierce's expression darkened. Just then. Boom. A massive crash echoed through the room. Everyone inside turned toward the windows. Outside, a thick bolt of lightning crackled across the sky. A moment later, a god made his entrance, wreathed in thunder. Boom. Thor, clad in his lightning-charged armor, appeared above the inside helicarrier, swinging Mjolnir down as he landed on the command deck. A golden light flared across the entire ship's hull, rippling outward like waves on water. But the carrier remained completely intact. It didn't even shake. Natasha, who had also turned to watch, went pale. She snapped her gaze back to Pierce. Vibranium shielding. That's right. Pierce let out a low laugh. That's why Project Insight was delayed until now. In this world, aside from Hawk, not even Thor can break through a vibranium shield. Natasha's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hawk's already on his way. Pierce fell silent. Yes. Hawk was on his way. Just then, Natasha's concealed earpiece crackled to life with Commander Victoria Hand's voice. Tony's here too. The moment the words finished. Wham! A streak of red light shot across the sky. Iron Man, Tony Stark, touched down on another inside helicarrier in his signature superhero landing pose. Immediately after, Tony's voice patched into the secure communications network Commander Hand had set up. What do I need to do? Override the control systems. That's your specialty. Got it. Tony, inside his Iron Man armor, nodded. Jarvis. Jarvis responded instantly. Sharon's voice came through, filled with excitement. Commander, did you contact Thor and Tony? Back at the New York branch, Commander Hand, watching the arrival of the Avengers Trinity, visibly relaxed. Tony was reached through Coulson. Coulson has Pepper Potts' private number. He got in touch with Tony in South Korea. And Thor. Hawk passed through New Mexico. Thor sensed him, and after they parted ways, he came here. Hawk's coming too. Sharon, currently leading S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in a firefight against Hydra operatives, sounded thrilled. Hawk's in the fight. Commander Hand looked at the massive screen, watching as S.H.I.E.L.D. bases across the map lit up one by one. She listened as surviving agents from various locations began reporting in, and she smiled. Yes. Hawk's in the fight. Sharon's spirits soared. Where is he now? Has he arrived yet? Just as Commander Hand was about to answer, another voice echoed through the command center. West Virginia S.H.I.E.L.D. Division, Level 6 Agent Jack Marsh reporting to command. Phoenix just liberated us. With the liberation of the West Virginia Division, every state leading to D.C. on the main screen lit up. Commander Hand's eyes brightened. Hold tight. Phoenix is almost there. More than. Not almost. He's already here. Natasha, still locked in her standoff with Pierce, watched as a rainbow-colored streak of light shot into view, racing toward them at incredible speed. She spoke calmly, then turned to look at Pierce. Hawk's here. You've lost. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 102, 206, in the snap of a finger, HYDRA turns to ash. When Natasha spoke those words, both her tone and her expression radiated absolute certainty. And in fact, Alexander Pierce, watching the crimson light streak across the sky toward them at incredible speed, didn't even try to argue. Because she was right. Boom. Hawk's form transformed into a rainbow streak. In one fluid motion, he dove straight down and punched clean through the uppermost inside helicarrier. The vibranium shielding didn't even ripple. It just shattered. Instantly. Suddenly. A violent explosion erupted. Brilliant flames burst from both the top and bottom of the helicarrier. The shock wave from the massive detonation swept outward in all directions, launching both Captain America and the Winter Soldier, former best friends locked in combat, straight off their feet. Wham! Cap hit the deck, rolled several times, and sprang back up. The Winter Soldier wasn't so lucky. Because Hawk had grabbed him. The Winter Soldier stared at Hawk and tried to fight back, but in that same instant, Hawk's hand was already wrapped around his throat. Just as Hawk's eyes began to glow with crimson light, Cap called out urgently. Hawk, please. The red glow faded from Hawk's eyes. He glanced at Steve, who was scrambling to his feet. Captain. Steve spoke quickly. Don't kill him. Please. He was genuinely nervous. On the flight from New York to D.C., Natasha, Sharon, and Commander Hand had filled him in on a lot of Hawk's history. Starting with General Ross's entire family being wiped out. And the complete annihilation of Wakanda. Clearly. Hawk was ruthless. So Steve was terrified that Hawk might casually snap his best friend's neck without a second thought. But Hawk was angry right now, sure. But not so angry that he'd lost control. He just wanted to see if Captain America Steve Rogers really did have those special feelings for his old friend that the legends always hinted at. And sure enough. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Hawk let out a quiet laugh. He looked at Steve's tense expression, then casually tossed the Winter Soldier at Cap's feet. He's all yours, Captain. Thank you. Don't mention it. Hawk said the words, then vanished in a flash, reappearing on the second inside helicarrier. Thor was still hammering away at the vibranium shielding. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Need a hand? No. Thor didn't even look back. Then, probably because his sparring partner had just shown up and he didn't want to look weak, he roared, his biceps bulging, lightning coursing through his body. Mjolnir crackled with electricity as he brought it down on the vibranium shield one more time. Boom. Crack. With the deafening crash of thunder, spiderweb cracks appeared across the surface of the vibranium shield. They spread outward at lightning speed, covering the entire barrier. Hawk didn't stick around. He moved on to the third helicarrier, where Tony Stark was working. Tony had been contacted by Phil Coulson, who'd reached out to Pepper Potts. Under Pepper's stunned gaze, Tony had suited up in the armor that had flown straight to him from their private jet and then headed here. The deck of the helicarrier was already littered with Hydra corpses. Hawk glanced at Tony, who had already breached the command deck like it was a walk in the park and was currently working with Jarvis to seize control of the carrier. Hawk's gaze lingered for a moment, then shifted away. He looked toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building, specifically, toward Natasha, who was standing at the top floor's floor-to-ceiling windows, watching him. The next second. Boom. Space rippled. Hawk vanished from the helicarrier and reappeared inside the top-floor conference room of the Triskelion. His gaze immediately locked onto Alexander Pierce. "Where's Anna?" Pierce looked at Hawk. His eyes flickered for a moment, then steadied. "Dead." "Is that so?" Hawk's expression didn't change. Instead, he let out a rare laugh. "Sounds like you've been hiding a lot from me. But that's fine. We'll find a quiet place and have a nice, long chat." Pierce's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, his teeth bit down. Hawk's sixth sense flared. He tracked Pierce's heartbeat, pulse, and eye movements in an instant. With a thought, his psychokinesis surged forward and froze Pierce in place just as he tried to bite down on the poison capsule hidden in his tooth. Just then, Natasha spoke up. "He just tried to activate Hydra operatives hidden outside Bleecker Street. He was planning to take Gwen hostage and use her as leverage against you." Hawk's expression darkened. "But I stopped him. The call didn't go through. Commander Victoria Hand has already dispatched a S.H.I.E.L.D. team to protect Gwen." "Thank you." Hawk's heart, which had clenched tight for a moment, relaxed slightly. He looked at Natasha and smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the Eastern Council representative, who was still holding his gun. "Pierce and I have some private business to discuss. You don't mind if I take him with me, do you?" The Eastern representative, dressed elegantly and wearing an equally elegant expression, smiled politely. "We do not interfere in the internal affairs of others." "Appreciated." Hawk smiled faintly. When he turned back to Pierce, his gaze had become razor-sharp. "I always thought you were the smartest person in HYDRA. Turns out, you're the biggest idiot of them all." Pierce, frozen in place by Hawk's psychokinesis, showed no expression. But his heartbeat was accelerating. Even his pupils were contracting rapidly. Hawk let out a dry chuckle. He was about to take Pierce and leave, head back to New York first to confirm Gwen was safe, then find some secluded spot where he and Pierce could have a proper conversation about everything that had happened between them. Just then, Natasha seemed to hear something through her earpiece. She called out to Hawk, pulled the device from her ear, and handed it to him. "Hawk, Gwen's been safely extracted from the panic room." Hawk took the earpiece and put it in his own ear. "Gwen." "Hawk." Gwen, who had only emerged from the basement panic room after Commander Hand personally led the team and the female agent from the hospital confirmed their S.H.I.E.L.D. identities, smiled as she heard Hawk's voice through the earpiece. "I'm fine. Go do what you need to do. Be a hero. I'm proud of you." Hawk's lips curved upward. "Hero. You know. You don't have to be a hero all the time. You just have to step up when it matters. That's what makes someone a hero. All right. If you want me to be a hero, I'll be waiting for you to come home." "Yeah." Gwen's voice was soft. "Come." It reminded Hawk of the time after his Quantico raid, when she'd called him home. Her voice had sounded just like this, instantly soothing the chaos raging inside him. "Gwen wants me to be a hero. So I'll help you guys this one time." Hawk removed the earpiece and handed it back to Natasha. "Watch Pierce. Don't let him kill himself. I can go to hell and drag him back if he dies, but that's a pain in the ass. After all, he and Mephisto were already on bad terms. Sure, their last encounter had ended with Mephisto backing down. But that was only because neither of them could kill the other. If either of them got the chance, though, they'd take it in a heartbeat. So if Pierce died and his soul ended up with Mephisto, retrieving it would inevitably cause another confrontation. Better to avoid the hassle. Hawk thought to himself. After Natasha nodded in agreement, he focused his mind. When he reappeared, he was hovering in the air outside the Triskelion. The next moment, his sixth sense spread out like an invisible net, blanketing the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. building below. He saw the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on every floor, outnumbered and outgunned, but still fighting back fiercely against the Hydra operatives. He also saw Sharon Carter, leading a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, trying to break through to the underground command center. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' expressions were resolute. Willing to die for the cause. The HYDRA operatives looked twisted. Self-destructive. Like they'd gladly take someone down with them if they were going out. Hawk floated in the air, his sixth sense fully deployed, taking in every detail of the chaos unfolding both above and below ground. And then, boom. Hawk's Cosmo detonated. The immense energy released by the explosion fed into his sixth sense, which split into countless threads. Each one locked onto a Hydra operative with pinpoint precision. One by one. Agent after agent. Until the very last Hydra operative had been marked. The HYDRA agents engaged in firefights with SHIELD operatives began vanishing. One after another. Like a magic trick. Gone in an instant, right before the SHIELD agents' eyes. Sharon, who had just led her team to the underground command center and was staring down the barrel of a HYDRA operative's gun, felt her heart sink. She'd already accepted that she was about to die. But then, the Hydra operative vanished right in front of her. Sharon froze. Then, as realization dawned. Hawk. That's right. It's him. Natasha, who had just pulled the poison tooth from Pierce's mouth, heard Sharon's whispered words through the earpiece. She looked outside and confirmed it. Outside the building. A massive, lifelike phoenix made of fire spread its wings in the sky. And beneath it, Hydra operatives appeared one by one, teleported directly into the flames. They didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to ash. Countless HYDRA agents, pulled from the building by Hawk's sixth sense, psychic teleportation, flew toward their own destruction like moths to a flame. In a way, they got exactly what they wanted. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 103, 207, Hydra's Pierce. The Phoenix burned. Hydra died. All across the battlefield, SHIELD agents locked in combat with Hydra operatives stopped in their tracks. They stood frozen, staring up at the sky as their enemies, one by one, were pulled into the burning Phoenix above and reduced to ash. And at the same time, the Phoenix's flames grew even brighter. Soon, the Phoenix vanished. Hawk vanished with it. Thud. After incinerating every last Hydra operative, Hawk reappeared in the top-floor conference room of the Triskelion. He walked straight to Alexander Pierce, grabbed him by the throat, and looked at Natasha. I handled the hard part for you. You don't need me for cleanup, right? Of course not. Natasha snapped out of her daze and nodded. Hawk smiled faintly. Without another word, he turned back to Pierce. His eyes turned cold. The next second, he vanished with Pierce, disappearing from Natasha's sight, and from the view of the three council representatives still in the room. At the same time, Sharon's voice came through the earpiece, barely containing her excitement. We've secured the Insight Command Center. We now have control of Helicarrier 2. 3's under control too. Tony Stark's voice joined the channel. Jarvis, transfer command authority. Soon after, Sharon watched as the third helicarrier came online. Her face lit up. Helicarrier 3 is operational. There had been 3 Insight helicarriers in total. Hawk had destroyed Carrier 1. That left 2. Carrier 1 has crashed into the Potomac. Agent 35 is leading a team to the scene now. Copy that. Rat-tat-tat-tat. As the excited voices of SHIELD agents retaking control echoed through the comms, a Quinjet streaked across the sky and descended vertically onto the Triskelion's rooftop landing pad. The next second, a woman in SHIELD tactical gear stepped out of the jet. Maria Hill. She glanced at Iron Man, who had just flown over from Carrier 3 and landed nearby. She nodded in greeting, then walked with him into the top-floor conference room. Tony's faceplate retracted. He glanced around the room curiously, then his gaze settled on Natasha. Where's Hawk? Just left. Natasha shrugged, then looked at Maria Hill as she entered. Commander. Thank you for your hard work. Hill nodded at Natasha, then turned to the 3 council representatives still in the room. She held out a tablet. Emergency directive from the World Security Council. I've been promoted to Director of SHIELD, effective immediately. When Alexander Pierce had thrown SHIELD into chaos, she'd known something was wrong. But Pierce had ordered her to stay in Africa with the Wakanda coalition forces, citing security concerns and her role as tactical commander. Fortunately, after the New York branch was liberated, Victoria Hand had contacted her. Through the UN coalition stationed in Wakanda, Hill had managed to reach the Big Five. While flying back to the States, she'd waited for their orders. By the time she crossed back into U.S. airspace, the Eastern and Moscow representatives had received emergency intel from their respective council members. They'd unanimously approved her promotion to director, giving her full authority to handle the Hydra crisis. The 3 representatives already knew about the directive. They glanced at the tablet Hill held out, then looked away. Leaving the room to Hill, they turned and headed for the exit. SHIELD had its business to handle. They had theirs. At the very least, they needed to report back to their governments and brief them on everything that had happened. Soon after, Thor walked in from outside, gripping Mjolnir. Where's Hawk? Just left. Natasha looked at Thor and shrugged again. Then she paused, feeling like she'd just said those exact words a minute ago. Tony glanced at Thor. Jarvis is tracking Hawk's energy signature, but it seems to have disappeared. Thor frowned. Did he go back to New York? Natasha shook her head. No. Commander Hand and a SHIELD team were still stationed at Bleecker Street. They'd made their decision, they'd stay until Hawk returned. No matter how long it took. Bottom line, they weren't giving Hydra any openings. So where had Hawk gone? He hadn't gone far. In fact, he hadn't even left Washington, D.C. After taking Pierce from the Triskelion. The next moment, Hawk reappeared with Pierce at his secluded mansion in Rock Creek Park, hidden deep within a dense patch of trees. Thud. Cough, cough, cough. After Hawk casually dropped him, Pierce, who'd been on the verge of suffocation from Hawk's grip, instinctively clutched his throat, coughing violently. Hawk's sixth sense swept through every corner of the mansion. Then, hands in his pockets, he looked at Pierce as the man coughed and struggled to his feet. Pierce, who had once carried himself with confidence and authority, now looked utterly defeated. His face was haggard, aged. He'd lost. Completely and utterly lost. Still, Pierce held onto the last shred of dignity befitting a Hydra leader. After pulling himself off the floor and catching his breath, he looked at Hawk. If I told you I never wanted to move against you, would you believe me? Heh. Hawk let out a dry laugh at Pierce's words. But a moment later, the humor faded from his face entirely. He stared at Pierce. I believe you. But it doesn't change anything. The fact is, you did move against me. I always thought you were smart, Pierce. I didn't give a damn about HYDRA. Hell, I didn't even care if you managed to take over the world this time. He wasn't lying. Out of everyone in HYDRA, he'd always considered Alexander Pierce the smartest. After all, Anna worked for Pierce. And Hawk's relationship with Anna had been genuinely good. In a way, if Pierce's strategy hadn't been to befriend him, he and Anna never would have become friends in the first place. That was why, back in Wakanda, he hadn't suspected Pierce was lying to him. Because it made no sense. Pierce wasn't an idiot. Hawk's power was clear as day. Crossing him would guarantee Hydra's grand ambitions would never come to fruition. And yet, Pierce had done exactly that. It didn't fit Pierce's character. Unless there was one possibility, Pierce believed the cost of hiding the truth was lower than the cost of revealing it. Hawk's thoughts churned. He thought about his friend Anna. He looked at Pierce. Where's Anna? Dead. Pierce let out a bitter laugh. Hawk chuckled quietly, staring at Pierce, whose answer was the same as it had been at the Triskelion. Anna's not dead. I'm absolutely certain. You want to know how I know? Pierce looked at Hawk. Hawk had no intention of explaining. He didn't even entertain the thought. He just stared at Pierce thoughtfully. Anna's clearly alive. But you keep insisting she's dead. Which means one of two things. Either Anna's being held prisoner somewhere, or she's in critical condition. But that's not what matters. What matters is this: you'd rather have me believe Anna's dead than let me see her. So. You're hiding something from me, Pierce. Why? I've been thinking about that question ever since I got here. But I'm done thinking. There's no point. By the time he finished speaking, Hawk's gaze had turned ice cold. He stared at Pierce. I'm giving you one last chance. Out of respect for my friendship with Anna. Either you tell me right now, or you better take it to your grave. He genuinely wanted to know what had driven the smart Pierce to do something so monumentally stupid. He really did. But if Pierce wouldn't talk, Hawk wasn't going to keep asking. There was no point. If he wanted answers, he could just ask one question. He was the strongest on Earth. And he had neither the patience nor the interest to play guessing games with these people. Your choice, Pierce. Heh. Pierce let out a bitter laugh. The expression on his face grew even more resigned. If I don't tell you, maybe you'll give me a dignified end out of respect for Anna. But if I do tell you, I won't even get that much. Zola's plan to clone Hawk was one thing. But the girl Strucker had been working on in Sokovia. He couldn't talk about that. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was because, at the end of the day, he was HYDRA. Cut off one head, two more shall take its place. He might die today. But if Dr. Zola's contingency plan succeeded, or if Strucker's project in Sokovia bore fruit, then one day, Hydra's third struggle would begin anew. And when that day came, Hydra would finally, truly rule the world. After letting out that bitter laugh, Pierce's expression shifted. The exhaustion and defeat vanished from his face. He looked revitalized, almost youthful, as he locked eyes with Hawk's cold gaze. The next second, his right arm shot up at a 45-degree angle. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. Hawk stared at Pierce, whose face was now filled with manic fervor, just like John Garrett's had been. No fear of death. Just fanatical devotion. And Hawk laughed. Fine. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. But you're going to learn what it means to wish you were dead. A smile spread across Hawk's face. The next moment, his eyes turned crimson. Boom. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 104, 208, fought over by the underworld and hell. Blazing phoenix rays shot from Hawk's eyes, striking Alexander Pierce, who stood before him in some kind of fanatical pose, dead center. In an instant, Alexander Pierce vaporized on the spot. Not even bone fragments remained. But his soul stayed right where it was. Pierce, now in spirit form after his instantaneous death, stood frozen in place. Confused. He couldn't quite understand why Hawk had killed him so easily. After all, in Pierce's imagination, Hawk would have tortured him first. Extensively. He'd already braced himself for it. He prepared himself not to reveal, no matter how much suffering Hawk inflicted, why Hydra had been bold enough to test him in the first place. Their second attempt at world domination had failed. But they still had options. Whether it was Dr. Zola's cloning project or Strucker's plan, as long as one of them succeeded, Hydra could still achieve global dominance. But instead, Hawk hadn't tortured him at all. In fact, when death came, Pierce hadn't even felt a shred of pain. Was Hawk merciful? Of course not. Just as Alexander Pierce was processing this thought, he suddenly felt a pull. He turned his head and saw a gate slowly opening before him. The gates of hell. He had to enter quickly. If he didn't go in within the allotted time, he'd become a malevolent spirit. In his soul form, Alexander Pierce instantly understood the meaning of that gate, and where his journey would end. But just as he took one last look at Hawk, who seemed unable to see him, and prepared to turn toward the gates of hell, he heard Hawk's voice. Pierce. Where do you think you're going? Alexander Pierce instinctively turned his head. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. Behind Hawk, the underworld had opened. The pull from the underworld immediately fell upon Alexander Pierce's soul, attempting to draw him into Hawk's realm instead. Pierce had provoked him this much, and he thought he could just die and escape to hell to live comfortably. Not a chance. Hawk would make Pierce understand exactly what he'd meant by his earlier words. Perfect timing, too. Since establishing his underworld, Hawk's 8 prisons of hell hadn't had a single guest yet. Pierce would make an excellent first customer. He'd learn what it meant to wish for death. Very soon. In an instant, a roar echoed from the rift in reality. Hawk. Rumble. Space twisted and collided violently. The hell gate that had been pulling Pierce toward damnation suddenly swung wide open. Then, horned, tailed, appearing in his giant demonic form, Mephisto emerged behind the gate, his face twisted in fury. Powerful hell energy surged forward, attempting to reclaim Pierce's soul from the underworld's pull. Clang. 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 Hawk took one step forward. The Black Phoenix phantom appeared around him. The Black Phoenix surplus rapidly assembled itself onto his body. By the time he was fully armored, he'd already reached the rift between reality and countless dimensions. His underworld manifested behind him, standing in direct opposition to Mephisto's hell dimension as the two realms battled for ownership of Alexander Pierce's soul. In life, Alexander Pierce had stood above millions, living in luxury and power. Even in death, his soul was being fought over by Hawk's underworld and Mephisto's hell. You had to hand it to him, Alexander Pierce had lived a hell of a life. Literally stretched to his limits. In the extreme tug-of-war between the underworld and hell, Alexander Pierce's soul had been pulled so taut it had practically become a straight line. Mephisto roared furiously. Hawk. This soul belongs to my hell. I know. Beneath the Black Phoenix visor, Hawk stared back at Mephisto across an unknowable span of dimensions. His eyes were calm. His tone was calm as he faced the demon lord standing at the edge of the hell dimension. But I'm taking this soul. Not happening. Mephisto bellowed. Fine. Hearing that, Hawk didn't get angry. He just sighed, then addressed Mephisto again. Let me rephrase. I'm taking this soul whether you like it or not. You've got two options, hand him over nicely right now, or we have another war. I'll find a way to break down your hell's gates, storm into your dimension, trash the place, shatter your realm, turn your rivers upside down, and then I'll take this soul anyway. Two choices. Pick one. Mephisto's voice grew even more furious. His face turned red, like magma about to erupt from a volcano. You're still planning to fight me for Earth's souls? Depends on you. What? I only want this one soul. He wants to die. Too bad. I'm going to show him what it means to wish for death. So either you give me this soul, or I really will start competing for all of Earth's souls. Perfect timing, actually. Since his underworld hadn't officially started processing souls yet, Pierce could be the first beta tester for his 8 prisons. He'd get to experience firsthand whether Hawk's designs were sufficiently entertaining. Pierce would test them out, and Hawk would make improvements as needed. Just like a game in closed beta. Common knowledge. During closed beta, you could tweak any data you wanted. But once the game went live, making changes became a lot more complicated. His Cosmo worked the same way. Right now, his Cosmo hadn't manifested as reality yet. It only approached reality through the influence of the reality stone. So at this stage, he could modify anything. But once his Cosmo became real, making changes would be a massive pain in the ass. Hearing Hawk's blatant threat, Mephisto's nose practically bent sideways from rage. Damn it, Hawk. You made an oath. Puffed. Hearing that, Hawk actually laughed. An oath? What's that? Demons are the least trustworthy creatures around, your words, not mine, Mephisto. I'm just learning from you. Though I'm more considerate than you are. I'm leaving the choice in your hands. You can choose to let me keep my oath by giving me this soul. Or you can make me break my oath. I'm fine either way. Listening to Hawk's completely shameless response, Mephisto's massive demonic body trembled with fury. Hawk's expression remained flat. Fight honor with honor. Fight dirty with dirty. When dealing with an untrustworthy demon lord like Mephisto, the best strategy was to be even more untrustworthy and even more shameless. Most importantly, in this timeline, compared to Mephisto, Hawk was the one with nothing to lose. Common knowledge. Throughout history, people with something to lose have always feared those with nothing to lose. Never the other way around. Like he'd said before, right now, Hawk's Cosmo only existed within his spiritual platform. It hadn't become reality yet. But Mephisto's hell dimension was very real and very much existed in the physical world. Another war. So what? Hawk could recklessly burn and detonate his Cosmo without consequence. After resting for a bit, his Cosmo would recover, and come back even stronger than before. After all, the Cosmo was forged through battle. Every fight made it grow. Why else did Hawk act like a honey badger, picking fights with everyone he met? Why else did he actively look forward to them? Simple, saints grew fastest through combat. That was also why, as their sparring sessions continued, Thor had become increasingly reluctant to fight him. He was too intense. To sum it up, Hawk loved war. He actively craved it. But Mephisto couldn't afford that. If Mephisto's hell dimension got wrecked, it was really wrecked. No respawns. And so, Mephisto had no choice. He stared at the expressionless Hawk standing before him, the one calmly giving him an ultimatum, and his entire body shook with rage. His face flushed red like churning magma. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Right. 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 Hawk's tone was completely indifferent. Go ahead, keep stalling. If you stretch the soul I want into fragments, I'll just assume you're declaring war. Mephisto's expression froze. That had been exactly what he was thinking. After all. Just handing over the soul like this. He couldn't do it. Because what was the difference between that and giving into extortion? Give him 1 today, 5 tomorrow, and where did it end? Mephisto instinctively loosened his pull on Pierce's soul. He took a deep breath and looked at Hawk, his voice low and dangerous. You guarantee it's only this one soul? Hawk was about to nod, but suddenly thought of something. He looked at Mephisto again. There might be a few more souls I'll need to throw into my prisons. I want to watch them suffer. So let's say 10. Give me 10 slots. 10. Mephisto felt like his entire demonic existence was collapsing. He actually laughed from sheer rage. Why don't I just split it 50-50? You and I can co-own Earth from now on. Sounds great to me. Like hell it does. Mephisto roared. Hawk. I have never met anyone as audacious and shameless as you. Life and death are hell's authority, yet you keep challenging my domain. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? Hawk tilted his head slightly, looking at the furious Mephisto. You can do something about me. You can't even enter my universe, but I can force my way into your hell. So. Let's not argue about that. I just want 10 souls. I can swear an oath to death herself, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't covet Earth's authority over life and death. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 105, 209, Tony Stark's anti-Hawk armor. The Underworld's 8 prisons. Mephisto gave in. After Hawk swore his oath to the goddess of death, Mephisto chose to trust him one more time. Though. He didn't have much choice. Those with nothing to lose don't fear those with everything to lose. And right now, the situation was exactly as Hawk had said. Mephisto was the one with something to lose. Mephisto couldn't enter Hawk's universe. But Hawk could blockade his hell dimension. More than that, Hawk had made it crystal clear during their last encounter in hell what would happen if things escalated. I'll spend the rest of my life doing nothing but camping your hell dimension's gate. If you've got the guts, never come out. I'll wait you out until you rot. Thinking about that, Mephisto shuddered. He could only swallow his rage and accept the humiliation. After Hawk finished his oath, Mephisto turned and left without a word. What else was he supposed to do? Stick around and get insulted some more? But this wasn't over. We'll see about this. Just you wait. The moment the gates of hell slammed shut, Mephisto turned back. His demonic eyes locked with Hawk's one final time, burning with suppressed fury and volcanic rage. Hawk felt Mephisto's hatred. He didn't care. The moment he'd used force to take his sister's soul from hell, he'd known he and Mephisto were enemies for life. Demons weren't just untrustworthy. They were petty as hell. A single glance could make them think you were looking down on them. And Mephisto, as the biggest demon lord in the hell dimension, was petty on a legendary scale. Funny thing, though. Hawk wasn't exactly generous himself. To be precise, transmigrators never were. So, one day, I'm swallowing your hell dimension whole. Hawk watched Mephisto disappear from view, making that silent promise. Then the Black Phoenix surplus disassembled itself and returned to the palace in his underworld. He took one step forward and returned to the physical world, sinking his consciousness into his cosmo. His conversation with Mephisto had taken place in the rift between dimensions. Time-wise, it had been instantaneous. And the moment Mephisto abandoned his claim to Alexander Pierce's soul, the latter's spirit, confused and disoriented, was drawn into the underworld and cast into one of the prisons. Hawk's underworld had 8 prisons. He'd created them using the life-death law fragment he'd looted from Blackheart, combined with the 4 creation elements from the elemental demons and the reality stone. He'd based the design on the underworld specters' prisons from his previous life. Each of the 8 prisons served a unique purpose. They were: the first prison, the Court of Judgment. Eventually, this would govern all life within his cosmo. It would hold the book of life and death, judge the sins committed during life, determine rewards and punishments, and assign sinners to the appropriate hell based on the severity of their crimes. The second prison, the Acid Rain Prison. An endless pocket dimension where condemned souls would endure constant downpours of corrosive rain capable of dissolving spirits. They would die, revive, die again, over and over in an eternal cycle until their sentence was complete. The third prison, the Stone Mill Prison. A massive circular grinding platform connected to 3 colossal mountain-sized pillars that rotated at constant speed. Condemned souls would be forced to run endlessly across the surface. They could choose not to run, but the result would be getting crushed beneath the pillars, dying, and then reviving to do it all over again. And Alexander Pierce, right now, was in the Stone Mill Prison. The moment his soul finished being violently stretched during the tug-of-war, Pierce suddenly appeared on the massive stone platform of the Stone Mill Prison. His expression twisted in horror as he took in his surroundings. Vast. Desolate. A world painted in hopeless shades of brown and gray. In the distance, a towering mountain-sized pillar, so massive it blotted out the sky, rolled toward him. No time to think. Alexander Pierce turned and ran on pure instinct. The pillar pursued. Pierce ran. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape. The moment he started running, Pierce realized something was wrong. His legs felt like they were weighed down with lead. But before he could figure out why, the mountain pillar behind him closed the distance with a shrieking roar of wind. The next second, Alexander Pierce was crushed to death beneath the pillar. The second after that, Alexander Pierce revived behind the pillar. Before he could process what had just happened, he heard the thunderous rumbling behind him again. He looked up. Another mountain pillar appeared in his field of vision. What the fuck? Welcome to my prison, Pierce. Hawk appeared silently within the stone mill hell. Pierce's eyes widened as he saw Hawk, then looked at the pillar that had frozen mid-rotation. In that instant, he finally understood why Hawk had killed him so easily. He also understood what Hawk had meant when he said, "Death is worse than life." So death really wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Alexander Pierce replayed the memory of being crushed beneath that mountain pillar, the sheer agony of it. He looked at Hawk standing before him, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. Though he'd already forgotten he was dead. He didn't need to breathe anymore. Pierce's expression shifted. Hawk let out a dry laugh. You think I'm going to keep asking you what you're hiding from me? Don't worry. I'm not. Because I already gave you your last chance. You didn't take it. You're out of opportunities. So you'll stay here. Forever. By the time Alexander Pierce snapped back to reality, Hawk had already vanished completely. And the mountain pillar that had been frozen in place resumed its rotation once more. Alexander Pierce ran again. And was crushed to death again. He would remain in this stone mill prison, cycling endlessly through eternity, forever experiencing the punishment of fleeing, being crushed to death, and reviving on the spot. Above the stone mill prison, Hawk, having finished his conversation with Pierce, looked down calmly at the scene below. Just like he'd said. You only get one chance. He'd given it to Alexander Pierce. Pierce hadn't taken it. So now Pierce would carry his secret with him through eternal torment. Hawk didn't care at all what secret Pierce was hiding. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He cared a little. He just couldn't figure out what secret Pierce had that was worth dying and suffering eternally to protect. But it was fine. Once Anna died and her soul came to the underworld, Hawk was confident she'd tell him everything. Of course, Anna was just the backup plan. Hawk had other options. After all, Alexander Pierce and Arnim Zola weren't the only Hydra leaders. Hydra had several others. And Hawk happened to know two more. The first, Daniel Whitehall. That guy was a real piece of work. He'd survived into the modern era by harvesting organs from an inhuman woman named Jiaying, Sky's mother. Because of that, Hawk's memory of him was particularly vivid. However, Hawk only knew he existed. Where he was currently hiding. No idea. But that was fine. There was still the second one. Wolfgang von Strucker. Or rather, Baron Strucker. The HYDRA leader who used the Mind Stone to activate Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver's abilities. And Hawk knew exactly where he was. Sokovia. Perfect. The Mind Stone was in Sokovia too. He could swing by and grab both at once. Boom. Hawk's form appeared at high altitude in an instant. The next moment, accompanied by a sonic boom, he transformed into a streak of light and shot toward Sokovia at incredible speed. At the same time, back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters, Tony Stark heard Jarvis's voice. "Sir, I've detected Mr. Phoenix's energy signature. Put it on screen." "Yes, sir." Jarvis immediately projected a real-time satellite feed. In the image, Hawk was moving at incredible speed, so the camera had to zoom way out to keep him in frame without constantly switching feeds. That's not the direction back to New York. Correct. Can you predict his destination? One moment. Jarvis paused, then traced Hawk's current flight path. A small landlocked country in Eastern Europe, bordered by Slovakia and the Czech Republic, appeared on the map, highlighted. Sokovia. Tony looked at the name, then turned to Natasha. "Where's that? Do you guys have a S.H.I.E.L.D. base there?" Natasha shook her head. "No." Tony frowned with curiosity. "Then what's Hawk doing there?" Just then, Jarvis spoke again. "Sir, signal scan complete. I've confirmed the location of the suspected Hydra signal source hidden outside Bleecker Street. Send it over." "Already sent." Tony looked at the signal source location Jarvis projected, then turned to Natasha. "I'm done here. I'm heading back to New York to deal with that hidden Hydra cell." "Thanks. Don't mention it." Tony's faceplate snapped shut as he walked toward the exit. Hawk's better than Hulk. At least with Gwen around, I don't need to build an anti-Hawk armor. That was the truth. As long as Gwen was there, no matter how volatile Hawk got, he could be calmed down. Unlike Hulk. Hulk didn't listen to reason. He just smashed everything when he got angry. Though. Anti-Hawk armor. Tony was actually working on that in secret. Just in case. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 106, 210, What makes you think you can negotiate? Sokovia. A small landlocked country in Eastern Europe. Mountainous. Infertile soil. And perpetually caught in the middle of civil war. Warlords everywhere. Put it this way, whoever was in charge today might not make it to tomorrow. Hell, sometimes they didn't even make it to the afternoon. By dinnertime, the current warlord's head would be hanging from the presidential palace flagpole. But none of that mattered to Hawk, who had just arrived. Boom. A sonic boom cracked across Sokovia's sky. Hawk's form appeared immediately after, his gaze locking onto a sprawling castle complex built into the mountainside, nestled deep within a frozen forest. The next second, Hawk was already inside the castle. But the place was empty. Completely deserted. Papers scattered everywhere. At the main entrance, several vehicles sat abandoned, half-burned, as if someone had tried to destroy them before fleeing and ran out of time. Hawk glanced around. His sixth sense expanded, blanketing the entire castle in an instant. He locked onto a location. His form vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing in a spacious room on the third floor. This room was also empty. Countless papers littered the floor. Pens and cables were scattered across the desk. Hawk scanned the room briefly, then his gaze fixed on a specific spot, the place where the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, had once been kept. He possessed the Reality Stone. While he couldn't sense distant Infinity Stones, when they were close enough, he could feel their energy signature. And this place, this was where the Mind Stone had been. But not anymore. Hawk's thoughts raced, and he immediately understood why the castle was deserted. Alexander Pierce had tipped them off. No. More accurately, Hawk had tipped off Alexander Pierce. Hawk remembered the fake Anna who'd called him when he'd mentioned wanting to borrow the Mind Scepter. That single statement had been enough. Because of it, the Mind Scepter that should have been here wasn't here anymore. Pierce. A Hydra leader through and through. Hawk let out a cold laugh. The next second, Alexander Pierce, who had been serving his sentence in the third prison, the Stone Mill, was suddenly yanked away in a flash of black light and cast directly into the 8th prison. The frozen prison. As far as the eye could see, this place was infinitely vast. Ice sheets, blizzards, and freezing winds constantly ravaged the landscape. Any soul sent here had only one fate, freezing to death. Dying from the cold. Slowly. Painfully. But just like the Stone Mill prison, this death wasn't permanent. It was endless. The moment Alexander Pierce appeared in the frozen prison, he felt the bone-chilling cold. Almost instinctively, he wrapped his arms around himself. His teeth were already chattering. After tossing Pierce into the 8th prison, Hawk stopped paying attention to him. He didn't bother asking Pierce where Strucker had fled with the Mind Stone. No need. If Strucker had the guts, he could hide with the Mind Stone for the rest of his life. Hawk turned to leave, preparing to head back to New York, when a sudden thought made him pause. His form flickered, and he appeared in a sealed room. His gaze fell on a circular device that had just activated. Just then. Thud. 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 The moment Hawk set foot in the room, something triggered. Metal panels, glowing with a faint golden light, shot out from the walls, ceiling, and floor. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was sealed. Boom. Hawk's eyes turned crimson. Phoenix rays, hot enough to vaporize ordinary humans instantly, blasted into the metal walls. They didn't even leave a dent. Vibranium. Correct. Just as Hawk identified the metal, the circular device hummed to life and projected a hologram. A man's voice echoed through the chamber as his projection materialized before Hawk. Hawk looked at the holographic figure standing before him and narrowed his eyes. The man in the projection seemed pleased to see Hawk. His weathered face wore a smile. His voice carried a metallic rasp. Mr. Phoenix. Hello. We finally meet. Wolfgang von Strucker. Hawk spoke the projection's name aloud, glancing at the vibranium wall surrounding him. His expression remained calm as he looked at Strucker. I'm the one who led you to vibranium in the first place. You really think this can hold me? Strucker smiled in response. Of course not. I never intended to trap you with this. Hawk laughed. Then what's the point? To talk. Fine. The smile on Hawk's face didn't waver as he looked at Strucker's projection. Give me an address. I'll come to you in person. Then we can have a nice long chat. Strucker laughed heartily. Mr. Phoenix, I will absolutely not give you my current location. After all, I just moved in. Pierce tipped you off. Yes. Strucker admitted it without hesitation. Alexander Pierce and I disagree on many things. But we share one common goal, making Hydra great again. Whether it was him or Alexander Pierce, their goal was the same, to restore Hydra to greatness. They just had different methods. And judging by how things were going, his approach was slightly better. Hawk, hearing Strucker's declaration, let out an undisguised snort of derision. Make Hydra great again. Over my dead body. Strucker's smile remained fixed in place. Mr. Phoenix, no one in this world is immortal. Not even you. Really? Hawk raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with amusement as he looked at Strucker. So you're saying you've already found a way to kill me? Strucker chuckled but didn't pursue the topic further. After all, both his plan and the one Dr. Zola had left behind still needed time. So. Let's make a deal, Mr. Phoenix. No. Strucker's smile faltered slightly. You haven't even heard our terms yet, Mr. Phoenix. The corner of Hawk's mouth curled upward. He looked at Strucker's projection with undisguised mockery. Strucker, you'd better pray you can hide deep enough. Hide long enough. And whatever you're cooking up, you'd better pray it works. Otherwise, you're going to suffer. Forever. Endlessly. With that. Boom. Hawk's eyes flared crimson. His phoenix rays blasted into the projection device. With an explosive bang, the equipment shattered. Strucker's projection, frozen in an expression of shock, vanished. Whoosh. Hawk took one step forward and appeared in the sky above the Hydra castle. With a single punch, the entire structure, nestled into the mountainside, began to collapse in a violent tremor. The destruction was visible to the naked eye. Within moments, the once grand castle had been reduced to rubble. Hawk turned without looking back and headed toward New York. A deal. What made them think they were on his level? He was the strongest on Earth. What was HYDRA? A self-important villain organization that couldn't even stage a proper rebellion. Delusional idiots playing dress-up. They wanted to negotiate with him. What made them think they qualified? Mephisto had tried to use his sister's soul to blackmail Hawk, and Hawk hadn't given in. Now HYDRA thought holding the Mind Stone gave them leverage. What were they smoking? Hawk had only said he could use the Mind Stone to speed up his comprehension of the seventh sense. He'd never said it was the only way. Without the Mind Stone to cheat with, it would just take longer. So what? He'd take his time. Hawk didn't care. How long had it even been since he awakened his Cosmo? Like he'd told Strucker, if he had the guts, he could hide with the Mind Stone for the rest of his life. So, negotiate. Negotiate my ass. If they wanted to stay hidden forever, fine. But the moment they showed their faces, Hawk would kill them, and the Mind Stone would be his anyway. Hawk's thoughts churned as he returned to New York. His form flickered, and he appeared in the backyard of 521A Bleecker Street. The two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents standing guard in the yard instinctively drew their weapons when Hawk appeared out of nowhere. But they quickly recovered. Mr. Phoenix. Both agents were among those Hawk had rescued earlier, so they recognized him. They quickly greeted him. Gwen, who'd been in the living room speaking with Commander Victoria Hand, heard the commotion in the backyard. The moment the agent spoke, she ran outside. Her eyes lit up when she saw Hawk. She immediately threw her arms around him. Hawk. You're back. Yeah. Hawk embraced his fiancée, his gaze shifting to Commander Victoria Hand, who had also stepped out of the living room. Thank you. Commander Hand shook her head. We're the ones who should be thanking you, Hawk. Without your help, this crisis could have ended very differently. She meant every word. Without Hawk's intervention, God only knew how this would have played out. Especially when she thought about those 3 inside helicarriers loaded with the targeting algorithm. But thanks to Hawk, only one carrier was a total loss. One was damaged. And one was completely intact. The intact one was the carrier Tony Stark had commandeered. Thor's carrier was heavily damaged and would need major repairs. The one Hawk had punched a hole through. Completely unsalvageable. Just the cost of pulling it out of the river would bankrupt S.H.I.E.L.D. But compared to Hydra successfully launching all 3, it was a blessing in disguise. Commander Hand smiled faintly. Since you're back, we won't intrude any longer. We'll be going now. Hawk nodded. Take care. Goodbye, Commander Hand. Gwen smiled and waved as well. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 107, 211, Hawk's broken left arm. That evening. The Stacy apartment. Helen. Oh my God. The moment Helen opened the door and saw Hawk following behind Gwen, she let out a gasp of shock. Hawk, what happened to you? Hawk, whose left arm was encased in a cast and suspended in a sling, kept his tone light. It's nothing. I fell off a ladder while changing the curtains. Helen gasped again, her hand flying to her mouth. Hawk met Helen's genuinely concerned gaze and suddenly felt a stab of guilt. This was all Gwen's fault. Hawk shot a sidelong glance at his fiancée, who had already walked inside ahead of him. Gwen ignored his look, keeping her eyes straight ahead. It's fine, Mom. The doctor said it's just a minor fracture. A month of rest and he'll be good as new. George, hearing the commotion, came down the stairs from the second floor. Helen quickly waved him over. George, come quick. Hawk's hurt. George walked over, his gaze landing on the cast and sling wrapped around Hawk's left arm. What happened? It's nothing. Hawk kept it brief. After all, Gwen hadn't briefed him on all the details, and he had no idea what she'd actually told George over the phone. So, the less he said, the better. Besides, his whole persona was supposed to be quiet and reserved anyway. It's like I told you on the phone. He was changing the bedroom curtains, lost his balance, and fell. We went straight to New Amsterdam Hospital after that. Gwen picked up the thread, looking at George. What did you think we were doing at the hospital that night? Sightseeing. That's right. The night they'd taken Sharon Carter to New Amsterdam Hospital, someone had spotted them. Or more accurately, someone had seen them on their way back from the hospital. And the patrol officer who'd seen them just happened to be from the 21st precinct. Which meant George found out. His daughter at the hospital late at night. That was unacceptable. George had immediately called Gwen to ask what was going on. Tell him the truth? Absolutely not. If George found out she'd come face to face with the infamous HYDRA, and dodged their threats twice, he'd lose his mind. And at the time, Commander Victoria Hand and the others had still been at the house. If George had shown up, there would have been no way to explain any of it. So in a split second, Gwen had come up with a perfectly reasonable explanation. Hawk had fractured his left arm. They'd gone to the hospital to get it set in a cast and sling. That was why Hawk looked the way he did now. When Hawk had first heard Gwen say that, he'd been completely blindsided. And a little annoyed. Why do I have to be the one who's injured? Why not you? Gwen's reasoning had been airtight. I've lived in that house for years and never gotten hurt. Then less than a year after getting engaged to you, I suddenly break my arm. What do you think Dad's reaction would be? He'd drag you back home. Hawk had gone silent for a moment before giving that answer. Put yourself in his shoes. If he ever had a daughter, and she ran off with some guy, moved in with him, and then less than a year later broke her arm and ended up at the hospital in the middle of the night. Hawk would explode. No question about it. If Gwen had said she was the one who got hurt and went to the hospital, George would have absolutely lost it. But Hawk had been conflicted at the time, looking at Gwen. Do I really have to wear this cast for a whole month? Can't I just fake wearing the sling? Or I could just avoid seeing George for a month. He was Hawk Phoenix, for crying out loud. The Demon King certified by both S.H.I.E.L.D. and HYDRA. The guy who single-handedly crushed Hydra's second bid for world domination and scared Strucker so badly he ran for the hills without looking back. 1 second he just foiled Hydra's conspiracy, and the next he was wearing a cast. Did that make any sense? Hawk had been torn, but Gwen's explanation, once again, had convinced him to go along with it. She'd willingly accompanied him to New York S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to fake a broken left arm. Gwen had said just two things. First, Dad's an experienced cop. If he doesn't see it with his own eyes, he'll probably go to the hospital himself to check. Second, look on the bright side. Yeah, you have to fake being injured for a month. But for that entire month, you don't have to do any chores. And I mean any. Even in bed. Deal. Hawk had agreed without a second's hesitation. The moment Gwen finished those two sentences, his conflicted expression turned dead serious as he looked at his fiancée. Let's plan this out. And planning was definitely necessary. Because just like Gwen said, George was a veteran cop. There was no guarantee he wouldn't suddenly decide to swing by the hospital and check Hawk's medical records. But that wasn't a problem. New York S.H.I.E.L.D. would handle it. They'd not only taken care of the hospital's internal records, but S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had also personally helped set Hawk up with the cast. Lightweight, breathable, and completely lacking the suffocating, heavy feeling of the standard issue casts that made up 99% of what was on the market. Sure enough, after Hawk showed up with his cast and sling, George softly told him to be careful, wished him a speedy recovery, and left it at that. But Hawk was certain that if Gwen had been the one walking through the door with a cast and sling, the second she stepped inside, George would have had a Glock 19 pressed to Hawk's forehead. Still, at least they'd managed to pull it off. And because Hawk was injured, after dinner Helen didn't try to keep them around. Instead, she urged them to head home. Right before they left, she made a point of telling Gwen not to take advantage of Hawk just because he was hurt. Hawk smiled. Gwen was speechless. By the time they got home, Hawk had already climbed into bed early. Losing his left arm so suddenly was a little awkward, but when he thought about the compensation he'd be getting for losing said arm, it didn't seem like a big deal at all. Gwen walked out of the bathroom, saw Hawk lying in bed with that eager, welcoming smile aimed straight at her, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. But remembering her promise, she untied her robe and walked over. The next day, Hawk was in high spirits, lying on the living room couch in nothing but a pair of shorts, a satisfied smile on his face. Of course, his left arm was still in a cast. Gwen came down the stairs rubbing her lower back, looked at Hawk sprawled on the couch like a beached whale, and her mouth twitched. I'm starting to regret letting you get injured. Hawk grinned. Then tell George the truth. Like he'd always said. Playing weak to catch someone off guard. What kind of nonsense was that? Dominating in public, crushing everyone with overwhelming power, that was how modern transmigration novels were supposed to go. That was what he believed. And that was how he'd always acted. But other people didn't see it that way. Like S.H.I.E.L.D. Or Gwen. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't want him exposed to the public eye. Not even now, when Thor had already made his debut. But Thor was an alien at the end of the day. No matter how powerful he was, the people who knew about him would only feel envy and jealousy at most. Hawk was different. He was a born and raised human from Earth. When people found out about him, sure, some would be envious. Some would be jealous. But most of them would hate. Hate that he had it. Hate that they didn't. Human nature leaned toward evil. That was the mainstream. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no doubt that the moment Hawk was exposed to the public, the first reaction wouldn't be worship like it was with Thor. Instead, people would immediately start scheming, wondering if they could replace him, capture him, and figure out the secret to his power. Hawk didn't care about any of that. One sentence summed up his feelings. War. He loved war. But S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't afford that risk. After all, who could guarantee that some genius wouldn't provoke Hawk into destroying the planet? The odds were low. But what if? That was why S.H.I.E.L.D. actively helped Hawk keep his identity hidden. As for Gwen looked at Hawk, who clearly didn't give a damn, and rolled her eyes again. Then she said seriously, "Your secret can only be known by me." Hawk knew that wasn't what his fiancée really thought. "Fine. Whatever you say. I'll listen to you. Good boy." Gwen's smile brightened. She sat down beside Hawk on the couch, glanced at his leg now casually draped across her lap, then looked at him and changed the subject. "Hawk, Hydra's second uprising, something that huge just gets swept under the rug like that." Hawk let out a dry laugh. Was it really that huge? If Sharon hadn't shown up at our place asking for help, you probably wouldn't have even known anything happened. Hydra's second uprising had taken place inside S.H.I.E.L.D. And S.H.I.E.L.D. was a secret organization to begin with. On top of that, because Hawk had intervened this time, Natasha hadn't dumped all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel onto the internet. So, yesterday's biggest news story had been the inside helicarrier that crashed over Washington, D.C., and the return of Thor and Iron Man Tony Stark. But the official explanation had already been released. It was a joint training exercise organized by the Pentagon, Iron Man Tony Stark, and Thor. The goal? To improve humanity's defensive capabilities for future ventures into space and any dangers they might encounter. Sure, the explanation sounded like bullshit. But most of the public believed it. After all, 70% of Americans followed the blissfully ignorant approach to life. These were people who believed injecting disinfectant could cure diseases. So when faced with a slightly more reasonable explanation from the Pentagon, why wouldn't they buy it? Gwen blinked. So does that mean Sharon and Commander Hand are fine too? No idea. Hawk shook his head, thought about it, then looked at Gwen. But they probably won't be shut down by the Big Five. After the whole Hydra mess, it was impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to come out completely unscathed. But no matter how the Security Council dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D., they definitely wouldn't do what happened in the original timeline, downsizing S.H.I.E.L.D. and letting it fade into obscurity. The most important reason. Hawk. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 108, 212, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s new director and her sweeping reforms. Hawk wasn't Thor. He wasn't some alien from another world. He was a born and raised human from Earth. After Thor made his appearance and the Chitauri invaded Earth, the Big Five had come to understand one critical fact. Beyond Earth's atmosphere was lawless territory. Once humanity ventured into the cosmos, they wouldn't be greeted with flowers and champagne. More likely, they'd face the gun-barrel diplomacy of countless alien species. Sure, Earth was located in some backwater corner of the universe. But the Big Five didn't know that. And considering Earth's own nations approached diplomacy with maximum suspicion and hostility, what would interstellar relations look like? Which made Hawk incredibly important at this particular moment in time. Most importantly, Hawk and the US military were enemies. Quantico was still being rebuilt. They'd barely finished 10% of the reconstruction. The other 90% of the ruins were still sitting there like a monument to what happened when you crossed Hawk Phoenix. General Ross and his family had been dead so long, the grass on their graves had probably been replaced several times over. And that was excellent. For the United States, that was terrible news. But for the other 4 Security Council representatives, it was actually fantastic. Like the saying goes, people don't hate success. They hate when someone else has it and they don't. If Hawk had been on good terms with the US government, the other 4 representatives would have absolutely supported Nick Fury's plan to bring Hawk under control. Just like how the Security Council had quietly approved Fury's containment measures for the Hulk years ago. And why was that? Because the Hulk's girlfriend was Betty Ross. And Betty Ross's father, Thaddeus Ross, was one of the US military's top brass. The Security Council wasn't America's council. It was the Big Five's council. Rather than saying S.H.I.E.L.D. felt the need to control the Hulk, it was more accurate to say the Security Council felt the need to control him. But Hawk was different. Do you have proposed a global organization to maintain world peace? What they really meant was using that organization to play a game of obey us or else. But he couldn't object right now. It was common knowledge. When you've just made a massive mistake, you're not exactly in a position to speak up confidently. The United States was no exception. So, Maria Hill's first reform proposal as SHIELD director received unanimous approval from the Security Council. What about Hawk? Having Sharon in New York will be sufficient. My stance remains the same as before. The evidence proves that Hawk operates within lawful neutral parameters. He may not help us with anything, but he's even less likely to assist any future villains who might threaten Earth. Very well. The Eastern representative, currently chairing the council, recalled his meeting with Hawk in the SHIELD conference room and let out a soft chuckle. You're the SHIELD director now. Your call, Director Hill. Just resolve this crisis as quickly as possible. Maria Hill nodded, her expression serious. Understood. Then that's settled. Meeting adjourned. The Eastern representative glanced at the other 4 representatives, then brought his hand down decisively on the table, ending the remote video conference with finality. The large screen went dark. Maria Hill withdrew her gaze, turned around, and looked at Victoria Hand, who had been standing off to the side, outside the camera's view, the entire time. Commander Hand walked over. Director. Commander. After exchanging their new titles, Hill smiled slightly. How long will you need to wrap things up in New York? Hand thought about it. 1 month. That works. I'm planning to complete SHIELD's restructuring by the end of this year. By the end of this year? Victoria Hand frowned, looking at Maria Hill. Isn't that too fast? Hill shook her head. Cut through the chaos with a sharp blade. Right now, SHIELD is at its most unstable. But that also makes it the easiest time to push through reforms. We have to change. I'm even planning to relocate headquarters entirely. Wait, you're seriously planning to move headquarters to? Yes. Hill nodded but didn't elaborate further. Instead, she changed the subject. I heard Hawk got injured. Hand met Hill's gaze and let out a soft laugh. Yeah. Broke his left arm. He's been recovering at home on Bleecker Street these past few days. Hill was genuinely curious. What happened? The Demon King's shackles are more effective than we thought. She managed to accomplish something most people probably couldn't. Hand explained how Hawk's left arm had ended up fractured, cast, and suspended in a sling, and more importantly, why. After hearing the full story, Hill shook her head with mild amusement, then looked at Hand. That actually works out well for us. At least while he's injured and recovering, we can focus all our energy on handling our own business. True. Hand nodded in agreement, then glanced at Hill. Should we tell Sharon to talk to Gwen? See if she can convince Hawk to extend his recovery period a little longer. Hill smiled faintly but didn't answer. Instead, she shifted the conversation to their next target. Someone should be arriving shortly. They're here looking for Nick Fury. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 109, 213, Hawk's extended medical leave. That's right. Nick Fury. After all, he'd faked his death. He hadn't actually died. Originally, Fury's plan had been to fake his death to avoid Hydra's attacks, slip past their surveillance, then secretly contact Captain America and stage a triumphant "The King Returns" comeback. Sure, Hydra had grown powerful during his tenure as director. Sure, Alexander Pierce, the man who'd recommended and vouched for him to become SHIELD director, had turned out to be Hydra's leader. But at the end of the day, he'd faked his death, escaped, and then worked with Cap to take down HYDRA. One way to look at it. Even if it wasn't a merit, it was at least effort, right? Most importantly, the best way to cover up one problem was to create an even bigger one. So, Fury had already planned it out. Just having a victorious return wouldn't be enough insurance. He needed an even bigger crisis to emerge. A two-pronged approach would guarantee the Security Council would be too distracted by his comeback to come after him. And he already had a plan for that bigger crisis. Nothing would give the Security Council more headaches than completely exposing SHIELD and the Hydra infiltration to the public. But he couldn't be the one to do it. As for who would handle that particular task, Fury already had someone in mind. Natasha. A former Red Room operative, now a SHIELD agent. She was perfect for the job. Except, before he could even contact Captain America, terrible news reached him from afar. Hydra was done. Finished. Game over. Damn it. Fury was completely screwed now. But once he'd recovered from the shock, he immediately reached out to Maria Hill. Once again, he'd faked his death. He wasn't actually dead. Hill didn't seem particularly surprised by Fury's call. She didn't express much concern either. She just reported the matter to the Security Council. After several days of closed-door meetings, the Council's first order of business upon emerging was announcing Hill's promotion to the new S.H.I.E.L.D. director. As for Nick Fury, the Security Council didn't even discuss him. But like the saying goes, sometimes silence speaks volumes. Just as Victoria Hand was about to say something, the phone on Hill's desk rang. Hill walked over and pressed the speaker button. Hill speaking. Commander, Director. The Pentagon sent people. They're here to pick someone up. Understood. Send them up. Yes, ma'am. Hill hung up, then turned to Victoria Hand with a slight smile. See. Right on schedule. Yeah. Hand caught on immediately and nodded. So the rumors were true. When Fury's authority was first frozen and then unfrozen, the military helped him out. Looks like Fury and the Pentagon have a pretty cozy relationship. Hill's tone remained neutral. That's none of our concern. True. Probably for the best that he's leaving. Hand shook her head. I've been going through the books these past few days. Alexander Pierce's tenure, the accounts were relatively clean. But Nick Fury's time as director. She trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Hill let out a dry laugh. We're the Security Council's S.H.I.E.L.D. So, the Council has made their decision, and we follow it. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s former director Nick Fury fell victim to Hydra and tragically lost his life. A short while later, a military vehicle that had entered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters left less than 10 minutes after parking. The vehicle pulled out and drove away from the Triskelion. Hill and Hand stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top-floor conference room, watching the military vehicle disappear into the distance. Hand withdrew her gaze. I heard Nick Fury tried to implement containment protocols for Hawk multiple times, but you shot them all down. Hill also looked away from the window, turned to Hand, and, understanding what Hand was getting at, smiled. Tell Sharon that Nick Fury is no longer one of ours. Hand smiled faintly and pulled out her phone. I'll call Sharon right now. What? Nick Fury got picked up by the Pentagon. Still at home on Bleecker Street, cast on his arm, sling around his neck, wearing nothing but shorts and looking as relaxed as humanly possible, Hawk raised an eyebrow at Sharon's words. Fury and the Pentagon are that tight? Gwen, sitting nearby, looked curious. Who's Nick Fury? She genuinely had no idea who Nick Fury was. At first, she hadn't paid attention. Then after Sharon came asking for help, she'd learned about Commander Hand and Commander Hill. She might have heard the name once. But isn't this Nick Fury supposed to be dead? Faked his death? Sharon shrugged, looking at Gwen. He claims he faked his death to escape, then planned to work in the shadows to take down Hydra's conspiracy. Gwen caught the tone in Sharon's voice and raised an eyebrow. But you don't believe him. He only became S.H.I.E.L.D. director because Alexander Pierce recommended and vouched for him. Fair point. Gwen nodded instinctively, looking at Sharon. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't believe him either. Hawk, lounging on the couch, listened to the back and forth between the two women and let out a dry laugh. Nick Fury really isn't Hydra. Sharon and Gwen both turned to look at him. Hawk smiled. You can call Nick Fury stupid. You can call him incompetent. But he's definitely not Hydra. Even though Hawk wasn't particularly fond of Nick Fury, hell, he'd originally thought he might end up killing the guy at some point. After all, based on Fury's thought process, if he'd ever found out about Hawk's existence, he would have absolutely tried to bring him under control. But that had never happened. Hawk didn't entirely understand why, but he wasn't some rabid attack dog. Since Fury had never come after him, he wasn't going to go out of his way to cause trouble for Fury. And he certainly wasn't going to throw baseless accusations at him. But he'd also picked up on why Sharon had come over today to mention this. Clearly, his original assumption had been wrong. Nick Fury hadn't been indifferent to him. Fury had ideas about controlling him, but Maria Hill, or maybe the Security Council, had shut those plans down. But now that Fury had left S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon's message was crystal clear. From now on, whatever Nick Fury did had nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury no longer represented S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawk's mind worked through the implications, then he let out a soft chuckle and dismissed the matter, turning to Sharon. So the Security Council's final decision is to downsize S.H.I.E.L.D. Sharon shook her head. The downsizing was Director Hill's idea. Hawk's eyebrows shot up. The next second, he understood Hill's strategy. Smart move. Cut yourself before someone else does. Give the Security Council an explanation. At the same time. New leader, new team. Now that Maria Hill was in charge, she was using the Hydra crisis as an opportunity to completely reorganize S.H.I.E.L.D. Streamline operations to avoid getting shut down by the Security Council, while also ensuring the rebuilt S.H.I.E.L.D. would be staffed entirely by people she trusted. No question about it. Maria Hill was far sharper than that corrupt one-eyed bastard who'd spent his time embezzling funds to build secret bases. Both in terms of strategy and execution, she was leagues ahead. Hawk kept those thoughts to himself. Gwen, meanwhile, looked at Sharon with concern. If the New York Shield office is shutting down, then what happens to you? Sharon glanced at Hawk first, then turned to Gwen with a smile. Thanks to you too, I got promoted. I'm now Shield's first agent in New York. Gwen's concern transformed into congratulations. Really? That's great. Congratulations. Sharon smiled happily. She'd actually been preparing to find a new job. She'd even drafted resumes for both the CIA and the FBI, just in case. But then, the promotion came completely out of nowhere. And yet, at the same time, it made perfect sense. SHIELD was the Security Council's only bridge to Hawk. And she was SHIELD's only bridge to Hawk. So, Sharon turned to Hawk, sitting on the couch, and gave him her most pitiful puppy dog eyes. Hawk, I can promise you that SHIELD has absolutely no agenda when it comes to you. So please, do me a favor. If something comes up, or if you need to leave town, just give me a heads up. Hawk caught his fiancée's amused smile out of the corner of his eye, then looked at Sharon, who was practically begging with her hands clasped together, and his mouth twitched. He gestured to his cast and sling. I'm in this condition right now. Where exactly do you think I'm going to go? Sharon grinned sheepishly. Gwen, who had a very positive impression of Sharon, and who'd fought alongside her, no less, jumped in to help. Sharon's our friend. And she finally got promoted. It's only right that we help her out. Then she turned to Sharon. Don't worry, Sharon. I've got your back. If anything comes up, I'll contact you right away. Besides, bone injuries take time to heal. It's only been 10 days. Hawk's going to need at least 3 more months of recovery. Hawk froze, staring at Gwen. Wait. 3 months. School's starting again in a few days. Your injury doesn't stop you from studying, does it? And you're not actually hurt, so what's the problem? Hawk blinked as Gwen's words sank in. He recalled the past 10 days of being treated like absolute royalty, then turned to Sharon with a completely serious expression and nodded. That's right. I'm injured. I need to recover for a full semester. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 110, 214, Peter's Return and the Saint Cloth. Through Gwen and Hawk's back and forth exchange. Hawk's recovery time went from the original 20 days straight to an additional 70 days tacked on the end. Sharon looked at Hawk's completely serious expression, then at Gwen's smiling face, though she'd just rolled her eyes, and got the distinct impression these two were playing some kind of elaborate game. Still, if Hawk was willing to stay put for 3 whole months, that would be fantastic. Because when she'd come over today, her orders had been to keep Hawk settled down for a while if possible. Originally, Sharon had thought that would be nearly impossible. Now, mission accomplished. Sharon's face lit up with genuine happiness before she caught herself. She turned to Gwen, the person who'd just done her the biggest favor imaginable, with complete sincerity. Thank you. You're damn right you should thank me. This time, Gwen didn't brush off Sharon's gratitude like she normally would. Instead, she looked equally serious. Take me shopping sometime. Only she knew how much she was sacrificing to support Sharon's work. But that's what friends were for. Helping each other out. Of course, friends were also for roasting. Like Peter. Originally, they'd figured Peter would be back 2 or 3 days after Hawk at most. Instead, Peter didn't return until a full month after the start of sophomore year at both Empire State and NYU, finally showing up on the first weekend. A noise came from the backyard. Gwen, sitting in the dining room, perked up. I think I heard something in the back. Peter. Hawk, still sporting his cast and sling, having traded Gwen's tender care for an extended fake injury, didn't even look up. The next second, Peter walked in from the backyard. He'd just pulled off his mask and was grinning sheepishly, about to say hello, when his eyes landed on Hawk's left arm. Holy shit, Hawk, you're hurt. What the hell happened? Spider-Man couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Because this was Hawk they were talking about. Who on earth could put Hawk in this condition? After the initial shock wore off, Peter's next question followed immediately. Who did this? Hawk used his good right hand to point at his fiancée. Who else could it be? Peter instinctively looked at Gwen. Gwen glared at her fiancé, who was clearly enjoying himself way too much, then quickly changed the subject. Peter, Hawk's been back for a while now. Why'd it take you this long? Peter's mind raced. He didn't fully understand what was going on, but his spider sense was telling him loud and clear not to dig any deeper into Hawk's injury. So he shrugged and went along with Gwen's question. Felicia had something come up. I was keeping her company. Gwen froze for a second, then her eyes lit up. She remembered. Hawk had mentioned it before, Felicia was pregnant. And the baby was Peter's. In an instant, Gwen practically teleported across the room, appearing in front of Peter. Before he could even react, she'd planted him on the stool next to Hawk, then zipped back to her original position, now fully locked into gossip mode as she stared at Peter. Felicia. Spill. Now. Peter looked at Gwen's gleaming eyes, then instinctively turned to Hawk for backup. Hawk, currently playing the role of the one-armed devil, adopted a spectator's attitude and looked at Peter with amusement. You don't want MJ thinking you cheated on her, do you? Peter looked at Hawk, who was clearly enjoying this way too much, then at Gwen with her gossip-hungry stare, and took a deep breath. He finally understood why his spider sense had given him bad vibes the moment he'd landed. I shouldn't have come here. But you did. Come on, talk. Gwen urged Peter on. If MJ finds out and I need to explain things for you, I should at least know what actually happened, right? Her reasoning was, as always, completely airtight. No room for argument. Peter certainly couldn't find any holes in it. And he really didn't want MJ thinking he'd cheated while they were still together. Of course, not for his own sake. For Felicia's. He didn't care if people misunderstood him. But he couldn't let Felicia get dragged into it. That was just who Peter was. New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, through and through. So, after a moment of silence, Peter, fully aware that Gwen just wanted the juicy details, told her the whole story. How he and Felicia had ended up on Skull Island, what they'd gone through there, and how they'd ended up together. Gwen listened with rapt attention. Hawk, sitting nearby, was also listening. Even though Peter had already told him once before, that version hadn't been nearly as detailed. Not even close to the level of detail Peter was giving Gwen now. Peter wasn't an idiot. He knew perfectly well that Hawk just wanted to hear about his buddy's embarrassing moments, so he'd only given him the Cliff Notes version. But Gwen was different. Gwen would listen to everything and actually help him solve his problems. So naturally, to make sure Gwen could help him later, he was doing his best to satisfy her thirst for gossip right now. Finally. Peter accepted the bottle of water Gwen handed him. She'd been worried he'd get thirsty halfway through, took a drink, and looked at her. Gwen, now that you know everything, you'll help me explain things to MJ, right? Gwen smiled. No problem. If I ever run into MJ. Peter let out a sigh of relief and nodded without thinking. The next second, he caught himself. His head snapped up to look at Gwen, confusion written all over his face. If you run into her. Of course, Peter. You've been gone for over half a year. Gwen said it matter-of-factly, though she didn't drag out the suspense. After you two broke up, MJ started dating someone new. You know him, actually. Flash Thompson. But they broke up at the end of last semester. Then at the end of last month, MJ left for Los Angeles. Hawk and I even drove her to the airport. Peter's eyes went wide. Los Angeles? Yeah. Gwen nodded. You know MJ's dream. She used to, anyway, she didn't want to miss this chance, so she went for it. Peter's mouth opened and closed. Hearing that MJ had already moved to Los Angeles stirred up feelings he couldn't quite put into words. Just then. The doorbell rang. Gwen glanced toward the door, then looked at Hawk. Hawk gave her a look and silently mouthed a name. Gwen's eyes lit up again. She hurried to the door and pulled it open. Standing there was Felicia. When she'd left Skull Island 4 months pregnant without really showing, her belly had been barely noticeable. Now she was visibly pregnant, wearing loose clothing that couldn't quite hide the bump. Gwen's gaze dropped to Felicia's stomach, her mouth falling slightly open. Felicia smiled warmly at Gwen's surprised expression. Good evening, Gwen. Peter's here, right? I went to his place, but Aunt May said he hadn't come home yet. I figured he might have come here to see Hawk. Yeah, he's here. Come in, come in. Gwen snapped out of it and gestured for Felicia to come inside. Then she glanced at Felicia's stomach and asked quietly, when's your due date? Felicia smiled. End of January. Gwen nodded, then looked over at Peter, who'd just spotted Felicia and was putting 2 and 2 together. She turned back to Felicia. Peter's a lucky guy. Peter was already at Felicia's side by then, looking completely bewildered. What are you doing here? Felicia said, we agreed I'd come to your place tonight, remember? But when I got there, Aunt May said you weren't home yet. So I figured you might be at Hawk's. Peter looked sheepish and scratched the back of his head. Sorry. I just got back from school and was passing by Hawk's place. I wanted to let him know I was back. I'm sorry. Felicia shook her head. You should have called, Peter. If I hadn't found you here, I would have been worried. Peter looked at Felicia's serious expression and couldn't help apologizing again. Hawk and Gwen stood in the dining room, silently watching the scene of domestic training unfold. Just then, Felicia looked up at Hawk, noticed his arm in the sling, and froze. "Hawk, your arm." "Don't ask." Hawk shook his head, cutting her off before she could finish. Felicia's mouth opened, then she smiled. "Are you two done catching up? Because if you are, I'm taking Peter home. Aunt May's waiting for him." Hawk didn't hesitate. "Take him. Please." He couldn't let Felicia stick around any longer. At least not while she was training Peter right in front of them. He didn't care. But Gwen couldn't be exposed to this. It was common knowledge, Gwen was widely recognized as the best girlfriend in American comics specifically because she was gentle, smart, kind, and understanding. What if Gwen watched the scene and learned bad habits from Felicia? And so, the moment Felicia said she was taking Peter home, Hawk nodded immediately. Zero hesitation. Felicia chuckled, thanked Hawk, said goodnight to Gwen, then led Peter toward the door. Hawk and Gwen stood in the doorway, watching as Peter nervously helped Felicia into the car like some kind of bodyguard, then scrambled to the driver's seat, still wearing his Spider-Man suit because he'd completely forgotten to change, started the engine, and drove off down Bleecker Street. Once the car's taillights disappeared, they finally looked away. After heading back inside, Gwen let out a soft sigh and looked at Hawk, who'd settled back onto his stool. She blinked. "I know MJ's my best friend, but after seeing that just now, I actually think Peter and Felicia are a really good match." Hawk looked at Gwen and smiled. "I thought you'd be jealous that Felicia's pregnant." Gwen blinked, then looked at Hawk. "I am jealous. But do you have the guts to get me pregnant right now?" "Absolutely not." Hawk answered without hesitation. Even though they were engaged and living together, if he got Gwen pregnant before she turned 21, George would show up with a gun. Just then, Gwen's phone rang. Gwen glanced at the caller ID, raised an eyebrow, looked at Hawk, and answered. "Hello. Gwen, is Hawk with you? Tell him to get to Rhyolite Ghost Town in Nevada immediately. I tried calling him but he didn't pick up. We're detecting his energy signature here. # bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 111, 215, Hawk and Tony's Bet. Rhyolite Ghost Town wasn't actually called Rhyolite Ghost Town. Its real name was Rhyolite. It was in Nevada. And ever since the last resident died back in 1923, the town had been completely abandoned. Hence the Ghost Town nickname. But that was all ancient history. Back in 1904, massive rhyolite deposits were discovered here, and the town was founded. By 1908, the population had peaked. Then the economic crisis hit, people started leaving, and eventually, once the mines were tapped out, everyone cleared out for good. Now all that remained were crumbling ruins and desert, desperately clinging to the memory of past glory. But tonight, the place was lit up like Times Square. Especially around the entrance to the old mining shaft, people were constantly going in and out, hauling stuff from deep underground. If you didn't know any better, you'd think some company had picked this godforsaken place for a team-building retreat. It wasn't far off. These were SHIELD agents. And the reason they were here was, naturally, Hydra. Even though Hawk had recently made a lap around the continental United States and wiped out Hydra operatives across the country, he'd only eliminated the ones operating in the open. Hydra had been embedded in SHIELD for years, quietly training agents in the shadows. The sheer number of sleeper agents was staggering. So, SHIELD had been running operations all over, following leads and rooting out Hydra remnants. And this place was one of their recent discoveries. Leading the operation was none other than Tony Stark. At the moment, Tony was having Jarvis contact Gwen to ask her to tell Hawk, if he was free, to swing by. Just then, Gwen, still on the call, interrupted him. Tony, Hawk already left." "Left?" Tony blinked at Gwen's words. "Where'd he go?" The moment the words left his mouth, a voice answered from directly behind him. "To see you." Tony instinctively spun around. Seeing Hawk, who had somehow appeared right in front of him without any warning, he jumped slightly, reflexively said goodbye to Gwen, then hung up. His gaze dropped to Hawk's current getup. White t-shirt. Black shorts. Left arm in a cast, suspended in a sling. Tony's faceplate lifted, and he looked at Hawk with genuine curiosity. "That injury?" "Don't ask." Hawk raised his good right hand and cut him off immediately. He'd originally considered just smashing the cast off his left arm. After all, showing up like this didn't exactly look great, and it limited his combat effectiveness. But when Hawk thought about the treatment he'd been getting ever since the injury, he figured one arm was more than enough. His left arm could stay broken. Hell, he was even considering ways to extend the recovery period once the 100 days were up. After all, if lounging around felt this good once, it would feel even better if he kept it going. Physically speaking. But that was something he obviously couldn't tell anyone. Hawk decisively cut off Tony's question and asked with curiosity, "What are you doing out here?" Tony's expression turned serious. "Fighting Hydra. It's everyone's." Hawk turned and walked away. "Are you kidding me? The world's biggest capitalist talking about civic duty. You're probably just bored at the office, sick of pepper pots dragging you through company business, and used fighting Hydra as an excuse to escape." Hawk kept those thoughts to himself, ignored Tony behind him, and headed straight for the entrance to the underground mine tunnel. The moment his sixth sense had expanded upon landing, he detected something interesting down there. Deep in the underground mine, someone had carved out a massive space. At some point, they'd built a base, covered in dried blood and littered with corpses, and in one of the rooms deep inside the base. The moment Hawk materialized in the room, his gaze locked onto what sat on the table in front of him. His saint cloth. Or more accurately, the remains of the saint cloth he'd worn when fighting the dark elf Malekith, the one that had been completely destroyed. That was why Tony had mentioned detecting his energy signatures over the phone. Hawk stared at the painstakingly reassembled armor with genuine amazement. There was no nostalgia in his eyes for his first saint cloth. Only pure curiosity. This armor had been completely shattered at Stonehenge in London. Pulverized into fragments no bigger than a fingernail. And yet. Damn. Hydra's got some serious dedication. My saint cloth was literally ground into dust, and they still had the patience to put it back together. Hawk blinked, genuinely impressed. Just then, Tony Stark walked in from outside. Unlike Hawk, he couldn't teleport. He had to run the old-fashioned way. That's when Hawk learned how Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. had found this place. After Maria Hill was promoted to S.H.I.E.L.D. director, she'd launched a massive internal audit. And boy, did she find some surprises. Turns out the black site prison-holding cloning expert Dr. Merrick, codenamed The Fridge, hadn't just lost Merrick. Over a dozen other criminals S.H.I.E.L.D. had captured had been swapped out too. The Sandbox, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secure warehouse for dangerous artifacts, had also lost a lot of items that had been logged in their inventory. Among those missing items were the fragments of Hawk's first Phoenix Saint cloth, collected from Stonehenge in London and stored in the Sandbox. The bad news? S.H.I.E.L.D. had lost a ton of stuff. The good news? Because facilities like the Slingshot, the Sandbox, and the Fridge were all located in remote, uninhabited parts of the world, the Hydra operatives embedded there didn't even know Hydra's second uprising had failed. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. got leads. They could track the missing items. Originally, Maria Hill had wanted to prioritize finding Hawk's Saint cloth. S.H.I.E.L.D. systems were compromised, and the inside helicarrier systems needed complete rewrites. Jarvis was helping S.H.I.E.L.D. rebuild from the ground up. So when Tony found out Hawk's Saint cloth was missing, he volunteered to take the job. He was curious about Hawk's armor. Simple as that. And sure enough, with Marvel's rare genius Tony Stark and his top-tier AI on the case, they'd tracked it down pretty quickly. But when we got here, it looked like they already knew they'd been exposed. All the systems inside were destroyed. Jarvis is seeing if he can recover anything. Hawk listened to Tony's explanation, thinking about the dried blood and the corpses with bleeding eyes and ears his sixth sense had detected earlier. Still. Hawk glanced at the reassembled Saint cloth and couldn't help laughing. Why the hell would they study a broken suit of armor? Were they planning to replicate it? Were Saint cloths important? Of course they were. But what made them important wasn't the armor itself, it was the connection to his Cosmo. The moment this Saint cloth shattered, its link to his Cosmo was severed. Without that connection, it was just a suit made of unusual materials. The armor of a saint. Only when worn by a saint did it earn the title of Saint cloth. If it wasn't worn by a saint, it was just fancy clothing. So, thinking about what Hydra had most likely been planning, Hawk let out a derisive snort. Tony, standing nearby, noticed. You're not worried they'll replicate it? Worried? Hawk raised an eyebrow, turned to Tony, and his expression turned completely serious. Tony, if you want, I can lend you my current Black Phoenix surplus. If you can replicate it, no, scratch that, if you can build a suit that's even remotely comparable, I'll grant you one favor. Any favor. No conditions, no restrictions. You can call it in any time, anywhere, and I'll honor it. How about that? Tony heard Hawk's words and smiled. Really? I rarely joke around. Hawk smiled back, giving Tony his definitive answer. If Tony could actually build a suit on par with the Black Phoenix surplus through his own efforts, granting him one favor was nothing. Forget one favor, he'd grant 10. The reason was simple. He'd just found his future dedicated Saint cloth craftsman. So, he'd be making out like a bandit. Just as Hawk was thinking this, Tony laughed and agreed without hesitation. Deal. You don't want to think about it. Hawk looked at Tony, who'd agreed way too quickly, and smiled. If you succeed in replicating it, I'll unconditionally grant you one request. But I haven't mentioned what happens if you lose yet. Tony extended his hand. Name it. If you lose, you give me 100 million. How about it? Are you seriously hurting for cash? Tony had expected Hawk to make some major demand. He hadn't expected something as simple as $100 million. He looked at Hawk curiously. Hawk shrugged. Can't help it. I've got a virtuous wife at home. I said I'd borrow some money from the Big Five, and she told me no. Said we should be good people. Thank God for Gwen. Tony silently thanked Gwen in his heart, then stepped out of his Iron Man suit, walked over to Hawk, and extended his right hand. Deal. If I lose, I give you 100 million. If you lose, you grant me one request. Hawk looked at Tony, who seemed afraid he'd back out and was rushing to seal the deal, and smiled as he extended his own right hand. Deal. Deal. The two men shook hands. Brief but firm. The next second, a strange smile spread across Tony's face as he looked at Hawk. Follow me. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 112, 216, Hydra's Frankenstein cloth. Tony turned and headed for the door. Hawk raised an eyebrow, let out a short laugh, and followed. Soon enough, the two of them left the room housing Hawk's Saint cloth fragments, passed through a corridor, then took a right turn into another chamber. This one had silver walls and was outfitted like something straight out of a futuristic sci-fi lab. Hawk's gaze locked onto a mannequin at the far end of the room, specifically onto the armor it was wearing. The armor was entirely silver. The faceplate looked similar to his Phoenix cloth's visor. Embedded in the mannequin's chest was a diamond-shaped energy core glowing with a pale blue light. The design looked like a bastardized fusion of his Saint cloth and Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. A Frankenstein's monster. 2 SHIELD scientists were currently stationed around this bizarre hybrid armor, running diagnostics. Tony raised his wrist and tapped his watch. A projection shot out, materializing in the air between them. A surveillance video appeared. The footage showed the same underground base, though in what looked like a testing facility. A burly, bearded man with a build like a grizzly bear was being helped into a silver suit of armor, the same one standing in front of them now, by several technicians. Once the bearded man finished suiting up and gave a nod indicating he was ready, the diamond-shaped energy source on the armor's chest slowly began to glow. The next second, an agonized scream tore from the bearded man's throat. Then, splat, the man inside the silver armor was crushed as if caught in an invisible vice. Blood sprayed everywhere. The armor collapsed to the ground in pieces with a series of metallic clangs. As for the bearded man, he was gone. Completely vaporized. Hawk watched the projected surveillance footage, raised an eyebrow, and in a flash, vanished from where he stood and reappeared directly in front of the mannequin. He placed his uninjured right hand on the armor. The sudden appearance made the 2 SHIELD scientists jump. Tony walked over, glancing at Hawk, who had one arm in a sling and the other resting on the silver armor. Jarvis just recovered and restored that footage from their deleted system files. Hawk pulled his hand away from the armor and offered a blunt assessment. Clever idea. But incredibly stupid execution. Clever because it was obvious Hydra had put serious thought into how to replicate his Saint cloth. They'd realized that simply copying the design wouldn't give them access to the energy Hawk's cloth possessed. So they'd borrowed a page from Tony Stark's playbook, specifically, the miniaturized arc reactor that powered the Iron Man suits. Except, the energy source embedded in this armor's chest wasn't an arc reactor. It was vibranium energy. Energy extracted from vibranium using Wakandan technology. As for the stupid part, vibranium energy output was massive. Hawk already understood what Hydra had been trying to do. Hydra had intended to use vibranium energy as a substitute for the power his Saint cloth naturally generated, hoping it would allow this knockoff armor to replicate his abilities. But the energy stored in vibranium was enormous. Hadn't they noticed that even Wakanda built dedicated containment chambers just to safely release vibranium energy? Hydra had been idiotic enough to think an ordinary human body could withstand that kind of power output. And the result was inevitable. Just like what had happened to the bearded guy in the surveillance footage. The vibranium energy hadn't even been active for a full second before the sheer force tore him apart. That was exactly why Hawk had called Hydra's idea clever yet profoundly stupid. Tony, standing nearby, clearly understood Hawk's meaning. Still, he looked at the armor with genuine curiosity. If the armor and vibranium energy could achieve perfect integration, how would it compare to your cloth? Compare to my cloth? Hawk glanced at Tony, thought about it seriously, then gave an honest assessment. Compared to my first cloth? Maybe 60%. And that's assuming someone could actually survive wearing this thing. But you don't think anyone can? Correct. Hawk nodded, then seemed to remember something and added, Steve might be able to pull it off. He's been enhanced by the super soldier serum, so his physical conditioning could probably handle it. But you. Don't even think about it. If you tried putting this on, you'd end up exactly like that bearded guy. Just to be safe, and to prevent his future designated armorsmith from doing something catastrophically stupid, Hawk made sure to emphasize that last point with complete seriousness. After all, Tony Stark was going to be his armorsmith down the line. In the future, Hawk planned to have Tony forge all the bronze and silver cloths for his Cosmo. His personal cloth, however, was a different story. Hawk had already picked out the craftsman for his true Phoenix gold cloth. The Dwarf King. That's right. The same Dwarf King who had forged Mjolnir, Stormbreaker, the Infinity Gauntlet, and countless other legendary weapons. If the Dwarf King made it, it was top tier. So, Hawk's plan was to commission the Dwarf King to forge his Phoenix gold cloth. But there was no rush. His Cosmo hadn't reached its peak yet, and he still hadn't figured out the seventh sense. Going to the Dwarf King now would just result in a subpar product. Hawk's thoughts drifted as he finished his warning to Tony. Then, having lost interest, he shook his head. I thought you were going to show me something impressive. Instead, it's this. Boring. I'm heading back. He should be lying in bed right now, not standing here with Tony looking at a piece of scrap metal. Yes. Scrap metal. He told Tony that if someone could actually wear this armor, it might achieve 60% of his cloth's capabilities. But that comparison was against his first cloth, the broken one. And when had Hawk worn that cloth? Right after awakening his Cosmo. Back then, he hadn't even unlocked his sixth sense yet. Now. If you compared this thing to the Black Phoenix surplus currently resting in his underworld palace, the Black Phoenix surplus's aura alone could crush this armor into dust. So yeah. Scrap metal. If Alexander Pierce had been willing to die rather than reveal this, and if Strucker had been so confident when he'd said, everyone dies eventually, you're no exception, and this was supposed to be their ace in the hole. All Hawk could say was, what a letdown. Hawk scoffed internally, then yawned, turned on his heel, and vanished from Tony's sight. Tony stared at the empty space where Hawk had been standing, then turned his gaze back to the silver armor Hawk had just dismissed as scrap metal. Bleecker Street. Gwen stood in the bathroom, blow-drying her hair while humming a cheerful tune. She was in a good mood. Because Hawk probably wasn't coming home tonight, which meant she could finally get a full night's rest. Just as she finished drying her hair, opened the bathroom door, and prepared to climb into bed, she found Hawk already back, and already lying in bed, smiling at her and waving. Hey. Gwen stared at Hawk. Don't you ever get tired? Hawk shrugged. I'm not the one doing the work. Gwen seethed for a moment, then her eyes darted around as an idea struck. She looked at Hawk. You know what? You're right. I was wrong. Why don't you take that cast off? Tony called you over in such a rush, it must have been urgent. Having your left arm in a sling like that is really inconvenient. Hawk shook his head. It wasn't anything important. He just found my Saint Cloth fragments. Apparently, Hydra collected the pieces and tried to replicate it. Collected, replicate. Gwen's eyes lit up. Her expression shifted from exasperation to genuine curiosity. She climbed into bed, pulled back the covers, and sat down, staring at Hawk with wide eyes. The look clearly said, tell me everything. Hawk chuckled and gave her the short version, describing what he'd just seen, including Hydra's attempt to merge his Saint Cloth with Tony's Ironman technology, resulting in what he considered nothing more than a glorified pile of scrap. Gwen instinctively glanced down at her neck. But it was bare. She blinked in confusion, then remembered. She threw the covers off, padded barefoot back into the bathroom, and returned holding her Andromeda cloth necklace. Like this one. Not even close. Hawk blinked, then shook his head with a wry smile. If someone actually managed to survive wearing that scrap heap, I wouldn't even need to step in. You could put on your Andromeda cloth, hit them with one nebula chain, and knock them out cold. Even though Gwen's Andromeda cloth was made from the same materials as his original cloth, there was a crucial difference. Hawk's original cloth had been forged when his Cosmo was still in its infancy. But the Andromeda cloth he'd given Gwen, that had been forged using his sixth sense silver Cosmo. And the Andromeda constellation was currently rotating within his silver Phoenix Cosmo. Hearing Hawk's dismissive assessment, Gwen relaxed. She set the Andromeda cloth necklace on the nightstand and lay down. All right. Time to sleep. Hey. Hawk wasn't about to let Gwen distract him that easily. He looked at his fiancée, who had just closed her eyes, clearly hoping to dodge the conversation. Just then, Gwen's eyes suddenly snapped open, as if she'd just remembered something. She turned to Hawk. Oh, by the way, Grandpa wants you to come visit over winter break. He wants to meet you. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 113, 217, Post-Clarity Enlightenment. Grandpa. The one who runs a cotton farm in Georgia. Hearing Gwen's words, Hawk's mind immediately conjured up a very specific image. A classic old-money American gentleman wearing a cowboy hat, holding a whip coiled tight enough to fold 5 times over, surveying his vast and beautiful cotton fields. White cotton and dark soil painting a striking contrast. It was a beautiful mental picture. Gwen caught sight of Hawk's expression, which he couldn't quite keep neutral, and rolled her eyes. Stop imagining things. The family doesn't have a farm anymore. The Fox family in Forks is just a normal, average family now. Hawk let out a slightly disappointed sigh, then looked at Gwen curiously. Why does your grandfather suddenly want to meet me? Take a wild guess. Gwen sat up in bed now that Hawk's attention had successfully been diverted. We're engaged, and Grandpa still hasn't met you. I was planning to bring you to Forks over summer break, but we got caught up with Peter's situation and all that Shield business, so I never mentioned it. Then Grandpa called me and asked if you were scared to meet him. Hawk blinked, immediately defensive. That's not on me. You never told me. If you'd said you wanted to go to Forks, I wouldn't have gone looking for Peter. Relax, I already explained it to Grandpa. Oh. So over Christmas break, we'll go to Forks together and meet Grandpa. Gwen looked at Hawk, negotiating the timing, then added with a tempting tone, Grandpa doesn't have the farm anymore, but he kept a lot of old photographs from when the Fox family used to grow cotton and watermelons. Hawk's eyebrows shot up. He looked at Gwen. We're going. Absolutely going. I'm not interested in the photos, but I'm very interested in meeting your grandfather. We should visit him and get his blessing for us. Gwen nodded. All right, then it's settled. I'll call Grandpa tomorrow and tell him we'll visit over Christmas. Hawk hummed in agreement. Sounds good. Let's sleep. Yeah. Hawk agreed, though his mind was already wondering just how many of those old photographs Gwen's grandfather had kept. Gwen, who had already quietly lain back down, sensed Hawk settling in beside her. The corner of her mouth curved upward in a subtle, hidden smile. The next day. Morning. Gwen, feeling more rested than she had in a long time, opened her eyes, and immediately found Hawk staring directly at her. She jumped, startled, then looked up at Hawk, who was hovering in midair above her, still with his left arm in a sling. Her mouth twitched. She took a deep breath. New house rule. No superpowers allowed inside this house. Period. Hawk stared at Gwen with eyes full of grievance. But you don't play by the rules. When have I ever not played by the rules? Last night. That's because you didn't remind me. Gwen put on her best innocent face, maintaining her composure as she threw back the covers and prepared to get out of bed. Hawk didn't budge. He just kept floating there. Gwen, already at the door and about to leave, turned back to see him still hovering. Her mouth twitched again. Aren't you getting up? No. Gwen stood there in silence for a moment, then sighed and turned around, her tone resigned. Fine. Then lie down properly. The words had barely left her mouth when. Thump. Hawk flipped midair and landed flat on the bed, perfectly positioned. 1 hour. Actually, no. Afternoon. Gwen emerged from the bedroom looking radiant and energized, though her lower back was a bit sore. You want to go out for a walk or something? No. Hawk's voice drifted out from the bedroom behind her, dripping with exhaustion and weakness. Gwen heard his voice, and the corner of her mouth curved upward again. She'd confirmed something important. As long as she didn't give in first, Hawk would be the one who ended up drained, especially now that she'd banned all superpower usage inside the house. Hawk lay in bed, still with his left arm in a sling, staring blankly at the ceiling. Just then, his phone on the nightstand began ringing. Hawk didn't move. After a moment, the ringing stopped. The next second, the ringtone transferred to outside the bedroom. Gwen, who had just gone downstairs, came back up, walked into the room, looked at Hawk lying on the bed, and approached. It's Tony. As she spoke, Gwen switched the phone to speakerphone and held it near Hawk's mouth. Hawk continued staring at the ceiling, his voice hoarse. Hello. Jesus. Tony's voice came through the phone. What happened to you? You sound like you've been completely wrung out. Hawk's voice remained distant. I was completely wrung. Slap. Gwen quickly reached over and gently covered Hawk's mouth, taking over the conversation. Tony, did you need something from Hawk? Tony's thoughts raced on the other end of the line. He quickly pieced together what had happened and smoothly changed the subject. We managed to restore part of the system data from the Rhyolite Ghost Town facility. We've got a pretty good idea of what Hydra was working on. If you've got time, come down to New York Shield. Trust me, you'll be interested in what Hydra was doing. Hawk didn't respond. Currently in his post-clarity state, Hawk's consciousness was wandering deep within his cosmo, lost in contemplation of why his inner universe was so vast, why his cosmo was so brilliant. In the end, Gwen took over, saying they'd head over shortly. After all, she was pretty curious about what Hydra had been doing in secret. So, after hanging up, Gwen quickly roused Hawk from bed. An hour later, she was driving him to SHIELD headquarters in Times Square. As the car entered the underground parking garage that served as a cover, just as the vehicle was about to crash into the wall suddenly split apart. Gwen, no longer surprised by this, skillfully drove the car into the exposed elevator that appeared once the wall opened. As the wall closed behind them, the car elevator began its slow descent. Soon enough, the elevator doors reopened. Gwen drove into the spacious underground facility, parked the car, and she and Hawk stepped out one after the other. Sharon Carter, who had been waiting for them, came forward to greet them, then escorted them into the Tactical Operations Center. Tony was currently standing in front of the massive screen, hands moving through the air as damaged files and surveillance footage recovered from the Rhyolite Ghost Town HYDRA system flashed rapidly across the display. Gwen walked in and noticed the rows of SHIELD agents still seated at their stations on either side of the screen. She lowered her voice and turned to Sharon. I thought New York SHIELD was being disbanded. It was. Then. This isn't New York SHIELD's Tactical Operations Center anymore. It's SHIELD's hub headquarters now. It provides technical and operational support for SHIELD. The medical center, laboratories, and tactical center are also being renovated, though they're not finished yet. I see. Gwen listened to Sharon's explanation with a hint of surprise but didn't say anything more. Instead, she glanced over at Hawk. Hawk had already found a seat the moment they'd walked in. His consciousness was still deep within his cosmo. This was a place he had never been before. But Hawk's sixth sense told him this was where the seventh sense resided. If he could illuminate this place, he would comprehend the seventh sense. He'd only managed to sink his consciousness down to this level after entering his post-clarity state, completely exhausted. That exhaustion had allowed his consciousness to descend deep enough to perceive this place. But just like when he'd first sensed the sixth sense deep within himself but couldn't find the way to unlock it, now he knew exactly where the seventh sense was located but had no idea how to activate it. And Hawk had a feeling he wouldn't be able to stay here long. Once his time was up, he'd be kicked out. There was a saying that fit perfectly. If he hadn't stumbled into this place by chance, trying to perceive the seventh sense would have been like a frog at the bottom of a well trying to see the moon. But now that he'd accidentally made it to the realm of the seventh sense, perceiving it was like a speck of dust trying to comprehend the sky. He didn't want to leave. While he was still here, he was channeling all the power of his cosmo, desperately trying to illuminate this place. So, from an outside perspective, Hawk's eyes were vacant, and he still looked completely drained. Gwen looked at Hawk, still in that state, and was starting to wonder if she'd pushed him too hard. Sharon, standing nearby, also looked at Hawk's vacant expression and lowered her voice. How many times did you guys? Gwen glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then whispered back, not that many. Just 5 more than usual. Sharon blinked. How many is usual? 3, I guess. In one night. No, one morning. He insisted. Damn. Sharon drew in a sharp breath, instantly understanding why Hawk was in this condition. He's completely tapped out. After all, she'd seen Thor in a similar state before. That had been the day after Thor and Jane had settled in New York. Thor had looked exactly like Hawk did now, eyes vacant, as if he'd entered some kind of meditative trance. Gwen, hearing Sharon's comment, quickly changed the subject. He'll bounce back. Anyway, you said you found something in the Hydra base about experiments they might be running on Hawk. Sharon's expression turned serious as she refocused and nodded at Gwen. Gwen, remember when I told you that Hydra launched their operation because I discovered that Dr. Merrick, the cloning specialist, had been replaced? Yeah. Gwen nodded, then seemed to realize something. She looked at Sharon. Don't tell me. Exactly. They've been secretly cloning Hawk. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 114, 218, The Cloning Project Exposed. Gwen looked at Sharon's serious expression, and when Sharon mentioned Dr. Merrick, the cloning specialist who'd been replaced, a terrifying thought crystallized in her mind. Just as she was processing the shocking implications, Tony Stark's voice cut through her thoughts, confirming the exact theory that had just formed. Damn. They're cloning Hawk. But they don't have. Gwen drew in a sharp breath, turning toward Tony as he approached. She was about to deny the horrifying possibility when her words suddenly caught in her throat. She'd been about to say that HYDRA didn't have any of Hawk's DNA, so how could they possibly clone him? But then she remembered. She'd accompanied Hawk when he'd sold his blood that one time. Right before he went to get revenge on the Hulk. She remembered it clearly. And the buyer had been Anna. Which meant. Gwen's head snapped toward Hawk. Anna. She wouldn't betray me. Hawk's consciousness had already returned. He'd snapped back the moment Tony mentioned Hydra's cloning project. After speaking, Hawk let out an internal sigh. Not because of the cloning. But because he'd realized he couldn't get back to that deep realm where the seventh sense resided. Still. No point rushing it. He'd take what came. If he got it, great. If not, that's life. Besides, he still had the Mind Stone as a backup plan. The seventh sense was his, it was just a matter of time. Hawk pushed the thought aside, stood up from his seat, and looked at Gwen with a smile. If Anna had betrayed me, do you really think Alexander Pierce would have chosen death over giving up her location? Gwen's eyebrows rose. Hawk didn't elaborate further. He turned toward the massive screen displaying the files Jarvis had recovered, and in a blur, appeared directly in front of it. Sharon instinctively looked at Gwen. Anna has a sample of Hawk's blood. Yeah. Gwen nodded, glancing at Hawk as he reviewed the files on the screen, then spoke quietly. Hawk traded his blood to Anna once. Sharon and Tony exchanged a glance. Both of them had the same look of sudden understanding. After recovering the files about the suspected cloning project, they'd been wondering how Hydra had gotten hold of Hawk's DNA. It wasn't like they'd disguised themselves as janitors, collected the garbage from 521A Bleecker Street, picked through used condoms, and extracted DNA that way. More importantly, the timeline didn't match up. Based on the data Tony and the others had recovered, it looked like Hydra had started testing the feasibility of cloning Hawk long before he'd moved to Bleecker Street. Now, hearing Gwen's explanation, the mystery finally made sense. And then, all three of them turned to look at Hawk. By now, Hawk had already speed-read through everything Jarvis had managed to restore from Hydra's systems. Yes. Hydra really had been trying to clone him. But Hawk wasn't surprised. After all, he already knew the reason Hydra had launched their operation. Gwen had told him about Dr. Merrick being replaced. So when he'd heard that, combined with Alexander Pierce's stubborn refusal to talk and Strucker's comment in Sokovia, no one in this world is immortal, and you're no exception, Hawk had already formed a pretty solid theory. This just confirmed it. It also explained why Alexander Pierce had chosen to antagonize him instead of maintaining their good relationship. Cloning. After replacing Dr. Merrick, Hydra had planned to clone Hawk, create a version they could actually control, and then use the clone to kill the real Hawk, who, while friendly with HYDRA, was also friendly with S.H.I.E.L.D. Only something like cloning would make Hawk furious enough to completely annihilate Hydra once he found out. After all, Hawk had explicitly said they could use his blood for anything, as long as they didn't clone him. That's why Alexander Pierce had refused to talk. Even now, trapped in the frozen hell, dying over and over and being resurrected in an endless cycle, he still hadn't begged for mercy. Except. All of this, Pierce's assumptions, Hydra's plans, were based on a fundamental misunderstanding. When he'd sold his blood, he'd already anticipated that Hydra might try to pull some weird experiments with it. Cloning included. Hydra wasn't exactly known for their moral compass. They'd prepared all those meteorites, brought all those gifts, obviously, they wanted something. Something big. Hawk genuinely didn't care. When he told Anna not to use his blood for cloning, it had been more of a casual warning than anything else. A little reminder to keep Hydra in check. His actual message had been simple. If you're going to clone me, do it quietly. Just don't let me find out. But HYDRA had apparently misunderstood him. Hawk's thoughts drifted as he realized this. He couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh, shook his head in exasperation, and turned around. The next second, he found himself facing three pairs of eyes. One nervous, one worried, one curious. Hawk looked at Gwen, who was clearly tense, and raised an eyebrow as he walked over to her. What's wrong? Hawk, are you okay? Gwen snapped out of her thoughts, carefully studying Hawk's face, which showed no signs of anger or distress, and asked cautiously. After all, this was cloning. Hydra had been secretly cloning Hawk. No wonder Alexander Pierce had chosen death over revealing the truth. Because either way, he was dead. And talking might have made his death even worse. So why bother? Hawk looked at Gwen's anxious expression and chuckled. Relax. It's just cloning. I figured it out the moment Pierce refused to talk. Gwen blinked. You already guessed. Hawk rubbed his chin with his good hand. It was a theory back then. Now it's just confirmed. Why else would Hydra go through all the trouble of replacing Dr. Merrick if not for his cloning expertise? Cloning technology itself wasn't that difficult. Especially in the Marvel Universe, where advanced tech was everywhere. Cloning was high-end, sure, but not exactly cutting-edge. The problem was that life was science's forbidden zone. Other scientists had tried cloning experiments. Cloning animals worked fine. But when they tried cloning humans, all they got was a pile of rotting flesh. But Dr. Merrick was different. Here was the thing. Dr. Merrick was currently the only person who had successfully cloned a human and given that clone a functioning consciousness. Science couldn't explain it. But metaphysics could. Simply put, Dr. Merrick seemed capable of granting souls to his clones. That was why S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't gone after just any cloning specialist, they'd specifically targeted Merrick. Sharon, standing nearby, watched Hawk's calm demeanor and listened to his steady voice. She couldn't help but ask, "Hawk, Hydra's cloning you. You're not angry? Look at my left arm." "What?" Sharon instinctively glanced at Hawk's arm, still in its sling. Hawk smiled. "If I were angry, I would have already taken this thing off by now." Sharon's expression froze. "Oh. Right. If Hawk were furious about this, he wouldn't be standing here calmly. He'd be, well, definitely not standing here calmly." Tony, standing off to the side, was more concerned about something else entirely. If Hydra actually succeeds in cloning you, how strong would the clone be compared to you? You're asking if the clone would be stronger than me, or if I'd be stronger than the clone? Yes. Remember my armor? Hawk watched Tony nod, then let out a short laugh. This is the same question you asked me last night. You asked if Hydra's knockoff armor could compare to my armor. Tony frowned. What if it's your clone wearing the knockoff armor? Ha! Hawk burst out laughing. And then... screech! A phoenix cry echoed through the room. In an instant, a massive, crystal-clear, impossibly real projection of a fire phoenix materialized behind Hawk. Within the embrace of the phoenix's folded wings, another vast image appeared, a boundless universe filled with countless stars, rotating slowly as if it had no foundation holding it in place. This is the true source of my power. My bloodline descendants can inherit my strength. But a clone. A fake is a fake. They might be able to copy my face, but there's no way they can replicate the source of my power. You think you can just clone him and instantly gain the strength he'd spent blood, sweat, and years building up? What kind of joke was that? It was the same reason no one could ever perfectly replicate his saint cloth. Because the key to the cloth was the saint. And the key to the saint? The Cosmo. So, even if Hydra managed to clone him, so what? Could they replicate his Cosmo too? Zero chance. If Hydra could mass-produce clones with Cosmo, would they really still be stuck on Earth, failing to take over twice in a row? If they had that kind of technology, they would have conquered the universe by now. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 115, 219, the 100-day roleplay ends. Clone human. Clone Saint Cloth. Hawk thought about what Hydra might be attempting and let out an unconcerned laugh. With a thought, he dismissed the projection of his Cosmo. But both Sharon and Tony were still staring at the space behind Hawk, as if they were still mesmerized by the universe he'd just displayed. As for Gwen, this wasn't her first time seeing it. Though, Gwen thought back to the Cosmo Hawk had just projected and murmured quietly, "I feel like it got bigger." The last time Hawk had shown his Cosmo had been on the snowy mountain at Camartage. But it had been a long time since that trip. Hawk nodded, looking at Gwen. Still not at the limit yet. Even though he'd used the Reality Stone, the 4 creation elements, the Ancient One's Time Stone, and later received Tiamat's life energy to aid his training. His current Cosmo still hadn't reached the maximum potential of the 6th Sense Silver Cosmo. But the gap was closing. Gwen didn't fully understand what Hawk meant by, not at the limit yet, but seeing the relaxed expression on his face, completely free of anger, she made one final confirmation. So even if Hydra actually succeeds in cloning you, there's no way they could defeat you. Hawk let out a short laugh. Of course not. Swear it. On Anya's name. Hawk looked at Gwen's serious expression and understood what she was worried about. He didn't hesitate. I swear on Anya's name. There. Happy now. Gwen's face finally relaxed into a smile. She believed Hawk might hide things to avoid worrying her, but she also believed he would never swear carelessly on his sister Anya's name. So, Hydra's plan to use a cloned Hawk plus a cloned Saint Cloth to defeat or kill the real Hawk was pure fantasy. After getting Hawk's oath on Anya's name, Gwen finally let go of her worries completely. But relieved or not, one fact remained unchanged. Hydra was actively trying to clone Hawk. With that thought, Gwen's disgust for Hydra deepened. She turned to Sharon. Can you find Dr. Merrick? Sharon glanced at Gwen, her consciousness gradually returning from the mesmerizing display of Hawk's brilliant Cosmo. We're still searching. But we can confirm that the underground Hydra facility at Rhyolite Ghost Town isn't their cloning facility. The underground base at Rhyolite was a cloning facility, sure, but for cloning Hawk's Saint Cloth. Probably because the cloth cloning was part of the larger plan to clone Hawk, the computer system at that base had contained keywords related to Hawk's cloning. That was how S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered Hydra's cloning project in the first place. Unfortunately, they still had no leads on where Hydra was actually conducting the human cloning. They'd notified Hawk immediately after finding the keywords. After all, they were terrified of the possibility that Hydra might successfully create a clone with Hawk's power but completely aligned with evil. But now, Hawk's answer put them somewhat at ease. Though only somewhat. After explaining, Sharon looked at Gwen and Hawk. Commander Hand received the news and has ordered all S.H.I.E.L.D. resources to concentrate on finding Dr. Merrick as quickly as possible. Hawk wasn't worried about the what if, because he was absolutely certain Hydra couldn't possibly clone his Cosmo along with his body. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was worried. To prevent the emergence of an evil Hawk clone, not just S.H.I.E.L.D. but even the World Security Council, after learning about this, had panicked and immediately ordered S.H.I.E.L.D. to locate Dr. Merrick as fast as possible. Bottom line. Hawk wasn't worried. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was. Hearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had cast a wide net to search for Dr. Merrick, Gwen nodded. Find him quickly. This plan is too evil. Hawk also spoke to Sharon. Call me when you find him. Sharon nodded. Don't worry. We'll notify you the second we locate him. Even if Hawk hadn't said anything, they would have informed him immediately upon finding Dr. Merrick anyway. After all, this concerned Hawk directly. And maintaining open, transparent communication was the most effective way to prevent any friction between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hawk caused by misunderstandings. Unfortunately, by the time Hawk and Gwen's first semester of sophomore year ended, S.H.I.E.L.D. still hadn't found the hidden Hydra cloning facility suspected of conducting experiments on Hawk. During that time, S.H.I.E.L.D., armed with the Security Council's shoot first, ask later authorization, had struck all over the world, taking down several Hydra bases hidden in remote corners of various third-world countries. But after Jarvis collected and analyzed the computer data from those bases, they found nothing. Not just no Dr. Merrick, there wasn't even a shadow of the word cloning. Moreover, when the captured Hydra operatives were interrogated using every method S.H.I.E.L.D. had, even when asked about cloning experiments, their previously terrified eyes would transform into the blank stare of a clueless college student. Clear and stupid. These captured Hydra operatives knew absolutely nothing about any cloning. But S.H.I.E.L.D. kept searching anyway. And as time passed, they seemed to be getting increasingly frustrated. After all, knowing there was a hidden Hydra cloning facility out there meant Hydra remnants still existed. And if Hydra remnants existed, that meant their cleanup operation wasn't finished. So, search. Keep searching. Even if they had to dig 3 feet underground, they would find Hydra's cloning facility. But compared to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s growing frustration, Hawk showed no concern whatsoever. He didn't put Hydra's cloning project on his radar at all. A fake is a fake. A sparrow will never become a phoenix, no matter how high it flies. Still, Sharon, Commander Hand, and Director Hill, watching Hawk continue attending classes without a care in the world, felt their sense of urgency ease slightly. The more indifferent Hawk acted about Hydra's cloning project, the more it confirmed what he'd said was true. Hydra's cloning work was futile. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. still maintained weekly phone calls with Hawk, actually, with Gwen, updating them on the latest developments. Hawk frequently forgot to bring his phone. This was common knowledge. Fortunately, as long as Hawk was in New York City, finding Gwen meant finding Hawk. The first day of winter break. Hawk was sitting on the living room couch, applying antifreeze to the cast on his left arm, when Gwen came down the stairs holding her phone. Just as Gwen was about to tell Hawk that S.H.I.E.L.D. had found another Hydra base last week but still no cloning leads, she reached the living room and froze. Her expression turned strange as she watched Hawk rubbing antifreeze into his cast. Her eyebrow twitched involuntarily. What are you doing? It's cold outside. The cast is cracking. I figured I'd apply some antifreeze to maintain it. Hawk answered without looking up. Gwen's mouth twitched. She jogged over and snatched the bottle of antifreeze from beside him. Hawk looked up. Hey, that's my antifreeze. Today is day 101. I told you last night, the 100 days are over. You don't need to wear that thing anymore. Hawk looked at his left arm, then up at Gwen, his expression full of reluctance. Can we extend it another 100 days? No. Only God knew how many times over the past 100 days she'd regretted that decision. Now that it was finally over, he wanted to add more time. Dream on. Gwen flatly refused. She grabbed the antifreeze and headed toward the garage, not even looking back as she spoke. Besides, did you forget? We're going to see Grandpa tomorrow. Are you really planning to meet him with your arm in a cast and wrapped in bandages? Hawk blinked, remembering. Except, what did that have to do with his cast? Hawk tried one more time, calling after Gwen as she headed for the garage. Would that really be a problem? Gwen didn't turn around. She opened the garage door and walked in. My grandpa's old-school Southern. The words hung in the air. Hawk went silent. Gwen didn't pay it any mind. After putting the antifreeze back in the garage, she turned and headed back into the house, and found herself witnessing a magic trick. 1 second ago, Hawk had been sitting there with his left arm in a sling, wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Now he was dressed in a burnt orange leather duster, tight-fitting jeans, tall riding boots, and a cowboy hat. Hawk pulled his left hand out of his pocket, flicked the brim of his cowboy hat with one finger, lifted his chin slightly toward Gwen, and raised an eyebrow. What do you think? The only reason he wasn't holding a cigarette was because he didn't really smoke, and he hadn't had time to buy any. Otherwise, saying that line while holding a cigarette would have completed the look perfectly. Gwen stared at Hawk, who had spent 100 days playing an injured patient and apparently wasn't done role-playing. Now he jumped straight into Wild West cowboy mode. Her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Where did you even get that outfit? A store. I've been keeping it in the safe room in the basement. Hawk smiled. I was planning to surprise you. So. Surprised. Hearing those words, Gwen's entire expression froze. But she recovered quickly. Not only did Gwen's face light up with a smile again. Her smile grew even brighter. Hawk. Yeah. You look so handsome. Let's go. Go where? I can't wait for Mom to see your outfit and compliment you. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 116, 220, Dr. Merrick finally surfaces. Afternoon. Hawk drove Gwen to the Stacy apartment to pick up some things Helen had prepared for them to bring to Gwen's grandfather tomorrow. Originally, Helen had been planning to leave George home to watch the two kids, then go to Forks with Hawk and Gwen. Except, there was a case. And apparently, it was a big one. The reason for apparently was because George hadn't said anything. Helen had deduced it based on how busy George had been lately, so busy he barely came home. Even with George buried in work, she could have taken the kids to Forks with her. But Helen didn't feel right about it. Even though if something happened to George, she wouldn't know until uniformed officers with white gloves showed up at her door. If something did happen, being in New York meant she'd know faster than if she were in Forks. And she could get to her husband immediately. So, Helen decided not to go. She'd wait until George finished this case and had time off, then they'd take the kids and visit separately from Hawk and Gwen. So tonight's visit had two purposes: mooch dinner, and pick up the things Helen had prepared to send to Grandpa. Soon enough, Hawk, whose left arm had instantly returned to normal after exactly 100 days, executed a smooth parallel parking maneuver and slid the car perfectly in behind Helen's family minivan. Gwen stepped out of the passenger side, then looked at Hawk, who had ditched the outdated and very pointed cowboy outfit in favor of the black casual suit she'd bought him recently, and spoke cheerfully. Hawk, seriously, I wasn't lying. If Mom saw you in that cowboy outfit, she definitely would have complimented you. Enthusiastically. Hawk glanced at Gwen, who had quickened her pace to loop her arm through his, a suspiciously gleeful expression on her face. Could you at least try to hide that schadenfreude while you're saying that? Gwen caught herself and straightened her face, looking at Hawk. My apologies. Too late. I already saw it. The corner of Hawk's mouth curved upward. He wasn't an idiot. He'd bought that outfit on a whim a while back when he and Peter had passed a discount store. Hawk had only bought it to mess with Gwen. He'd never actually planned to wear it to meet her grandfather. Come on. Knowing that Gwen's grandfather used to be a plantation owner, and now the plantation was gone, showing up in a cowboy outfit would be like twisting the knife in the old man's chest. He wasn't that stupid. A few moments later, Helen opened the door, saw her daughter and future son-in-law standing there, and warmly invited them inside. Then she noticed that today, Hawk's arm was finally no longer in a sling. Her smile brightened even more. Your arm healed. Yeah. Hawk smiled, glancing at Gwen beside him, then turned to Helen. Thanks to Gwen taking care of me. Honestly, I wish I could have stayed injured a few more days. Helen let out a laugh and rolled her eyes at him. Don't say things like that. Who curses themselves with injury? Mom, that's exactly the kind of person he is. Gwen looped her arm through Helen's and looked at Hawk, her face dead serious. He wanted to stay sick longer so I'd keep taking care of him. Helen patted Gwen's shoulder. Hawk is your fiancé. If he's sick, shouldn't you take care of him? Thank you, Mom. Hawk jumped on Helen's words before Gwen could react. He and Gwen were already engaged. Sure, they hadn't registered yet, because they weren't old enough, but Hawk had been calling Helen Mom for a while now. So saying, thank you, Mom, came with zero psychological burden. Of course. He didn't use it when George was around, since George hadn't given permission yet. But that wasn't because Hawk couldn't say it. It was because he, Gwen, and Helen had agreed that, for the sake of George's blood pressure, they should hold off on that particular change for now. Gwen watched her mother fully transform into Hawk's mother and opened her mouth, then shot Hawk a glare. Hawk responded with a brilliant smile. He'd originally thought George might come home for dinner tonight, but he didn't. Clearly, the case really was a big one. Hawk thought about George's absence as he ate, though he wasn't particularly concerned. After all, he had his underworld. To put it bluntly, even if George died, his soul would go to Hawk's underworld, not Mephisto's hell. And honestly, if George really did die and ended up in the underworld, it wouldn't be to suffer. There was no way Hawk would send George to experience the 8 prisons of hell he'd created. Because if he sent George to the prisons, Gwen would find out and immediately kick him to the couch. So, if George ended up in the underworld, it wouldn't be punishment, it would be early retirement. One day sooner meant one day closer to living the good life. With that reasoning, Hawk didn't bother asking what case George was working on. He sat with Gwen, helping comfort Helen, who seemed a bit worried. Though Helen's worry was pretty standard. She worried every time George had to work overtime on a case. It wasn't some mystical sixth sense. It was just because Helen loved George. And if she didn't love him, a woman from a Georgia plantation family wouldn't have followed George to New York City in the first place. After dinner, Helen brought out the things she'd originally planned to take back to Forks. There weren't many items. 3, to be exact. An elegantly wrapped leather belt, for her father, Gwen's grandfather, William Fox. A beautifully packaged scarf, for her younger sister, Gwen's aunt, Liz Fox. And the last gift was for Caroline Fox, Liz Fox's daughter. As for why Aunt Liz's daughter Caroline also had the last name Fox, Hawk, standing quietly nearby, wasn't curious. Gwen had already explained it to him. Here was the thing. If Helen had been lucky enough to find true love in George Stacy, then Helen's younger sister, Gwen's Aunt Liz, had been unlucky enough to find a deadbeat. Well, maybe not a complete deadbeat. Just someone who was almost never in Forks, which naturally caused problems in the relationship. But Helen had heard that her sister was seeing someone new, which was actually the main reason she'd originally planned to go back to Forks with Hawk and Gwen. On the drive home after Hawk and Gwen picked up the gifts, Gwen, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Hawk. "What's wrong?" Hawk glanced at her. "What? You're thinking about something. You can tell. I'm a cop's daughter." Hawk smoothly finished her sentence, then chuckled at Gwen's smile and didn't bother hiding it. "I'm thinking we should cancel the plane tickets. Helen's not coming with us anyway." Gwen thought Hawk was getting cold feet. Scared. Backing out. "You forgot, I have a disaster magnet curse whenever I leave New York City." "Oh." Gwen heard Hawk's words and remembered the analysis he'd given her after returning from Texas. His track record of leaving NYC, 4 trips, 4 different disasters. First trip to Quantico, got mugged outside the airport. Second trip to Africa, incident before takeoff. Third trip to London, mid-air hijacking, though luckily Peter was there. Fourth trip to Texas, encountered the wind elemental mid-flight. Gwen recalled Hawk's self-narrated history, blinked, and looked at him. "So what's your plan?" "Fly there." Hawk looked at Gwen. "And it'll be faster than taking a plane. Georgia's not that far. Carrying you, flying slow, 10 minutes, tops." Gwen raised an eyebrow. "Sure. But I'm curious, if Mom were coming with us and your disaster curse actually kicked in and something happened, what would you have done?" "What could I do?" Hawk smiled at Gwen. "You know I've never wanted to hide my identity. You and S.H.I.E.L.D. are the ones who think keeping it secret is better." Gwen's expression turned serious. "And that's wrong. Look, one Hydra organization found out, and they've been secretly trying to clone you. We still haven't found them. If you go public, God knows how many evil organizations will come after your blood." Hawk quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what did S.H.I.E.L.D. say? Still no word on where Dr. Merrick's hiding?" "Nope." Gwen shook her head, remembering the call Sharon had made that morning, and filled Hawk in. Then her expression turned serious again. "Hawk, don't sell your blood anymore." Hawk nodded repeatedly, looking at Gwen, giving her a definitive answer. "I won't." At moments like this, agreement had to come fast. Otherwise, only God knew how long Gwen would nag about it. Sure enough, hearing Hawk's immediate promise, Gwen's stern expression softened slightly. Just then, a phone rang. "It's Sharon." Gwen saw the caller ID and instinctively looked at Hawk, then seemed to realize something. Sharon calling at this time, could it mean they'd found Dr. Merrick? Hawk's eyebrows shot up. The next second, Gwen, catching on, quickly answered Sharon's call. "Hello, Sharon. Gwen, is Hawk with you? Yeah, he's right here. Did you find? Yes. Australia. Alice Springs. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 117, 221, Hawk in the training chamber. The black Audi A8 pulled over to the side of the road. Gwen unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed open the passenger door, and stepped out. She looked across at Hawk, who was already emerging from the driver's side. I'll head to the airport on my own tomorrow. Just pick me up after you finish dealing with this. Gwen spoke quickly, then leaned in to kiss him. She patted his chest and met his eyes. Get this handled fast. I really don't want to see multiple versions of you running around. Hawk raised an eyebrow, held her gaze, and nodded. The next second, Hawk vanished. A sonic boom echoed from high above. A beautiful vapor cone blossomed against the night sky, marking his passage through the sound barrier. Gwen watched for a moment, then climbed back into the car and drove toward Bleecker Street. Meanwhile. Australia. Alice Springs. A small desert city in central Australia, surrounded by endless red sands and low, rolling hills. The dried-up bed of the Todd River cut through the town, its exposed stone forming a strange landmark in an otherwise arid wasteland. And somewhere in that vast, unremarkable expanse of red desert, a battle was unfolding. Whoosh! A rocket streaked through the air, trailing fire. It slammed into a desert vehicle and detonated in a roaring fireball. The shockwave hurled 4 nearby SHIELD agents through the air before they even had time to react. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Gun barrels protruding from beneath the sand spat streams of bullets, sparks flying as they laid down a dense web of suppressing fire that kept the SHIELD aircraft circling overhead from getting any closer. The pilot wanted nothing more than to press the button and drop a bunker buster straight down. But he couldn't. This was suspected to be Hydra's cloning facility. Command had ordered them to capture it intact, not reduce it to rubble. The problem was that out here in the open desert, Hydra had cover. SHIELD didn't. Natasha. Go ahead. Hawk's on his way. How long until? He's here. Hawk materialized silently behind Natasha, his voice cutting through the chaos. His sixth sense expanded instantly, sweeping across the battlefield and plunging deep underground, mapping everything within his perception. He saw it, a Hydra base hidden beneath the desert, shaped like a honeycomb of interlocking chambers. He saw the Hydra operatives inside, their expressions tense and anxious as they paced back and forth in the narrow corridors. He saw a man in a white lab coat, wearing glasses, looking scholarly and mild-mannered, but with something unsettling beneath the surface. A familiar stranger. Dr. Merrick. And Hawk saw something else. In the hidden Hydra facility beneath the sand, he saw containers that looked disturbingly like the cloning chambers from countless sci-fi movies. Don't ask how he knew these were cloning chambers. Because inside several of them, he saw himself. Sleeping. Suspended in fluid. Multiple versions of himself. Found you. Hawk's mouth curved upward. He pulled his gaze back and looked at Natasha. No undercover agents inside this base, right? Natasha, seeing Hawk's arrival, immediately understood what he was planning. She shook her head. None. Good. Hawk's psychic power flared. Behind him, the projection of a burning phoenix unfurled its wings. Suddenly, the scene that had played out at SHIELD's Triskelion headquarters repeated itself here. One by one, the Hydra operatives cowering in their underground bunker, thinking themselves safe, were teleported to the surface by Hawk's sixth sense, psychic transmission. Lined up in neat rows. Before any of them could even register the change in their surroundings, a blazing phoenix beam was already bearing down on them. The phoenix ray swept across the desert. In the blink of an eye, over 200 Hydra operatives vaporized on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Done. I'm heading down. Hawk's eyes returned to normal. He spoke to Natasha, then took a single step forward and vanished, sixth sense, instant movement, reappearing inside the training chamber deep beneath the desert. His gaze locked onto a massive containment pod filled with glowing blue liquid. Inside the pod, curled up in a fetal position like a sleeping infant, was a figure that looked exactly his age. Another Hawk. The next moment, Hawk tore his gaze away and turned toward a man in a white lab coat whom he'd yanked telekinetically from the command center. Dr. Merrick had realized who was standing in front of him the moment he'd been pulled into the room. He kept his head down like an ostrich, barely daring to breathe. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Dr. Merrick? Why yes, sir. Dr. Merrick's voice trembled. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he looked up at Hawk. Mr. Phoenix, this isn't my fault. I was forced. Hydra made me do it. If I didn't follow their orders, they would have tortured me. Hawk smiled faintly. If his sixth sense hadn't already shown him Dr. Merrick barking orders like a commanding officer in the control room moments ago, he might have believed that lie. But he wasn't here to listen to Dr. Merrick's excuses. Whether the men had been willing or coerced didn't matter. Hawk's thoughts remained cold as he pulled his gaze away from Dr. Merrick, who was desperately trying to shift all blame onto Hydra, and looked once more at the cloning chamber in front of him. His expression turned curious. So is this a success or a failure? On one hand, yes, Hydra had successfully cloned him. But Hawk couldn't detect even a trace of life energy from the body in the chamber. To put it bluntly, the clone in front of him wasn't really a clone at all. It was more like a corpse that happened to look like Hawk, floating in preservation fluid. He hadn't found any other training chambers in the base, which left him wondering, was this project finished, or had it failed? Hawk spoke the question aloud, then turned his gaze back to Dr. Merrick. Dr. Merrick met Hawk's eyes, and his heart sank. His scientific instincts told him that his answer to this question would determine whether he lived or died. So, Dr. Merrick swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. When he spoke, his voice was dry and hoarse. There were successes. And there were failures. Hawk's eyebrows shot up. Where are the successful ones? Destroyed. Destroyed. Yes. Dr. Merrick swallowed again. There were 5 successful clones. But after they woke up, their consciousness became chaotic and collapsed almost immediately. We had no choice but to dispose of them. Hawk absorbed this, nodding thoughtfully. Then he turned back to the chambers holding the sleeping versions of himself. And these. Since Dr. Merrick had already started talking to save his own life, there was no point holding anything back now. These 5 were scheduled to have consciousness implanted today. But before we could begin the procedure, you found us. The discovery of this base had been, frankly, absurdly coincidental. Everyone knew the base was built in the middle of a desert. Deserts are dry. They lack everything. And with over 200 Hydra operatives stationed here, securing supplies had always been a challenge. Back when Hydra was still in hiding, acquiring provisions had been relatively easy. But after Hydra's exposure, and especially after Maria Hill's rapid consolidation of S.H.I.E.L.D., the crackdown on Hydra remnants had intensified dramatically. The surviving Hydra cells were growing increasingly paranoid, terrified that S.H.I.E.L.D. would drop in at any moment and haul them away. Some operatives were starting to waver. That included the Hydra agents running a factory in Alice Springs that supplied this base with provisions. One of them, a relatively new recruit who'd only been with Hydra for 3 years, decided his future was too bright to waste dying with the organization. So he reached out to S.H.I.E.L.D. through an obscure online forum, hoping to turn informant. If Dr. Zola were still around, his network monitoring would have flagged the communication instantly, and the traitor would have been eliminated. But Zola was gone. And with him, Hydra's advantage in cyberspace had vanished. Natasha's team had moved quickly, dismantling the Alice Springs facility. Most of the Hydra operatives in Alice Springs who knew about the cloning base were loyal veterans, and they'd all been killed during the assault. Under normal circumstances, the cloning facility would have remained hidden. Except, Natasha's raid had coincided almost perfectly with the monthly supply run to the hidden base. When Natasha found a warehouse full of provisions, far more than the factory itself needed, she immediately realized there had to be a secret facility nearby. She ordered her team to clean up the battle site, brought in the Hydra defector, and had him help set a trap. When the supply shipment didn't arrive on schedule, the cloning base sent someone to investigate. And that operative just happened to know the defector personally. He was captured. And just like that, the cloning base was exposed. Hawk caught the note of regret in Dr. Merrick's voice when he mentioned not having time to implant consciousness into the clones. But Hawk looked at the 5 training chambers holding versions of himself, then turned back to Dr. Merrick, who seemed genuinely disappointed his work hadn't been completed. Hawk's mouth curved into a smile. I'll give you a chance to live. Activate them. # bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 118, 222, copy-paste clones. I'll give you one chance. Activate them. Dr. Merrick's head snapped up instinctively, staring at Hawk. Hawk stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling pleasantly at the stunned scientist as he repeated himself. Activate them. Do that, and I won't kill you. Merrick stared back at Hawk. That vacant, frozen look in his eyes gradually flickered with something else, a glimmer of hope. The kind that came from the desperate will to survive. Soon enough. Dr. Merrick led Hawk back to the control room and began working alone at the console, preparing to wake the remaining 5 clones. Hawk stood off to the side, quietly watching the training chamber feeds displayed on the screens in front of him. Natasha arrived shortly after with a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in tow. The agents fanned out, following their standing orders to search and collect every scrap of data from the cloning facility. Natasha, meanwhile, made her way to the control room. She glanced at the monitor feeds showing 5 clones curled in fetal positions, floating in training tanks filled with pale blue liquid. Then she looked at Dr. Merrick, who was too busy and too terrified to even wipe the sweat dripping down his face. Finally, she turned to Hawk. "You want to see what happens when these clones wake up?" "Yeah." Hawk glanced away from the screens and met Natasha's gaze. "Aren't you curious?" Natasha thought about it seriously for a moment, then shrugged. "All right, I'll admit I'm pretty curious." Hawk smiled faintly. "Then let's watch together." "All right." Natasha nodded, crossed her arms, and stood beside Hawk as they both observed Dr. Merrick working frantically at the console. The person in question was right here. If he wasn't worried, why should she be? More importantly, she was genuinely curious whether a clone of Hawk would have any gap in power compared to the real thing. After all, seeing was believing. Dr. Merrick, now under the watchful eyes of not one but 2 supervisors, felt the weight of their stares pressing down on his back. His anxiety spiked so high he was on the verge of passing out. But he didn't dare. After all, Hawk had promised him that as long as he behaved, he wouldn't have to die. 4 hours later, Dr. Merrick wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat down at the main console, and opened the system he'd spent the last few hours fine-tuning through trial and error. He'd named it the Soul Imprinting System. After double-checking that all parameters were correct, he took a deep breath and turned to look at Hawk. Hawk caught the signal and glanced at Natasha. "Stay here and watch him. If anything looks wrong, kill him." Initially, Hawk had planned to find Dr. Merrick and have him clone a body for his sister Anya so he could bring her back to life. He still wanted that. But compared to the desperate, all-consuming urgency he'd felt at the beginning, when he would have done anything to find Merrick as quickly as possible, his sense of urgency had faded considerably. Even without Dr. Merrick, resurrecting his sister was only a matter of time. And he could see her whenever he wanted now. Anya was living comfortably in the Elysian fields of his underworld. And she'd made it clear she didn't care whether she was resurrected or not. As long as she could see her brother, that was all that mattered to her. So, Hawk still wanted to bring his sister back to life. But it wasn't urgent anymore. Which naturally meant Dr. Merrick's importance had dropped significantly. Soon, after giving Natasha her instructions, Hawk's form vanished from the control room and reappeared in the training chamber visible on the monitor feeds. Natasha turned to Dr. Merrick. Merrick nodded, wiped his forehead again, and pressed the button to activate the soul imprinting system. Instantly, the consciousness transfer system came online. The pale blue liquid inside the 5 training tanks began to churn violently, bubbling and boiling. At the same time, alongside the turbulent liquid, fragmented images began flashing across the interior surfaces of the tanks. And the 5 clones floating inside, whose eyes had been peacefully closed, suddenly began to twitch and flutter rapidly beneath their eyelids. It looked exactly like someone experiencing REM sleep, their eyelids flickering in response to vivid dreams. Hawk watched the changes in the tanks with keen interest. Back in the control room, Natasha was equally curious. "What's this device for?" "Soul imprinting. It's something I invented specifically to solve the problem of clones lacking consciousness." As Dr. Merrick said this, a hint of pride crept into his voice. The reason other cloning specialists have repeatedly failed is because they couldn't overcome the issue of clones not having souls. But I solved it. Cloning animals wasn't difficult. Scientists had cracked that problem ages ago. But cloning humans had remained an unsolved challenge. And the main reason wasn't ethical concerns. In the eyes of scientists, ethics didn't exist. Everything was for science. For truth. So even though the Big Five publicly banned all human cloning experiments, countless geneticists had secretly continued pursuing the goal of human cloning. Many of them had reached the same level Dr. Merrick had. They could successfully clone human bodies. But that was as far as they got. What they created couldn't really be called clones. They were more like human-shaped corpses. Because they couldn't solve the problem of the human soul. But Dr. Merrick had solved it. My soul imprinting system can convert pre-programmed memories into specific neural electrical signals and implant them directly into the clone's brain. With memory comes consciousness. And with consciousness comes a soul. So. That's right. I can create souls. As Dr. Merrick spoke about his greatest invention, his eyes gleamed with fanatical intensity as he stared at the screens. The liquid in the tanks continued to boil, images continued to flash, and the clones inside continued to tremble. Natasha, listening to Dr. Merrick's declaration, felt a wave of discomfort. After all, if souls could be created, what did that make them? Just then, Hawk, standing in the training chamber, seemed to have overheard Dr. Merrick's self-proclaimed comparison to God. He glanced up at the surveillance camera. Don't listen to his nonsense. Creating souls. He wishes. If he could actually do that, Mephisto, who claims dominion over souls, would have dragged him to hell ages ago. Dr. Merrick, hearing someone dismiss his life's work, bristled with indignation. Even if that person could easily kill him, he couldn't let it slide. Mr. Phoenix, I can create souls. Once the imprinting process finishes, you'll see I'm not lying. Make him shut up, Natasha. Ah. A scream echoed through the intercom. Hawk shook his head and refocused his attention on the 5 clones still boiling in their tanks. Soon, the churning liquid began to settle. At the same time, the red indicator lights on the training chambers turned green. The liquid inside the tanks began draining at a visible rate, accompanied by mechanical hissing sounds. As the liquid disappeared, one of the clones' expression twisted into something that looked intensely painful. His hands instinctively grabbed at the breathing apparatus covering his nose and mouth. The moment he ripped it off, the chamber door slid open. The clone stumbled out, collapsed onto the floor, and began gasping for air. Holy hell. Natasha's voice came through the intercom, shocked. It worked. Hawk didn't respond. He raised his right hand slightly. Telekinesis wrapped around the clone, who had Hawk's face, and lifted him into the air. His sixth sense swept through the clone's body, inside and out. Name. Alan. The clone, floating in midair, freshly awakened from sleep and suddenly finding himself restrained, looked at Hawk and answered almost reflexively. His voice was hoarse and childlike, like someone speaking for the very first time. Natasha blinked, then turned to Dr. Merrick. Alan. The memories of an agent. We couldn't extract Hawk's memories, so we had to extract an agent's instead. We wrote them into the system, then converted them into neural electrical signals and transferred them to the clone. That's your method of creating souls. Natasha listened to Dr. Merrick's explanation, frowning. She didn't fully understand it, but something felt off. This isn't a soul. This is a program. Think about Zola. The only difference between these clones and that digital ghost is that they have physical bodies. Hawk's voice cut through the intercom. Natasha heard Hawk's explanation and suddenly realized why something had felt wrong. Hawk looked at the clone floating in front of him and let out a quiet laugh. Merrick. Let me guess why your first 5 clones failed. You tried to program my memories into them. But you couldn't form a coherent memory sequence. That's why the clones collapsed shortly after activation. Am I right? Natasha's gaze shifted to Dr. Merrick. Merrick's expression stiffened. He swallowed hard. Yes. See. It's exactly like a computer program. If the code is complete, the program runs fine. But if there are gaps in the code, the program crashes immediately. Hawk said this calmly. Then, without hesitation, he looked at the clone suspended in front of him. His eyes flashed crimson. He grabbed the clone with one hand and incinerated it on the spot. The other 4 clones, still lying on the ground after stumbling out of their tanks, met the same fate. Vaporized instantly. The next second, Hawk reappeared in the control room and continued speaking to Natasha. All he did was create a memory program. And he didn't even create it, he copied it from someone else. He's not creating anything. He's just copying and pasting. That's right. Dr. Merrick's so-called human cloning was exactly that. He treated the clone body like a server. All he did was copy a complete set of memories from one person, paste it into the server, and boot it up. And he called that creation. What a joke. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 119, 223, is Merrick real or fake? Hawk had originally assumed Dr. Merrick could genuinely create life. That was the whole reason he'd been willing to give Merrick a chance in the first place. If the doctor could actually do it, Hawk wouldn't have minded letting bygones be bygones. He'd have welcomed Merrick as an honored guest, treated him with respect, made him comfortable. After all, once his Cosmo fully manifested in reality, it would need life to populate it. If Dr. Merrick's technology actually worked, then Hawk's manifested universe could develop its own native life forms at an accelerated rate. But instead, this was it. What a letdown. Still, Hawk didn't have any intention of killing Merrick. At least, not right now. After all, the original reason he'd been searching for Dr. Merrick wasn't because the men could create souls from nothing. It was simply because Merrick's cloning technology could use his sister's DNA to create a brand new body for her. Hawk's thoughts settled as he looked at Merrick, whose expression had turned ashen after having the true nature of his clones exposed. The scientist clearly thought his days were numbered. Hawk spoke up. I can still let you live. Merrick's defeated eyes immediately rekindled with hope as he turned to Hawk. Really, Mr. Phoenix? As long as you clone a body for my sister. But my clones, you just said. I only need the body. I don't need your soul imprinting. No problem. Merrick's eyes lit up. He agreed without hesitation. Hawk smiled faintly at that response but didn't bother engaging with Merrick further. Instead, he turned to Natasha. He's all yours. Just don't let him die. Natasha looked at Hawk with curiosity as he prepared to leave. You're not taking him with you. She knew why Hawk wanted Dr. Merrick. After all, if Hawk hadn't been hunting for the doctor, Hydra might have stayed underground for who knows how much longer. But now Merrick had been found, and judging by Hawk's tone, he wasn't planning to take the scientist anywhere. Hawk heard Natasha's question and smiled. You want the real answer or the official one? There's an official answer. I told Sharon I was just borrowing Dr. Merrick. So technically, he's still yours. Uh-huh. And the real answer? I don't have the money to build a whole cloning lab like this. Plus, Gwen and I are heading to Georgia to visit her grandfather tomorrow. Not exactly convenient to drag Merrick along. Got it. Natasha's expression cleared with understanding. She nodded. I'll get him back to headquarters safely. Hawk hummed in acknowledgement and turned to leave. But just as he was about to vanish, something stirred inside him. He stopped, turned back around, and locked his gaze directly on Dr. Merrick. For a single moment, Hawk's eyes flashed with a piercing intensity, as if he could see straight through the man standing before him, body, mind, and soul laid bare under that scrutiny. Dr. Merrick felt his blood run cold under that stare. But just as quickly, Hawk's gaze softened. He said nothing. Natasha glanced at Hawk, then signaled 2 SHIELD agents to escort Dr. Merrick out of the room. Only after Merrick had been taken away did Natasha turn back to Hawk. What's wrong? When you get back, have someone give Dr. Merrick a thorough examination. Why? Natasha's brow furrowed. Hawk didn't respond right away. His mind was racing. He'd been ready to leave. He'd already mentally checked out. But the moment he turned to go, an inexplicable sense of unease had welled up inside him, a prickling irritation that refused to be ignored. Hawk knew better than to dismiss it. That irritation wasn't random. It was his sixth sense sounding the alarm. As for why it was warning him, naturally, it had to do with his thoughts about Merrick cloning a body so his sister could finally be resurrected. Which meant the problem wasn't with his sister. The problem was somewhere else. And if his sixth sense was going off, there was only one possibility left. Dr. Merrick was the problem. Hawk's first instinct was that the man standing in front of him wasn't the real Dr. Merrick at all. But he just scanned Merrick thoroughly with his sixth sense. He could confirm with absolute certainty that the man in front of him wasn't one of those soulless clones he'd just incinerated. Yet his sixth sense didn't make mistakes. Ever since he'd awakened it, his intuition had been frighteningly accurate. Every warning had been precise, every hunch validated. Hawk trusted that implicitly. Which meant Dr. Merrick definitely had a problem. After all, sometimes the absence of a problem was the biggest problem of all. Hawk's eyes glinted as he turned back to Natasha. He didn't bother hiding his suspicion. This Merrick is wrong. What? Natasha blinked, momentarily thrown. Then understanding dawned. He's also a clone. Hawk shook his head. He'd already seen what Merrick's successfully activated clones looked like. Sure, to the average person, they could pass for real. The illusion was convincing enough. But not to Hawk. He wielded a fragment of the law of life and death. Which meant that even if a clone could fool everyone else, in Hawk's eyes, it was just a soulless puppet, a walking corpse with no true spark of existence. If Merrick were a clone, Hawk would have spotted it instantly. But Merrick wasn't. At the very least, Merrick had a soul. He was nothing like those empty shells. Unfortunately for Merrick, Hawk wasn't the type who needed hard evidence. He trusted his gut. Just like he didn't judge his friends based on which side they were on. Take Anna, for instance. Even now, her original phone number was still saved in his contacts. So, Hawk's thoughts clicked into place. He turned to Natasha. Run a full workup on him when you get back. If nothing turns up, have him clone something random and see what happens. Natasha studied Hawk with curiosity. You can't tell what's wrong with him. Not specifically. But my instincts are screaming that something's off. If anyone else had said that, Natasha might have dismissed it. But coming from Hawk, that only meant one thing. Dr. Merrick really did have a problem. Natasha's mind started working through the implications. She looked at Hawk. If this Dr. Merrick is compromised, then that means we didn't find this place because we got lucky. Someone wanted us to find it. After all, their discovery of Dr. Merrick had seemed almost too convenient. First, a Hydra agent defected. Then they noticed supply discrepancies at a warehouse. Then they just happened to run into Hydra agents leaving the base. One word for it. Smooth. Everything had fallen into place like clockwork. Too smooth. Too natural. But what if that smoothness wasn't luck? What if it had all been orchestrated? What if Hydra had deliberately let them capture Dr. Merrick, feeding S.H.I.E.L.D. a fake to make them think they'd caught the real one? And the reason Hydra would do that was easy enough to figure out. Hawk might not be worried about clones of himself. But S.H.I.E.L.D. absolutely was. Which meant S.H.I.E.L.D. had been relentless in hunting down Dr. Merrick. More relentless, even, than hunting Hydra itself. You could sum it up in one sentence: until Merrick was caught, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't rest. In the time since they'd learned Hydra was trying to clone Hawk, the number of Hydra bases destroyed had skyrocketed beyond anything they'd managed before. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D. had hesitated when dealing with suspected Hydra operations. But now. Sorry. If you're suspected of being HYDRA, you're getting investigated. If they were wrong, they'd apologize later. They had agents with Japanese heritage, they could make it work. A formal bow, a public apology, problem solved. Point being. Because of Merrick, Hydra had been under constant, crushing pressure for weeks. Every base that hadn't been raided yet was living in constant fear. Under those circumstances, Hydra absolutely needed to find a way to ease the pressure. And what better way to do that than to return Dr. Merrick to S.H.I.E.L.D.? If they couldn't return the real one, a fake would have to do. Natasha laid out her theory step by step. If this Dr. Merrick isn't the real one, that would explain why we had such a lucky break finding him in the first place. By the time she finished speaking, her tone had shifted from skeptical to certain. Their good fortune hadn't been fortune at all. Hydra had wanted them to find Merrick. So they'd made it happen. But Hawk's suspicions didn't need evidence. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s suspicions did. Natasha nodded decisively. Understood. The moment we're back, I'll have him run through every test we've got. Soon as we have results, you'll be the first to know. Hawk smiled. No rush. I'll be gone for a bit anyway. You can tell me when I get back. Natasha caught the key phrase in that sentence. When you get back. Yeah. Hawk nodded, smiling at Natasha. Tomorrow, actually, today. Today, Gwen and I are heading to Mystic Falls. If everything goes according to plan, we'll probably be spending Christmas there this year. That was the plan. If he hadn't managed to bring his sister back from hell, he'd have spent Christmas the same way he always did, keeping Anya company. But this year was different. His sister was safe in his underworld. Which meant he could go anywhere. And Gwen was really looking forward to visiting her grandfather. Natasha nodded. All right. Once we finish all the tests and confirm everything, I'll let you know. Hawk honestly wanted to say he didn't care whether this Dr. Merrick was real or fake. It genuinely didn't matter to him either way. But looking at Natasha's determined expression, he could only nod. Then he prepared to leave. Sounds good. I'm out, then. Safe travels. Natasha smiled warmly. See you. Hawk returned the farewell, then turned and vanished from Natasha's line of sight. The next second, he reappeared. Natasha blinked at Hawk, who had apparently forgotten something and come right back. Hawk smiled sheepishly. Oh, right. Could you? #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 120, 224, Vampires in the Marvel Universe. Mystic Falls, Georgia, sat nestled among dense forests and rolling mountains. Despite its remote location, the town's long history and stunning natural scenery had kept its population steady at around 10,000. Every year, a decent number of tourists made the trip out to visit. P.S. Have you guys watched The Vampire Diaries? On the highway leading into Mystic Falls, several cars shared the same destination. Hawk and Gwen were in one of them. Gwen sat in the passenger seat of the rental car Hawk had picked up at the airport earlier. She was practically bouncing with excitement as she rattled off every landmark and attraction the town had to offer. Like the clock tower in the town square. Like the mysterious falls that gave the town its name. Like the cemetery rumored to be filled with buried vampires, and the Founders Museum, which supposedly housed artifacts and tools used to hunt them down. Hawk kept one eye on the GPS and the other on the road, smiling as he listened to his fiancée enthusiastically recount every ghost story and legend Mystic Falls had to offer. Stories about vampires, werewolves, hunters, and witches. Gwen was all over the place, jumping from topic to topic as they popped into her head. Hawk just smiled and listened quietly. After a while, Gwen noticed Hawk hadn't said a word in response. She blinked at him. Hawk, I'm telling you, there really are vampires in this town. The Fox family used to be famous vampire hunters back in the day. Hawk glanced over at Gwen, who looked equal parts mysterious and proud, and smiled as he nodded. That's amazing. Gwen stared at Hawk's indulgent expression, the one that basically screamed, "Whatever you say, dear," and rolled her eyes. Hawk, I'm being serious. Hawk shrugged. I didn't say you were lying. Besides, you've already met a witch. And not just any witch, a Salem witch. Plus, you've met the most powerful sorcerer on Earth. Carrie, the young girl covered head to toe in pig's blood whom Hawk had brought home after a hell witch showed up on his doorstep asking for help. Gwen had been the one to help clean her up. The Ancient One, the most powerful sorcerer on Earth. No contest. Gwen heard Hawk's response, blinked, then seemed to consider something. She turned to him. Hawk, who do you think would win in a fight? A vampire or Carrie? Hawk thought about it for a moment. Depends. On what? Neither of them are stronger than me. Hawk glanced at Gwen again and smiled. It was the absolute truth. Vampires, werewolves, grim hunters, witches, none of them were worth worrying about at Hawk's current level. One sentence summed it up perfectly: he didn't even need the Phoenix Blast. A single optic blast, equivalent to hundreds of supersonic punches condensed into a beam, and how many supernatural creatures could actually survive that? Gwen had been expecting Hawk to give a serious comparison. Instead, she got that answer. Her mouth twitched. I wanted you to compare vampires and witches. Fine. Hawk shook his head with a laugh. They still had about half an hour left on the road. He glanced at Gwen again. What do you think? Gwen, who had kicked off her sneakers and was now sitting cross-legged in the passenger seat, shrugged. I think witches would win. Carrie's really strong. When she awakened, didn't she tear apart the ground across an entire town? True. Hawk nodded. Carrie's an incredibly powerful witch. And she's a Salem witch, which makes it even more impressive. Even an original vampire wouldn't stand a chance against a witch who's lived long enough. Witches, like sorcerers, got stronger with age. The older they were, the more powerful their magic became. Of course. The Scarlet Witch was the exception. Speaking of which, he'd just raided Strucker's base in Sokovia, and the guy had already bolted. He hadn't accidentally erased Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver from the timeline, had he? Hawk found himself genuinely curious about that. Gwen, meanwhile, latched onto a specific phrase Hawk had just used. Original vampire. The progenitor of a vampire bloodline. Basically, the source, the first vampire of that particular line. Dracula. Gwen's mind immediately jumped to the most famous vampire of all time. Hawk smiled faintly. He's one of them. One of them. Gwen's eyes widened slightly. There's more than one original. Hawk chuckled. Witches are divided into Hell Witches, Salem Witches, Dream Witches, and Dark Witches. Vampires are obviously split into factions too. Gwen blinked, then shifted her entire body to face Hawk, sitting sideways in her seat. Tell me more. Sure. Hawk laughed, grabbed his phone from where it sat next to the GPS, glanced at the remaining route, then turned off the navigation and tossed the phone to Gwen. Check your email. Natasha sent something over. Look at it yourself. He had zero issues with his fiancée using his phone. After all, Hawk barely used the thing himself. Half the time, if Gwen didn't remind him, he'd forget to bring it at all. That was why people like Sharon and Tony had stopped trying to call Hawk directly. If they needed to reach him, they just called Gwen instead. Gwen unlocked Hawk's phone, opened his email, and checked the timestamp on Natasha's message. She sent this email this morning. Yep. Hawk glanced at Gwen with a smile. You're the one who said Mystic Falls has vampires. Just in case, I figured I should do some homework first. Gwen laughed and shook her head. I was joking. There aren't actually vampires in Mystic Falls. Hawk looked at Gwen again, smiling. Better safe than sorry. Are you kidding? This was Mystic Falls. He'd believe you if you said there were no demons here. But no vampires. Put it this way, if you climbed to the top of the clock tower at night and threw a brick into the crowd below, you'd hit a vampire 7 times out of 10. 25 minutes later. Hawk was driving through the final stretch of forest road leading into Mystic Falls. The bridge marking the town's entrance had just come into view. His eyebrow twitched. He glanced over at Gwen, who had just finished reading S.H.I.E.L.D.'s file on supernatural vampire factions. She'd opened the window to breathe in the fresh mountain air and give her eyes a break. More accurately, Hawk's gaze cut through the car door and into the dense forest beside them. He didn't stop the car. Just kept driving toward town. Gwen felt Hawk's eyes on her. She met his gaze, then glanced toward the trees herself. She didn't see anything unusual. But Gwen was absolutely certain Hawk had just spotted something. What did you see? If I said vampire, would you believe me? Hawk smiled. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Dracula line. Cain line. Or Blood God line. Those were the 3 largest vampire factions on Earth according to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Dracula, Cain, and the Blood God were the originals of those 3 bloodlines. While the vampires from each line had some differences, the supernatural world grouped them all under the broader category of a vampire. Gwen had just finished reading all about it in Natasha's email. And after reading it, she'd had one overwhelming thought. She should probably thank S.H.I.E.L.D. for keeping her alive all these years. According to their files, New York City alone had a significant vampire population. The only reason they weren't running wild was because S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters was right there in the city, keeping them in check. Good lord. She'd lived in New York her entire life and had no idea there were that many vampires around. So when Hawk mentioned seeing a vampire just now, Gwen's mind had immediately jumped to those three major factions. Hawk shook his head. None of those. What? The vampires here. Hawk thought back to the file S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent. Should fall under the Michelson line. Gwen's mind immediately pulled up S.H.I.E.L.D.'s entry on the Michelson originals. Klaus, Elijah, and Rebecca. Unlike the entries for Dracula, Cain, and the Blood God, all of which had a certain mythological quality to them, the Michelson line was different. There was nothing mythological about them. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records, the Michelson bloodline could be traced directly back to the Michelson family, Klaus Michelson, Elijah Michelson, and Rebecca Michelson. But because those three originals moved around constantly, kept to themselves, and seemed to be running from something, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have much information on them personally. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty of intel on other Michelson line vampires, the ones who'd been turned by those three originals. For example, Michelson vampires couldn't enter a home without an invitation. If you stabbed them in the heart with wood, they dissolved into blood. Gwen recalled the details from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s file. But she looked at Hawk with a somewhat helpless expression. There really are vampires in Mystic Falls? I was just making that up. And I've been here before, I never noticed anything. Hawk laughed and glanced at Gwen. New York has vampires too, and we've never seen any either. Fair point. Gwen thought back on her nearly 20 years living in New York without ever once encountering a vampire. She nodded reflexively, then turned back to Hawk with curiosity. Hey, Hawk, do you think we'll actually get to see a vampire this time? Hawk looked at Gwen. You want to? I've never seen one. I'm curious. Gwen was completely honest. She'd met witches. She'd visited the most powerful sorcerer on Earth with Hawk. So, if the opportunity presented itself, she'd definitely like to see a vampire. Especially since Hawk would be right there with her. Hawk looked at Gwen's curious, sparkling eyes, then turned his gaze toward the town now coming into view ahead. The corner of his mouth curved upward. If nothing goes wrong, you'll get your chance this trip. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 121, 225, Reunion of Cousins. The Fox family. Alongside the Salvatore family, the Gilbert family, the Lockwood family, and the Forbes family, they formed the 5 founding families of Mystic Falls. As one of the earliest families to settle in the town, the Fox estate sat on the eastern edge of Mystic Falls, nestled near the valley where the mountains met the river. The scenery was breathtaking. As Hawk pulled up to the weathered southern-style manor that had clearly seen better days, he glanced at Gwen with mock regret. You should have brought my cowboy outfit. Gwen had already spotted her grandfather waiting by the entrance. She ignored Hawk completely, pushed open the car door, and ran toward the men standing there, hair gray but posture still strong, calling out happily. Grandpa. Ha ha. William Fox, now 65 years old, laughed warmly as he embraced his granddaughter. Then his eyes shifted to the young man stepping out of the car. Hawk climbed out, buttoned the suit jacket he'd unfastened while driving, adjusted his cuffs, and walked forward. He wasn't a fan of wearing suits. Given the choice, he'd take casual or athletic wear any day. But this was different. He was here to meet Gwen's grandfather. The occasion called for something formal. Grandpa, this is Hawk. Hawk, this is my grandfather, William Fox. Mr. Fox. Hawk smiled politely as he extended his right hand toward the gray-haired man whose sharp eyes spoke of a mind still every bit as alert as it had ever been. He couldn't exactly follow Gwen's lead and call him Grandpa. At least not until after he and Gwen were officially married. Helen was different. When Hawk called her Mom, it was only when the three of them were alone. He'd never done it in front of anyone else. William Fox didn't try to intimidate him with some power play. The moment Hawk extended his hand, William clasped it firmly, completing the handshake. Welcome, Hawk. Hawk felt the surprising strength in the older man's grip, 65 years old and still solid, and smiled. Thank you. Soon. Hawk followed Gwen, who had her arm linked through her grandfather's, into the main building of the estate. The interior opened up into a spacious hall. A long, rectangular dining table sat beneath antique chandeliers. A fireplace crackled warmly against one wall. Oil paintings hung throughout the space, each one whispering stories of the Fox family's storied past. Unfortunately, those days were long gone. Everyone knew how the Civil War had ended. The North had won. The South had lost. And so, the Fox family, once owners of sprawling plantations, had been reduced to what could generously be called small-town aristocracy. The current sheriff of Mystic Falls was Gwen's aunt, Liz Fox. And if things went according to plan, the next sheriff would either be Liz's daughter, Caroline Fox, or whoever Caroline eventually married. Still, none of that had anything to do with Hawk or Gwen. They weren't planning to settle down in Mystic Falls. They were just here to visit Grandpa and take a little vacation. They wouldn't be staying long. Gwen sat down on the sofa near the fireplace, still holding her grandfather's arm. Where are Aunt Liz and Caroline? Didn't they come back? Her grandfather chuckled. They live in town now. They only come back on weekends. But I called them this morning. They'll be here this afternoon. Gwen's face lit up. I haven't seen Aunt Liz and Caroline in forever. Oh, Caroline should be graduating soon, right? Has she gotten her college acceptance letters yet? Caroline Fox. Aunt Liz's daughter. Gwen's cousin. 18 years old. A senior at Mystic Falls High. Captain of the cheerleading squad. Beautiful, poised, confident. Don't let the movies and TV shows fool you with their stereotypes about vapid, airhead cheerleaders. In America, being a cheerleading captain was serious business. Serious enough to put on a resume. The selection process was rigorous. You had to be pretty. You had to have good grades. And you had to come from the right kind of family. All three. No exceptions. Even Gwen, confident, brilliant Gwen, had felt a flicker of insecurity when Jennifer Check, Midtown High's cheerleading captain, had tried to flirt with Hawk right after they'd started dating. That afternoon. After Hawk and Gwen finished lunch with William Fox, the older man excused himself for his afternoon nap. Gwen took the opportunity to give Hawk a tour of the Fox estate. Of course, the estate itself wasn't the main attraction. The real draw was the collection of old photographs documenting the family's history. Hawk finally got to see them. Yellowed photos showing the Fox estate in its prime. Endless fields of cotton and watermelon stretching to the horizon. And laboring in those fields, black workers bent beneath the southern sun. Hawk flipped through the photos, one after another, each one a monument to a bygone era. He shook his head and sighed. Born too late. What do you mean, too late? Wrong place, wrong time. Hawk shrugged. Gwen glanced at Hawk as he continued flipping through photos and muttering under his breath. She blinked. Keep your voice down. You're being way too obvious about your preferences. Hawk laughed dryly and looked at Gwen. Am I not obvious enough already? Ah. Gwen thought back to Wakanda, the nation Hawk had wiped off the map after they tried to kidnap her. Yeah. Hawk's preferences had been pretty clear from that moment on. Gwen thought about some of the conversations she'd had recently with Sharon while they were out shopping. So that's why S.H.I.E.L.D.'s demographics have been shifting lately. Sharon told me. Gwen shrugged. She said there used to be black agents in the New York branch. But after Maria Hill's reorganization, the percentage of black agents has dropped to almost nothing. Hawk raised an eyebrow. He honestly hadn't known that. Gwen shot him a look. Our current president is. He's a mutt. Ah. When you crossbreed two different dog breeds, the offspring is called a mutt. Or a mongrel. Gwen's mouth twitched. She immediately decided to drop the subject and pivot it to something safer. Let me show you around town. There should be a party happening tonight. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Should be. Yeah. Gwen nodded and looked at Hawk. Mystic Falls has a nickname. Party Town. Want to know why? Hawk shook his head. It started when the town decided to make tourism its main industry. Every mayor since then has kept the tradition going. The town gets tourists every single day. So to keep them here and spending money, they started throwing parties constantly. Every few days, there's a new event. Gwen explained the economic strategy behind Mystic Falls' endless party schedule. Bottom line. Keep the tourists entertained. Keep them spending. Mystic Falls is actually pretty tame about it. There was a town in a neighboring state that went way harder. To keep tourists coming back, the entire population dressed up as cowboys and outlaws. The second a train full of tourists pulled into the station, they'd stage a fake raid, bandits attacking the town, kidnapping the beautiful saloon owner, laughing maniacally as they rode off into the sunset. Hawk's eyes lit up. He turned to Gwen. Which state was? Gwen smiled faintly. It went bankrupt in 1970. The whole town's a ghost town now. Maybe 3 people still live there. Oh. Hawk, who had been genuinely interested in visiting a live-action Wild West roleplay town, deflated instantly. Just then, Hawk's eyebrow twitched. He turned sharply toward the door of the study. He'd caught a scent. The same scent he'd picked up on the road into town. The one that smelled distinctly like vampire. At the same moment, a voice called out from downstairs. "Grandpa." Gwen. Gwen, who had been wondering why Hawk had suddenly turned around, heard the voice and her face lit up. "That's Caroline." She turned and hurried out of the study, stepping into the hallway just in time to see the girl standing in the first-floor foyer. Caroline Fox stood in the grand entrance hall, looking up. And then she saw Gwen. The next second, both girls let out the kind of high-pitched, glass-shattering shriek that only reunited female friends can produce, pure joy and excitement compressed into a single eardrum-destroying sound. Gwen started down the stairs. Caroline rushed toward the staircase. And then they met halfway, colliding in a tight hug and bouncing up and down in place, laughing and squealing. It was pretty clear both of them were genuinely happy to see each other. "Gwen, I thought you'd come back last year. Grandpa said you couldn't make it." "I'm sorry." Gwen smiled sheepishly, then instinctively brushed back the blonde hair that had fallen across her face during the excitement. Caroline was about to say something when a flash of purple light caught her eye. She followed the shimmer and found herself staring at the ring on Gwen's finger, a stunning 6-carat purple diamond engagement ring. Is that? #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 122, 226, is Dr. Merrick real? That finger. That ring. Caroline's mind made the connection. She stared at Gwen, who was smiling with barely contained excitement, and her eyes went wide. Her hands flew up to cover her mouth. "Oh my God. Yes. It's an engagement ring." Gwen smiled as she opened her hand fully, giving Caroline a complete 360 view of the 6-carat purple diamond on her finger. "Gorgeous, right? Gorgeous." Caroline echoed the word in awe, then looked back at Gwen. "But when did this happen? Mom and Grandpa never said anything. Who is he? What's his name? What does he do?" Gwen's smile widened. She was about to answer when she caught movement in her peripheral vision, Hawk stepping out of the second-floor study. Caroline followed Gwen's gaze upward. Their eyes met. Caroline's pupils constricted sharply. Not because Hawk was handsome. Not because he was built like an athlete. But because she hadn't sensed a second person in that study at all. She'd only been a vampire for a short time, but she was smart. She'd learned quickly how to control her bloodlust, manage her newfound strength, and utilize her enhanced senses. But those heightened senses, which should have picked up every heartbeat, every breath in the house, had completely missed him. Of course, if she had sensed him, that would have been the real surprise. Put it this way, if Caroline could detect Hawk's presence when he didn't want to be detected, it wouldn't mean she'd gotten stronger. It would mean Hawk had gotten weaker. Hawk noticed the flicker in Caroline's eyes but didn't acknowledge it. Like he'd said before, he was here to visit Gwen's grandfather and take a vacation. Not to play some hidden master routine. "Caroline, let me introduce you. Hawk Phoenix. My fiancé. Hawk, this is my cousin, Caroline Fox. Nice to meet you." Hawk smiled politely and extended his right hand. Caroline steadied herself, looked at the offered hand, and shook it. "You too." Hawk smiled faintly. He had no intention of interrupting the cousins' reunion. He withdrew his hand and turned to Gwen. "I'm going to take a walk around the grounds. You two catch up." Gwen hummed in acknowledgement, watching as Hawk headed for the door. She called after him, "Be careful." She was thinking about what Hawk had said earlier, about vampires in Mystic Falls. Sure, New York had vampires too. But New York was huge. And SHIELD headquarters was right there, keeping them in check. Mystic Falls was tiny. And even though Hawk could handle an entire clan of vampires without breaking a sweat, that didn't mean she couldn't worry about him. Being invincible and her telling him to stay safe were two completely different things. Hawk waved without looking back and walked out of the manor. Caroline, meanwhile, stared at his retreating figure, her brow furrowing. Once again, her enhanced vampire senses picked up nothing. No heartbeat. No scent of blood. Not even a trace of fear. It was as if he had no fear at all. But he wasn't a vampire. Caroline had just shaken his hand. In that brief moment of contact, she'd felt his pulse through his warm palm, sensed the blood rushing through his veins like a raging river, heard his heart beating like the birth of a universe itself. But the second she let go, her senses lost him completely. Something about this man was wrong. Caroline's mind churned. Gwen, standing beside her, noticed her cousin staring a little too intently at Hawk's back. She waved a hand in front of Caroline's face. "Hey. Sorry." Caroline snapped back to attention and turned to Gwen. "Your fiancé's really handsome. How did you two meet?" Gwen shot Caroline a look and smiled. Not telling. Caroline understood immediately. She grabbed Gwen's arm and started shaking it, her voice turning soft and pleading. Cousin. Whoosh. The moment Hawk turned right after leaving the manor, his form vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing deep in the woods, watching as a male vampire's eyes widened in slow motion, shock beginning to register on his face. Hawk's lips curved upward. Hello. Damon Salvatore stared at the men who had appeared out of nowhere directly in front of him. Every instinct screamed danger. His body moved like a ghost, blurring backward as he tried to escape. He succeeded. The instant Hawk finished speaking, Damon became a streak of motion, disappearing into the forest behind him at inhuman speed. But he didn't get far. The moment Damon stopped, far enough that he could no longer see the Fox estate, and tried to process what the hell he'd just encountered, Hawk's voice came from directly behind him. Too slow. Every hair on Damon's body stood on end. His heart, which hadn't beaten in over a century, actually twitched. He didn't hesitate. He spun around, his right hand shooting forward like a spear aimed directly at Hawk's chest, moving with the ghostly speed only a vampire could muster. The result. Boom. 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 Damon's body launched backward like a cannonball. Ancient trees, some of them centuries old, splintered and cracked as he crashed through them one after another. By the time he slammed into the fifth tree, his pale face had turned an unnatural shade of red. Dark blood spilled from his lips as he collapsed onto the damp forest floor. Hawk stood over him, hands casually in his pockets, his expression calm as he looked down at the vampire coughing up blood against the tree trunk. Name. Who are you? Damon's mind reeled. One hit. That's all it had taken for him to understand the gap between them. His thoughts immediately jumped to something his ex-girlfriend had said before he and his brother had locked her in a tomb. He looked up at the man looming over him. Klaus. Hawk laughed dryly. I'm not a vampire. Hawk's internal disdain was palpable as he looked down at the vaguely familiar bloodsucker. He was about to speak when something made him pause. His gaze shifted toward the Fox estate. In that moment, Damon, gasping and weakened, didn't hesitate. He pushed off the ground and bolted toward town at full speed. But he was still painfully slow. At least, from Hawk's perspective. Still, just as Hawk's eyes began to glow crimson, something made him stop. A thought occurred to him. He chuckled softly and let the phoenix blast fade. The reason he'd hunted down this vampire was simple. The bastard had been lurking outside his door. You don't let strangers sleep on your doorstep. Hawk's sixth sense had detected Caroline the moment she approached. It had also detected the vampire tailing her. He'd assumed the guy was some kind of stalker. But then Hawk had remembered who this vampire was. Damon Salvatore. One half of the infamous Salvatore brothers. Damon and his brother Stefan were interesting characters. Both brothers had dated the same woman. Hawk had come out here planning to teach this vampire a lesson, make an example out of what looked like a stalker casing the place. After all, he'd just arrived, and already some bloodsucker was watching him. If he didn't hit back hard, it would send the wrong message. His enemies would think he'd gone soft. But clearly, Damon wasn't here for him. He was following Caroline. As for why, that didn't matter. As long as the vampire wasn't tracking him or Gwen, Hawk didn't care. That's why he decided to let Damon live. Hawk turned his gaze away from the fleeing vampire, who was still well within his attack range, and vanished from the forest. Gwen stood by the car, looking around for Hawk. Hawk. Right here. Hawk's voice came from behind her. Gwen spun around, relief washing over her face as she opened her mouth to speak. Then she paused. Her nose wrinkled. She leaned closer, sniffing at Hawk's shirt, then looked up at him. Blood. Not mine. Then whose? A vampire's. Jesus. Gwen sucked in a breath, her eyes darting around the grounds. Where? What did he want? Hawk looked at Gwen, who seemed to be scanning for threats, and smiled. He ran. Ran. Gwen looked at Hawk skeptically. You let him get away. Hawk laughed. If I wanted him dead, he'd be dead. Then why? I thought he was stalking us. Turns out it was a misunderstanding. So I let him go. You're the one who's always telling me to be kind. Well. Gwen had said that. She listened to Hawk's explanation and smiled faintly. Hawk quickly changed the subject. Your cousin's still inside. Why'd you come out? Finished catching up already. Gwen snapped back to attention and handed Hawk his phone. Almost forgot. Natasha just called. I came out to find you. She said she needs to talk to you. Call her back. I'm heading back to Caroline, we're not done yet. She'd been in the middle of telling Caroline a slightly embellished version of how she and Hawk had met when Natasha's call came through. That's why she'd suddenly left mid-conversation. Now. Mission accomplished. Gwen waved at Hawk and headed back into the manor to continue her chat with Caroline. Hawk stood by the car, watching Gwen disappear inside. Then he raised the phone to his ear as the call connected. Yeah. Hawk. We got the results back from Merrick's physical. And every single data point matches the records from when we arrested him before. From a scientific standpoint, he is Merrick. The real Merrick. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 123, 227, Who Can Give Clones a Soul? Hawk listened to Natasha's voice on the other end of the line, his eyebrow arching slightly. You're sure? Positive. Natasha, now back at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters, spoke with certainty. The scars on his body matched the paper files from when we first arrested him. Every single one. She paused, looking through the glass at Dr. Merrick, who was preparing for yet another round of testing. Are you sure you're not wrong about this? Impossible. Hawk smiled dryly. He's got a problem. I guarantee it. Like he'd said before, he didn't know why this Merrick had a soul. But his sixth sense was screaming at him. This Merrick was a clone. Natasha heard the absolute conviction in Hawk's voice and didn't push back. All right. Director Hill is bringing in someone to run a DNA telomere length test on him. If this Merrick really was compromised, that test would expose it. Natural human DNA degraded over time. Accumulated mutations. Telomeres shortened with age. But if this Dr. Merrick was a clone, the test would prove it. Hawk wasn't stupid. He was a second-year law student at NYU. And his fiancée Gwen studied biology. So, after hearing S.H.I.E.L.D. plan to run a telomere test on Merrick, Hawk thought for a moment. Add a bone-age skin while you're at it. Dr. Merrick hadn't been missing that long. If the man they'd captured was a clone, he'd have to be a rush job, pumped full of growth hormones to reach maturity fast. And if he'd been artificially aged, his bones wouldn't lie. Just like tree rings, real growth versus fake growth could be distinguished. Natasha acknowledged the suggestion and hung up. Hawk ended the call as well. He was already 90% certain the Merrick they'd captured was a clone. What he couldn't figure out was where the clone's soul had come from. Souls were the exclusive domain of dimensions that controlled the laws of life and death. There was no way Mephisto had given it to him, right? Mephisto was the stingiest bastard in existence. Hawk could believe the demon had cut some kind of deal with HYDRA. But voluntarily handing over a soul? Not a chance in hell. Hawk had practically had to start a war with the gods just to force Mephisto to reluctantly return his sister's soul. And Alexander Pierce's soul. Unless you held a knife to Mephisto's throat, the old demon would never part with a single soul. Not even for his allies. Most importantly, Hawk had been to hell. If this soul had come from Mephisto, he would have sensed it. But he hadn't detected even a trace of hell's corruption on the soul inside Dr. Merrick. It was strange. Hawk pocketed his phone as he walked back toward the manor, his mind turning over the faint, pure scent he detected on Merrick's soul, something vaguely familiar that he couldn't quite place. Soon. When he stepped back into the main hall and his gaze landed on Caroline Fox, Gwen's cousin, sitting cross-legged on the sofa near the fireplace, the puzzle piece finally clicked into place. Caroline carried a trace of that same scent. Wait. So did Damon, the vampire. But the scent on Caroline and Damon was different from the one embedded in Merrick's soul. Theirs wasn't inherent, it was like they'd come into contact with someone who carried that scent naturally, and it had rubbed off on them. Caroline's trace was stronger. Damon's was faint. That explained why Hawk hadn't made the connection when he'd encountered Damon, but it had clicked the moment he'd seen Caroline again. Who did both Caroline and Damon know? Hawk's mind rifled through the main cast of the Vampire Diaries as he made his way toward the living room at Gwen's beckoning. He pulled out his phone and handed it back to Gwen. Gwen took it, then looked at him. Is everything okay? Yeah. Just an update on yesterday's situation. Final results aren't in yet. Hawk smiled as he sat down on the sofa across from them, smoothly steering the conversation toward Caroline's college plans. Caroline, have you decided on a school yet? Gwen laughed and glanced at Caroline beside her. I was just asking her the same thing. And? She said she hasn't decided yet. Gwen shook her head and turned to Caroline. You've only got one semester left after this year. High school isn't the end, it's just the beginning. College isn't the end either. It's the starting line. And a good college determines where that starting line is. Caroline smiled. Gwen, you sound just like my mom. She still hadn't looked at Hawk. For some reason, she was scared of him. Even though they'd only been in the same room for less than 2 hours. But she couldn't shake the feeling. She was terrified of him. Gwen heard Caroline's teasing and shook her head, about to respond when the sound of the front door opening made both of them turn. Two people entered. One was a middle-aged woman in a police uniform who bore a striking resemblance to Helen. The other was a younger woman, probably around Caroline's age. The officer was Liz Fox, Gwen's aunt, Caroline's mother. As for the young woman, Elena Gilbert. The moment they walked in, Gwen and Caroline both turned to look. The next second, Gwen stood up from the sofa, smiling brightly as she walked over and embraced her aunt. Aunt Liz. Caroline, meanwhile, moved toward her friend Elena, concerned. Elena, what's wrong? Elena visibly relaxed when she saw Caroline was alive and well. Because just moments ago, Damon had stumbled back to town covered in blood, scaring the hell out of both Stefan and Elena, who had been on a date. Damon told them a stranger had shown up at Caroline's grandfather's estate. And that stranger had beaten him within an inch of his life. Stefan and Elena had assumed the werewolves were back and had rushed over to rescue Caroline. On the way, they'd run into Sheriff Fox, Caroline's mother, Liz. Elena had quickly improvised, saying they were just coming to visit Caroline. And so, the two of them had entered together. Stefan, meanwhile, stayed outside as backup. If there really were werewolves inside, sending him in would have been suicide. But nothing seemed wrong here. Just some stranger she didn't recognize. Was it him? Elena's gaze landed on the men who had followed Gwen over, shaking hands with Liz under Gwen's introduction. Gwen, she knew. Caroline's cousin from New York. But this guy, Hawk. Elena turned to Caroline. Who is he? Hawk. My cousin's fiancé. Fiancé. Elena blinked, glancing at Hawk and Gwen before lowering her voice. Isn't your cousin only 20? Caroline nodded. Yeah. She said they met when they were 16. Elena's expression cleared. Childhood sweethearts. I guess. Caroline thought about it and nodded, though she still felt like Gwen's retelling of how she and Hawk had met, fallen in love, and gotten engaged had been artistically enhanced. But she had no proof. Caroline shook off the thought and looked at Elena, who had shown up so suddenly. By the way, Elena, why are you here? Elena snapped back to attention. Let's talk outside. Okay. The two turned and headed for the door. Hawk, standing beside Gwen as she chatted with Aunt Liz, caught the movement out of the corner of his eye but didn't pay it much mind. His earlier confusion had already been answered. Now he just needed to find an opportunity to confirm his theory. No rush. He was here to help Gwen visit her family. Not to work. Outside the manor. Stefan had been anxiously waiting by the car ever since Elena and Liz had gone inside. The moment he saw his girlfriend and Caroline emerge, relief washed over him. Caroline, however, was completely confused. What's going on? Did Jules come back? No. Elena shook her head, then explained what had happened, Damon coming back badly wounded, saying the person who'd nearly killed him had come from the Fox estate. Damon got hurt. Caroline frowned. For some reason, she didn't feel worried. If anything, she felt vindicated. Damon was a piece of garbage, after all. Ever since becoming a vampire, Caroline had regained the memories Damon had compelled away, memories of him using her as a blood bag and worse. Still. Someone from our estate. That doesn't make sense. The only people there today are my cousin and her fian. Caroline stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she turned to Elena. It was him. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 124, 228, Where Wild Theories Lead. Caroline instinctively turned to look at Elena. Elena's mind flashed back to the image of Hawk she'd seen earlier at the estate. Meanwhile, Stefan, who hadn't gone inside, listened to the two girls' conversation, completely lost. Who are you talking about? Hawk. Caroline glanced at Stefan, then seemed to remember something. My cousin's fiancé. Oh, right, Stefan, can you sense him? Stefan looked toward the Fox estate. He could sense Sheriff Liz Forbes, who had just gone inside. He could also sense an unfamiliar female presence, that must be Caroline's cousin. Stefan even sensed the servants in the manor, along with William Fox, who was currently being attended to by a maid as he got out of bed. Beyond that. Nothing. Stefan pulled his focus back and turned to Caroline. Caroline met Stefan's gaze and seemed to already know what he was about to say. Her expression turned serious as she spoke first. He's in there. Stefan's eyes widened instantly. Now it was Elena's turn to be confused. She listened to her boyfriend and her friend talking, completely baffled. Wait, what are you two talking about? What do you mean, he's in there? Stefan's expression turned grave as he looked at his girlfriend and explained that he couldn't sense Hawk's presence at all. Elena frowned at that. So what does that mean? His life force is above ours. Stefan's voice was low, his face serious. And it wasn't just above vampires. To be precise, it was above the entire supernatural hierarchy. This was a fundamental difference in life force levels. The only possible explanation for why he couldn't sense Hawk was that Hawk's life force had already transcended the supernatural. Hawk wasn't just supernatural. He was beyond supernatural. Elena listened to her boyfriend's explanation, glanced at her friend's serious expression, then recalled the image of Damon covered in blood earlier. She drew in a sharp breath and turned to Caroline. What's your cousin's fiancé's background? Caroline shook her head. Stefan's tone remained grave. Whatever his background is, the most pressing question right now is why he attacked Damon. Damon said if he hadn't run fast enough, he wouldn't have made it back. Sure, Damon was a jerk. Sure, Damon had a thing for his current girlfriend. But he was still his brother. His actual brother. Simply put, no matter how many faults Damon had, if something happened to him, Stefan wouldn't stand by and let an outsider hurt his brother. Elena suddenly remembered something. When she'd walked in with Sheriff Liz Forbes earlier, the look Hawk had given her. It had seemed almost knowing. She frowned. You don't think he came here looking for Catherine, do you? Stefan and Caroline both turned to look at Elena. Elena took a deep breath and looked at them both, recounting the way Hawk had looked at her when she'd entered. His expression, he looked confused at first. Then he seemed to realize something. Like he thought I shouldn't be there. Then he seemed to figure out I wasn't who he thought I was. Plenty of people had mistaken her for someone else before. After all, there was another person who looked exactly like her. Catherine Pierce. A woman who looked identical to her, who also happened to be a 500-year-old vampire. And Stefan and Damon's ex-girlfriend. Stefan's expression remained serious. Catherine's been wandering the world for centuries. That's definitely possible. Caroline looked shocked. Are you saying my cousin's fiancé might be one of Catherine's ex-boyfriends? Puffed. Inside the manor, Hawk, who was sitting on the couch next to Gwen while catching up with Aunt Liz, couldn't help but laugh out loud at the wild conversation happening outside. Gwen and Aunt Liz both stopped talking and turned to look at Hawk. Gwen glanced at him, blinking. Liz smiled warmly, also looking at Hawk. Hawk's mind raced. He turned to Liz. Sorry. I just remembered, on the way here, Gwen tried to scare me by saying the town had vampires. Liz, sitting on the opposite couch, visibly froze for a split second, though her smile quickly returned. She looked at Gwen with a stern expression. Gwen, Mystic Falls relies on tourism. This is your hometown. How could you say something like that? Gwen opened her mouth, glanced at Hawk, then turned to her aunt. Sorry. I was just messing with Hawk. Don't believe her, Hawk. Liz, having steadied her expression, smiled at Hawk. Vampires? Come on. We believe in science here. Hawk nodded. Of course, Aunt Liz. Just then, Caroline walked back inside. After their brief brainstorming session outside, the three of them had come to a conclusion that, from Hawk's perspective, was absolutely insane. Hawk was possibly one of Catherine's ex-boyfriends. After discussing it, they decided that Caroline, using her family connection, would try to subtly figure out why Hawk was really in Mystic Falls at this particular time, and who he actually was. And so, Caroline walked in with a smile, casually asked, "What are you all talking about?" and naturally took a seat beside her mother, Liz. Liz glanced at her daughter and said in a joking tone, "Hawk just told us that when Gwen was driving into town, she tried to scare him by saying we have vampires here." Caroline's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly composed herself. Haha, vampires. No way. Cousin, how could you say that? What if people outside actually start thinking our town has vampires and get too scared to visit? I was wrong. Gwen looked helpless as she apologized yet again. Caroline quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, Gwen, Grandpa mentioned you're planning to spend Christmas here. Gwen nodded. Yeah. We'll head back to New York after Christmas. We wanted to spend the holidays with Grandpa. Liz smiled. You really should spend more time with him. After he found out you got engaged, he wanted to fly to New York to see you several times. Gwen blinked. Mom didn't tell me that. Well. Liz was about to explain when she caught sight of William descending the staircase, refreshed from his nap. She smiled. Your grandpa's here now. You can ask him yourself. William, looking much more energized after his nap, walked over with a cheerful grin. Ask me what? Oh, Hawk, did you see the photos? What did you think? Hawk met William's beaming expression, his tone completely serious. Can't say I'm surprised. William burst into hearty laughter. Ahaha. Gwen listened to her fiancé and grandfather openly discussing their shared views, and her mouth twitched. Aunt Liz blinked in realization, then shook her head with mild exasperation. Caroline, sitting beside her, looked confused as she glanced at her mother. What photos? Old photos from the Fox family history. Aunt Liz couldn't exactly explain in detail. As the town sheriff, some things could exist, but they couldn't be openly discussed. William looked at Hawk. Want to tour the Fox family vault? Sure. Hawk had heard Gwen mention it before. The vault held all the trophies from throughout history. Only William had the key to the vault. Even Helen and Liz couldn't enter without his permission. And now, William was inviting Hawk. Gwen, hearing her grandfather's invitation, chimed in. Grandpa, Caroline, and I have never been inside the vault either. Can we come look too? William shook his head. No. Just Hawk. Come on, Hawk, I'll show you the foundation of the Fox family legacy. Hawk nodded, stood up from the couch, gave Gwen a helpless look, then followed William toward the manor's secondary building. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 125, 229, The Angel Skeleton in the Fox Vault. The Fox family vault sat in the basement of the manor's secondary building. William pushed open the door and flipped the lights on. Instantly, the square chamber revealed itself in full to Hawk's eyes. Calling it a vault was almost misleading. The place had an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. Because chairs made from hair. Drinking vessels carved from skulls. Chopsticks fashioned from bones. Without exaggeration, if any of the contents of this vault ever saw the light of day, it would trigger an absolute firestorm. Some people would fondly reminisce about that golden age. Of course, others would despise that era with every fiber of their being. But among all the treasures in the Fox family collection, what drew Hawk's attention most wasn't actually any of these artifacts made from slaves. It was a skeleton. A angel skeleton. Hawk stared at the skeletal remains before him. Even reduced to bare bones, the skull, limbs, and the pair of wings on its back were bound tightly with iron chains, fastening it to the vault wall in a kneeling position. His heart stirred. He turned to William beside him. This. Yes. An angel skeleton. William Fox met Hawk's gaze with a smile, his tone confident. A real angel skeleton. Hawk raised an eyebrow. William's gaze drifted to the kneeling skeleton, his eyes carrying a hint of nostalgia. Hawk, that era was the most savage time. This angel skeleton was found by my grandfather after he disembarked from the ship and arrived here. Hawk frowned slightly. He killed it. Killed it. No, no, no. William shook his head, looking at Hawk. This is an angel, Hawk. When the first generation of the Fox family came here and started building, they dug this up from the ground. And when they found it, the skeleton was already in this state. That's right. When they'd unearthed it, it had already looked like this. The Fox family had also arrived aboard the Mayflower. When they came to this land and began constructing their home, they'd excavated this angel skeleton from the soil. Because of that discovery, they'd built the Fox estate here, constructed the secondary building, and permanently housed the skeleton in the family vault. Hawk listened to William's account while his sixth sense circled the angel skeleton, examining it carefully. He'd already figured out the skeleton's origins. Earth had once been home to Yahweh and his angels. Mephisto could attest to that. Back in the day, human souls had belonged to the heaven dimension. Then Mephisto showed up. After a divine war between angels and demons, Mephisto emerged victorious, while Yahweh, his angels, and the heaven dimension lost their authority over Earth's souls and the cycle of life and death. So if Hawk's guess was correct, this angel skeleton was probably one of the angels who'd fallen during that war between the hell dimension and the heaven dimension. However, these 5 chains are for Jesus rose from the dead on the 3rd day. My grandfather told me never to touch these chains, and never to expose the skeleton to sunlight. Otherwise, it will come back to life. Right. Hawk smiled and nodded at that explanation. Revival was impossible. After all, resurrection required following certain basic laws, didn't it? He'd needed both a soul and a body to bring his sister back. This angel skeleton only had bones left. The flesh and soul were both long gone. For it to resurrect, Yahweh would have to be truly omnipotent. But he wasn't. Because Yahweh couldn't create a stone so heavy that even he couldn't lift it. Therefore, Yahweh was not omnipotent. Still. Yahweh. Heaven. Angels. That evening. After accompanying Gwen through dinner with Grandpa William Fox, Aunt Liz Forbes, and Cousin Caroline, Hawk returned to the guest room and lay in bed. His mind kept drifting back to the angel skeleton he'd seen that afternoon in the Fox vault. William bringing him to see the angel skeleton, supposedly the Fox family's greatest secret, hadn't been some spontaneous decision or passing whim. Because Grandpa William wanted him to inherit the Fox estate. It sounded absurd, but that's exactly what William had said. The reason? William hadn't elaborated, and Hawk hadn't asked. But if Hawk had to guess, it probably had something to do with William knowing his time was running out. Yes. William Fox was dying. He had maybe a year left, at most. So he wanted to find an heir for the Fox estate. Hawk was curious why William had chosen him and Gwen. But that wasn't what intrigued Hawk the most. What really caught his attention was what he'd sensed when examining the angel skeleton with his sixth sense, a faint but unmistakable scent he'd encountered before. That same familiar scent he'd detected on Dr. Merrick's soul. Including this time, he'd now encountered it 4 times. The first time, Damon, outside the estate. The second, Caroline. The third, Elena. And the fourth, this angel skeleton. If he ranked them by concentration from highest to lowest, Elena's scent was the strongest, followed closely by the angel skeleton. But even Elena's soul didn't carry the exact same scent as Dr. Merrick's soul. She'd just been exposed to it. Still, Hawk had a pretty good idea who the scent's true owner was. That was why, when he'd first seen Elena, he'd been momentarily confused before understanding dawned. But whether his theory was correct, he still needed proof. Just then, Gwen emerged from the bathroom, having finished her shower. She ran a brush through her long hair while looking at Hawk lying on the bed. "You sure you won't tell me what's actually in the vault?" Hawk snapped back to attention and smiled. "Sorry. Grandfather told me not to." Gwen shrugged. "You don't have to tell me. I can already guess. It's probably stuff that would give me nightmares." She knew how the Fox family had made their fortune. So, she had a pretty good idea what might be in that vault. If he wasn't going to tell her, fine. She'd probably have nightmares if she knew anyway. "All right, go take a shower. I'm planning to go out for a bit." Gwen blinked, then glanced through the window at the darkening sky outside. Her eyes lit up. "Right now? To see vampires? Can I come?" Hawk laughed. "You already saw one." Gwen blinked, thinking he meant the drive into town. "Where?" "When we drove in, you mentioned it once, but I didn't even see a shadow." Hawk shook his head. "No. You saw one. In fact, you spent the entire afternoon with one." "I saw one and spent the whole afternoon with them." Gwen froze at Hawk's words. Her mind raced through the day's events. Then something clicked. She turned to Hawk, her eyes widening. "Are you saying my cousin?" "Yes." "Oh my God." Gwen gasped, completely shocked. The next second, she shook her head. "Wait, no. What's wrong? If she's a vampire, shouldn't she not be able to walk in sunlight? You didn't notice the ring on her hand?" "I did. I even asked about it. She said it was a sister ring." "That's a witch ring." Hawk smiled faintly. "A witch cast a spell on that ring. When a vampire wears it, they can walk freely in sunlight." Gwen's mouth fell open in astonishment. Her mind flashed back to how Aunt Liz and Caroline had reacted when Hawk first mentioned vampires. "Then my aunt. She's not. But she knows Caroline's a vampire." "Yeah." Hawk nodded. "It's understandable. Your daughter turns into a vampire, you're not going to kill her. Of course you'd help cover for her. Besides, not all vampires are evil. That much was undeniable. Just like HYDRA. Anna might be part of HYDRA, but she was a good person, at least in Hawk's eyes." Gwen pressed her lips together and sat on the bed, handing Hawk the brush. Was she forced to become a vampire? Or did she choose it? Hawk took the brush and naturally began running it through Gwen's hair, thinking back to the plot of the Vampire Diaries. "Do you know the steps to turn into a vampire?" Gwen nodded. "I do. Turning an ordinary person into a vampire wasn't easy. And you definitely couldn't become one just by getting bitten by a vampire and surviving. That wasn't a vampire. That was a damn zombie. To become a vampire, you didn't need to be drained by one, you needed to drink a vampire's blood. That was only step 1. Step 2, the person who drank vampire blood had to die. Because only through death would the vampire blood activate and spread throughout their body. Once the vampire blood fully saturated their system, the dead person would come back to life. Which brought them to step 3, the most critical step. Once resurrected, the person entered the transformation period. They had 24 hours to drink human blood. If they failed to drink human blood within that window, sorry. Once the 24 hours were up, they'd die. Permanently. No coming back. But if they did drink it, well, After consuming human blood, they'd successfully complete the transformation into a vampire. No longer human. Bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 126, 230, The Villain You Can't Bring Yourself to Hate. Gwen thought back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. files detailing the steps to become a vampire. Then, while you and Grandpa were touring the vault, Atlas mentioned that Caroline was hospitalized recently because of an injury. You think? Gwen turned to face Hawk. That's when she was turned. Hawk shrugged. Probably. He did know exactly how Caroline had become a vampire. Catherine had turned her. Or more accurately, Catherine had played a major role in Caroline's transformation. Speaking of which, Catherine was actually a tragic figure. Even though her name was synonymous with cunning and selfish, what she really wanted was something simple. To survive. Unfortunately, even after becoming a vampire, that dream remained out of reach. Because she'd been marked. The original vampire Klaus had set his sights on her. For the past 5 centuries, to evade Klaus's relentless pursuit, Catherine had worn countless masks, played countless roles. She'd done it so often that even she had forgotten who she'd originally been. But one thing Catherine had never forgotten. Survival. Hawk recalled the story of this female antagonist from the Vampire Diaries, a character no one could truly hate, and shook his head. Then he heard Gwen ask him a question, her tone serious. Is there a way to turn her back into a human? Hawk snapped back to attention and looked at Gwen with a faint smile. Gwen, vampires have plenty of flaws, but they also have incredibly long lifespans. Gwen looked at him calmly. I've read the files. When an original vampire dies, every vampire in their bloodline dies with them. And honestly, calling them vampires is misleading, they're basically undead. No heartbeat, no body heat, and they can't even have children. Caroline's only 18. Hawk shook his head. Maybe after becoming a vampire, she doesn't want to turn back. What? It's easy to go from rags to riches, but hard to go back. Gwen, once you've tasted supernatural power, no one wants to give it up. Not even me. At first, Hawk might have considered trading his strength for Anya's safety. But as time passed, that idea had completely vanished. Once you were strong, you could have whatever you wanted. Why make deals? If someone wouldn't give it to you, you just took it. Gwen shrugged. I've experienced that kind of power too, when you let me wear the cloth. But honestly, it was fine, I guess. When she'd worn the Andromeda cloth, she had felt the rush of supernatural strength. But after the armor dissolved, she hadn't felt any sense of loss. In fact, after Hawk explained the true cost of supernatural power, she'd completely abandoned any desire to pursue it. Supernatural power? Been there, done that. Not impressed. Hawk chuckled. That's because you're wise. You can let it go easily. But do you really think your cousin Caroline would be willing to give up that power? Gwen frowned. But she's only 18. Aunt Liz is still pretty young. She could have another kid. Start fresh. Oh, screw you. Gwen rolled her eyes at Hawk's so-called solution and decided she was done with this conversation. Fine. Go do whatever you need to do. I'll figure it out myself. Hawk nodded, going with the flow. All right. Come back early. Got it. Hawk climbed out of bed, kissed Gwen, whose hair he'd just finished brushing, smiled, and then vanished from the room. The next second, Hawk stood before the mysterious waterfall that gave Mystic Falls its name. The moment he released his sixth sense, it surged outward like a tide, blanketing the surrounding forest, the ground, and even the earth beneath in mere seconds. He could hear the heartbeats of small animals in the woods, the movement of fish swimming beneath the falls, the flow of magical energy within a nearby stone wall, and beyond that barrier, the woman huddled against the corner, arms wrapped around her knees, radiating fear, fragility, and despair. The female vampire, Catherine Pierce. Hawk took a single step. When he reappeared, he was standing inside the tomb that held Catherine Pierce. Calling it a tomb was generous. It was just a hollowed-out cave in the mountainside, sealed with magic. Any supernatural creature weaker than the one who cast the spell would be trapped inside forever once they entered. Catherine sat in the darkness, not sleeping. Vampires didn't need sleep, just feeling the presence of the original vampire Klaus drawing ever closer. Fear, vulnerability, and despair radiated from her in waves, filling the enclosed space. Then, boom. The entrance to the cave roared to life. Catherine, who had been keeping her head down to hide her weakness from the outside world, snapped her gaze upward. In an instant, the fear, fragility, and despair vanished, replaced by arrogance, playfulness, and a devil-may-care attitude. The next second, she saw him. As the cave door opened, a figure appeared before her, a young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, a strong build, and a tailored suit. Hawk, meanwhile, looked at Catherine, who was now staring at him with that signature irreverent expression, and his lips curved slightly. "Hello, Miss Pierce." Because of Hawk's interference, and the fact that he'd nearly killed Damon, the group had gathered at the Salvatore boarding house: Stefan, Damon, Elena, the witch Bonnie Bennett, and Caroline, who had rushed over immediately after the estate dinner. They were discussing what to do about Hawk. Caroline relayed what she'd learned while subtly probing him at the estate. There wasn't much to report, honestly. He got engaged to my cousin last September. They were planning to visit last Christmas. But my aunt thought their first Christmas after getting engaged and moving in together should be spent at their own place. So they didn't come. This year, they finalized the trip back in September. They agreed to come here, spend time with Grandpa, and celebrate the holidays. After Christmas, they're heading back to New York. Caroline finished sharing everything she'd learned, then shrugged. So honestly, I think you guys are overthinking this. He's just here for the holidays. Damon, sitting off to the side nursing a glass of whiskey, his aura still weak, let out a cold laugh. Really? I don't buy it. Is it possible you're just annoying? Then why didn't he come after me? Damon scoffed. He's your cousin's fiancé. What about Stefan, then? Caroline pointed at Stefan. Stefan was standing right at the estate entrance. You were the one hiding on the hill. How come he didn't attack Stefan? Damon fell silent. Stefan, seeing the tension rising, quickly changed the subject. He looked at Caroline. Caroline, do you think he figured out what you are? Caroline thought back to the moment she'd walked into the estate and joined the conversation about whether the town had vampires. She remembered the knowing look on Hawk's face as she'd tried to deflect. She frowned. We should find an opportunity to kill him. Damon cut in. Showing up here at this exact time. It's obvious. He's either a werewolf or part of Klaus's advance team. Stefan looked at his brother, who was practically vibrating with the desire to charge over to Hawk's location and tear him apart. He rubbed his forehead. Damon, can you not interrupt? We still don't know if Hawk is an enemy, a friend, or just passing through. Damon laughed bitterly. With a sharp motion, he ripped open his shirt, revealing his upper body covered in a dense array of red bruises, each one the imprint of a fist. Look at these injuries and tell me again that he's our friend. Bonnie, the witch sitting nearby, didn't like Damon either. She looked at him and said flatly, maybe he just doesn't like people spying on him in the shadows, so he taught you a lesson. After all, he didn't kill you, did he? Damon's gaze turned cold as he stared at Bonnie. Say that again. Bonnie didn't respond. Instead, she silently cast a migraine hex on him. Instantly, Damon's eyes cleared. He clutched his head, his expression twisting in pain. Just as Hawk had said earlier. Vampires who specialized in physical attacks and had no magical defenses were helpless against a witch's spells. Elena, watching Damon's agonized expression, quickly turned to her best friend. Bonnie. Bonnie released the spell. I don't like you, Damon. I never have. When Stefan had returned to town, everything had been peaceful. It was only after Damon showed up that supernatural incidents started piling up, one after another. So, frankly speaking, out of everyone in the room, very few people actually liked Damon. Damon said nothing, just gasped for air as the lingering pain from the spell faded. Just as Stefan was about to steer the conversation back on track, Bonnie's expression suddenly shifted. She shot to her feet, as if sensing something incomprehensible, and her gaze turned toward the location where Catherine was sealed. Elena, seeing her friend's dramatic reaction, exchanged glances with the others before quickly standing and moving to Bonnie's side. Bonnie, what's wrong? Bonnie's mind churned. She looked at Elena, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. A powerful presence. Unmatched. Vast as the universe. Just shattered Catherine's seal. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 127, 231, Heaven Dimension's abrupt downfall, Damon's destined death. The witch Bonnie's barrier could restrain vampires. But it couldn't restrain Hawk. He took a single step forward. As his cosmos surged, the witch's barrier rippled like a calm lake disturbed by a stone. As the ripple spread outward, Hawk walked through without resistance, his gaze calm as he observed Catherine. She was instantly on guard, instinctively hissing and baring her fangs like a cornered cat. Hello, Miss Pierce. Addressing someone you didn't know by their first name was incredibly rude. Especially when dealing with women. Hawk had no intention of building a harem. He didn't want one, and more importantly, he didn't want Gwen to think he had any such intentions. So whenever he was at NYU and a female classmate approached him, or when he was at Empire State University with Gwen, he always addressed women by their last name plus Miss, unless they were mutual acquaintances he and Gwen both knew personally. Just like with Catherine right now. The moment Hawk entered, Catherine instinctively took a step back. She stared at him, her expression wary and tense. Who are you? One of Klaus's people. Heh. Hearing that, Hawk's mind flashed back to Damon mistaking him for Klaus. Now Catherine was making the same assumption. But he understood why. It was like his relationship with the seventh sense. Before he'd glimpsed even a corner of the seventh sense, perceiving it had been like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon, distant and unreachable, but at least visible. But the moment he'd actually glimpsed a fraction of the seventh sense, he'd understood completely. Seeing the seventh sense in full was like a mayfly trying to comprehend the vastness of the sky. Damon and Catherine's perception of him was similar. After all, in their understanding, original vampires were the pinnacle of vampire power. It was hard for them to imagine anyone more powerful than an original. Hawk smiled and shook his head. I don't know any Klaus. I came here for you. Catherine listened to Hawk's words, and a seductive smile spread across her delicate features. Her entire demeanor shifted, suddenly warm, inviting, and alluring as she moved toward him. Hawk watched this display and immediately took several steps back. He had no intention of going home and having Gwen smell another woman's perfume on him. Once again. He had no interest in building a harem. And he didn't want to give Gwen any reason to worry. So whenever he was out, he maintained strict boundaries with unfamiliar women. Trust wasn't something that appeared out of thin air. It was built slowly, bit by bit, over time. Like now. Put it this way, even if Gwen's best friend MJ came back from Los Angeles and swore up and down that Hawk was cheating, Gwen wouldn't believe her. The reason? Hawk always maintained his distance from other women. That was also why Gwen hadn't asked what he was going out to do tonight. Because of trust. Catherine watched Hawk retreat several steps, and the seductive expression on her face froze slightly. Seriously? You're actually backing away? Are you even a man? Hawk's expression remained neutral as he looked at Catherine and cut straight to the point. Let's make a deal, Miss Pierce. What kind of deal? After Hawk's retreat, the seductive expression vanished from Catherine's face, replaced once again by wariness. Even her aura turned ice cold. Hawk was direct. I can get you out of here. In exchange, let me examine your soul. How about it? Yes. That was why he'd come here tonight. The moment he'd seen Catherine, he'd confirmed it, the soul of Dr. Merrick he'd captured shared the same essence as Catherine's soul. Just like souls that emerged from the hell dimension all carried hell's mark. Catherine's soul and Dr. Merrick's soul bore the same signature. But it wasn't hell. It was another dimension that wielded control over the laws of life and death. Hawk was curious. He was also disgusted with Mephisto. The old demon had been so self-righteous, declaring that souls belong to hell, sacred and inviolable. And the result? Old Meph, your house is getting robbed. Catherine listened to Hawk's request, initially stunned. Then. Whoosh. Catherine's figure blurred into motion, disappearing from where she stood. Hawk's smile didn't waver. Using his telekinesis, the moment Catherine vanished from her original position, he froze her mid-movement, binding her in place. Catherine reappeared, her form revealed once more. She felt the invisible force pressing in from all directions, like a swamp holding her completely immobile. Her expression turned panicked and desperate as she struggled. In that moment, Catherine lost all her masks. Her true self was exposed, anxious, terrified, and unwilling to accept her fate. Hawk chuckled softly and released his telekinetic hold. 1 second, Catherine was certain she was about to die. The next, she felt freedom return. Her expression froze again as she stared at Hawk. She thought he was going to kill her. After all, Hawk had mentioned her soul right off the bat. Of course she'd tried to escape. But now. Catherine's brow furrowed as she looked at Hawk, whose calm gaze hadn't changed. You just said you want to examine your soul. In exchange, I'll get you out of here. Of course, you're free to refuse. Hawk's tone remained even. He was now 100% certain that the captured Dr. Merrick was a clone with a soul. Hawk was just curious which dimension that soul came from. That was all. So if Catherine agreed, it would be a bonus. If she refused, that was fine too. He'd already gotten what he needed. Catherine barely hesitated. Then I refuse. All right. Hearing Catherine's answer, Hawk was equally straightforward. He turned and prepared to leave. Just then. Catherine watched as Hawk took a single step and passed back through the seal, apparently genuinely intending to leave. She quickly called out. Wait. Hawk stepped back inside the seal, looking at Catherine, who had stopped him. Catherine's voice was serious. You said you want to examine my soul. Just examine it, you won't do anything to it. Hawk's answer was concise. No. After you examine it, you'll help me leave here and won't demand I follow you." Hearing that, Hawk looked at Catherine. "I have a fiancée, Miss Pierce. I love her very much." Catherine's mouth twitched. She took a deep breath. "So how exactly are you planning to examine it?" "Simple." Hearing that, Hawk smiled faintly. He extended his right hand. His Cosmo instantly flickered in his palm like a projection, and soon his underworld appeared as if contained within his hand. The underworld in his palm. Instantly, Hawk's law of life and death activated. Catherine's eyes glazed over, falling into a daze, while Hawk entered Catherine's soul world. What did a vampire's soul look like? Ugly. Bloody. Filthy. In fact, that was accurate. Just like Damon's soul. But Catherine's soul. Holy. Light and warmth. No matter how you looked at it, just examining Catherine's soul alone, you'd never believe she was a vampire. Instead, it looked like an angel. Hawk's thoughts stirred. He stared at Catherine's soul, eyes gently closed, radiating brilliant light that could only be seen by entering her soul directly. His mind flashed to the bound angel skeleton in the basement of the Fox Estate's secondary building. Of course, he wasn't saying Catherine's soul was that angel skeleton's soul. But he remembered something William Fox had said at the time. Jesus died and rose again on the third day, ascending to heaven. The next second, Hawk's mind conjured the image of Elena, identical to Catherine. Not just similar. They looked like they'd been carved from the same mold. Then, doppelgangers. This was one of the most mystical concepts in the Vampire Diaries. According to the show's lore, doppelgangers weren't simply two people who looked alike. A true doppelganger was chosen by fate. They shared identical DNA, identical appearances, identical voices, everything was the same. Even their souls. That was why, the moment Hawk had seen Catherine, he'd known for certain that the Dr. Merrick he'd captured was a clone with a soul. He hadn't been comparing Catherine to Merrick. He'd first seen Elena, then Catherine, and made that judgment. Because Elena's soul and Catherine's were identical. The only difference was that Elena's soul didn't have what Hawk was now seeing deep within Catherine's soul, this sacred radiance. Also, the captured Dr. Merrick didn't seem to believe he was a clone. Hawk still hadn't figured that part out. But as for why Catherine's soul contained this sacred light at its core, Hawk already had a theory. It went back to the war between the Heaven Dimension and the Hell Dimension over Earth's dominion. In that conflict, Mephisto had won decisively, while the Heaven Dimension had retreated in defeat. Countless angels had fallen in that war. The number was definitely substantial. The fact that there was an angel skeleton in the Fox Estate's basement alone proved that. Theoretically, the souls of those dead angels should have belonged to the new victor, Mephisto. Mephisto. After seeing Catherine's soul essence, Hawk muttered the name internally, then acted without hesitation. He appeared in a spatial rift, used his law of life and death to pinpoint Hell's dimensional gate, and threw a punch directly at it. Roar. Hawk. Hell's dimensional gate shook. Mephisto instantly understood. Furious, he manifested his demonic true form and stared at Hawk, who had shown up at his doorstep yet again, roaring in rage. "Do you really think I won't start a war with you?" Hawk's expression was blank. "You want to start a war with me?" "What?" Mephisto's massive demonic face showed complete confusion. Hearing Hawk's words, he couldn't help but freeze before roaring furiously, "Do you think acting like this lets you break the oath you swore before the goddess of death? You're already breaking your promise, and now you're trying to frame me too." He felt wronged. If the goddess of death gave him a chance to do it all over again, he swore he'd never antagonize Hawk. No other reason. Because he'd just discovered that Hawk's strength had grown. Again. This wasn't scientific. No, wait. This wasn't mystical either. Hawk listened to Mephisto's angry yet aggrieved tone and raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't you. You didn't team up with Hydra to set a trap for me. What the hell are you talking about?" Mephisto's voice was low. "What's Hydra?" Hawk frowned, saying nothing. Instead, his gaze dropped, revealing Catherine's soul below. Mephisto followed Hawk's line of sight. The next second, the moment Mephisto's gaze landed on Catherine's soul, his expression shifted. Then, as if realizing something, his voice grew even lower and more furious. "Yahweh." Hawk's thoughts stirred. Hearing Mephisto's genuine anger, he looked at the demon lord. "Didn't you drive the Heaven Dimension out?" Mephisto sneered coldly, staring at Catherine's soul. Apparently, they snuck back in. With those words, Mephisto's demonic hand opened, reaching to seize Catherine's soul. But Hawk's will shifted. With a sharp bang, his right hand shot out, meeting Mephisto's demonic claw. The turbulent currents of the spatial rift shook violently. Mephisto roared. "Hawk! Oh, shut up. Hawk instinctively dug at his ear, then looked at Mephisto, who seemed to shout at the drop of a hat. You're a dimensional lord. Can you act like it? She's not dead yet. Dead souls belong to you. Living ones don't. Mephisto sneered, continuing to stare at Catherine's soul. She's already dead. She's a vampire. She's not dead. Hawk shook his head, correcting him. Then he explained the situation with Dr. Merrick, the possibly sold clone, his arrival here, discovering Elena and Catherine's identical souls, and then seeing Catherine's soul essence. That had reminded him of the Heaven-Hell Divine War, which was why he'd mistakenly thought Mephisto had teamed up with Hydra. After listening, Mephisto fell silent. His dead fish-like demonic eyes stared at Hawk. Their gazes locked. For some reason, this time, Hawk felt a little uncomfortable under Mephisto's stare. After what felt like an eternity, Mephisto's voice was quiet. Hawk. Yeah. I am a god. Hydra is a worthless organization created by humans. They're not worthy of partnering with me. What about Ghost Rider? He's my messenger. Do you really think I'd team up with some organization created by mortals to deal with you? That's an insult. I am looking for ways to handle you, but I haven't fallen so low that I'd partner with my own food. When Mephisto spoke those words, his voice was calm. The earlier fury had vanished. Who was he? The ruler of the Hell Dimension. What was Hydra? A villainous organization of ordinary humans who'd failed at world domination twice. But that wasn't the important part. Forget Hydra. Even the big five nations were all the same to Mephisto. Food. He could be ruthless in pursuing his food, but he would never partner with it. Hawk met Mephisto's calm demonic gaze. Sorry. Admitting fault when wrong wasn't something to be ashamed of. He could be a tyrant, but not a foolish one. Still. After apologizing, Hawk quickly shifted the conversation back to the two identical souls. I thought souls were unique. They are. Mephisto's voice was heavy. But angel souls from the heaven dimension are the exception. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Mephisto looked at Hawk. Every dimension has its own unique characteristic. Like my hell dimension, its trait is demons. Demons don't eat or drink. They thrive by tempting and stealing souls. Those bird people from the heaven dimension have their own trait too. Dual-state souls. Those feathered bastards use the trait to silently invade and conquer countless life-bearing planets under other Death Lord's jurisdictions. Simply put, angel souls had a dual state. When on life-bearing planets under heaven's control, the trait manifested as resurrection. Even if an angel died, they'd come back. Just like Jesus rising on the third day and ascending to heaven. But on planets controlled by other Death Lords, the manifestation was different. After all, if you pulled off a resurrection on someone else's turf, you'd basically be announcing to the Death Lord that you were invading. So on foreign territory, the dual-state nature of angel souls changed. Just like Catherine. Catherine had been human once. But she'd become a vampire. Vampires were supernatural creatures, but they also had another name, the living dead. So, the angel's dual-state trait activated, splitting off an identical soul. To avoid alerting the local Death Lord to the anomaly, that soul replaced Catherine in going to hell. It went through reincarnation, was born again, and that soul gained a new name, Elena. That was how the heaven dimension invaded other Death Lords' territories. One soul carrying hell's scent might not seem like much. But 2, 3. By the time the local Death Lord noticed, heaven was already sharpening its blades. I need to go. I wasn't scheming against you. At least not this time. Stop banging on my door. After finishing his explanation, Mephisto thought about heaven's covert tactics and seemed to realize something. He dropped those parting words and vanished. As for Hawk, he didn't even bother addressing him. In fact, Mephisto was secretly thrilled. He'd love nothing more than to see Hawk go to war with heaven. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 128, 232, Damon's Destined Death. Mephisto left. And he left laughing. Hawk could clearly sense it, the gloating expression Mephisto shot his way the moment he turned to close Hell's dimensional gate behind him. One simple truth. Even though heaven was coming from Mephisto's territory this time, heaven was Mephisto's enemy. Hawk was also Mephisto's enemy. And when your enemy squared off against another enemy of yours, that was good news. Mephisto was probably thrilled at the prospect of Hawk and heaven going to war. Ideally, they'd tear each other apart. Hawk said nothing. He just watched Mephisto close the gate, then stepped back out of the spatial rift himself. The next second, Catherine's dazed expression instantly cleared. She looked at Hawk, who had just withdrawn his right hand, and instinctively took a step back. She didn't know what had just happened. But Catherine knew she'd been unconscious for a second or two. She hated that feeling. Hawk, having retracted his hand, glanced at Catherine as she backed away and smiled faintly. Thank you. Even though he didn't quite understand what Heaven's attempt to reclaim Earth's souls from Mephisto had to do with him. This was between him and Heaven. Catherine had nothing to do with it. She wasn't one of those birds from heaven that Mephisto had mentioned. Even though her soul originated from the heaven dimension, her essence was no different from any other soul in Hell's jurisdiction. Just a different point of origin. Let's go. Hawk turned away, prepared to honor his promise. Just as he'd agreed in their deal, he'd help Catherine leave this sealed tomb. As for Dr. Merrick, who was possibly connected to Heaven's interference, Hawk would track down Heaven and demand an explanation. With that thought, he spoke to Catherine, then turned and walked toward the tomb's seal. Catherine froze for a moment, then chose to follow. Hawk stopped at the barrier, raised an eyebrow, and vanished. Catherine watched him disappear, her heart sinking. Just as she was about to wonder if Hawk had tricked her, she felt searing heat approaching from behind. 2 hands settled on her cold shoulders. The next second. Boom. Hawk's hands gripped Catherine's shoulders. In the blink of an eye, he pulled her through the seal from behind, freeing her from her prison. Catherine's tense body relaxed the instant Hawk's hands left her shoulders. Hawk slipped his hands back into his pockets. You're free to go. Actually, Hawk didn't even need to say it. The moment his hands left Catherine's shoulders, she'd already vanished like a phantom, disappearing from the valley at supernatural speed. But soon, Catherine reappeared in front of Hawk. Hawk, who had been contemplating the heaven situation, frowned as he looked at Catherine, who had returned, and whose wariness and hidden fear had diminished somewhat. What, did you live here so long you got attached? Don't want to leave? No. Catherine shook her head, looking at Hawk with genuine curiosity. Her voice held neither seduction nor coldness. Can you tell me your name? Hawk chuckled. Hawk. I'm Catherine. I know. Hawk's expression remained neutral. I know your name, Miss Pierce. Catherine smiled at his formal address. I'm leaving now. Thank you, Hawk. Take care. Hawk's response was brief. Catherine said nothing more. She turned, and in an instant, she was gone. But the next second, Hawk looked at Catherine, who had once again returned to stand before him, and laughed outright. Are you seriously planning to move in here permanently? Catherine shook her head, about to speak when. Whoosh. 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 3 figures descended one after another, landing nearby like ghosts in the night. Stefan. Damon. And Caroline. Well, well. Hawk raised an eyebrow, looking at Caroline with a smile. It's pretty late. Didn't you say you were going home to sleep, cousin? That had been Caroline's excuse after the estate dinner. While Aunt Liz was still chatting with Gwen, Caroline had claimed she was tired and heading home to bed. Caroline looked at Hawk standing beside Catherine, hearing his words, and felt the awkward sting of being caught in a lie. Hawk. Damon let out a cold laugh. So you really did come here for Catherine? Hawk's gaze settled on Damon, his tone eerily calm. The fact that you're still alive is a gift from me. You should learn gratitude. Did Damon need to live? Not in Hawk's eyes. Aside from Gwen, there wasn't a single person whose survival was non-negotiable. Damon was alive only because Hawk had chosen mercy over execution. It had been a casual decision. But to Hawk, it was a gift. And Damon should be grateful. If he wasn't, Hawk had no problem taking that gift back. Hawk's voice was soft. But every word carried weight. Damon bristled at the comment, his brow furrowing as he prepared to retort. But Stefan, standing beside him, spoke first, his expression wary. Mr. Phoenix, did you come here for Catherine? Hawk glanced at Stefan, who at least had some manners, and chuckled softly before turning to Catherine. Aren't you leaving? Catherine looked at Stefan, then at Damon, who was glaring at her with open hostility. They took my daylight ring. And I'm weak right now. If they come after me, I won't be able to outrun them. Hawk's gaze dropped to Catherine's bare fingers. The next second. With a thought, he pulled a ring from his pocket and handed it to Catherine. This ring will shield you from UV rays for 72 hours. That should be long enough for you to find a real daylight ring. He'd created it using the reality stone, a temporary construct. At first, after manifesting his cosmos power with the reality stone, he hadn't been able to use it for anything else. But over time, especially after absorbing Tiamat's life energy, he'd gained the ability to craft simple objects with it. Like this ring, programmed to block UV light for 72 hours. Hawk remembered that Catherine had her own witch. Witches and vampires often had symbiotic relationships. The dynamic was similar to wolves and jackals working together. especially black witches and vampires. Vampires needed black witches' magic to walk in sunlight and neutralize their weaknesses, while black witches needed vampires for protection. Back when black lives weren't valued, many black witches had sold themselves to vampires. After all, being owned by someone was inevitable. Might as well choose who. Catherine's eyes lit up as Hawk handed her the ring. That'll work. She'd wandered for 5 centuries. Real friends. Maybe not many. But she had plenty of daylight rings stashed away, along with safe houses stocked with blood. Within a 500-kilometer radius, she had at least one safe house. Hearing her confirmation, Hawk passed the ring to Catherine. Remember, 72 hours. After that, the ring disappears. Now go. Catherine quickly slipped the ring on, then glanced at the 3 people in front of her, 2 ex-boyfriends and Caroline, whom she'd killed and inadvertently turned into a vampire. None of them looked friendly. What about them? You showed me your soul. I promised to free you. You're free to go. They won't chase you. But remember, this promise is a one-time deal. Thank you. Don't mention it. Hawk slipped his hands back into his pockets, looking at Stefan, Damon, and Caroline. Go. All right. Catherine didn't hesitate. She nodded, and in the next instant, her form blurred into motion, vanishing toward the forest. The next second, Damon moved first, determined to intercept the woman he'd once loved so deeply, and now hated just as fiercely. His love had been that intense. Now his hatred matched it. But the moment Damon moved, Hawk's eyes narrowed. I beam. Boom. Damon, mid-sprint in his blurred form, was struck instantly. He slammed into the mountainside with a deafening crash. The rock wall cracked, fissures spreading outward. Damon. Stefan saw his brother fall into the rubble and shouted, turning to Hawk. His form vanished. Hawk smiled faintly, standing completely still. He didn't even bother activating his Cosmo. I beam. Wham. Stefan, who had nearly reached Hawk, was ejected from his blurred state. His body doubled over like a shrimp before he was launched backward. Crash. 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 Several massive trees in the distant forest snapped on impact. Caroline. She didn't dare move. Just as Caroline was debating whether she should try, Hawk's gaze locked onto her. Caroline met his eyes. Her body froze. At the same time, taking advantage of the distraction, Catherine successfully escaped, fleeing Mystic Falls and heading toward one of her safe houses. Caroline, under Hawk's warning stare, opened her mouth. Are you one of Catherine's ex-boyfriends too? Does my cousin know? Hearing that, Hawk's lips curved slightly. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he looked at Caroline. What, you don't dare attack me, so now you're going to threaten me with your cousin? Planning to tattle on me, dear cousin? No. Caroline shrugged. I can tell you love my cousin. And she loves you. I'm just curious, does she know about this? Because Gwen is my cousin. If she doesn't know, I have a responsibility to tell her. Hawk's expression turned playful as he looked at Caroline. Funny. Your cousin said the same thing to me when I got here. What? She said you're her cousin. She's responsible for you. Caroline froze, staring at Hawk. Hawk smiled. Your cousin said you're only 19. You've got your whole life ahead of you. She asked me if there was a way to turn you back from a vampire into a human. That was why he'd warned Caroline with his eyes earlier. Clearly, Gwen cared about this cousin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked if there was a way to reverse vampirism. Caroline's eyes widened. My cousin knows I'm. Ask her yourself. What? Caroline's response was automatic. Then she watched as Hawk, still standing in place, pulled a phone from his pocket. Hawk held the phone to his ear, smiling as he spoke to Gwen on the other end. Gwen, your cousin's about to snitch on me. She's claiming I didn't come to Mystic Falls to spend time with you, I came to rescue some ex-girlfriend. Gwen, who habitually waited up for Hawk unless he specifically told her not to, was standing on the back lawn of the estate. Hearing Hawk's complaint, she let out a soft, amused laugh. Put her on. Hawk hummed in acknowledgement, then tossed the phone toward Caroline. Your cousin wants to talk to you. Oh, and feel free to ask her if she believes I'm Catherine Pierce's ex-boyfriend. Caroline instinctively caught the phone. She glanced at the call duration, 30 minutes, then looked at Hawk's smirking expression. Taking a deep breath, she brought the phone to her ear. Gwen. Caroline. Gwen's voice came through, gentle and calm. I thought you'd gone to bed. Since you're still up, why don't you come keep me company? Remember when I used to visit Mystic Falls? We always shared a bed the first night. Caroline was silent for a moment before responding. Then, hearing her cousin's voice on the other end, she tossed the phone back to Hawk. "Gwen wants to talk to you." Hawk caught it. "Gwen. Are you done? There are still 2 vampires here. I'm debating whether to bring Caroline back. She's afraid of the dark." "All right." Hawk smiled and agreed, then hung up. He looked at Caroline. "Let's go. Your cousin says you're afraid of the dark. She wants me to bring you back." Caroline hesitated, glancing at Damon, unconscious in the rubble, and Stefan, knocked out in the forest. Just as she was about to speak, Hawk was already in front of her. His right hand settled on her shoulder as his cosmo surged. Sixth sense, instantaneous movement. Whoosh. Hawk and Caroline vanished. The next moment, 2 more figures rushed into the clearing. The Black Witch Bonnie and Elena, who had been slower than the vampires but was now enhanced by Bonnie's speed spell. Elena's eyes immediately found Stefan, unconscious on the ground. She cried out and ran toward him. As for Damon, Bonnie glanced at him, buried under rubble, then looked at her best friend before also heading toward Stefan. Poor Damon. But pitiful people often brought it on themselves. One simple truth. Hawk hadn't killed Damon again. Not because he'd gone soft, but because he knew that once Gwen learned what had happened to her cousin, the first thing she'd ask him to do was take Damon's head. It was only a matter of time. After all, what Damon had done was disgusting. Hawk decided to leave Damon alive for now, so his fiancée could use him to vent her anger later. Leading Caroline, he returned to the estate and reported to Gwen. Caroline still looked shell-shocked. Hawk walked over to Gwen. "I'm going to take a shower." "Okay." Gwen smiled and nodded. "I left your toiletries out. They're in the blue bag. Use the half-empty bottle of shampoo first." Hawk acknowledged her and pushed through the glass doors into the manor. Gwen waited until Hawk disappeared before turning her attention to Caroline. Caroline had finally processed everything. She looked at Hawk's retreating figure, then at her cousin, recalling how they'd traveled from the valley to the estate in the blink of an eye. "Gwen, We're not talking about Hawk. We're talking about you. How did you become a vampire?" Gwen's brow furrowed as she cut Caroline off. Caroline's expression turned bitter. "Gwen, I don't. If you won't tell me, I'll ask Hawk. Trust me, if I ask him, Hawk could pull out every single one of your memories from childhood to now and review them. Do you know what Hawk thinks of vampires?" "No." Gwen's face was expressionless. Hawk said that forget about original vampires, even if you gathered every vampire on Earth, in his eyes, they'd still be nothing. "I didn't say nothing. I said I wouldn't even look at them." Hawk's voice suddenly echoed from the second floor. Gwen looked up. "Be quiet and take your shower." "Okay." Hawk's voice disappeared. Gwen's lips curved upward, understanding that Hawk's interruption and obedient response were his way of backing her up. She quickly hid her smile and turned back to Caroline with a serious expression. "So you can either tell me yourself, or I can have Hawk go out and drag every vampire in town back here so I can hear their version." Caroline stared at her cousin, stunned by the casual threat of rounding up every vampire in Mystic Falls. Gwen, seeing Caroline's lack of response, smiled faintly. "Haw. Don't." Caroline snapped out of it, quickly stopping her cousin from summoning the Demon King. "Gwen, I'll tell you." Gwen stopped mid-word, looking at the now panicked Caroline with a gentle smile. "Start from the beginning. And while you're at it, tell me about the vampires in town." At that, Gwen raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something, and looked at Caroline. "Oh, right. And that female vampire, Catherine Pierce. Tell me her story too." Caroline opened her mouth, looking at Gwen. She thought about Hawk taking down both Stefan and Damon with single strikes. Her gaze flickered for a moment before she sighed. The story starts a few months ago. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 129, 233, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Out on the manor's back lawn, Caroline was explaining to her cousin Gwen exactly how she'd become a vampire. Meanwhile, Hawk was in the bathroom, rinsing off in the shower while replying to a message from Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. That's right. Mephisto had sent him a message. An invitation to come hang out in hell for a bit. Under normal circumstances, Hawk wouldn't have been particularly interested. But Hawk was genuinely curious about the heaven dimension. And there was an old saying that applied here perfectly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mephisto, having made it back home, had probably come to the same realization. That's why he'd sent the invitation. Hawk decided to take him up on it. Caroline's story was long, a whole season's worth of drama. Gwen wasn't going to finish processing all of that anytime soon. He had time to kill. A quick trip to hell wouldn't hurt. So, after his shower, Hawk changed into the set of pajamas Gwen had packed and brought with them. Then he found Gwen and told her about Mephisto's invitation to meet in hell. Gwen, who had been listening intently to Caroline's story, blinked up at Hawk. Why is Mephisto reaching out again? Because he got dragged into this mess. All right. Gwen nodded. Will you be back before Christmas Eve? Hawk smiled. It won't take that long. By the time you finish hearing Caroline's story, or maybe even before you're done, I'll be back. Gwen understood. Okay. Go ahead, then. Yeah. Hawk nodded, preparing to head off to hell. Just then, Gwen raised an eyebrow, looking at Hawk as he turned to leave. Wait. You're going dressed like that? Hawk glanced down at the pure black pajamas he was wearing. What's wrong with this? Dress a little more formally. He's a hell lord, after all. Fine. Their eyes met. Hawk caught the look in Gwen's expressive emerald eyes and smiled faintly. With a single thought, the black phoenix surplus, which had been resting and absorbing power in the underworld's palace, appeared behind him. Wham! Crack! Clang! One piece after another, the surplus components locked into place with perfect precision, covering Hawk's body. The moment the final visor descended over his face, the radiant expanse of his inner cosmo projected behind him like a shimmering universe. He raised his right hand, and the deep, dark gateway to hell tore open through the fabric of space. Hawk glanced back at Gwen. I'm heading out, then. Yeah. Come back soon. Gwen smiled, her tone calm and steady. Hawk acknowledged her with a nod. The instant his right foot stepped forward, phoenix flames surged through the torn void, spreading across the threshold of Hell's Gate. Mephisto, open up. The gates of hell swung open with a resounding crash. Clad in the black phoenix surplice, Hawk stepped through in one smooth motion. Behind him, the gate slammed shut once more. Whoosh. The air settled back into stillness. Gwen smiled as she turned her attention away from the now closed rift and looked at her cousin Caroline, whose expression had frozen into something resembling stunned disbelief. Her tone remained perfectly calm. So, where were we? Caroline snapped out of her daze, but her mind was still looping the scene of Hawk donning the black phoenix surplice like some kind of mythological god of war. Her mouth hung open as she stared at her cousin. Gwen. Hawk just went to. Oh, Mephisto invited him over for drinks. Mephisto. You're a vampire, aren't you? You don't know who Mephisto is? He's the ruler of the hell dimension. All the souls on Earth fall under his jurisdiction. Gwen looked at Caroline with mild curiosity. Hawk fought him once before. But it looks like they've patched things up. Her voice was light, as if she were discussing something entirely mundane. But Caroline. She was not okay. What did Gwen just say? Ruler of the hell dimension. All the souls on Earth belong to Mephisto. And what was that about Hawk fighting him? Caroline could understand every single word her cousin was saying, but when strung together, she felt like her brain cells were combusting one by one. Finally, after countless thoughts collided and tangled together, Caroline sucked in a sharp breath. Holy. Yep. Gwen smiled at her gasping cousin. So don't think I'm lying to you. And if you're not honest with me, I'll have Hawk yank your soul out and throw it into hell for a few days of punishment. Caroline's eyes went wide. She stared at Gwen and shook her head frantically. No, no, no. Please, Gwen. Then keep talking. Okay. Caroline nodded rapidly. This time, there was no hesitation, no half-hearted doubt. She told Gwen everything about the vampires in Mystic Falls and how she'd been turned into one herself. She didn't have a choice. She believed, without a shadow of a doubt, that Gwen would actually follow through on that threat. One thing was clear. Other people might not know, but Caroline knew her cousin Gwen wasn't nearly as gentle as she appeared. She'd thought maybe Gwen had mellowed out over the years. But no. If Hawk, someone who could casually stroll into hell like it was a coffee shop, was still completely under Gwen's thumb, then Caroline knew better than to push her luck. Better to just play it safe. Caroline's thoughts raced as she continued her story. Meanwhile, Hawk, having entered the hell dimension, couldn't help but sneeze. He walked into the familiar setup, the disguised little tavern, still in the same spot, where Mephisto sat at the same table as last time, dressed in his fake middle-aged rock star look. Hawk sat down across from him and remarked casually, "Why does it feel colder in here than last time?" Mephisto poured a glass of fine wine and slid it across the table toward Hawk. Last time, this tavern sat between life and death. Now. Between death and death. Heh. Hawk picked up his glass and clinked it against Mephisto's. Then he eyed the wine suspiciously. You didn't spike this one too, did you? Mephisto smiled. I did. Do you dare drink it? Their eyes met. Hawk and Mephisto both laughed, then downed their drinks in one smooth motion. As their glasses hit the table, Hawk cut straight to the point. So you figured out what heaven's up to, realized the enemy of your enemy is your friend, and now you want to form an alliance with me. Mephisto grabbed the wine bottle, chuckling as he refilled both their glasses. He glanced at Hawk. Do you know how heaven's dimension likes to steal life-bearing planets from other dimensional lords? Does it have something to do with their soul properties? Exactly. And they don't just want the life-bearing planets. Mephisto nodded, setting the bottle aside before picking up his glass. He began explaining heaven's methods of invasion. If you imagined a life-bearing planet as the food in a pot, then the dimension that ruled over that planet was the pot itself. And heaven. They wanted the food. And they wanted to steal the pot too. All thanks to their unique soul properties. Normally, wars between dimensions take place directly between the two dimensions themselves. Whoever has the deeper foundation, whoever has the stronger dimensional power, wins. But heaven's dimension operates differently. Their invasion strategy is like Earth's cuckoo bird. They don't attack from the outside. They use underhanded tactics and strike from within. They release their souls, infiltrating life-bearing planets quietly, in a way that's almost impossible to detect. These souls merge seamlessly into the dimension of death. And once they've accumulated enough souls, that's when their real attack begins. They activate those souls, fuse them together, and create an angel that carries the mark of the death dimension but is loyal only to them. A death angel. When a new death angel is born, because it technically belongs to the death dimension, it has the right to challenge the Death Lord for control of the dimension itself. And when that happens, the death dimension becomes theirs. The life-bearing planet becomes theirs. And every soul on that planet gets brainwashed by their propaganda and becomes fuel for their next invasion. 3 drinks later, Mephisto had finished his story about how heaven conquered life-bearing planets and what fate awaited Earth if heaven succeeded. The story was fascinating. Hawk's internal response: complete indifference. So they conquer the planet. So what? It's not like Earth isn't already a disaster magnet. Still, Hawk understood the core message Mephisto was trying to convey. Buddy, I'm in serious trouble. Help me out. That was Mephisto's subtext. That was why he'd invited Hawk here for drinks. Clearly, the moment Mephisto had gotten home, he'd sensed something was wrong. That's why he'd rushed to bring Hawk in. Still, Hawk grabbed the wine bottle this time, pouring for Mephisto as he asked with genuine curiosity, so what did you find? Mephisto's mouth and eyes both twitched at Hawk's blunt question. After a pause, he looked at Hawk. The seed of the Death Angel has already been planted by those bird brains. Hawk raised an eyebrow. A Death Angel seed? I thought you said this method takes several hundred years. He stopped mid-sentence. Because if Catherine Pierce's doppelganger state was actually a heaven dimension angel soul, then Catherine Pierce wasn't the first doppelganger. There had been others before her. Which meant. Hawk looked at Mephisto's grim expression and couldn't help but laugh. Mephisto frowned. Hawk quickly raised a hand. I didn't mean to. But you kept telling me Earth souls were your sacred territory. And now you're telling me a bunch of bird brains have been working right under your nose for hundreds of years, and you only just noticed, and only because I pointed it out. Mephisto's expression darkened. I thought they would honor their agreement. I thought they'd give up this planet. Come on. You're a demon. You don't keep your promises. Why would you expect them to? Hawk couldn't help but call him out on it. Mephisto's face turned even blacker. I didn't call you here to listen to your commentary. My bad. A little courtesy goes a long way. Setting aside the fact that Mephisto wanted to kill him, and setting aside the fact that Hawk wanted to take over Mephisto's hell, their relationship was actually pretty solid. So Hawk offered another quick apology, then raised his glass and clinked it against Mephisto's. After downing the drink, he watched Mephisto pour another round and asked, so you want to form an alliance? The two of us against Heaven's Bird Brigade. Mephisto finished pouring and looked at Hawk. Yes. They've already set their sights on you, haven't they? I can't confirm that yet. Hawk smiled faintly, meeting Mephisto's gaze. Maybe it's all just a misunderstanding. And besides, why wouldn't I ally with winged angels instead? Give me one good reason why I should team up with you. Mephisto set the bottle down, his eyes locked on Hawk. Because you won't ally with them. Hawk's smile didn't waver. Reason. I manipulate hearts. They manipulate faith. I treat life-bearing planets as my pasture. They treat them as fuel. Mephisto stared at Hawk as he finished speaking. Hawk held his gaze. After a moment, Hawk chuckled and raised his glass, looking at Mephisto. Hypothetically, and I mean hypothetically, if I were to form an alliance with you, what do I get out of it once we deal with heaven? Mephisto raised his own glass, clinked it against Hawk's, then smiled. Your universe needs a real-world anchor to manifest. The location of Heaven's dimension would be a perfect choice. Hawk's eyes gleamed. Yes. His Cosmo needed a real-world coordinate to fully manifest. Think of it like applying for a plot of land to build a house. Hawk now had the ability to apply for the land, but all the land had already been claimed. In that situation, if he wanted to build his own universe, he either had to buy someone else's plot or take it by force. No one was going to sell. Hawk's original plan had been to wait for the events of Thor, Ragnarok to play out. Once Yggdrasil, World's Tree, was destroyed, he'd swoop in and plant his Phoenix universe in its place. Because once Yggdrasil was destroyed, that land would become unclaimed territory. And unclaimed land. That belonged to whoever was strong enough to claim it. That was also why Hawk wasn't in any rush to awaken his seventh sense yet. Even if he awakened the seventh sense now and rapidly progressed to the eighth sense, which would allow him to manifest his universe, there was nowhere to build it. Hence, no point rushing. Still, hearing Mephisto's proposal, Hawk felt a flicker of interest. But he still had one question. A dimensional world can't hold my universe, can it? He was planning to manifest a parallel universe, one that wasn't weaker than the current universe. Only a universe could contain another universe. A dimensional world. It would probably burst at the seams. Hawk strongly suspected this was just another one of Mephisto's tricks. After all, the guy had a track record. Mephisto, seeing the suspicion in Hawk's eyes, smiled. Other dimensional worlds wouldn't work. But I guarantee Heaven's dimension will. Do you know where Heaven's dimension came from? Hawk shook his head. No idea. I can't tell you. What? You can see for yourself. It's buried deep in the souls of heaven, the very deepest layer. If you look, you'll understand. Mephisto spoke cryptically. Once you see it, I guarantee you'll come back and form an alliance with me on your own. With that, Mephisto downed his drink, stood up, and walked out of the tavern. Hawk turned to watch him leave, raising an eyebrow. The deepest layer of their souls. What's hidden there? Hawk frowned slightly, finishing his own drink before standing and leaving the tavern as well. Whoosh! The space above the lawn tore open once more. The moment Hawk stepped through the rift, the Black Phoenix surplus disassembled itself and returned to the palace in the underworld. Gwen, noticing his arrival, walked over and wrinkled her nose. You've been drinking. Yeah. Please tell me it wasn't spiked again. It's fine. Hawk waved it off, glancing at Caroline, who was staring at him, before turning to Gwen to change the subject. Did she finish her story? Gwen nodded, then seemed to remember something. She looked at Hawk. Caroline said the Catherine you let go deliberately killed her and turned her into a vampire. Hawk glanced at Caroline. Caroline, meeting his gaze, quickly looked away. Hawk smiled and turned back to Gwen. Catherine Pierce is actually a tragic figure. He briefly summarized Catherine's history for Gwen. When she was human, she'd been unable to bear children, so her father saw her as a disgrace and a burden. Eventually, her own father handed her over to the original vampire Klaus. To escape being Klaus's sacrifice, she turned herself into a vampire. But that wasn't freedom, it was the beginning of a nightmare. A 500-year nightmare. Gwen listened, her brow furrowed, clearly sympathizing with Catherine's fate. Even Caroline, hearing the full story for the first time, seemed to be putting herself in Catherine's shoes. She realized that if she'd been in Catherine's position, she probably would have died long ago under Klaus's relentless pursuit. When the story ended, Gwen glanced at her cousin, then looked at Hawk. You seem pretty sympathetic toward this Miss Pierce. Don't tell me Caroline's suspicion is right and she actually is your ex-girlfriend. Hawk's gaze shifted back to Caroline. Caroline looked away again. Hawk chuckled and turned to Gwen, his tone casual. Gwen, I don't think you and your cousin are that close. Gwen raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Hawk shrugged. If Caroline was my cousin, and I found out a vampire had been mind-controlling and messing with her for months, I'd rip that vampire apart with my bare hands. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 130, 234, Gwen takes charge. Hawk's voice was soft. But his words detonated like a bomb going off in broad daylight. The smile vanished from Gwen's face instantly. Her eyes went wide as she stared at Hawk. What? Caroline, who had been deliberately avoiding eye contact, snapped her gaze toward Hawk, her expression shocked and her eyes filled with terror. How did you? Didn't your cousin tell you? Hawk looked at Caroline, his gaze deep and impenetrable. There is nothing I cannot know if I choose to know it. Not even the secrets you keep from yourself. Gwen's attention whipped toward Caroline like a gunshot. You didn't tell me about this. Caroline's mouth opened. She looked at Gwen, and a bitter smile crossed her face. Gwen, it's not something I really wanted to. She didn't get to finish. The warmth had completely drained from Gwen's eyes. She stared at Hawk, her expression severe, her voice unnaturally serious. Who was it? Damon Salvatore. He's still alive. Yes. Hawk shrugged, offering Gwen a faint smile. I was going to kill him, but you told me to stop. If I'd known about this, I wouldn't have stopped you. I can drag him here right now if you want. I want. Gwen's answer was immediate. No hesitation. Hawk's smile brightened. With a thought, his sixth sense, which covered the entire town, instantly locked onto the valley where Stefan had just finished digging Damon out of the rubble. Sixth sense, psychic teleportation. As you wish, Mrs. Phoenix. The words fell. Thud. Damon Salvatore tumbled through a ripple in space and crashed onto the lawn in front of them. Caroline, watching this unfold, looked at Gwen. Gwen. Shut up. Gwen snapped at her, then turned back to Caroline. Does Aunt Liz know about this? Caroline opened her mouth. He didn't just control Caroline. He also used vampire compulsion to infiltrate the town's founding council. Hawk's tone was calm as he delivered the additional blow. This wasn't his fault. He'd warned Caroline not to stir up trouble. And she hadn't listened. So if Caroline made the first move, it was perfectly reasonable for him to retaliate. An eye for an eye. Most importantly, Hawk never gossiped. He only stated facts. Damon had once compelled Gwen's cousin Caroline, turning her into his plaything for a stretch of time. That was an indisputable fact. Gwen took a deep breath. She looked at Damon Salvatore, who was currently frozen in place by Hawk, unable to move a muscle or speak a word, and then turned her dark gaze back to Caroline. He compelled and assaulted you. You didn't tell Aunt Liz. And you even became friends with your rapist. Jesus Christ, Caroline. You're a sheriff's daughter. Jesus. God. Holy Mary. Gwen had always thought she was unconventional. After all, even in New York City, not many people started their first relationship convinced that person was their future. But she'd been certain Hawk was her future. For him, she'd given up the college she'd always dreamed of attending, accepted his proposal, and moved in with him. A lot of people said she was gambling with her life. A lot of people thought she was reckless. But now. Good grief. Compared to Caroline, Gwen felt downright conventional. What kind of person gets compelled and assaulted, then chooses to stay friends with their attacker? And most importantly, Caroline was also a sheriff's daughter. A victim's silence isn't protection, it's rewarding the abuser. Don't you know that? Gwen looked at Caroline in disbelief, remembering something Hawk had once said. Or did you get kicked in the head by a horse? No, Gwen, it's not like that. Caroline looked at Gwen, scrambling to explain. Damon and I aren't friends. God, I would never be friends with that piece of trash. Gwen's expression remained flat. But you came looking for Hawk with him, didn't you? I wasn't with Damon. I was with. Just as Caroline was frantically trying to explain, 3 figures came rushing toward the manor from outside. Whoosh. Whoosh. The next second, Stefan appeared on the back lawn, carrying Elena. The Black Witch Bonnie followed close behind. If someone lit a bonfire right now, you'd think they were throwing a block party. Stefan set Elena down, then looked at his brother Damon, who was currently frozen in place, his eyes screaming for help. Stefan tried to step forward. Damon. Hawk's thought manifested instantly. His sixth sense transformed into invisible threads that bound Stefan in place as well. Stefan, who had just started moving toward Damon, froze mid-step. Just like his brother. Limbs locked. Voice silenced. Elena, seeing this, moved to step forward as well, but her best friend Bonnie grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Bonnie stood there, her face pale with terror. She wasn't looking at Hawk. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Don't go over there. Whatever you do, don't go over there. Hawk noticed them but couldn't be bothered to look their way. Gwen turned her head briefly, then looked back at Caroline. Do they know about this? Caroline shook her head. Being compelled and used wasn't exactly something to brag about. After all, from an outsider's perspective, she'd been the one throwing herself at Damon. But they're friends with this rapist. No, no, no. Nobody wants to be friends with Damon. Elena and Bonnie don't want to be his friend either. Really? Gwen's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Just then, Hawk moved to his fiancée's side, leaned in close to her ear, and quietly filled her in on the tangled mess between Elena and the Salvatore brothers. Gwen listened to Hawk's gossip with a neutral expression, then looked up at her cousin again before turning to Hawk. She really didn't know what happened to Caroline. Hawk never lied. Stefan probably figured it out. As for Elena, she genuinely doesn't know. At least not at this point in time. He could understand Caroline's thinking. Being compelled and assaulted was already traumatic enough. Of course she wouldn't go around telling people. But understanding was one thing. Hawk still stood with Gwen. When it came down to it, he sided with family, not logic. Gwen turned her head, glancing at Stefan, who was also frozen in place, then looked at Elena, who was anxiously hovering near him. Her brow furrowed. He knew about this, but he didn't stop it. Hawk shrugged. He wanted to. But Damon Salvatore is a blood-drinking vampire. Stefan's the younger brother, and he's a bunny-eating vampire. Even if he knew, he couldn't stop Damon. And after Caroline turned into a vampire, Damon wanted to kill her. Stefan and Elena stopped him. As for why Damon had suggested killing Caroline after she turned, the reason was simple. To cover up the fact that he'd compelled her into sleeping with him. After all, his brother Stefan won women over with charm. Damon could only manage it through compulsion and manipulation. Gwen's expression cleared with understanding. She'd read about this in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Among humans, there were good people and bad people. Vampires were no different. Some vampires embraced their nature and fed on human blood. Others fought their instincts, suppressing their cravings, choosing to survive without killing. Gwen's understanding had been simple: the former let their animal nature dominate their humanity. The latter kept their humanity in control. And now, that assessment held true. Gwen listened to Hawk's explanation, then looked at Caroline. Is what Hawk said true? Caroline's mind was in complete chaos. To be precise, ever since the secret she'd been desperately trying to bury had been dragged into the open without warning, she'd felt like giving up entirely. When Gwen asked her question, Caroline simply nodded. Gwen saw the confirmation and turned to Hawk. Let him go. Hawk nodded. Thud. The moment the binding released, Stefan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Elena rushed to help him up, then looked at Damon, still frozen in place, before glancing at Caroline, who stood with her head bowed under her cousin's quiet but fierce scolding. What's going on? Stefan didn't answer. But he looked at his brother Damon, whose eyes were pleading desperately for help, then at Caroline. His mind began piecing things together. Sure enough, Bonnie, who had been standing in the back trying to blend into the shadows, looked at Damon with undisguised disgust and said to Elena, Caroline didn't like Damon because she wanted to. Damon compelled her. He made her think she liked him. Elena's eyes went wide. She looked at Bonnie, then at Damon, frozen and helpless. At the same time, Gwen, looking at Caroline standing before her with her head down, had lost the will to say anything more. Hawk, kill this rap. No. Caroline's eyes widened. She looked up at Gwen. Gwen let out a dry laugh. What, you actually fell for your rapist? No, it's not that. Klaus is coming. Damon's a piece of trash, but he's the strongest fighter we have. We need him. You don't need him anymore. What? Caroline stared at her cousin, whose expression had gone cold. Gwen turned to her fiancé. For a vampire, what's the most brutal way to die? Hawk smiled faintly. Exposure to sunlight. For a vampire caught in direct sunlight without protection, the omnipresent UV rays were like being thrown into an endless salt pool with wounds covering every inch of your body. The inescapable pain. The all-consuming agony. It would burn them alive, reducing them to ash amid screams of absolute despair. Gwen pulled out her phone and checked the time. Sunrise is in an hour. Perfect. I want him to burn to death in the sunlight. She was furious. And she had every right to be. Gwen and Caroline were close in age. Whenever Gwen visited in the past, they'd always shared a bed. And back home in New York, she only had brothers, no sisters. So even though Caroline was technically her cousin, Gwen thought of her as a sister. Now her sister had been violated. How could she not be furious? Especially when the violation in question was one of the worst a woman could experience. So Hawk smiled and replied, as you wish. Damon, still bound in place, watched in horror as his daylight ring slowly slid off his finger. His expression twisted into pure terror as he realized what was happening. His body struggled violently, trying to break free. But it was useless. If a mere vampire could escape Hawk's psychic hold at this point, it would mean someone had somehow nerfed Hawk's power level behind the scenes. Hawk opened his left hand. The daylight ring floated into his palm, and he passed it to Gwen. In 1 hour, when the sun rises, he'll burn to ash. If that's not enough to satisfy you, next time I visit Mephisto, I'll throw his soul into my underworld. Once you're able to visit the underworld yourself, you can personally oversee his torture. Gwen took the ring, listening to Hawk's words. Can you really do that? Easily. Just say the word. Hawk smiled faintly. If Mephisto had been telling the truth, then using this heaven invasion as leverage, Hawk was confident Mephisto would agree to the request. After all, as long as Hawk wasn't in a hurry, the only one who'd be desperate was Mephisto. Expecting free help? Not a chance. How could anyone allow that? Hawk's thoughts turned as a voice called out from behind him. Mr. Phoenix. Stefan. Caroline looked at Stefan, who had stepped forward but seemed unsure what to say. Her emotions were complicated. At first, when Hawk had exposed her deepest secret without warning, she'd been panicked. She'd even felt a flicker of resentment toward him for telling Gwen. But seeing Gwen's fury afterward, Caroline understood. Gwen cared about her. That's why she was so angry. So. Just moments ago, when Gwen had declared, "You don't need him anymore," and sentenced Damon to burn alive under the sun, Caroline had felt a strange, fierce satisfaction alongside her shock. Damon deserved it. If Damon hadn't compelled her, she never would have gotten involved with Elena's group. Even if she had, it wouldn't have dragged her in this deep. After all, she was the school's head cheerleader. Young. Beautiful. From a prominent family. Unlike her aunt, who'd been sweet-talked by George Stacy into moving to New York. Unlike her mother, who'd gotten pregnant young and married Caroline's father. Caroline's future had been destined to be bright. But Damon had destroyed all of that. Now that she was a vampire, there was one thing she could never do. Have children. So. She hated Damon. That's why, when Gwen sealed his fate, Caroline had felt grateful to her cousin. Because she didn't have the power to get revenge herself. But now, looking at Stefan, whose eyes held both pleading and apology as he looked at her, Caroline felt her heart soften. Gwen watched Stefan and Elena approach. She saw the look in Stefan's eyes, understood the meaning behind his unspoken words, and before he could speak, her voice cut through the air like ice. "If it were your sister who'd been compelled and assaulted, would you let him go?" Stefan's plea died in his throat. Meeting Gwen's frigid stare, he opened his mouth uselessly. "I'm sorry." You should be sorry. If you hadn't come back to town, this rapist wouldn't have followed. My sister never would have been violated. But you should be grateful you didn't become his accomplice. You should also be grateful I'm a reasonable person. If it were someone else, it wouldn't just be the rapist who died. It would be everyone connected to him." Gwen's face was as cold as stone. She fought to control her emotions as she spoke to Stefan in a low, steady voice. Hawk glanced at his fiancée. He had the distinct feeling that last line was directed at him. But then again, maybe not. Because if it had been him, if his little sister had been violated like this. Everyone connected to Damon would die. No. The entire town of Mystic Falls would follow in Wakanda's footsteps, erased from the map completely. And every soul in the town would be thrown into the 8 prisons of his underworld. Stefan listened to Gwen's words and opened his mouth. "I'm sorry. You can say your goodbyes." Gwen was silent for a moment, then looked at Hawk. "Unseal his mouth." Hawk said nothing. The next second, Damon's panicked voice rang out. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, give me one more chance. I really messed up. I'm sorry." "You're not sorry you did it. You're sorry you're about to die." Gwen didn't even glance at Damon as she delivered the cold line. Then she turned away, pulling Caroline with her as she walked back into the manor. Hawk followed behind them. Gwen suddenly remembered something and turned to Hawk. "This won't wake up Grandpa, will it?" Hawk chuckled. "You're only thinking of that now." Before Gwen could respond, he smiled. "Don't worry. I've got it covered." "I know." Gwen's voice softened. Her gaze turned warm as she looked at Hawk and smiled. "Thank you, Hawk." She knew that if she'd come here alone, even if she'd learned what happened to Caroline, there would have been very little she could do about it. But she wasn't alone. Hawk heard the gratitude in Gwen's voice and smiled back. "You share everything I have, Mrs. Phoenix." "I know." Gwen's smile was radiant. It was because Hawk was here that she could be this assertive. She always knew that. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 131, 235, the stormier the seas, the pricier the fish. Gwen led Caroline and Hawk back inside the manor. Stefan, Elena, and the Black Witch Bonnie remained outside. Oh. And Damon, who had exactly 1 hour left before sunrise, turned him to ash amid endless agony and screaming. But Damon didn't want to die. Stefan. Hawk had only released the binding on Damon's mouth. His limbs were still locked in place. He stared at Stefan, whose expression was unreadable as he walked closer, desperately calling out for help. Stefan came to a stop in front of his brother. Looking into Damon's eyes, which were filled with desperate, clawing hope, he shook his head with a bitter expression. Damon, you messed with the wrong people this time. That was exactly why Stefan had never used compulsion to win a woman's affections. Sure, mostly it was because he didn't need to. But also because compulsion was a violation. It was a crime. Usually, no one held vampires accountable. But once someone did, and that someone had the power to crush you without breaking a sweat, you didn't even have the right to complain. Because Damon had been in the wrong from the start. Damon had compelled Caroline first. Maybe Caroline didn't have the power to get revenge on her own. But Caroline's cousin. She had a fiancé who could knock both Stefan and Damon unconscious with a single glance. Stefan shook his head, looking at Damon. There's nothing I can do this time. If Stefan were stronger than Hawk, maybe he could have argued that Damon didn't know better, that Caroline wasn't seriously hurt, and forcibly taken his brother to safety. It wouldn't be about morality. It would be about strength. If he were stronger than Hawk, he really would have done it. After all, no matter how much of a scumbag Damon was, he was still Stefan's brother. But Hawk, who could knock Stefan out with a look, who could teleport Damon across space, was terrifyingly strong. And most importantly, Stefan couldn't even claim the moral high ground. Hawk had every right to do what he was doing. Damon had made the first move. He'd spent years compelling this person, compelling that person, and now he'd finally compelled someone connected to a power he couldn't handle. And in doing so, he'd compelled himself straight into an early grave. Elena stood nearby, looking at Damon frozen in place. Her mouth opened, but in the end, she said nothing. Bonnie looked at Damon and shrugged. Try being a good person in your next life, Damon. Damon was stunned. He stared at Stefan, who said he was screwed. At Elena, who remained silent. At Bonnie, who told him to be better next time. He was completely dumbfounded. Wait. This wasn't right. Shouldn't the three of them be doing everything in their power to save him? Setting Stefan aside for a moment, why were Elena and Bonnie looking at him with disgust? All I did was compel Caroline. It wasn't like she was the only one. Over the years, he'd compelled plenty of women. What was the big deal? And now they wanted him dead for it. How was that fair? Damon's thoughts raced as he looked at the sky beginning to lighten. He turned toward the direction where Hawk and the others had disappeared and shouted, Caroline, I. His mouth was open. It moved desperately, forming words. But no sound came out. Back inside the manor, Hawk, who had just sat down on the first-floor couch, smiled faintly after sealing Damon's voice again. He looked at Gwen. Continue. Gwen frowned. Is there a way to turn Caroline back into a normal person? Hawk raised an eyebrow. Caroline, hearing this, looked at Gwen. Gwen, I don't want to turn back. Gwen turned to her cousin. But you're only 17. I know. But compared to being a normal person, I prefer being what I am now. I can hear things from far away. I can run faster than I ever could. I can live forever. Caroline described her heightened senses and the near-immortal lifespan that came with being a vampire. And besides, I've seen another world now. I don't want to go back. Gwen listened to Caroline's words, then instinctively glanced at Hawk, remembering something he'd said before. Their eyes met. Hawk shrugged, as if to say, see. Told you. It's easy to go from poverty to wealth. It's hard to go back. Once again. A normal person who becomes a vampire and experiences that surge of strength and speed. They're not going back to being out of breath after running a few steps. It was like the mutant cure in the X-Men world. After the mutant cure was developed, who actually went and took the injection to become normal again? The ones who wanted to go back were the lowest-tier mutants, those whose mutations were purely cosmetic, giving them no abilities at all, just a different appearance. Even Professor X, who constantly advocated for peaceful coexistence with humans, never gave up his telepathy to become normal. Most people chase benefits. Sure, vampires had drawbacks. But compared to those drawbacks, the near-immortal lifespan alone was enough to outweigh everything else. Besides. Hawk glanced at Caroline, then met his fiancé's gaze and shook his head. Vampire transformation is irreversible. And even if I could reverse it, you wouldn't want me to. Gwen frowned. Why not? She was already dead before she turned. Remember? That's what triggered the transformation and brought her back to life. Gwen recalled the transformation process Caroline had described. She looked at her cousin, who clearly had no desire to return to being human. Just then. Her phone rang. Gwen pulled it out, glanced at the screen, then handed it to Hawk. Natasha. Hawk took the phone, stood up from the couch, and brought it to his ear. Natasha. GW, Hawk. The results are in. You were right. Dr. Merrick we captured, his DNA telomere length doesn't match normal human DNA. His bone age test also came back wrong. Even though this Dr. Merrick looks identical to the one in our database from the outside, his bones show no signs of damage. No microfractures from daily life. Nothing. His skeletal structure is as smooth as a newborn's. Natasha, currently at SHIELD headquarters, stared at the 2 test results displayed on her computer screen. She spoke to Hawk with disbelief in her voice. But I don't understand. You said clones don't have souls. He has a soul. Hawk chuckled. Clones aren't supposed to have souls. Then how does he? I already know the reason. What? Natasha blinked, momentarily confused. Wasn't Hawk on vacation in Georgia? How had he suddenly figured it out? Hawk smiled, deciding not to hide anything from SHIELD. It's related to a dimensional war. As for why I got dragged into it, I'm still investigating. Once I have answers, I'll tell you when you ask again. Dimensional war. Natasha knew a little about dimensions, but she knew a lot about war. Her instincts immediately kicked into high alert. Does SHIELD need to do anything? Not for now. Hawk's tone was light. All right, that's all for now. I'm hanging up. He ended the call, then turned his gaze toward the lawn outside, which was gradually brightening with the rising sun. As the sun climbed higher, Damon, still frozen in place, met his end. Thin wisps of smoke began rising from his body. Damon's mouth opened wide. He seemed to be screaming, seemed to be wailing in agony, but no sound escaped. His mouth just hung open, silent and horrifying. Hawk glanced at Gwen, who had walked to his side. She stood with her arms crossed, watching the scene with a calm, detached expression. Want to hear him scream? Will it wake up Grandpa? No. Never mind. Gwen thought for a moment, then shook her head. She looked at Caroline. This is what vampires are. Lose your daylight ring, get caught in the sun, and you die. Are you sure you still want to be a vampire? Caroline looked at Damon on the lawn, his mouth stretched wide, his face twisted in agony, thick smoke billowing from his body. Then she looked at Gwen. Gwen, the human Caroline is already dead. Gwen stared at her cousin. After a moment, she sighed, reached into her pocket, and pulled out the daylight ring Hawk had taken from Damon. She grabbed Caroline's cold right hand and slapped the ring into her palm. Then she looked at Caroline, her voice tinged with helplessness. Keep a spare ring on you at all times. Thank you, Gwen. Caroline looked down at the daylight ring in her hand. When she heard those words, she froze for a moment, then looked up at Gwen with a radiant smile. At the same time, Damon vanished from the lawn. Physically vanished. Though compared to being vaporized instantly by Hawk's phoenix beam, at least dying by UV exposure left behind proof that Damon had existed, a white outline burned into the grass. Stefan stared at the white mark left behind on the lawn, his expression unreadable. Elena's emotions were equally complicated. Only Bonnie looked at the white stain on the grass with a single thought running through her mind. Thank God. That menace is finally gone. God himself could testify, in Bonnie's opinion, most of the disasters plaguing Mystic Falls had either been caused by Damon or made worse by him. Now that Damon was dead, Bonnie genuinely believed the town's problems would drop by at least 90%. Gwen turned away from the window and looked at Hawk. I'm going to rest for a bit. Hawk raised an eyebrow. I'll come with you. Gwen smiled and didn't refuse. She turned and headed toward the stairs. Caroline, still standing there, watched her cousin walk away. Gwen, Hawk glanced at Caroline. You should say thank you. Thank you. Caroline reflexively said it, then watched as Hawk turned and followed Gwen without looking back. But what should I? Do whatever you want. We came here to spend time with Grandpa and relax. Hawk's voice trailed behind him as he caught up with Gwen. The two of them disappeared up the stairs together, planning to catch some sleep. Soon enough, Hawk and Gwen's figures vanished into the upper floor. Caroline didn't look away until they were completely out of sight. Then she turned and walked back outside, joining Bonnie and Elena. She watched Stefan, who had somehow found a plastic bag and was carefully collecting the white ash from the lawn. She opened her mouth, wanting to apologize. But Caroline suddenly remembered something. She was the victim here. Snapping out of it, Caroline looked at Stefan, who was crouched on the ground, and swallowed the words she'd been about to say. Bonnie walked over to Caroline's side and said quietly, I'm sorry. I didn't know Damon was controlling you back then. She didn't like Damon. And back when Caroline had been helping Damon, Bonnie hadn't liked Caroline either. But now she knew the truth. Caroline looked at Bonnie, who was apologizing to her, and smiled faintly. Elena stepped forward and hugged Caroline, also murmuring an apology. As for Stefan, Stefan finished collecting his brother Damon's ashes, stood up, and looked at Caroline. His mouth twitched slightly before he also said, "I'm sorry. It's over now." Damon. He was never a good person. Stefan cut Caroline off. So maybe death is a release for him. Damon was his brother. If Damon had been killed for no reason, Stefan would have done everything in his power to avenge him. But Damon had brought this on himself. Again. You compelled someone. Their relative found out, got angry, and killed you. How was Stefan supposed to avenge that? And honestly, when Stefan said death might be a release for Damon, he was also thinking that maybe it was a release for himself too. Damon caused too many problems. And he never cleaned up his own messes. To put it bluntly, how many young, attractive female tourists visiting Mystic Falls had Damon fed on over the years? And every single time, Stefan had been the one running around compelling them to forget, cleaning up after his brother. And most importantly, his brother had competed with him over Catherine back then. And now he'd been competing with him over Elena too. Good riddance. Still, Stefan thought to himself as he tucked the plastic bag away. He looked at Elena. But without Damon, when the original Klaus arrives. They'd already learned Klaus's intentions from the original Elijah. And they'd made a deal with Elijah, help him find the Moonstone, and Elijah would ask his brother Klaus to forgive their transgressions and spare them. But now, with Damon gone, their strongest fighter. The Moonstone. They probably didn't have a chance of getting it anymore. Elena's expression stiffened at the mention of Klaus. Caroline, noticing this, turned to Elena. Don't worry. Hawk will handle it. Elena looked at Caroline. He'll help. Why? That's what he said. Ah. Caroline looked at the three pairs of eyes now staring at her intently. She repeated what Gwen had said earlier, that they didn't need Damon anymore, and told them what it implied. Then she looked at Elena. So don't worry. Elena nodded. Thank you, Caroline. Caroline smiled. We're friends. Once Gwen wakes up, I'll confirm it with her. Elena forced a smile and nodded. Inside Hawk and Gwen's room. What? You're saying Catherine is an angel? But isn't she a vampire? Gwen pulled the blanket toward herself. As Hawk rolled to the side, she wrapped it around her body, then looked at him and blinked. And didn't you say heaven got driven out by hell? Hawk, currently in a brief post-coital refractory period, glanced at Gwen, who, even wrapped in a blanket, still radiated an enticing warmth, and smiled. Obviously, they've made a comeback. And Catherine isn't an angel. I said her soul comes from the heaven dimension. Gwen nodded thoughtfully, then asked with curiosity, but what does this have to do with you? The fight for control over Earth's life and death, that's between heaven and Mephisto, isn't it? How did you get dragged in? Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Hawk chuckled. After confirming he'd recovered, he shifted closer and pulled Gwen into his arms. He breathed in the scent of her hair as he shared his theory. First possibility, it's an accident. The real Dr. Merrick might have made a deal with the heaven dimension. Using cloning technology to help heaven release more souls onto Earth, speeding up their silent conquest of hell and Earth. Second possibility, it's deliberate. Dr. Merrick is heaven's agent on Earth. He's envious of my power, so he's trying to replicate it for himself. Gwen was his fiancée. As he'd told her before, as his fiancée and future Mrs. Phoenix, Gwen had access to everything he was. Gwen and he had started from nothing. He had nothing to hide from her. Hawk wasn't some bureaucrat. He was a saint. Throughout history, you heard about bureaucrats divorcing their wives after gaining power. You never heard about warriors abandoning theirs. Gwen listened to Hawk's two theories, then looked up at him. His eyes were gleaming with thought. Which one do you think it is? I hope it's the second one. Gwen raised an eyebrow at his answer. You hope heaven deliberately made you their enemy? Why? Hawk's smile widened. Because. The stormier the seas, the pricier the fish. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 132, 236, Hawk's reputation precedes him. The bigger the storm, the greater the reward. Risk and reward are always proportional. Hawk had two paths in front of him. The first, track down the heaven dimension, accept their claim that it was all a misunderstanding, let it go, and sit on the sidelines. But that obviously wasn't going to happen. Like he'd said before, he'd never been a good guy. And he refused to let anyone test him, claim it was a misunderstanding, shake hands, and part as friends like nothing happened. That would never fly. It was the same principle as with Hydra before. Testing him. Try me once, you lose the hand that did the testing. Today you test me, tomorrow you get cocky, the day after that you're walking all over me. Whether Heaven's approach was a genuine mistake or a deliberate probe didn't matter. They'd started this war. Which meant he got to decide how it ended. So, Hawk was leaning toward cooperating with Mephisto. Even though Mephisto's credibility was in the gutter, already on Hawk's Hall of Liars, he still preferred teaming up with Mephisto to deal with Heaven. The reason was simple. He didn't know Heaven. But he knew Mephisto inside and out. If you're forming an alliance, you partner with someone you understand completely. Even if that partner is a lying demon, it's still better than allying with a complete stranger who might smile to your face and stab you in the back when you're not looking. Speaking of understanding, Hawk remembered what Mephisto had said back at the Hell Tavern. When Hawk had asked how a dimensional space could support the manifestation of his universe, Mephisto had worn that mysterious expression and said something cryptic. The deepest part of their souls will have the answer I'm looking for. What answer? Hawk lay in bed, his left arm serving as Gwen's pillow, replaying Mephisto's confident expression as he'd left, convinced that once Hawk saw the answer, he'd choose to ally with him. Just then, Hawk refocused. He looked down as Gwen's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. He smiled faintly. Awake. A gentle smile spread across Gwen's face. Her voice was soft. How long was I out? 3 hours. Want to sleep a bit more? We've already missed breakfast anyway. No, I'm good. Gwen shook her head. As she sat up, she grabbed a towel from the bedside, wrapped it around herself, and headed toward the bathroom. If I sleep more now, I'll be up all night. Hawk shrugged. No problem. Tonight, we'll just go a few more rounds. You'll be tired enough to sleep. Gwen heard that and turned around, giving Hawk a look that was equal parts exasperation and amusement. Then, without another word, she walked into the bathroom. The next second, Hawk got up and followed her in. Gwen blinked in surprise. What are you doing in here? Showering with you. MMPH. An hour later. Gwen emerged from the room, freshly showered and dressed, looking radiant. She opened the door and stepped into the hallway. I'm heading downstairs. Come down once you're dressed. Got it. Hawk, currently in another brief refractory period, just wanted some peace and quiet. His voice drifted out from the room, sounding appropriately subdued. Gwen closed the door behind her and headed toward the stairs. When she reached the first floor, though, she didn't see her grandfather William in the living room. But the living room wasn't empty. Her cousin was there. Along with 2 other people. Gwen looked at Caroline, who was sitting on the couch and hadn't gone home, apparently having waited here for her the entire time. Don't you need to go home and get some sleep? Caroline smiled. Gwen, I'm a vampire. Vampires don't need sleep. Gwen then looked at Elena and Bonnie, who had also stood up after Caroline. Both of them looked visibly exhausted. Are they vampires too? No. Bonnie's a witch. Elena's a witch. Hearing this, Gwen sat down on the couch and took a closer look at Bonnie. She didn't react negatively to Bonnie's skin color. After all, she was the most non-discriminatory person in the entire family, whether you counted the Foxes, the Stasis, or even the Phoenixes. At least on the surface. Good grief. I'm single-handedly carrying the progressive reputation of 3 families. Gwen's thoughts raced for a moment before she smiled at Bonnie. I know a witch too. She's from Salem. Are you from Salem as well? Bonnie blinked in surprise. No, I'm not. All right. Gwen smiled again, then looked at Caroline. Where's Grandpa? Caroline answered, Mom came by to take him to town for a haircut. So they're here to talk business. Gwen understood immediately. She looked at Caroline. What's up? It's about that Klaus guy. Caroline took Elena's hand and launched into a detailed explanation of Elena's situation. She described everything, how they'd made a deal with the original Elijah. If they could find the Moonstone, Klaus would spare them. Gwen listened carefully, occasionally glancing at Elena. Once Caroline finished, she asked curiously, what about that vampire? Caroline blinked in confusion. Elena spoke up. Stefan was worried about upsetting you, so he didn't come with us. Gwen smiled and shook her head, then turned to Caroline. All right. I'll talk to Hawk about it. Just then, Hawk's voice came from behind her. Talk to me about what? Gwen turned to see Hawk, now dressed in a white t-shirt and black pants that made him look even more solid and imposing. She smiled. About that original Klaus. Caroline says if they can get the Moonstone to him, Klaus will pardon them. Hawk leaned down and kissed Gwen, who was still seated on the couch. Then he chuckled and looked at Caroline, Elena, and Bonnie. Who told you Klaus needs the Moonstone to break his werewolf curse? Elijah. Klaus's brother. He said if we could find the moonstone, he'd ask Klaus to forgive us. Oh, Elijah said that. Hawk's expression became one of sudden understanding. Then he laughed. He and Klaus were playing you. What? Playing us? What the F? Hey. Language. Gwen shot Caroline a warning look. I've accepted that you're a vampire, but that doesn't change the fact that you won't turn 18 until after Christmas. So watch your mouth, young lady. Caroline opened her mouth, looked at Gwen's stern expression, and gave an awkward smile before changing the subject. Hawk, what do you mean they were playing us? Elena and Bonnie also stared at Hawk with wide eyes. Exactly what I said. Klaus doesn't need the moonstone to break his curse. The moonstone isn't for breaking the curse. It's for imprisoning Klaus. Hawk sat down next to Gwen and looked at the three girls with a smile. The moonstone would only torture Klaus. Make him feel the sealed werewolf blood inside him, remind him constantly of what he's missing, and drive him insane with the pain of it. The moonstone isn't the cure. Bonnie looked shocked. Caroline was dumbfounded. Elena said in disbelief, but Elijah told us. Hawk cut her off with a smile. Again, he was lying. To be more precise, the entire Michelson family used the moonstone to deceive everyone. Elena's mouth opened. Why? Obviously to keep people from learning what the real cure is. The one who answered wasn't Hawk. It was Gwen. Gwen responded to Elena's question, then looked at Hawk. The moonstone is just a smokescreen the Michelsons threw out to hide the real solution, isn't it? Hawk looked at his fiancée with an approving smile. I love it when you're this sharp. I know. Gwen's smile was radiant. Caroline, sensing the lovey-dovey atmosphere starting to build, quickly interrupted. Hawk, if the moonstone isn't the key to breaking Klaus's curse, then what is? Hawk's gaze shifted to Caroline. Doppelganger blood, werewolf blood, and a witch's help during a full moon. That's all it takes. Yes. Breaking the curse on Klaus's werewolf blood wasn't complicated at all. Doppelganger blood, werewolf blood, a full moon, and a witch's assistance, that was all it took to undo the seal his mother had placed on him. As for why everyone thought it was the moonstone. Misdirection. Klaus was an original vampire. He might not have many friends, but he had plenty of enemies. And those enemies wouldn't just sit back and let him succeed. So he threw out a decoy, the moonstone, and let all those potential enemies fight over a useless rock while the real components of the ritual remained safe. And secondly, it was fun. Watching a bunch of people fight tooth and nail over a worthless stone, even beating each other's brains out over it. That was entertainment. Setting up elaborate schemes from behind the scenes was a classic villain move. Unfortunately, Klaus was exactly that kind of villain. Though he was the charming, charismatic kind. After all, Klaus had single-handedly transformed himself from a villain into the protagonist of the originals. The three girls were stunned by Hawk's explanation of what Klaus actually needed. Especially Elena. So when Elijah told us to find the moonstone, he was really just stalling us. Yep. Holy. Elena reflexively gasped, and her grip on Bonnie's hand tightened involuntarily. Bonnie winced and let out a small yelp of pain. Elena snapped back to awareness and quickly let go. Sorry. It's okay. Bonnie shook her head, then looked at Elena with the seriousness of someone making a vow. I won't let anything happen to you. Elena's expression filled with gratitude. Hawk. Caroline quickly turned to Hawk. This is way worse than Klaus wanting the moonstone. Hawk, you have to help us. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Did I miss something? Klaus needs her blood and werewolf blood. I never said he needed their lives. Caroline looked exasperated. If he needs Elena's blood, doesn't that mean he needs her life? Hawk sighed. You bleed every month. Haven't seen you drop dead yet. Gwen smacked Hawk's arm. Hawk. Caroline caught on. You mean it's just blood? That's all. Elena and Bonnie both stared at Hawk. Hawk let out a dry laugh. I've been saying blood this whole time. I didn't even say fresh blood. I misunderstood. Caroline quickly tried to explain. Hawk chuckled and glanced at Gwen. And she calls herself a vampire. Probably has the worst hearing of any vampire ever. Gwen looked at Caroline, whose face had gone slightly red with embarrassment, and shook her head. She turned to Hawk. Being scared is normal. We're talking about an original vampire here. If you weren't by my side, I'd be terrified too. So as long as Elena gives Klaus her blood, he won't target her anymore. But how much blood does he need? Hawk glanced at Elena, who was listening intently. All of it. What? Caroline's eyes went wide again. But then that still means. Gwen looked at Caroline with exasperation. Can't you just have your friend donate blood over several months? Hawk just said all he needs is blood. It doesn't even have to be fresh. Caroline's expression cleared. She looked at Elena. Elena, hearing Gwen's explanation, also looked relieved. Draining someone's entire blood volume at once. That would definitely kill them. But spreading it out over time. Still. Gwen frowned slightly and looked at Hawk. Will Klaus agree to that? Hawk looked at Gwen with a faint smile, saying nothing. Gwen blinked. The next second, she understood what his smile meant. Gwen pressed her lips together. Sorry. If you want, I can kill Klaus for you. Hawk smiled. You know me. If you say the word, I'll do it. But if I kill Klaus, your cousin with the terrible hearing is probably going to die too. Caroline's eyes went wide. She stared at Hawk. Hawk, what does killing Klaus have to do with me? Gwen also frowned. Why would Caroline die if Klaus dies? Hawk shrugged. That's how the Michelson sire lines work. When an original vampire dies, every vampire in their bloodline dies with them. But I was turned by Stefan's blood. Caroline looked at Hawk reflexively. What does that have to do with Klaus? Hawk was about to answer, but then he sensed a presence that had just arrived at the manor's front gate. He stood up from the couch and looked at Caroline, whose face was filled with shock. Who turned Stefan? Catherine. Who turned Catherine Pierce? I don't know. Catherine Pierce was turned by a vampire named Rose. Care to guess who turned Rose? Klaus. So who's at the top of your vampire family tree? Klaus. Caroline answered reflexively, her eyes going wide. Hawk smiled faintly and looked at Gwen. Your cousin's not completely hopeless. Gwen looked at the smile on Hawk's face and shook her head helplessly. Then she noticed he seemed to be leaving. Where are you going? Someone's at the gate. Hawk didn't look back as he headed toward the manor's entrance. Caroline, having just had her vampire lineage explained to her by Hawk, looked at Gwen with disbelief. Gwen, he's not serious, is he? Gwen looked at the three pairs of eyes staring at her and shook her head. Hawk doesn't bother lying. He doesn't need to. The three girls simultaneously drew in sharp breaths. Gwen immediately felt the room get a few degrees warmer. The three girls looked at each other. Caroline said thoughtfully, so if Klaus dies, I die too. Elena's expression was equally lost. Stefan was also turned by Catherine. So if Klaus dies, Stefan dies too. Bonnie looked confused. Klaus's mother must have been an incredibly powerful witch. Hawk didn't give the three girls' conversation another thought. Just like when Gwen had asked him earlier if he could convince Klaus, he'd simply looked at her without saying a word. With his current level of strength, his reputation alone carried weight. Unless someone was a complete idiot, when he made a request, they'd agree just to save face. Not to mention he wasn't even trying to stop Klaus from breaking his curse. Klaus had waited centuries. What was another year or two? He could collect Elena's blood on a regular schedule. As for the werewolf part, that wasn't Hawk's problem. So, Klaus was just a minor subplot. Hawk had his own concerns to focus on. The next second, after leaving the manor, Hawk took a single step and found himself at the front gate. He looked at the figure standing just outside. Good morning, Miss Pierce. Catherine Pierce, standing outside the gate, turned around and smiled at Hawk. You sent me a message. I did. Please, come in. Hawk extended the invitation. Only then did Catherine step forward, crossing the threshold into the manor's grounds. The Michelson line of vampires followed the old rule, they couldn't enter a residence without an invitation from the homeowner. Hawk wasn't technically the owner of the Fox Manor. But Gwen was part of the Fox family, and he was Gwen's fiancé. So his invitation counted. If his invitation hadn't worked, Catherine would already be writhing in agony by now. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 133, 237, The Celestials Behind Heaven. Hawk led Catherine Pierce, who followed behind him, back to the manor's main building. The moment Catherine stepped through the entrance, Caroline, who'd been sitting on the couch chatting with Elena and the witch Bonnie, shot to her feet instinctively. After all, it had been Catherine who'd smothered her in that hospital bed, triggering her transformation into a vampire. So Caroline was extremely sensitive to Catherine's presence. Catherine. Elena and Bonnie, seated nearby, turned at Caroline's sudden movement. Their questions died in their throats as they spotted the woman following Hawk, someone who looked exactly like Elena. Not just similar, identical, as if they'd been carved from the same mold. But where Elena radiated warmth and innocence, this woman's aura was completely different. Polar opposites. Catherine Pierce. Gwen, noticing the woman Hawk had brought in, raised an eyebrow. She stood from the couch and walked over. Gwen, this is Pierce. Catherine Pierce. Miss Pierce, this is Stacy. Gwen Stacy. My fiancée. Pleasure to meet you, MS. Stacy. Likewise. Gwen shook Catherine's hand with a polite smile. Welcome to Fox Manor. Catherine murmured her thanks. Hawke continued. There's something I need Miss Pierce to help me verify. I'll take her upstairs to the guest room. Gwen nodded at that. All right. Let's go. Hawke gestured to Catherine, then headed toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Catherine offered Gwen a brief apology before following Hawke. The two ascended the stairs one after the other, entered Hawke and Gwen's bedroom, and closed the door behind them. Gwen watched them disappear upstairs, then turned back to the living room. The next second, she found herself staring at Caroline, whose eyes were locked on her with an intensity that bordered on disbelief. Elena and Bonnie wore similarly shocked expressions. Gwen raised an eyebrow, looking at Caroline. What? Oh my God. Caroline sucked in a sharp breath, her eyes darting around nervously before she leaned in close, lowering her voice to a scandalized whisper. Cousin, you're just okay with your fiancé taking Catherine into your bedroom. Jesus. Is this what city people do? Are things really this wild? Gwen stared at Caroline, who was now practically in her face, voice hushed, eyes spinning with wild speculation, and blinked. Then it clicked. She reached out and smacked Caroline on the head. Boink. Ow. That hurt, cousin. You're a vampire now, but I'm still your cousin. Gwen rolled her eyes. What are you even thinking? If Hawke brought her here, it's because he has actual business to take care of. Caroline winced, rubbing the spot where Gwen had just knocked her. She looked up with genuine curiosity. What kind of business? That's not your concern. But. Caroline blinked, glancing at Gwen's completely calm expression. Aren't you worried? Catherine's gorgeous. And she's a vampire. Vampires are really good at seducing men. Gwen smiled brightly, looking directly at Caroline. You think I need to worry about Catherine? Well, yeah. Catherine's a bad woman. Caroline said it quickly, then looked to Elena and Bonnie for backup. I'm right, aren't I? Elena and Bonnie didn't say anything. They just nodded. Gwen let out a dry laugh, looking back at Caroline. Guess what would happen if Catherine tried to seduce Hawke? Caroline thought about it. Hawke would fall for it. Hawke would kill her. Without hesitation. Gwen smiled sweetly, glancing at Caroline's stunned expression. If you weren't my cousin, trust me, none of you would have made it out of here alive last night. She didn't know much about vampires. But she knew Hawke. So, after saying that, Gwen stood from the couch and headed toward the back of the house. She planned to check out the manor's gardens, see if there were any good plant variety she could transplant to the backyard at 521A Bleecker Street when they got home. As for Caroline's concerns about Hawke and Catherine. Gwen never doubted Hawke's loyalty to her. Just like she never doubted her own appeal. Inside the bedroom. Catherine Pierce stood motionless, her eyes unfocused and distant. Deep within her soul. Hawke, using the daylight ring he'd crafted with the reality stone, the very one Catherine now wore on her finger, projected his consciousness into her spiritual core. He stood in a world of pure, crystalline light, staring at Catherine's soul. She appeared dressed in white, her essence translucent and pristine, eyes gently closed. You can look for yourself. It's in the deepest part of the soul connected to heaven. The very deepest layer. Once you see it, you'll understand. The deepest part of the soul. Hawke replayed Mephisto's cryptic words in his mind. He focused his sixth sense, directing it toward the absolute depths of Catherine's soul. And then. He saw it. A colossal being. Sacred. Ancient. Massive. Inhuman in every sense. Words in any language couldn't adequately describe what he was looking at. But Hawke knew exactly what it was. He'd even seen one before. Not long ago. A celestial. But not Tiamat, the celestial still slumbering beneath Earth's surface, not yet done with its nap. This one had to be. Erisham. In that instant, Hawke's sixth sense flared in warning. He immediately withdrew his gaze, pulling his consciousness out of Catherine's soul. The warning vanished the moment he retreated. This was what Mephisto wanted him to see. Heaven dimension had celestials backing it. Hawke's thoughts churned. At the same time, Catherine's unfocused eyes slowly returned to normal. Hawke pushed aside his confusion for the moment and smiled at Catherine as she came back to herself. Thank you. I'm honored I could help. You did. Again, thank you. Hawke smiled, then glanced toward the door. He turned back to Catherine. The first time you helped me, I got you out of that tomb. Now you've helped me again. As thanks. Catherine immediately waved her hands. No, no. Getting me out of that tomb was more than enough. Hawk's smile didn't waver as he looked at her. Don't you want to hear what I'm offering? I don't need to. Catherine was firm, shaking her head. For me, escaping the tomb was already more than I could ask for. She was a smart woman. Always had been. If she weren't smart, she never would have escaped Klaus in the first place. If she weren't smart, 500 years of running would have ended with her captured a dozen times over. Catherine knew how to deal with people. Especially powerful people she couldn't afford to cross. Unlike Damon. Compulsion, 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 that was all he knew. One of these days, he was going to compel the wrong person, someone connected to a real heavy hitter, and it would get him killed. That's why, despite Damon's arrogance and charm, he'd never been her favorite. She still preferred Stefan. Careful, cautious, someone who, like her, understood how to use ordinary people as camouflage. Catherine's thoughts drifted as she looked at Hawk. If there's nothing else, I should go. Hawk watched Catherine, who seemed genuinely uninterested in whatever reward he was about to offer. He chuckled. The gifts I give aren't usually turned down. You can end your 500-year run. When I see Klaus, I'll make sure he stops hunting you. It was well known that Hawk didn't like owing favors. He preferred settling debts immediately. One favor for one favor. Clean and simple. And more importantly, if you're already herding one sheep, herding two isn't much harder. He'd already promised Gwen he'd talk to Klaus about Elena when they met. Adding Catherine to the conversation wasn't a big deal. After Hawk finished speaking, he watched Catherine's expression shift in real time, from shock, to disbelief, to confusion, then finally settling on something between overwhelming relief and cautious hope. Catherine processed what Hawk had just said. Once it sank in, once she truly understood what kind of gift he was offering, her heart surged with emotion. Her lips parted slightly as she stared at him. I don't know what to say. Say thank you. Hawk smiled. You helped me, so I said thank you. Now I'm helping you. So just say thank you. That's enough. Catherine took a deep breath. She didn't doubt the sincerity of Hawk's words for even a second. Her eyes shone with gratitude as she looked at him. Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. Hawk smiled, then opened the door. A few minutes later. After seeing Catherine to the manor gates and watching her leave, Hawk returned inside. He found Gwen in the greenhouse at the back of the property, admiring the flowers. Your guest left. Caroline's surname is Fox. Technically, we're the guests here. Gwen stood from where she'd been crouched, examining a particularly vibrant bloom. She walked over to Hawk, correcting him with a small smile. But yes. They left. What about your guest? Hawk nodded. Just saw her off. Did you figure out what you needed? Not exactly. If anything, I'm more confused than before. Hawk pulled Gwen into a gentle embrace, kissing her forehead. I need to go see Mephisto again. Gwen pulled back slightly, looking at him. Work with Mephisto. Depends on what he's willing to offer. Last time you trusted Mephisto, you almost walked right into his trap. I know. Hawk understood Gwen was reminding him that demons couldn't be trusted. He smiled. But a demon with a knife behind his smile is still better than an angel who looks holy but stabs you in the back. Don't you think? Gwen rolled her eyes at him. We really have zero chance of getting into heaven now, don't we? You make your own chances, Gwen. Hawk smiled as he casually tore open a spatial rift with one hand. He glanced at her. Besides, getting into heaven sounds boring. You have to be devout, do good deeds, follow all these rules, too much work. It's way easier to just fight your way in than to earn your way in. So don't worry. I'll conquer heaven and bring it back for you. With that, he stepped through the rift. The tear in space sealed shut behind him instantly. Gwen watched him disappear, shaking her head with a quiet laugh. She crouched back down, returning her attention to the flowers while pulling out her phone to check prices. Hell Dimension. The small bar. When Hawk pushed open the door and stepped inside, Mephisto wasn't sitting at his usual table. Instead, he stood behind the bar, his back turned to Hawk, rifling through the shelves stocked with various bottles of liquor. Without turning around, Mephisto spoke. I recall that on Earth, when people reach an agreement, they drink champagne to celebrate their partnership. I haven't decided if I'm partnering with you yet, Mephisto. Hawk took a seat on one of the high stools, resting his hands on the bar top. He watched as Mephisto turned around, clutching a bottle of champagne. After all, you're already on my blacklist as an unreliable contact. What if we work together and you stab me in the back? Mephisto met Hawk's gaze, thought for a moment, then shook his head. That is a possibility. Heh. Thanks for the honesty. Hey, I'm a demon. Demons lie. You said it yourself, you can't trust a single word I say. Not even the punctuation. So. Hawk caught on, his expression shifting to something halfway between amusement and suspicion. You're lying again. You won't stab me in the back. Mephisto shrugged. He pulled out 2 glasses from beneath the bar and popped the champagne open with a celebratory flourish. As he poured the fizzing liquid into both glasses, he glanced at Hawk. Can I kill you? No. Then even if I stab you in the back, you won't lose anything. Right. I'll be pissed off. Hawk accepted the glass Mephisto slid across the bar, eyeing the demon with faint irritation. Then he got straight to the point. The Celestials are behind heaven. Mephisto looked genuinely surprised. You know about them. Why wouldn't I? Hawk laughed dryly, glancing at Mephisto. I knew about you when I was still a regular human, didn't I? Mephisto shook his head. Their legends only circulate in the cosmos. No one on Earth knows about them. Hawk didn't come here to chat. He cut to the chase, looking directly at Mephisto. Are the Celestials using Heaven Dimension to accelerate the birth of new Celestials? This time, Mephisto's surprise wasn't an act. He stared at Hawk with genuine shock. You know that too. Hawk smirked. You just told me. I didn't say anything. You said Heaven Dimension uses the souls of life-bearing planets as fuel to invade the next one. Heaven Dimension is backed by the Celestials. And new Celestials need life energy to be born. Heaven needs souls. New Celestials need life. Most importantly. I've seen a Celestial before. Hawk swirled the champagne in his glass, giving Mephisto a knowing look. The one sleeping inside Earth. Mephisto inhaled sharply. He studied Hawk carefully, up and down. But you're still alive. Yep. Hawk shrugged, clearly enjoying Mephisto's genuine shock. If he hadn't decided to keep quiet about absorbing Tiamat's life energy, he had a feeling Mephisto's reaction would be even more priceless. Mephisto was genuinely stunned. Technically, both he and the Celestials answered to the same cosmic hierarchy, the 5 gods of creation. Specifically, death and eternity. But death had many lords like him serving her. The Celestials, on the other hand, were eternity's direct servants. Who had more favor? Pretty obvious. Still, after recovering from his shock, Mephisto looked at Hawk. If you already know all this, then you also know Heaven Dimension is more than enough to anchor your universe's expansion. Which means you should be even more willing to work with me. Hawk shook his head. Why shouldn't I just work with Heaven Dimension instead? They've got the Celestials backing them. They're going to destroy Earth. And that's my problem how? Hawk scoffed, looking at Mephisto dismissively. Let it burn. Doesn't concern me. After all, he could cross the universe now. If Earth was going to blow up tomorrow, he'd just leave today, and take Gwen and everyone she cared about with him. As for where they'd go after Earth was gone, that wasn't a problem. The universe was huge. He could go anywhere. Most importantly, Hawk looked at Mephisto. You know I don't actually need a reality anchor to expand my universe, right? A reality anchor would make expanding the Phoenix universe easier when the time came. But it wasn't a necessity. After all, the Phoenix constellation existed in this reality. Worst case, he could just go to the Phoenix system and unfold his universe there. The only downside was that the entire Marvel universe would immediately take notice of him. Because that approach was essentially robbery. But if he took Heaven Dimension, he'd be robbing the Celestials. They'd come after him too. Hawk looked at Mephisto calmly. One Heaven Dimension isn't enough to pay me for working with you. You're offering way too little, old Meph. Mephisto, hearing Hawk call him old Meph, felt an almost irresistible urge to punch him in the face. But he forced himself to suppress the impulse and met Hawk's gaze directly. What else do you want? Souls. Hawk had decided what he wanted before coming here. He looked at Mephisto, whose expression darkened immediately. Relax. I'm not asking for a third or half of your collection. From now on, the souls of anyone I kill belong to my underworld. That's reasonable, right? Mephisto let out a bitter laugh. What if I agree today, and tomorrow you slaughter every living thing on Earth? Do I look that cruel to you? Want me to take you to see the species you wiped out? Demons don't count. And honestly, I still don't get why you decided to include demons when you took over Earth. They're disgusting. That's not my fault. Mephisto refused to take the blame. His form shimmered, revealing his true red-skinned demonic appearance. He looked at Hawk. If you think I'm the one who made Earth full of demons, you're barking up the wrong tree. You should be settling accounts with Heaven Dimension. After all, Jehovah was one of them. Hawk. # bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 134, 238, the difference between life and soul. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Mephisto, having just revealed his true red-skinned demonic form to prove his point, shifted back into his middle-aged appearance and looked at Hawk. Making Earth dark wasn't my fault. Jehovah did that. Don't forget, I only took over Earth after defeating him. As he spoke, Mephisto's right arm transformed into a demonic claw. Hellfire erupted from it, the flames rising and gradually taking shape in the air, forming the image of an elderly black man. Hawk stared at the projection Mephisto had conjured, Jehovah's true appearance. His mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. That's Jehovah. Yes. Mephisto's mouth opened wide, and the flame-formed image of Jehovah was sucked into his maw in one motion, as if he'd swallowed the deity whole. Hawk recalled the image he'd just seen and couldn't help shaking his head. If the people on Earth found out, billions of believers would be shocked. Including you. Mephisto smiled, looking at Hawk. Hawk laughed dryly, meeting Mephisto's gaze. If I were, I wouldn't be here negotiating with you about how to take down his dimension, would I? Mephisto's expression cleared with sudden understanding. He pursed his lips. Fair point. But I'm curious, if he was black, why didn't his mythology spread through Africa? Simple. Mephisto smiled as he answered Hawk's question. The reason it didn't spread in Africa is because of the birth requirements for new celestials. Think about what conditions are needed for a new celestial to be born. Hawk watched the smile return to Mephisto's face, and something clicked in his mind. A new celestial requires a life-bearing planet's population to reach a critical threshold. The more life, the stronger the new celestial becomes. He trailed off. His expression shifted to realization as he looked at Mephisto. So Africa was his breeding ground. It was common knowledge. Every region on Earth had its own religious traditions and mythologies. The Eastern nations had Buddha. The Norse had Odin. The Greeks had Zeus. And then there was the so-called God. Which left only one possibility. It wasn't that the region lacked faith. It was that it couldn't be allowed to have faith. After all, developing faith required time and effort. But if you were just running a breeding farm, none of that was necessary. Hawk's expression cleared with understanding, then he thought of something else and looked at Mephisto. But after you took over Earth, you didn't do anything to Africa either. Because I didn't need to. Mephisto spread his hands. I won. Jehovah needed life, and I need souls. So from a certain perspective, what he and I require is fundamentally the same thing. But my boss is death. All I need are souls. My job was just to take over heaven's operation while keeping the population controlled, making sure it never hit the celestial birth threshold. That's all. And what if it becomes uncontrollable? Then I step in personally. Like the plague of Athens. The Antonine plague. Mephisto rattled off his accomplishments like a proud catalogue, sharing with Hawk the various methods he'd used to ensure Earth's population never triggered the celestial emergence threshold. Hawk drained his glass in one smooth motion. Mephisto did the same, then smiled as he looked at Hawk, whose expression had brightened considerably now that they'd found common ground regarding certain demographics. So, do we have an agreement? Not so fast. Hawk smiled pleasantly. Future souls on Earth still belong to you. But the souls of anyone I kill belong to me. And not just people I know personally. Mephisto grabbed the champagne bottle and shrugged. As long as you don't try to exploit loopholes and harvest all of Earth's population for yourself. I won't. Then I have no objections. I agree to your terms. Wow. Hawk looked at Mephisto, who had agreed so readily, and let out a sound of amazement. He studied the demon lord carefully. Jehovah must have you in a real corner. If I hadn't come here today, would you have shown up at my door in a few days begging me to work with you? One thing was clear, this wasn't typical Mephisto behavior. Old Meph valued souls above everything else. Just think back to what happened when they fought over Alexander Pierce's soul. Back then, Mephisto had been like an enraged bull. But now, faced with Hawk's outrageous demands, Mephisto had agreed without even thinking about it. Either Mephisto had already figured out how to break the agreement. Or Mephisto had seen what was coming. The calm before the storm. Jehovah sharpening his blades in the shadows, preparing for the kill. Hawk was betting on the latter. And there was a simple way to verify it. Swear an oath in death's name. What? Swear an oath in death's name. During the war between Heaven Dimension and Hell Dimension, as long as I'm on your side and help you defeat Heaven's conspiracy, then from that moment forward, all souls of those I kill belong to my underworld. Hawk smiled pleasantly as he looked at Mephisto. Mephisto stared at Hawk, who was asking him to swear an oath in death's name. You don't trust me. Once again, old Meph, you're already on my blacklist as unreliable. Honestly, working with you scares me. Even my fiancé thinks this is a terrible idea. But I'm still willing to give you one more chance. You should thank me. Hawk spread his hands, looking at Mephisto with complete sincerity. Mephisto stared at Hawk, who was now earnestly suggesting he say thank you, and his eye twitched as he responded with a question. Thank you. You're welcome. Hawk smoothly accepted the gratitude. Mephisto's eye twitched even harder. That wasn't a statement. I know. Hawk nodded, then picked up his champagne glass and stood from the bar stool, gesturing impatiently at Mephisto. Come on, swear the oath. Once you do, our partnership is official. Mephisto opened his mouth, staring at Hawk, who was now urging him along like an impatient child. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse him out. But when he thought about Heaven Dimension's current offensive, he took a deep breath and swore the oath in Death's name. A moment later, Mephisto looked at Hawk with an expressionless face. Happy now? Yes. Clink. Hawk's glass touched Mephisto's with a crisp sound. Both drained their champagne in unison. Mephisto set down his glass and looked at Hawk. To a successful partnership. To a successful partnership. Hawk set down his glass as well, then looked at Mephisto. Looks like Heaven Dimension really has you by the throat. Otherwise you wouldn't be bleeding this much. You have no idea. Now that the partnership was sealed, Mephisto let out a bitter laugh and shook his head, looking at Hawk. The being Jehovah created to steal my authority over hell has already been born. Hawk raised an eyebrow, glancing at Mephisto. You already told me last time that their seed had been planted. No. Last time I only sensed that their seed had been planted. But after you left, I investigated more thoroughly and discovered that the Death Angel has already been born. Shit. Hawk sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Mephisto. And you're only finding out about this now? Mephisto shook his head. That's how terrifying Heaven Dimension's invasions are. If you hadn't come to me, I probably still wouldn't know. Hawk's mouth twitched. He suddenly realized he might have undercharged for this job. No wonder Mephisto had agreed so quickly. It wasn't just that Heaven Dimension had shown up at his doorstep. They'd practically already robbed his house. Hawk thought about it, sighed, then looked at Mephisto. All right. Do you have a plan? Like, do you know where this Death Angel is hiding? No idea. What about Heaven Dimension? Do you know where they're hiding on Earth? No idea. Hawk stared at Mephisto, who kept shaking his head in response to every question, and spoke without expression. Then what do you know? Mephisto smiled brightly. I know that when we eventually track them down and devour Heaven Dimension, the Celestials won't come after us. Hawk raised an eyebrow. The Celestials won't intervene. Not if you and I are on the same side. This is a dimensional war that Heaven started. They tried to devour me, I devour them, it's perfectly reasonable. If the Celestials try to step in, my boss isn't going to just sit there and take it. You mean Death? Exactly. I thought you were just some nobody among Death's many lords. I'm still one of Death's lords. But you're different. Without me backing you, when you kick down their door, the Celestials might personally show up to deal with you. I don't care. Hawk's tone was casual. He'd already pissed off the Celestials anyway. The moment he drained Tiamat of massive amounts of life energy and delayed its awakening, he'd crossed that line. So making enemies of the Celestials. He'd already seen it coming. Otherwise he never would have agreed to Mephisto's proposal. Once again, if you've already pissed someone off once, pissing them off twice doesn't make much difference. Though, if he could delay the confrontation with the Celestials, that would obviously be ideal. After all, he hadn't even comprehended the seventh sense yet. Fighting the Celestials at this stage would probably be a one-sided beatdown. And he'd be the one getting beaten. Hawk paused, looking at Mephisto. How much time do you think we have? Mephisto thought for a moment. 1 year. 2 at most. Death Angels grow extremely fast. All right. Hawk blinked, having expected things to be more urgent. But apparently they had plenty of time. He thought about it and nodded. Fine. You search for them your way, I'll search my way. We'll cover more ground. After all, Heaven Dimension wasn't just targeting Mephisto. They were coming after him too. The people secretly working on his clones. Heaven Dimension's fingerprints were all over that operation. He wondered if they'd actually managed to create anything worthwhile after all this time. Honestly, Hawk was kind of hoping they had. Because if Heaven Dimension actually succeeded in making something, it would give him even more justification for striking back. When he conquered Heaven Dimension, he'd be completely in the right. The defense would be simple, Heaven Dimension attacked first. Hawk thought about it, then said his goodbyes to Mephisto, turned around, pushed open the bar door, stepped through, and found himself back in the Fox Manor greenhouse. The sky had darkened outside. Snow was falling, and from the looks of it, it had been coming down for a while now. Gwen was asleep at the flower table, her head resting on her arms. The greenhouse had heating, though, so it wasn't cold. Hawk looked at her from across the room, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home, and smiled. He walked quietly toward her. Gwen, still sleeping, seemed to sense something. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She found herself cradled in Hawk's arms, princess style, and smiled up at him. "You're back." "Yeah. How did it go?" "He's desperate. Desperate enough to want to work with me." Hawk took a single step and teleported them both from the greenhouse to the manor's main living room. As he filled Gwen in on what had happened in hell, he glanced upstairs. "Is your grandfather asleep?" Gwen climbed out of his arms, laughing softly. "He went to bed hours ago. I told him you went to the next town over to visit a friend." "Fair enough." Hawk smiled. He watched as Gwen sat down on the couch, then settled in beside her, pulling her close. "Sorry. I said I'd come here to spend time with you and your grandfather, take a vacation." Gwen leaned against Hawk's shoulder, tilting her head to glance up at his jawline with a small smile. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." "I'm fine." Hawk looked down, meeting her eyes. "Everything's pretty much handled. From now on, I'm on vacation. Anything else can wait until we're back in New York." And honestly, there wasn't much else to do anyway. If Mephisto, with all his resources, didn't know where Heaven Dimension's absurdly stealthy angels were hiding, Hawk certainly wasn't going to figure it out. Unless... He waited until his sixth sense officially evolved into the seventh sense, and not just any version, the peak of gold St. Cosmo. Because at that level, his sixth sense, observation, would be able to blanket every corner of Earth. Put simply, once he reached that level, a single thought would let him see what was happening anywhere on the planet in real time. Live footage. 18K resolution. Zero lag. Unfortunately, his current sixth sense, observation, could only cover an area about the size of Mystic Falls. Though he rarely used that ability anyway. After all, he wasn't a voyeur. Just like he rarely used sixth sense, X-ray vision. Hawk thought about it quietly. Gwen, hearing his words, laughed softly. "You still have one thing left unfinished." "What?" Hawk snapped out of his thoughts and looked down at her. Gwen smiled. "This afternoon, Caroline came by again. But when she saw you weren't here, she left." Hawk chuckled. "Don't worry. Klaus will do me this favor. And if he doesn't, he will." Hawk met his fiancée's eyes with a confident smile. "Unless he wants to die." Gwen blinked, pulling away from his shoulder to sit cross-legged on the couch, smiling as she looked at him. "So you were lying to Klaus before? About how Caroline would die if he died?" Hawk shook his head. "No. That part's true." "Then why did you just say Klaus would agree unless he wanted to die? If he doesn't do me this favor, then he'll die. As for Caroline..." Hawk gently pulled Gwen back against his shoulder, smiling. "My sister's alone in the underworld. It's pretty boring for her. Caroline could keep her company. I just made a new deal with Mephisto, remember?" He quickly explained the updated soul agreement he'd negotiated. "Klaus would be killed by me, so his soul belongs to me. And all the vampires who die because of Klaus's death, their souls belong to me too. So don't worry about Caroline's soul suffering in hell. I promise you, she'll live in the Elysian fields of my underworld. I've described it to you before. That's where my sister lives." Hawk continued speaking as he looked at Gwen. "Besides, didn't you say you didn't like Caroline being a vampire?" Gwen, leaning against Hawk's shoulder, shrugged. "But there's something I haven't said yet." "What?" "Better a live dog than a dead lion. So try to get Klaus to agree, Hawk. If Caroline dies, Aunt Liz will be devastated." "All right." Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 135, 239, Klaus meets Hawk. Hawk hadn't given Klaus much thought. Because to him, this was a trivial matter. Barely worth mentioning. All that had to happen was this: Klaus would show up, Hawk would show up, and Klaus would accept the terms. Whether he liked it or not. He didn't have a choice. Once upon a time, Hawk hadn't had a choice either. He'd been forced to watch as the monsters who killed his sister, the Hulk and the Abomination, went their separate ways, free and unpunished. So he chose to get stronger. To make sure that one day, the person without a choice wouldn't be him anymore. And he'd succeeded. But Klaus never appeared. Not even after Hawk spent Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with Gwen in Mystic Falls, not even as they prepared to head back to New York. Klaus was nowhere to be found. And it wasn't just Klaus. Even Klaus's brother, the original vampire named Elijah, who'd shown up once to convince Stefan and the others that if they could just find the moonstone, he'd ask Klaus for forgiveness on their behalf, had vanished without a trace after that single appearance. Caroline and the others didn't understand. Especially once they learned Hawk and Gwen were leaving the next day, confusion turned into anxiety. Early that morning, Caroline arrived at the manor wearing a purple dress, finding Hawk in front of a mirror as Gwen patiently coached him through tying a necktie. Elena and Stefan are worried. Caroline looked at Hawk. They're afraid that the moment you leave for New York, Klaus will show up. Hawk glanced at Gwen, then looked at Caroline with a smile. Klaus not coming to town isn't my fault. Honestly, he was curious about why Klaus hadn't shown up either. After all, 3 days ago had been a full moon. By all logic, Klaus wouldn't have passed up that opportunity. And if he remembered the original plot correctly, once Catherine was captured by Stefan and Damon, the original Klaus should have already been on his way to Mystic Falls. Yet, Klaus never appeared. Hawk was curious about it, but not curious enough to stay in Mystic Falls just to find out. Like he'd said before, Klaus was a minor issue. He had more important things to handle. Like Dr. Merrick, who was very likely a Heaven Dimension operative. He'd given this so-called Dr. Merrick the entire Christmas holiday to use his blood and clone something impressive enough to catch his attention. But he'd seen nothing. Which meant this Dr. Merrick's skills were mediocre at best. If that was the case. Fine. He'd finish his vacation, track down the real Dr. Merrick, drag him into the underworld, and let him experience the 8 prisons of hell Hawk had personally designed. Guaranteed to blow his mind. Caroline listened to Hawk's words and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blame you. You know that. I'm just saying, what if you leave and Klaus decides to drain Elena? Hawk laughed, glancing at Caroline. What do you want me to do? Caroline opened her mouth, then froze. Gwen, standing nearby and watching Hawk fumble with his tie in the mirror, chuckled. She stepped forward and swatted his clumsy hands away. Hawk let her take over, looking down at Gwen as she worked on his tie with practiced ease. Do I really have to wear this thing? Grandpa gave it to you. So yes. You have to wear it. Gwen made quick work of the tie, adjusting it with a few deft movements before smoothing out his crisp white shirt. She smiled up at him. Besides, Grandpa really wants to take a picture of you in a suit. He loves that old saying, a suit is a man's second face. Hawk's mouth curved into a smile. Maybe for ordinary men. But for me, it's the surplus. Want me to put that on instead? I'm trying to make Grandpa happy. Gwen met his eyes. Not send him to the hospital. Hawk shrugged. Trust me, your grandfather's tougher than you think. After all, there was an angel skeleton locked up in the basement of the guest house. So realistically, there probably wasn't much left in the world that could surprise William Fox. Gwen held his gaze, catching sight of Caroline fidgeting nearby, clearly wanting to say something. She changed the subject, reaching for the freshly pressed suit jacket draped across the bed. Do you think Klaus sensed your presence in Mystic Falls and stayed away because he's afraid you'll kill him? Caroline's eyes lit up at that. She looked at Hawk hopefully. Hawk raised his arms, letting Gwen help him into the jacket, and smiled. Do I look that scary? Gwen finished adjusting the jacket and stepped back to admire her work. Maybe in the supernatural world, you're already infamous. After all, you are the Demon King. Once again, wipe out families at minimum. Entire bloodlines at maximum. That wasn't hyperbole. It was fact. The foundation of Hawk's title, Phoenix, also known as the Demon King. Hawk tilted his chin up at Gwen's silent instruction. Yeah, I'm the Demon King. And you're the Demon King's leash. You know that, right? As long as you're around, I basically never lose my temper. Gwen made a final adjustment to his collar, glancing up at him. But when you do lose it, you're terrifying. I only counterattack. I know. Gwen smiled faintly, stepping back a few paces to take in the full effect. Hawk stood there in the custom-tailored suit her grandfather had commissioned from the town tailor as a Christmas gift. She nodded approvingly. Can you find Klaus? Caroline's worry isn't unreasonable. What if we leave and he shows up the moment we're gone? Hawk shook his head with a quiet laugh, then looked at Gwen and offered a solution. If she's that worried, you can invite her to New York. Catherine Pierce already left for the city anyway. Caroline blinked in surprise, cutting in. Wait, Catherine Pierce. What's she doing in New York? Hawk didn't answer. Gwen did. Gwen turned to Caroline. Miss Pierce did Hawk a favor, so in return, he's making Klaus stop hunting her. Caroline blinked again. What kind of favor? That's not your business. Gwen smiled pleasantly. Besides, Hawk has things to handle in New York. So if your friend Elena is worried, you can pass along his offer. I'd be happy to have her stay at my place while she's in the city. Caroline thought about it, then nodded. I'll ask her. Great. Gwen chuckled, then stopped Caroline, who looked like she was about to bolt. After we take the photos. Today was their last day in Mystic Falls. On Christmas, Grandpa William had suggested they all gather on the manor lawn for a family photo: Hawk, Gwen, Aunt Liz, and Caroline. Once developed, the pictures would be framed and hung on the walls of Fox Manor. Hawk and Gwen had agreed without hesitation. Aunt Liz and Caroline had agreed as well. The photographer was a local from town with a stellar reputation. Some tourists who visited Mystic Falls multiple times would specifically seek him out to photograph them at the town's scenic spots. Today, the photographer actually had a prior appointment. But the Fox family was one of the founding families of Mystic Falls. So the photographer rescheduled his other client, offering them a free session to make up for it, and came to the manor instead. The photo session didn't take long. Once Aunt Liz arrived in her patrol car, everyone got into position. Within an hour, they'd taken pictures on the front lawn, the side gardens, and the backyard flower beds. Once the session wrapped up, Caroline bolted to find Elena. Aunt Liz headed back to work. Hawk immediately returned to the bedroom, loosened his tie, unbuttoned his collar, and looked at Gwen. I still don't like suits. Gwen, who had followed him inside, smiled gently. You looked really handsome in it. Really sharp. Give me time to adjust. Hawk heard her words and suddenly decided that maybe suits weren't so bad after all. Gwen's taste had always been impeccable. So, our flight's at 8 tomorrow morning. What do you want to do this afternoon? Stay at the manor. Pack. Pack. Hawk raised an eyebrow, glancing at the already packed luggage on the table, along with the gifts Grandpa William, Aunt Liz, and Caroline had given them, plus the presents they'd bought for George and Helen. Isn't everything already packed? Gwen smiled mysteriously, lowering her voice. I'm talking about the flowers in the greenhouse. I've got my eye on 3 pots. I already called FedEx. I timed it so they'd come during Grandpa's nap. By the time we get home tomorrow, the flowers will be there waiting. Hawk's expression turned wry. He thought about it, looked at Gwen, and nodded. Clever. Thank you. Remind me, when we have kids, we're having boys. Why? You don't want a daughter. Of course I'd love. Before Hawk could finish, Gwen's phone rang. She answered, her eyes lighting up as she glanced at Hawk. After hanging up, she turned toward the door. FedEx is here. Hawk, use your powers to make sure Grandpa doesn't hear anything from the greenhouse. Hawk, still standing in the bedroom, felt his mouth twitch. Half an hour later. The FedEx delivery truck rumbled out of Fox Manor's gates. Gwen stood at the entrance, watching the truck disappear into the distance. She let out a relieved breath, then noticed a familiar car approaching from the opposite direction. Caroline's silver Corolla. But Caroline wasn't alone. Elena and Stefan were with her. After Caroline had explained the solution Hawk had offered, Elena had been conflicted at first. She didn't really want to go to New York. After all, who knew if Klaus would actually come after her? But once Caroline mentioned that Catherine Pierce had also left for New York, Stefan immediately suggested that he and Elena should go too. In Stefan's words, he might not know Klaus all that well, his memories were still sealed at this point, but he knew his ex-girlfriend Catherine Pierce inside and out. Because survival was etched into Catherine's very bones. She knew where to go to stay alive. So, they'd come to the manor to tell Hawk their decision in person. Gwen watched as Elena and Stefan climbed out of the car. After listening to their plan, she smiled warmly. Both of you together? Of course. You're more than welcome. Stefan and Elena exchanged a glance, then looked at Gwen. Miss Stacy, we were wondering if Mr. Phoenix. Before Stefan could finish, Hawk stepped out of the manor's main building and appeared beside Gwen in the blink of an eye. Stefan's dead heart, which hadn't beaten in over a century, suddenly lurched. Gwen noticed how nervous Stefan and Elena looked in Hawk's presence and chuckled. She turned to Hawk. Elena wanted to ask if she and her boyfriend Stefan could come to New York together. Hawk's gaze drifted toward the direction of town. Hearing Gwen's words, he glanced briefly at Elena and Stefan. They don't need to go to New York anymore. Huh. Mr. Phoenix, if it's because of me. Stefan froze, assuming Hawk didn't like him. He quickly started to explain. But Hawk had already vanished. Klaus is here. So you don't need to leave town. Klaus. Stefan jolted, spinning around to stare in the direction of town. Whoosh. Hawk's form materialized silently in front of the town's daytime bar. Pedestrians and tourists walking along the street didn't seem to notice his sudden appearance at all. It was as if Hawk showing up out of thin air was the most natural thing in the world. Using the reality stone, Hawk had modified his presence to make himself unnoticeable. The moment his hand touched the bar's door, he cancelled the effect, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Instantly, Hawk's eyes landed on the figure sitting alone at the bar counter, one hand casually toying with a glass of whiskey. The original vampire. Klaus Michelson. The moment Hawk saw Klaus, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. At the same time, Klaus, seeing Hawk walk in, his presence shifting from non-existent to overwhelming in the span of a heartbeat, felt his trademark smirk falter. A flash of surprise flickered in his gaze. Hawk walked straight over and sat down in the booth across from Klaus. A bartender approached, offering him a drink menu. Hawk had turned 20 after this past Christmas, but he wasn't 21 yet. Still, he didn't look like a minor anymore, not by appearance or demeanor. So the bartender defaulting to assuming he was legal made sense. But Hawk waved the bartender off. The bartender nodded, unbothered. It was daytime. The boss didn't have a rule against people sitting around without ordering drinks. Once the bartender left, Hawk looked at Klaus, who was watching him intently, and spoke first. Michelson. Klaus Michelson. That's right. Klaus's voice carried a thick London accent. His lips curved into a faintly wicked smile as he looked at Hawk. I assume you're here about Miss Elena Gilbert. Hawk smiled pleasantly. And Catherine Pierce. Klaus's expression shifted to understanding. May I ask why? Hawk smiled, activating the power of his face fruit. Do me a favor. Stop chasing Catherine Pierce. Klaus said nothing. He simply stared at Hawk, the smile on his face growing wider, as if barely suppressing the urge to laugh outright. Do you a favor? Yes. I don't even know who you are. Phoenix. Hawk Phoenix. If you're doing me a favor, you can call me Hawk. Hawk Phoenix. Klaus leaned back in the booth, still toying with his whiskey glass. His gaze bored into Hawk. A few days ago, when I saw you, your presence was completely different from now. A few days ago. Hawk didn't remember Klaus seeing him at all. He raised an eyebrow. Before his thoughts could catch up, Klaus continued. I don't think you have the... Hawk's cosmos stirred. Just slightly. In that instant, the mocking smile forming on Klaus's face froze. The amusement in his eyes vanished immediately. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Hawk, suddenly silent. It was like standing at the edge of an infinite abyss. For the briefest moment, Klaus felt the presence of something vast and incomprehensible, a force that didn't just dwarf him, but made him feel like an insect staring up at the cosmos itself. Not power in the traditional sense. This was something else entirely. A universe contained within a single being. Stars, gravity, the weight of existence itself, all compressed into the man sitting across from him. Klaus's breath caught. His immortal confidence wavered. Hawk smiled pleasantly, deploying his face fruit once more. I think I have that kind of pull. Don't you agree, Klaus? Of course. Klaus's mind reeled. The shock still echoed through him, the memory of that energy, vast as the cosmos, brilliant as the stars, refusing to fade. He recovered his composure, lifted his whiskey glass, and spoke with newfound respect. As you wish, Hawk. Catherine Pierce will no longer be hunted by me or my vampires. Hawk's smile widened. Thank you. See. Problem solved. Hawk didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Klaus with curiosity. When did you unlock your werewolf bloodline? Elena's doppelganger has been in Mystic Falls this whole time. That was why he'd only mentioned Catherine earlier, not Elena. Because Klaus's werewolf blood had already been unsealed. Without capturing Elena. Klaus met Hawk's curious gaze, his own expression tinged with mild intrigue. 3 days ago. You were there. Don't you remember, Hawk? I've been in Mystic Falls the whole time. 3 days ago, Hawk started to respond reflexively, then stopped mid-sentence. He stared at Klaus as realization dawned. You found another doppelganger? Yes. And I was there too. Yes. Though the version of you I saw was different from the one sitting in front of me now. Where? Malake. Mauna Loa. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 136, 240, Merrick on Malake. Malake. Mauna Loa. That's. Hawk listened to the address Klaus provided, thought for a moment, then looked at him. Hawaii. 48 nautical miles east of Honolulu. Klaus continued watching Hawk with that trademark crooked smile, his mind racing through possibilities. Who was this man in the supernatural world? Which major player had he failed to account for? Yes. 3 days ago, you were there too. I've never been to that place. Never even been to Hawaii. Hawk glanced at Klaus. The only reason he could pinpoint the location so precisely after Klaus mentioned the name was because his memory was exceptional. Otherwise, he never would have chosen law school. Hawk looked back at Klaus. Mind telling me what you experienced on that island? What can you offer me? Klaus toyed with his whiskey glass, studying Hawk with interest. He could let Catherine go, someone he'd hunted for 500 years, simply because Hawk's presence alone carried enough weight to crush him. That much was clear from the brief surge of power he'd felt. That wasn't a big deal. After all, his werewolf blood was unsealed now. Hunting Catherine had always been more about principle than necessity. She defended him, disrespected him. But now that someone powerful enough to matter was vouching for her, there was no point in making an enemy over it. But you asking me to do you a favor and let Catherine go? That's one thing. You wanting to know how I unsealed my bloodline? That's something else entirely. Another favor. Klaus leaned back in the booth, his right hand idly spinning the whiskey glass on the table. Hawk smiled slightly, spreading his hands. Would that work? Of course. Klaus's crooked smile widened as he looked at Hawk deploying his face fruit once more. As you wish. He began recounting what had happened 3 days ago. The full moon. His trip to Hawaii, to Honolulu, to Molokai 48 nautical miles east. The process of unsealing his werewolf blood. And the moment he'd seen Hawk there. You know me. I don't know where you learned about me, but you know me well. So you should know I've been searching for the key doppelganger to unseal my werewolf blood for many, many years. At first, I thought Catherine's doppelganger, Elena, was the only one. But that wasn't true. One of my blood servants, while I was on my way to Mystic Falls, informed me that there were doppelgangers on Molokai as well. Many of them. So I went. And I saw them. That's where I saw you. More accurately, many versions of you. In a pit of corpses. A pit filled entirely with your doppelgangers. Many, many doppelgangers. Hawk's expression remained calm as he listened to Klaus's account. He looked up. So you unsealed your werewolf blood using my doppelgangers. Klaus's smile widened. Yes. Clearly, someone there has mastered the technique of creating doppelgangers. They make you. Then they kill you. Cloning. Merrick. Hawk's thoughts crystallized. He looked at Klaus. Can I ask, did you find the place where they were mass-producing my doppelgangers? I didn't need to search. All I needed was the doppelganger's blood. There was a pit full of them. All I had to do was have Elijah grab a random werewolf and meet me there. Conveniently, the lie I spread about the moonstone drew all my potential enemies to Mystic Falls. I found a local witch on the island. Then I very calmly, very smoothly unsealed my werewolf blood. After that, I came here. To meet these enemies who wanted to steal the moonstone and prevent me from breaking my curse. The rest, you already know. I arrived. You showed up. Klaus's tone was measured. So if you're asking whether I tipped anyone off, the answer is no. If you go to Molokai right now, you should find what you're looking for. Something stirred in Hawk's mind. He looked at Klaus. You want me to leave Mystic Falls? Of course. Klaus didn't hide his intentions. I can't read you. You're powerful. But you're not my enemy, and I don't want you to become my enemy. The smartest move is to give you what you want. So I pardon Catherine Pierce. I tell you about Molokai. My instinct tells me you'll be grateful. Hawk held Klaus's gaze. The next second, he smiled faintly. Thank you. You're welcome. Hawk stood from the booth. If I find what I'm looking for on Molokai, I'll owe you a favor, Klaus. You can call on me anytime. Klaus looked up at Hawk. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Pardon Catherine Pierce. And Elena too, while you're at it. You don't need her anymore anyway. Yes. I'll pardon them both. Later. Hawk heard Klaus's answer, said nothing more, and turned. The instant he did, he vanished silently from Klaus's sight. Klaus felt the powerful presence, which had been impossible to track or pin down, disappear the moment Hawk did. His expression shifted subtly. Just then, a man in an impeccable suit, looking less like a vampire and more like an elite Wall Street lawyer, walked over from the back of the bar. Elijah Michelson took the seat Hawk had just vacated, looking at his brother across the table. You could have asked him to find Michael. Michael Michelson. Their father. Just as Catherine was hunted by Klaus, Klaus was hunted by his father Michael. After all, Klaus wasn't Michael's biological son. He was the child of Michael's wife and the werewolf next door. Klaus looked at his older brother Elijah, his wicked smile returning. I've already unsealed my werewolf blood. Michael isn't a problem anymore. Rather than waste this favor on him, I'd prefer to save it for something more important. Like what? I haven't decided yet. Klaus stared at the spot where Hawk had vanished. But I will. Fox Manor. Caroline, Elena, and Stefan, who had been waiting anxiously in the living room, all shot to their feet the moment Hawk reappeared. Gwen turned to look at him as well. Caroline spoke first. Cousin, how did it go? Hawk didn't answer immediately. He walked to Gwen first, kissed her gently. He did this every time he came home. This time was no exception. After the kiss, Gwen asked the question. Did Klaus give you that favor? What do you think? Hawk smiled at Gwen, then turned his attention to Caroline, Elena, and Stefan. Klaus isn't your problem anymore. You don't even need to drain Elena's blood. Klaus found another doppelganger to solve his own issues. Elena's expression visibly relaxed with relief. Stefan, however, froze. Another doppelganger. I thought Elena was the only one. Hawk smiled slightly, glancing at Stefan. Clearly not. Then. You can go now. Hawk cut him off directly. He had no interest in chatting with Stefan or Elena. Honestly, he hadn't even wanted to deal with this situation in the first place. But his fiancée had promised to help Elena resolve it. So, he'd stepped in to protect Gwen's word. Nothing more. To put it bluntly, if Caroline weren't his fiancée's cousin, even she would have found it nearly impossible to get a meeting with him. Just like when he'd been an ordinary person who knew about Tony Stark but could never actually meet Tony Stark. Stefan understood the subtext. He knew when to quit while he was ahead. Understood. Thank you for your time, Mr. Phoenix. No problem. Hawk's tone was neutral. He said a quick word to Gwen, then the two of them returned to the Manor's bedroom. Gwen closed the door behind them, then turned to face Hawk. Go ahead. I can get to the airport on my own tomorrow. Wow. Hawk, who'd been about to speak, looked at Gwen, who'd beaten him to the punch, and laughed. Is there anything I can actually hide from you? Gwen's eyes sparkled with amusement as she looked at him. I just know you, Hawk. Better than anyone. So yes, you can't hide anything from me. Where are you planning to go? Hawk smiled. Molokai. That's Hawaii. An island 48 nautical miles east of Honolulu. Because. Merrick. Hawk didn't hide anything from Gwen. He explained what he'd learned from Klaus, that Dr. Merrick was very likely on Molokai. Of course, he left out the part about the corpse pit. The pit Klaus had mentioned, allegedly filled with countless clones of Hawk. Hawk hadn't internalized it as a serious problem. But he knew Gwen would worry if she heard about it. So to avoid unnecessary concern, this wasn't deception. It was a benevolent omission. Gwen listened to the story, how Klaus had accidentally provided this information, and blinked. Then she looked at Hawk. Then you should thank me, Hawk. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Gwen smiled. If I hadn't promised Caroline I'd help solve her problem, you never would have met with Klaus. So, thank me. Hawk's expression turned serious as he looked at Gwen. Thank you. You're welcome. Gwen's smile was radiant. Then her expression grew more serious as she looked at him. Go. Catch that bastard Merrick. Finish this quickly and come home. I'll be waiting. Hawk nodded. What about tomorrow? I can have Caroline come with me to the airport. So don't worry about me. Just go. And this time, don't let him slip away. All right. Hawk didn't argue further. He pulled Gwen into an embrace, kissed her, and when he lifted his head, he was already miles above the earth. Boom. A sonic boom echoed across the sky. A crimson streak of light shot forward, racing toward Molokai at impossible speed. At the same time, just as Gwen smiled, opened the door, and started down the stairs, her phone rang. She pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and answered as she descended. Good afternoon, Sharon. Gwen, SHIELD satellites just detected Hawk's energy signature moving. Hawk's going after Merrick. Gwen reached the bottom of the stairs and headed toward the living room. Molokai. Hawk said it's an island near Honolulu. He just got intel that the real Dr. Merrick might be there. Sharon, on the other end of the line, paused. Thank you. No problem. You're our friend, Sharon. And Hawk said if you asked where he was going, I could tell you. By the way, SHIELD agents Abby Bruce and Lauren Cross are already en route. I'm going back to New York tomorrow. And Hawk might be back any minute. I insist. SHIELD insists, Gwen. When Hawk's not there, we need to ensure your safety. Sharon, sitting at her desk, glanced up at the screen showing two signals moving toward Fox Manor to protect Gwen. This was part of the new understanding between SHIELD and Hawk after the organization's restructuring. When Hawk left on business, S.H.I.E.L.D. ensured Gwen's safety. The newly reformed S.H.I.E.L.D. had figured out the key to working with Hawk: build a good relationship with Gwen, and you build a good relationship with Hawk. So if anyone cared more about Gwen's safety than Hawk himself, it was S.H.I.E.L.D. Even George and Helen couldn't claim that distinction. Soon, after hanging up, Sharon used her satellite phone to contact her superior, Victoria Hand, former commander of New York S.H.I.E.L.D. and current commander at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Commander, Hawk's heading to Malacca. The real Dr. Merrick is suspected to be on that island. Should we deploy agents? No. Victoria Hand's response was immediate. If Hawk's already there, we stay out of it. If the real Dr. Merrick is on that island, our presence could tip him off. S.H.I.E.L.D. had undergone a complete top-to-bottom purge under Director Maria Hill's leadership. But Hydra remnants still existed scattered across the globe. Both Hill and Commander Hand suspected there might still be undiscovered Hydra operatives embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. So the two of them had agreed on a strategy. All direct contact with Hawk would be handled by Sharon Carter, someone they could trust absolutely. Sharon would personally select agents she trusted completely to form a specialized unit stationed at the rebuilt New York S.H.I.E.L.D. hub, dedicated exclusively to Hawk-related matters. Any information involving Hawk went directly to Sharon and Maria Hill. Maximum compartmentalization to minimize leaks. So, don't worry about Malacca. Hawk will handle it himself. Protect Gwen. Until Hawk returns. Understood. Abby and Lauren are already on their way. They've been stationed in Mystic Falls all week. Good. Ensure Gwen's safety. Copy that. Sharon acknowledged, then hung up. She glanced at the main screen and ordered the satellite tracking of Hawk's energy signature terminated. Better safe than sorry. Speaking of which, at Hawk's speed, he should have already reached Malacca by now. Sharon stared at the darkened screen, her thoughts drifting. Malacca. Also known as Molokai Island or the Friendly Isle, it was the fifth largest island in the Hawaiian archipelago. Pine forests and bamboo groves covered much of its surface. It boasted unique black sand beaches, the world's highest sea cliffs, and Kahiwa Falls, plunging 1,570 meters in a single drop. Most of the island remained in its natural state. Especially Wailau Valley in the northern region. The terrain there was steep and forbidding, completely at odds with the rest of the island. It maintained 99% of its original, untouched wilderness. The only safe way to reach Wailau Valley was by helicopter. Whoosh! A streak of red light tore through the sky at 10,000 meters. An instant later, deep within the dense canopy of Wailau Valley, thick enough to block out the sun, Hawk materialized silently. The next second, he stood before a pit. Obviously man-made. Excavated with purpose. He looked down into it. And saw his own corpse. Many corpses. All his face. Densely packed, scattered in chaotic layers, 3 deep on the bottom, 3 more piled on top. Naked. Expressions frozen in various states of death. Twisted and discarded like garbage, carelessly thrown into the pit before him. But this wasn't the only pit. Hawk's gaze swept the surrounding area. Several other patches of disturbed earth were clearly visible, soil that had been dug up and filled back in. His sixth sense extended downward, following the traces of disturbed ground, spreading rapidly beneath the surface. Then, Hawk withdrew his sixth sense, staring at the pit in front of him. The 8th one. The one that hadn't been filled yet because it wasn't full. A pit dedicated to burying his clones. He was suddenly reminded of a classic film. Resident Evil. Because Hawk realized his current situation mirrored the protagonist's almost exactly. The Umbrella Corporation had used Alice's blood to create countless Alice clones, attempting to replicate the perfection of the original. The HYDRA operatives here were doing the same thing. It seemed they were trying to use sheer volume to trigger a qualitative change, hoping that by producing enough clones, one would eventually possess his power. That's wishful thinking. Hawk scoffed at the absurdity. The next second. Home. Scorching phoenix rays erupted from his eyes, striking the pit. One by one, the corpses vaporized instantly. In the blink of an eye, the countless bodies bearing his face had been reduced to nothing. Hawk pulled his gaze away. His form vanished from the spot, following the faint, nearly invisible traces left on the ground. He reappeared on a distant cliff edge. The ocean stretched out before him, endless and vast. Below the cliff lay Malacai's signature black sand beach. And beneath his feet, the HYDRA base. Hawk looked down. His sixth sense expanded like a net, blanketing the area in an instant. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 137, 241, Start praying to your God. Yes. Right here. Beneath the cliff connected to the mountain. Hawk could feel it. He was certain. Because He could see it. The entire interior of the mountain beneath his feet had been hollowed out, forming a massive dome roughly 100 meters high. Platforms and corridors crisscrossed through the space like a spiderweb, connecting one zone to another. No windows. No natural light. Only artificial cold light illuminating everything. Even sound was absent. Just the breathing and footsteps of the people moving within. One after another, white-coated personnel clutched tablets, walking without exchanging a single word with each other. Not even eye contact. They simply stared at the nurturing chambers in front of them, recording data like machines. And inside those countless cloning chambers. Hawk. So many versions of Hawk. Every age. Every stage of life. Hawk's sixth sense swept through the facility without a ripple of emotion. No anger. Just a profound sense of absurdity. The next second, he didn't hesitate. Boom. The moment Hawk lowered his gaze, searing phoenix beams erupted from his eyes, blasting into the ground beneath him and carving out a perfectly circular hole. The tunnel expanded as the phoenix beams continued drilling downward. Hawk's body plummeted in free fall, following the path his beams had burned, until, crash, the dome ceiling of the mountain laboratory shattered. Accompanied by the descending phoenix beams, Hawk appeared, hovering in the vast interior of the facility. A deafening alarm pierced the air. Below, one after another, expressionless lab workers heard the commotion and instinctively looked up at Hawk floating above them. Their faces remained blank. But the moment they saw him, faint smiles appeared on their lips. Then, in perfect synchronization, they turned back to their stations and pressed the self-destruct buttons on the cloning chambers in front of them. Blinding orange light erupted as flames, no longer containable, burst from the chambers. Explosions followed. Boom. 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 One after another, orange flames detonated with precision timing, obliterating the cloning chambers while consuming the emotionless lab workers standing before them. The fires connected, merging into a single, terrifying inferno that began tearing through the massive cloning nurturing zone. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was engulfed. The flames found a vent, the tunnel Hawk had just drilled, and roared upward, howling as they burst out into the open air. At the summit of Wailau Valley's highest peak, a column of fire blazed like a torch. Hawk didn't stop any of it. Even if they hadn't triggered the self-destruct, he would have done it himself. Their actions just saved him the trouble. Besides, a bunch of low-level nobodies. He had no interest in talking to them. Surrounded by flames that couldn't harm him in the slightest, Hawk hovered within the inferno. His gaze swept across the blast doors that had slammed shut around the nurturing zone the moment the alarm sounded. After scanning the perimeter, he locked onto one specific door. I blast. Boom. The blast door shattered. The flames raging through the nurturing zone found another outlet and surged forward like a dragon, roaring through the newly opened passage. The next second, agonized screams echoed from within. 8 security personnel, armed and rushing toward the passage when the alarm went off, were met head-on by the oncoming inferno. They instantly became human torches, screaming as they dropped their weapons and ran back the way they'd come, desperately trying to escape the flames consuming them. This passage led to the clone memory imprinting zone. Row after row of clones sat in specialized chairs, helmet-like devices covering their heads. Their eyes moved rapidly beneath closed lids, facial muscles occasionally twitching. Like the nurturing zone, this area also had white-coated personnel. But these workers were more human. Even after hearing the alarms and explosions from the nurturing zone, they continued chatting and laughing as if nothing was happening. Until 6 burning figures came stumbling through the blast door, screaming as they tumbled into the room. The sudden horror finally got their attention. The first one to emerge had already collapsed. His flaming right hand reached upward weakly, his throat working as if trying to call for help. But no sound came. More importantly, Hawk had arrived. Wham! The searing phoenix beam struck the would-be victim, vaporizing him instantly. Hawk, still dressed in his suit, looking every bit the gentleman, stepped into the memory imprinting zone and smiled at the shocked lab workers staring at him. Surprise. Suddenly, Hawk's eyes flared crimson again. The phoenix beams flooded the already bright zone, bathing everything in a scarlet glow. 10 seconds later, the memory imprinting zone was pristine. No clones. No lab workers. No bodies. Only rows of empty chairs and scattered electronic devices on the floor proved anyone had been there at all. So many people. Gone. Hawk picked up one of the helmet devices from a chair, something that looked disturbingly like a VR headset. He raised an eyebrow, then placed it on his own head. Instantly, images flickered through his mind like a slideshow. A newborn baby abandoned at a church entrance. A small child singing in a church choir. A kid living in a foster home. Then a boy kneeling in rubble, screaming helplessly, swearing to become stronger. These were his memories. But they'd been altered. Modified. Like someone had carefully researched his past, collected data, and then fabricated their own version. Hawk removed the helmet and tossed it aside. He had only 2 words for this fabricated memory. Garbage. Just then, blinding red lights flooded the entire memory imprinting zone. Hawk's mind flickered. His body vanished from where he stood. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, obliterating the entire zone like a volcanic eruption. Did we get him? Inside the most concealed silver chamber within the facility, connected to everything like a spider at the center of its web, a tall, thin man in a white coat and glasses spoke urgently. Dr. Merrick. Nervous. Yet hopeful. The technician at the computer didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pulled up the omnipresent surveillance feeds from the memory imprinting zone, capturing the moment of the explosion. Frame by frame. 1 second, Hawk was there. The next, he wasn't. The technician turned to Dr. Merrick and shook his head. No. Where did he go? The hibernation zone. The technician's hands flew across the keyboard, switching between camera feeds until the main screen locked onto the clone hibernation zone. Hundreds, no, thousands, of clones stood silently in transparent chambers, completely naked, like exhibits in a museum. Or tools waiting to be used. Their breathing slow. Heart rates maintained at the bare minimum to keep them alive. And there, standing in the center of it all, was Hawk. The real Hawk. He moved through the warehouse-like hibernation zone with terrifying speed, weaving between rows of chambers before finally stopping dead center. His gaze swept across the endless rows of hibernation pods, and the sleeping versions of himself inside them. Crackle. Hawk looked up instinctively toward the source of the sound. The next second, Dr. Merrick's voice echoed through the overhead speakers, filling the hibernation zone. Mr. Hawk Phoenix. I must say, I'm surprised you actually found this place. Merrick. Indeed. Heh. Hawk let out a dry laugh, glancing toward the direction of the voice. I'll give you credit. I figured by now you'd be running for your life. Dr. Merrick chuckled. Why would I run? You may be terrifying, Mr. Phoenix, but I have God's favor. I serve God. Is that right? Yes. Otherwise, how do you think my cloning technology succeeded where everyone else's failed? Because I received divine revelation and guidance. This world is corrupted. God has come to evolve it. Then you'd better pray your God shows up when I get my hands on you. Hawk's Phoenix beams lanced out, obliterating the wall-mounted speaker in one shot. He then swept the beams downward, beginning an indiscriminate purge of the entire zone. One hibernation chamber after another vaporized under the Phoenix beams, along with the clones inside, barely alive, sustained at the lowest possible survival threshold. In the blink of an eye, the warehouse that had been packed with countless chambers was now empty. You could race horses through it. Jesus. In the command center, which Merrick had pompously dubbed Eden Base Control, the doctor sucked in a sharp breath as he watched Hawk standing in the now empty warehouse on the main screen. Without hesitation, he barked an order. Activate Hydra Captain. Yes, sir. And get him into the replicated iron armor. Understood. Hydra Captain was their most successful Hawk clone to date. Originally, there had been 6 prototypes before him, but all had died the moment they were activated, exploding from cloning parameters that were either too low or too high. Every clone after that had been based on Hydra Captain, the only one they'd managed to perfectly replicate. Soon. Just as Hawk finished clearing another zone and was about to leave, the ground in front of him suddenly split open. A hidden hibernation chamber rose from below. Mist poured out as the chamber opened, and the figure inside, Unit 7, opened his eyes. As Unit 7 stepped out of the chamber, the ground split open again. A full-scale suit of armor rose up and opened, enveloping him. Hawk paused, watching the scene unfold. His gaze settled on the clone, now fully armored, whose green glowing eyes stared back at him from behind the faceplate. Dr. Merrick's voice returned. Mr. Phoenix, allow me to introduce you. Hydra Captain. My Hawk. Hydra Captain. Hawk looked up toward the source of Merrick's voice. So you're working with God and Hydra. Dr. Merrick chuckled. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Phoenix. You believe Hydra is evil. But God doesn't see it that way. My partnership with Hydra has God's blessing. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Oh. And what did God tell you? God said Earth has been occupied by demons. It must be evolved. He has forgiven Hydra's past sins. Is that so? Absolutely. Again, you'd better pray your God shows up before I reach you. You should pray you can defeat our Hydra Captain first. Heh. Hawk scoffed, his gaze settling on the clone Merrick called Hydra Captain. This is what you've been working on for half a year. This is what you think can beat me. A knockoff. Kill you, and Hydra Captain becomes the real thing. Really? I don't buy it. Show Mr. Phoenix your strength, Hydra Captain. Hum. The moment Merrick's command fell, the vibranium energy in Hydra Captain's chest plate surged. His knees bent, the metal floor beneath his feet cracked, and his entire body shot toward Hawk like a missile. Hawk raised his right hand. Clang. With a focused pulse of sixth sense telekinesis, the blur charging through the air froze mid-flight. Hawk flicked his wrist. Instantly, Hydra Captain was launched backward like a cannonball, slamming into the metal wall with a thunderous crash. The next second, Hawk clenched his fist. Before Hydra Captain could even fall from the wall, he was yanked forward like a kite on a string, pulled directly in front of Hawk's face. Hawk smiled. He looked up toward where Merrick's voice had come from. Say that again. In the control center, a technician stared at the screen, eyes wide, turning to Dr. Merrick in disbelief. That's impossible, Doctor. Hydra Captain's strength matches 65% of the original stats. And he's wearing the armor. According to our data, Hydra Captain in the armor should match Hawk's power output when he's not wearing his surplice. But this is impossible. Dr. Merrick stared at the screen, watching the clone he placed so much hope in, the one he thought could at least put up a fight, get subdued in a single move. He couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Hawk looked at the clone hovering in front of him, meeting those familiar yet alien eyes behind the faceplate. He chuckled softly. The next second. Boom. Under Merrick's horrified gaze, the Hydra Captain he'd pinned all his hopes on, along with the custom-fitted armor, turned to white smoke and vaporized on the spot. Do you have any more tricks, Dr. Merrick? If you do, I'll give you a chance to use them. After all, I gave you half a year to create something that might actually impress me. But if your ace in the hole was that piece of trash, you can start praying to your god now. Ask him to save you. After vaporizing the clone, Hawk casually slid his right hand back into his pocket. He looked up toward Merrick with a calm smile, offering polite advice. Merrick's voice cracked, shrill and desperate. The data doesn't lie. Without your surplice, you shouldn't be able to beat my Hydra Captain. Hawk scoffed, hearing the panic in Merrick's voice. He understood immediately. The man had no more tricks. Or rather, his only trick had been Hydra Captain, the one Hawk had just erased with a flick of his wrist. Data. What a joke. Clearly, Dr. Merrick had been comparing Hawk's physical body to the clone's abilities. But Hawk's power didn't come from the surplice. It didn't come from his physical body. It came from his cosmo. The stronger his cosmo, the stronger he was. So, Hawk didn't bother responding to Merrick's breakdown. A mocking smile touched his lips. You can start praying to your god now, Dr. Merrick. I'll give you time to pray. But you'd better hurry. I'm on a schedule. With that, Hawk's form vanished. Dr. Merrick and the Hydra agents in the command center watched the main screen as Hawk, who had been in the hibernation zone one frame, appeared in the iron armor development zone the next. In the blink of an eye, every agent in that zone vaporized. Then Hawk moved to another zone. A massacre. Bloodless, but absolute. It spread rapidly through the secret base. The entire command center fell silent, watching the screen as Hawk systematically cleared zone after zone, rapidly approaching their location. One Hydra agent standing at the back pulled out his phone, typed a quick message, and, seeing that everyone's attention was fixed on the screen, quietly slipped out the door. Until. Click. The sound of the door closing snapped everyone out of their trance. Every Hydra agent in the room bolted toward the exit. Would God come to save them? They had no idea. But they knew one thing. If they didn't run now, by the time the devil reached them, there wouldn't even be ashes left. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower.